The Soviet Century. Moshe Lewin. Introduction. I regime and its psyche. Introduction. 1. Stalin knows what he wants. And he is getting it. 2. Autonomization versus Federation, 1922 to 1923. 3. From Cotters to Heretics. 4. The Party and its apparatus. 5. Social flow and systemic paranoia. 6. The impact of collectivization. 7. Between legality and bacchanal. 8. How did Stalin rule? 9. The purges and their reasons. 10. The dimension of the purges. 11. The fields and industrial empire of the NKVD. 12. The end. 13. Agrarian despotism. 2. The 60s onwards, from a new model to a new impasse. 14. A per, Simuov. 15. The KGB and the political opposition. 16. The avalanche of urbanization. 17. The administrators, a damaged but thriving class. 18. Some leaders. 19. Kosygin and Andropov. 3. The Soviet century, Russia in its historical context. 20. Time and the worlds of Lenin. 21. Delay and relapse. 22. A sui generis modernity. 23. Successes and failures of urbanization. 24. The problem of labor and demographics. 25. The bureaucratic labyrinth. 26. Lights and shadows. 27. What was the Soviet system? Preface. The Soviet Union no longer exists. As some say, it's history, or what is the same, forget it. The political class, academics, and the media work from this formula according to their own interests and points of view. But the word history is polysemic, and the Soviet era still belongs to the recent past. Although they are fewer and fewer, the majority continue to be the citizens of Russia and the rest of the republics of the former Soviet Union that were formed under the umbrella of the USSR, and who even long for those times. Because it is still part of the biography of millions of people. In this sense, the past is still a relevant element in their daily lives. The biographical dimension is nothing more than one more indicator of the persistence of the past. The problem of the country's national identity worries Russian citizens, and in this debate a number of conceptions and attitudes towards the USSR can be seen. However, if collective analyses as important as these are carried out without verified knowledge of the past, and this is often the case, the national debate becomes a farce. For historians, as for everyone who knows how history, no matter how distant, reminds us of its presence, this forget it is a completely absurd position. Especially during its last 15 years of existence, the USSR was not able to face the present. But to the extent that it is already part of the past, it has become an immutable reality that successive interpretations will not be able to alter. It is and will be a crucial episode of a dramatic 20th century. And does anyone believe that we already know everything there is to know about the 20th century? Soviet Russia remains one of the main pillars of Russia's cultural and political tradition, a tradition whose influence on the country is still felt today, although in a different way than in the Tsarist past, one of the models that shaped the USSR. Can anyone who is interested in the destiny of their country and reflects on it ignore this fact? Hence, today we cannot get rid of the USSR as a past because it is simply impossible to get rid of history. One of the arguments of this book is that the USSR is still a system about which we know very little. When it comes to talking about previous periods, including the Stalin years, the halo of secrecy that characterized the Soviet system has now disappeared and we can today study them in a systematic way, as in fact it is already being done. Long ago, the inability to access archives and other essential sources of information made the study of Soviet history an extremely frustrating and arduous undertaking, and finding the slightest piece of information that contained a useful indicator or coming across a well-documented Soviet publication it was quite an achievement. Therefore, as soon as the Soviet archives were declassified, historians pounced on them. In my case, obtaining these materials, which I located myself or compiled from documentary works by other authors, was my main activity for many years. The more I read, the richer reality appeared to me. However, the frustration did not disappear, because we were still unable to consult the materials referring to the last periods of the Soviet era. I propose in this work to bring to light the aspects that I consider unknown or forgotten, since their study allows us to delve even further into the bowels of the system. I have barely drawn on Western sources, which is something I intend to do in a more systematic future study. The recourse to new materials, such as archives, memoirs, autobiographies, or documentary publications, is an objective in itself in this volume, although it has also attempted to carry out a kind of examination of conscience, after having consulted so many new documents, what remains of my old vision of the Soviet phenomenon? How has it changed? Where did it go? Much of what I have written in these pages answers these questions, because these new tests have revealed things to me about which I hardly knew anything and have allowed me to ask questions that would have been impossible for me to ask before. The other great source that feeds these pages is the current work of Russian academics, either because they have had access to first-hand information, or because they have worked in government institutions, or because, already in the times of the Soviet Union, they had written works critical and well documented. It seemed to me that readers would take advantage of the opportunity given to them to come into contact with these sources, what they say, and what the regime knew, or what it could know, from the information disseminated by its different agencies. For no other purpose than to lay the cards of my interpretation on the table and offer readers a sample of what the Soviet leaders themselves read, I have summarized and cited documents and authors extensively. It follows that, although society was barely informed or manifestly uninformed at times, the regime, especially in the post-Stalinist period, had at its disposal a considerable amount of reliable material and a good number of rigorous studies on the country and the world. But good information is of no use to a mediocre leader. The problem lay in the understanding capacity of these leaders, in what they wanted to know, in what they knew, even though they could not do anything with it, and in what they did not have the slightest desire to know. These questions take us to the heart of our investigation into the mechanisms and underpinnings of the Soviet system. Introduction. Power plays and personal ambition are part of history, but they also put considerable pressure on it to be written in a way that responds to certain interests or causes. From its beginnings, the Soviet regime posed a radical challenge that was reinforced during the Cold War with the polarization of the world, the arms race and the subsequent propaganda battle. All this created the conditions that allowed propaganda to be confused with analysis. This fallacy cost both sides dearly, impairing not only their ability to understand themselves, but also to decipher the world around them. The consequences were worse for the Soviet Union, which prohibited free social, political and historical research. But the country also suffered in other aspects, because ideological fanaticism, and its natural tendency towards propaganda, considerably damaged its ability to understand national and global reality and respond to the situation with appropriate strategies. During the 1960s and 1970s, Soviet leaders allowed a certain freedom in the subject matter of published studies, and especially unpublished ones, as well as in political discussion. First-rate study centers were born, thanks to which the other side of the curtain could be analyzed. Because of its democratic nature, the United States had an abundance of statistics and all kinds of information about the country, which was useful for the Soviets, especially from the 1960s onwards, when they were able to use such data. In fact, the experts conveyed to the leaders a fairly accurate image of the outside world and of Russia itself. How all this knowledge was used is another story, and it depended on the conservative mentality of the leaders. However, the USSR showed itself willing on more than one occasion to play the peaceful coexistence card and reduce tension. Aware of its inferiority, especially in the last phases of its history, it tried to implement reforms that reflected a realistic appreciation of the situation. In the United States, the possibility of researching freely, of discussing alternative positions and ideas, did not necessarily mean that the results were taken into account. Not in vain, Not everything depends on the freedom of publication of critical studies. Next, you have to ask yourself, who is interested in them? Behind some analyses were hidden suspicious ideas or erroneous conceptions, invested with an aura of truth by the mere fact of having been born in the free world. An example will suffice. A group of experts who have studied the work of the United States Intelligence Services maintain that an organization like the CIA, as well as the circles of power subordinate to it, did not correctly evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the USSR. I had no idea where the country was going. And this despite the fact that they had access to Brezhnev's telephone conversations and that it was more than likely that they could know with certainty the number of Soviet missiles. It is evident that the blinding force of the ideology and logic of power, personal or imperial, and the obsession with secrecy, were not exclusive to the Soviet propaganda state, even though its power was extraordinary and responded not to the interests of the country, but to those of the conservative elements. Even so, cognitive capacity is not the monopoly of a system. The Cold War, which promoted innovation in certain fields of technology, also acted as a reductionist element when analyzing global reality, something to which the West also succumbed. Add to all this that the West, including the United States, was prey to the security syndrome, with the consequent disproportionate role given to the secret services and the recognition that anything goes if what is involved is fulfilling one's duty, covert operations, alliances with criminal or semi-criminal military formations, detection of communism and subversion anywhere on the planet and at any time, purchase of media, infiltration into different social organizations. The obsession with security had a pernicious effect on democratic institutions and provided a powerful cover for the consolidation of anti-democratic domestic groups, which strove to undermine American democracy. It is of little use to think that Stalinism and the terror and witch hunts that characterized it were worse. Any similarity between both regimes, even the very possibility that it could be like that, already constituted a danger to freedoms, the watchword of that great battle. Despite the contribution of renowned scholars engaged in rigorous research, representations of the Soviet system were evidently influenced by the political and ideological reality of a polarized world. The extraordinary dissemination of ideologically connoted opinions, issued by government agencies, media, or publicists who hardly showed any interest in supporting their statements with facts or arguments, guided public opinion in a specific direction. While the debate on other problems, countries, or episodes remained open, as soon as the Soviet Union was discussed, a public discourse emerged based on deeply rooted assertions that, however, were yet to be verified. Let us leave aside the unilateral importance that propaganda gives to crimes and crimes to focus on the methodological limitations. In fact, objective, methodological and contrasted research had to confront rigid patterns of thought, as widespread among the public as among thinkers, and which were taking leaders and government agencies as the main actors rather than making them the object of study in order to understand what they worked on and what dictated their actions. Studying the USSR focusing mainly on its undemocratic character, which meant making an endless list of its non-democratic features, and dealing with what the country was not instead of analyzing what it was. Let us not forget that democracy is still not the only form of government that exists on the planet and that it is necessary to study the premises of other systems to understand them. Ignore the historical context in which the leaders' actions took place and what they faced. Ahistoricism is an overly widespread error and the most serious of all, because no human action occurs in nothing, it is not a deus ex machina. Let's take an example. In 1916 to 1917, Lenin did not pursue the destruction of a prosperous system, but quite the opposite. Like millions of others, he lived in a world that was on the brink of collapse and in a Russia that was disintegrating, and he took action without guarantees that he would not perish before even facing the catastrophes that were happening or approaching. Another example can further clarify the importance of context. The economic crisis of the 1930s is fundamental to understanding the prestige that Soviet Russia had in the eyes of many, and was of great help in legitimizing Stalinism. In the same way, the Second World War covered the Stalinist genocide, at a time when the regime and its own power were beginning to suffer from their internal evils. These considerations imply that the reader must be aware that the historical background and context, domestic and international, can play a major role in the arguments that we will present later. However, we have not yet finished reviewing the obstacles involved in truly knowing the USSR. We must also pay attention to those more controversial preconceptions that use and abuse the notion of Stalinism. I am referring to the tendency to demonize Stalin by placing on his shoulders, and on those of his regime, a disproportionate and ridiculous number of victims that is impossible to verify, and in which the victims of terror are mixed with political and economic decisions. What can one do but shake one's head in disbelief upon learning, for example, that among the human losses attributed to their crimes are also the demographic losses that include estimates of unborn creatures? What is the need for such a calculation? Who considers it necessary? Specialists, especially when they did not yet have access to the archives, had to work hard to deflate these figures and other arithmetic sleights of hand. However, his work has come to fruition, and today we can study Stalin and Stalinism as they were. We still have many horrors left to condemn the condemnable, but we also have the threads that will allow us to unravel a drama that, after a few years in the foreground, gave way to a new chapter with the death of the dictator. Terror itself underwent some changes. And in history it is essential to differentiate the periods from each other today. The tendency to perpetuate Stalinism by tracing its beginning to 1917 and extending it until the end of the Soviet Union is one more of those uses and abuses of history. In this sense, it is worth mentioning the Historiker Streit, the historians' controversy, in which conservative German historians embarked. In their eagerness to justify the role of the exponents of the non-Nazi German right who had helped bring Hitler to power, and to simultaneously rehabilitate Hitler and the infernal plans he had prepared for the world, they resorted to a stratagem of most curiously, relying on Western connivance that had arisen from the Cold War. They hoped we would believe that, in some sense, Hitler's madness could be attributed to Stalin, and that the atrocities committed by the former had inspired the latter. They claimed that the Holocaust dated back to the treatment of the kulaks, and that Hitler's offensive, since it did not have Russia as its first objective, was nothing more than a defensive war to counteract the attack that Stalin planned to launch against Germany too. The anti-communist indoctrination characteristic of the Cold War allowed maneuvers like these to occur in Western countries. Fortunately, many voices were raised to condemn the operation and move forward with the project of understanding the dynamics of the Soviet system. This book is not intended to be a history of the USSR, but is limited to presenting some general features of the system. It is divided into 3 parts. The first is dedicated to the Stalinist period, and not only emphasizes its specific characteristics, but also the fluctuations of the system. The second part deals with the post-Stalinist period, from Khrushchev to Andropov, understood as a different model that breathed air into the system for a few years until it succumbed to stagnation, zastoy. The third part analyzes the Soviet era as a whole, while trying to give a global vision of the historical trajectory of the system, focusing on the general and specific aspects of said trajectory and the foundations that led to its consolidation and subsequent collapse. Both the success and failure of the system were of considerable importance on a global scale and were, in both cases, as unpredictable as they were surprising. This section abounds in the complexity and richness of this historical process, no matter how sinister its phases were, without overlooking the importance of understanding its specific historical dimension, even when analyzing the evolution of post-Gorbachev Russia. Political philosopher V.P. Mezhev of the Institute of Philosophy of the Russian Academy addressed these problems in a lecture in Moscow in 1999. Ask yourselves what you value about the past, what we should continue, what we should preserve. The answer to these questions will help you face the future. If there is nothing positive in the past, there is no future and there is no choice but to forget everything and let ourselves be carried away by inertia. Zabischa Isasnut. Russia's historical destiny does not involve a future without a past. Anyone who wants to erase the 20th century, a century of major catastrophes, must also say goodbye to Great Russia forever and ever. 3. An excellent sentence, to which we will return in the conclusions. We want, however, to insist on one point. We are fully aware that historical research is a complicated task, and it seems essential to carry it out without passion or prejudice. When an author claims to present a research work, he includes a few lines in his disclaimer. However, good intentions are no guarantee of success. Many and varied are the obstacles that cross their path: sources and evidence, the degree of professional expertise, personal predisposition, and the infinite complexity of historical reality, ambiguous, multifaceted and mutable, and which resists attempts to explanation. Even so, if they were not moved precisely by that purpose, historians would not be able to present us with a convincing story, but rather false stories. Or rather, the same arguments, over and over again. First part. A regime and its psyche. Introduction. The 1930s occupy a very special place in the relatively short history of the Soviet system. Firstly, because they constituted a drama of great intensity in a country that had not yet recovered from the ravages of the First World War and the Civil War, 1918 to 1921. Secondly, because although the brief new economic policy, NEP, of the 1920s managed to restore minimum national levels of political and physical, biological, viability, it fell short of preparing the country to face internal and economic challenges, especially external ones that were drawn on the horizon. The sudden start of the 5-year plans, P8, was the trigger for a series of surprising and unforeseen episodes, the first of which was the Stalinist Great Push, against the backdrop of the economic recession suffered by the United States and Europe, and that it stopped when it reached the borders of the Soviet Union. The second was the internal uprisings that occurred as a result of this new policy. That unprecedented national project, dictated and brought to fruition by a determined elite and an implacable supreme leader, an effort that rested mainly on the coercive apparatus of the state, promoted endless changes that affected all areas and whose effects had a clear impact on the regime itself, so much so that from there a new sui generis state system was born that, at least in those initial phases, symbolized, and not only in the eyes of some actors but also in those of international observers, the desire to achieve a highest level of social justice. Others, especially a few years later, considered it a new form of submission to the state. It is legitimate to ask about the reasons that, during that period, made it possible for the same system to arouse conflicting opinions. However, there is something that is undeniable: the country was going through a phase of dizzying changes. A hypothetical party or government official who for some reason or another had worked abroad during the first years of the plan would have been shocked upon his return to see the sensational changes that had occurred in the meantime. Much more so than a white Russian who had returned to his country in the 1920s, a phenomenon that occurred, and who compared the Russia of the NEP with Tsarist Russia. No matter how exasperated he was at the novelties introduced by the regime, the latter could still see around him the mother Russia that he had known, and it is possible that he would have even felt reassured. The Soviet official returning to Moscow in the 1930s, for his part, would not have encountered a single one of the institutions of the previous decade. The press, the officials in charge of supervising the NPE, the stores, the supply system, the political debates, most of cultural life. Everything had disappeared. The transformation had affected the factory, the daily rhythm, the slogans and, analyzed closely, also, the party itself. Political life and the measures adopted were different and firm. The image of Stalin and proclamations praising the leader covered city walls and village squares alike. Initially portrayed alongside Lenin, his effigy soon appeared alone. But the meaning of all these changes in iconography was still not entirely evident. This state system was soon dubbed Stalinism, and it was manifestly and unequivocally controlled by the man at the top of the pyramid. This does not mean that we should assign the characteristics of the system only to the leader. In many aspects, they surpassed the hierarchy's ways in handling the situation, and this is demonstrated by the profound changes in the way of governing after Stalin's death. However, the opposite is also true, many basic characteristics remained in force. One of the fundamental problems when it comes to understanding the history of the country lies in determining what really changed and what remained the same, a question that also confronts the historian with a recurring dilemma, framed in the field of the philosophy of the story: how far does the responsibility of an individual leader go? Is he an independent actor, that is, an autonomous factor? If so, a biography is enough. Is he, on the contrary, a product of historical circumstances and conditions, of the country's traditions, of national potential and limitations? In that case, we need a historical essay. The 1930s are not an easy time for historians, whether they study personal or objective factors. As has already been said, there are enough contradictory elements in that period for some to portray it as a glamorous time, and for others to see it simply as an ordeal. In many autobiographies we can see that their authors oscillate between both extremes. That so many people, simultaneously or subsequently, refuse to believe that Stalin was the image of the criminal mind of a regime based on terror may have a lot to do with those aspects of his policy that were, undoubtedly, at the service of the country's interests. Many Russian and non-Russian observers agree that the victory of the USSR in the Second World War was a feat that saved the country and had a considerable international impact, and that neither Tsarism nor any other similar regime could have achieved it. On the other hand, ignorance, a result of the secretive nature of the Stalinist state, also played a certain role in the effective propagation of the image of the great Stalin as imposed by the apparatus. An academic approach cannot ignore these extremes, even when it is not its purpose to oscillate between deterministic notions such as there was no other alternative and Stalin was inevitable, or between conflicting positions that emphasize the fortuitous dimension, illegal and arbitrary of the Stalinist phenomenon. It is preferable, however, to concentrate on the real course of history, analyzing the context, namely, the interrelation of the relevant factors that gave rise to the consolidation of a regime that abandoned the basic rules of the political game, rules that, without a doubt, they were still in force in the early years of the NPE. Stalinism was, precisely, the other side of the coin of a one-party system that had lost control of the political side. Nothing changes that the apparatus continued to hold many fundamental functions of the state. Rather, it is an incentive to continue studying how a series of factors remained in place. Stalin's arbitrary power was never immune to events, to everything that slowly progressed or bogged down in the country, around him and, ultimately, in him. The period between 1928 and 1939 stands out because it condenses the past and future problems of the Soviet system. It is essential to apprehend the Stalinist system. By this we do not mean, however, that we subscribe to the widespread cliché that says that there is nothing left to study. Even though we have already repeated it ad nauseum, it is worth remembering the many differences between the Stalinist system, the NEP, and the post-Stalinist system, even though the three periods had much in common. The study of the 1930s should serve to shed light on this aspect, as well as on other problems that are part of the intertwined history of Russia. At this point, we are in a position to reveal one of the achievements of this work. Although history has given a deeply dysfunctional image of the Stalinist regime, it was also in charge of preparing the ground and training the actors who would allow the writing of the next chapter in Soviet history. 1. Stalin knows what he wants. And he's getting it. Stalin died about 50 years ago. During this time, new sources have come to light and extraordinary works about the character are being prepared. However, and despite all the wealth of information, it is still difficult to get an accurate idea of it as reports and statements from first-hand witnesses offer us contradictory images and snapshots. There are those that present a practical, well-informed, often polite, and even benevolent leader. In other words, Stalin was a sensible statesman. Others portray him as a cold and manipulative strategist. Others, for their part, describe him as a character obsessed with power, who did not trust anything or anyone, an angry and vengeful monster who could barely contain his outbursts of fury, or, worse still, a capricious madman convinced that the massacres he committed were his greatest political contribution. Was Stalin a performer on the great theater of the world or a skillful leader? Many consider him to be nothing more than a pathetic figure who ruined everything. Did he have talent, even genius, no matter how perverse he was? Or was he a character of vulgar and evil mediocrity? This kaleidoscopic image becomes even more complicated as observers who have commented on the matter in certain circumstances have modified their opinions by being able to study the same man in different environments. Such radically opposing views, which sometimes reflect the reality and nature of Stalin, are disconcerting. However, since we are dealing with a figure known for calculating his appearances down to the last detail, it would not be illogical to conclude that Stalin was Stalin in all the faces of this polyhedron that observers saw projected before them. Be that as it may, we cannot ignore the obvious: the phenomenon had a beginning and an end, dictated not only by the banal fact of death, but also because the aberration of the system that the USSR suffered under Stalin's rule had its natural limits. This forces us to relocate Stalin to the historical moment in which he emerged, to the history to which he contributed and from which he vanished after dying a natural death. This path, tortuous, bloody, intensely dramatic and deeply personal, was also one of the components of said historical context. It was also, in other words, an impersonal product. We will illuminate some of these aspects in this part, others will remain for the third. It is a good idea to start by asking ourselves about what is usually considered indisputable. Stalin was a member of the Bolshevik Party, another Leninist within the leadership. Or so it seemed. He belonged to the circles of power, was a member of the Central Committee and, later, of the Politburo. He was at Lenin's service, mainly during the Civil War, on different special missions. And yet, Stalin was, intellectually and politically, different from most of the historical figures of the Bolshevik movement. The rest of the Bolshevik leaders were, for the most part, political analysts, well versed in the West because they had lived there. More European, easier to decipher, they were interested in theoretical questions and their intellectual capacity was superior to that of Stalin, a less educated character with little experience in relation to the outside world, nevertheless capable of carrying out the lead voice in a discussion or present an argument even if he was not a speaker. A reserved type, with extraordinary selfishness, cautious and scheming. Only, and not even then, his own sense of greatness, which those close to him had to admit over and over again, could he satisfy such a raw ego. Stalin saw the attainment of personal power as the surest way to force others to bow to him. Despite his high rank, he joined the Politburo in 1919, the year of its creation. Not only Lenin and Trotsky, the two most important leaders, overshadowed him, but also a host of guys who were not aware, and neither they could imagine it, that one day they would end up giving in to him. Stalin compensated for this relative inferiority by initiating his own fantasies of greatness and arrogating to himself a much more important role than he actually played, and he did so by surrounding himself with a group of insignificant acolytes and sycophants, such as Voroshilov or Budeny, the capable but ordinary Orджоникидзе, the skilled and very young Mikoyan and, somewhat later, Molotov, who would be, possibly without realizing it at first, the dictator's main support in the future. And the high priest of the cult of personality. These characteristic features of a highly authoritarian personality were manifested openly during the Civil War, an episode that had great weight in consolidating Stalin's vision of the new state that would emerge from the war and how it should be governed. There was also in these ideas a certain psychological urgency to enhance his own image. In short, the difference between his personality and what we know about the rest of the old guard members, including Lenin, is striking. Stalin's world responded, initially, to the traditions of his native region, the Caucasus, and, later, to his knowledge of deeper popular Russia. On the other hand, the impact that the Second and Third Internationals had on him was minimal, if not non-existent. Hence it is logical that he and his inner circle emerged from the Civil War with a point of view on what had to be done with Russia very different from that of Lenin, Trotsky, Kamina and their group, both in the conception of socialism of each other as in which government should govern the country. Therefore, two diametrically opposed political and cultural universes coexisted in what was called Bolshevism, a coexistence that lasted as long as they all shared the same objective. As soon as the regime defeated the whites, the two divergent lines came to the surface and collided with each other. One had the purpose of providing Russia with a state that defended the interests of the majority of the population, the other based its strategy on the state itself, a position with which many, including Civil War veterans, agreed. At that stage there was no alternative but dictatorship. With the Civil War, the term had ceased to unequivocally designate a single reality, but this is by no means the case. Dictatorial regimes can take 1,001 forms, as happens with any other political regime, including democracy, which often fluctuates too much, and sometimes too dangerously, between its authoritarian, liberal, and social democratic variants. With the return of peace, and it was admitted that the task was to build a state in times of peace, two antagonistic models were proposed, whose differences had to do with the representation of Russia, the type of state necessary for power to take care of the problem of nationalities, cooperation, the peasantry, the structure of the party, development strategies, and the social transformation that was desired to be achieved. And this is how, in the ranks of what was supposedly the same party, two opposing political groups emerged. As expected, the winner kept the old name for a time. But we already know how it ended, and at what speed. Because Stalin kept his main goal secret, other party leaders were unable to thwart his plans. However, they realized too late the trap they had set for themselves. Lenin himself was sidelined for a time. When he finally figured out who he was dealing with, he could no longer remedy the situation. Stalin's ascension was spurred, to a large extent, by the severity of the illness that affected Lenin from 1920 onwards. The politician, who underwent a long treatment, accompanied or not by medication, had to abandon political activity, especially during a good part of 1922 and a few months of 1923. However, as we have already indicated, the problem went beyond deciphering Stalin's personality, since a whole vision of the political line that had to be followed emanated from him. Adopt in the future and that, although implicit in their political behavior, had not yet been formulated in an explicit way. In those years, during Lenin's last fight, two alternative programs were again proposed in a very clear way, as clearly proven, although it is not the only document that attests to this, the so-called Testament. Stalin's position was revealed when presenting the project on the constitutional form that the USSR should adopt, debated, and approved in 1922 to 1923. Under his mandate, he had been appointed General Secretary in 1922. In the documents that deal with the construction of the USSR we find the most revealing material about the conflicts between Lenin and Stalin, even though the controversy did not stop there and moved from the problem of nationalities in the Soviet state to other areas, until it affected to practically all areas of the system, ideology, the respective roles of the state and the party, economic policy and, above all, the fundamental question of agrarian policies. 1. The material that has come to light after perestroika allows us to appreciate not only the depth of the differences, but also the bitter personal hostility that had arisen between Lenin and the figure he himself had chosen for the position of General Secretary, a position which, at that time, lacked the importance that it would end up gaining. Stalin's hostility towards Lenin and Lenin's growing irritation towards Stalin, a personal and ideological distance that increased with the passage of time and of which only a few close friends were aware, is exemplified, or rather can be intuited, in a letter from Stalin to Lenin, written in 1921 and unknown to date too. The letter, which refers to the party apparatus, Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, and the Politburo, shows us in an unusual way the functioning of Stalin's political mentality. From the text it is clear that the problems arise from a complaint by Krupskaya to Lenin, She kept her sick husband up to date on many issues. Stalin had created a large department of agitation and propaganda within the party that has all the appearance of being, in fact, a new commissariat, with practically the same powers and objectives as the political education department that she directed in the Education Commissariat, so that it represented a deep charge against it. After a careful reading of the memorandum, Lenin conveyed it to Stalin accompanied by his observations, begging him to ignore agitprop. Stalin's response was typical of a kinto, a Georgian word for a street boy, the nickname Stalin had received in his youth. He behaved like an insolent and small-time liar, taking advantage of the fact that the state of health of his interlocutor was not optimal. He denied the figures that Krupskaya had given regarding the number of officials he had recruited for the department, claimed that he had been forced to take charge of it and now refused to leave it because, as he explained to Lenin, the leader was interested in that he remain in charge because, otherwise, Trotsky will conclude that Lenin acts this way because of Krupskaya's influence. Stalin, in short, refused to bend the knee. The trick used is obvious. This was not, of course, what Trotsky would say. The letter was Stalin's way of telling Lenin that he knew that the story came from Krupskaya and of making him understand that, in his struggle with the formidable Trotsky, who was facing Lenin at that time on various issues, the latter, weakened by illness, he would not have the majority of the Politburo on his side unless he had Stalin's help. This was not the only more or less open skirmish that occurred in 1921. In order to contain Lenin's response, Stalin played the Trotsky card in a period dominated by a most sterile dispute between a Trotskyist minority and the majority. Leninist in the Politburo on the role of the unions. Trotsky, who that same year had suffered a setback by proposing a change of course in the form that a system similar to the NEP should take, saw no alternative to righting the ruinous economic situation than to insist on quasi-military methods to mobilize the hand. Working. Lenin, for his part, did not yet contemplate the possibility of changing economic policy, and wanted to grant greater autonomy to the unions, organizations with a presence among the working class. Both sides worked hard to gain the support of the majority of delegates ahead of the 11th Party Congress. As Mikoyan narrates in his autobiography Tak Bilo, this is how it happened. Although Lenin participated in some of the meetings organized to perfect the strategy to counter Trotsky's advance, it was Stalin who led the entire operation. Stalin considered that going arm in arm with Lenin against Trotsky, his bête noire, was the best way to manipulate him, the same goal that guided him in the Krupskaya affair. However, it is possible that these machinations, and the resentment that Stalin felt for Lenin, predated the times of the Civil War, although they had gone unnoticed given the need for military actions and because the main objective of the intrigues of Stalin at that time was Trotsky. Stalin's total lack of respect for Lenin, which would end up turning into hatred, was an indirect consequence, and I want to insist on this aspect, of his obsessive resentment towards Trotsky, an obstacle in Stalin's image of himself as a great military strategist and statesman. The subject of many derogatory, and often unpublishable, epithets directed at him by Stalin and his followers, Trotsky was the creator of the Red Army, People's Commissar for War, and co-leader of the 1917 revolution, nothing to do with the image that Stalin propagated of him. But what angered Stalin most was that Trotsky's name was linked to Lenin's, something the latter never denied in public. The constant intrigues and harassment to which Stalin and his acolytes subjected Lenin with the aim of stripping Trotsky of his military position and simply expelling him from the leadership, a story with which the biographers of Lenin and Stalin are fully familiar, attest to this interpretation of Stalin's attitude. Except for a few moments of doubt, this siege of Lenin did not go ahead. Lenin had confidence in Trotsky and his prestige, he had collaborated closely with him, and not only in military matters, and he maintained daily and sincere contact with Trotsky's right-hand man in the Military Revolutionary Council and the Defense Commissariat, Yefrem Sklyansky, a character who played the role of trusted intermediary between both men. Various documents from the years of the Civil War reveal the enormous importance of the latter in the daily activity of the leadership. However, little is known about him, or the circumstances surrounding his death, drowned while sailing down a river in 1925. This close network of relationships was to fuel the deep hostility that Stalin felt for Lenin, but it did not emerge until the last days of the latter's life, when Stalin had already almost completely assumed command. A frontal offensive against a healthy Lenin would not have corresponded to Stalin's calculating and cautious character, but things changed with Lenin's illness, the details of which Stalin was fully aware of. As General Secretary, he was tasked by the Central Committee with supervising Lenin's medical treatment, which allowed him to openly spy on the sick man. It is possible that Fosheva, Lenin's secretary, informed Stalin of any documents that her superior dictated to him, even though there were orders for them to remain secret. It is not difficult to imagine Stalin's reaction when he learned that Lenin wanted to remove him from office and, perhaps, also end his political career. If Fosheva had not already communicated this to Stalin, he knew it at the same time as the Politburo, from the text that Lenin conveyed to them on the eve of the 12th Party Congress. Lenin requested the dismissal of Stalin and explained the reasons. However, it was then that Lenin became totally incapacitated and could no longer be consulted. Only the Politburo knew of Lenin's request. It was not until 33 years later that Khrushchev made the text known to the Soviet people. The debate on the role of nationalities in the incipient USSR, which took place in the seats and in the corridors of the centers of power, allows us to get an idea of the depth of the disagreements about the model that the future state should adopt. These differences of opinion provoked a resounding reaction from Lenin who, despite being seriously ill, managed to formulate, surprisingly, his own ideas with crystal clear clarity. Stalin's conception of the future Soviet state derived largely from his experience immediately after the revolution, when he was at the head of the nationalities. His first position in the government after 1917 was that of Commissar of Nationalities, and the first book he published, written before the revolution at the request of Lenin and with the editorial help of Bukharin, dealt with the national question. Possibly as a result of reflecting on such complicated and conflictive problems, he became convinced that the different nationalities, difficult to control and hostile, could overthrow the work of the central government at any time. Lenin's last statement in this regard was a manifesto with the most resounding and clear analysis published after the Civil War. For Lenin, Stalin wanted to give a certain autonomy to the non-Russian nationalities, that is, that they would integrate into Russia, or, as it was called at that time, into the Russian Federation, RSFSR, or, in other words, that they would become administrative units subordinate to Russia. The debate about this project, as well as about other proposals regarding the form that the future state should take, was heated, and at its epicenter were, precisely, the differences of opinion between Lenin and Stalin in this regard, differences that would have non-negligible consequences for the future of the system. Precisely for this reason it is a story worth telling. 2. Autonomization versus Federation. 1922 to 1923. The Russian editors of the collection that we have used as the main source on this point write, in the introduction, that Lenin's ideas about the place and role that nationalities should play in the state underwent a radical transformation. The leader went from a firm belief in the virtues of centralism to recognition of the inevitability of federalism. Lenin had always maintained that national characteristics should be integrated into a unitary state, but over time he was in favor of the creation of states based on ethnic criteria, which would end up creating contractual relations between them. From the outright rejection of cultural autonomy, he began to accept the territorial and extraterritorial aspects of said autonomy. The opinions of Trotsky, Rakovsky, Mdivany, Skripnik, Majoradze, or Sultan Galiev, as well as those of many other figures close to Lenin, followed a similar course without any influencing the decision of the rest. With the exception of Lenin, none would die of natural causes. Stalin was a staunch supporter of what his opponents called unitarism. His report on the problems of federalism, presented no less than in January 1918 before the Russian Soviet Congress, was a staunch defense of his doctrine. Later, in a note to Lenin dated June 12, 1920 that does not appear in the complete works, he wrote, "Our Soviet model of federation is the ideal path towards internationalism for the peoples of Tsarist Russia. These nationalities never had their own states, and if they had them, they disappeared some time ago. That is why they accept the Soviet, centralized, model of federation without any friction worth mentioning." On more than one occasion between 1918 and 1920, Stalin insisted on the centralized character of the Soviet Federation, the direct heir of the single and indivisible Tsarist Federation, and made up of the autonomies of Poland, Finland, Ukraine, Crimea, Turkestan, Kyrgyzia, Siberia, and the Transcaucasus, although he did not rule out that, in the future, they would become independent entities. Stalin emphasized, however, that autonomy does not mean independence and does not imply secession. The central power should continue to hold the reins of all major functions. According to the editors of the collection on which we are based, Stalin considered that granting autonomy was nothing more than another administrative mechanism with a view to socialist unitarism, an argument that expressed the Russian notion of a superstate, Держава, a term which we will use frequently, the product of an expansion based on the messianic role of Russia. According to this conception, annexing other nations was at the service of progress. We could add that the Russian editors may not have realized that such messianism is not alien to other imperialisms, although the novelty of this case lay in the importance that Stalin attached to the super-Russian dimension, Sverjaruskost, of a political-owned imperialism that questioned Lenin's conceptions, presented by Stalin as a nationalist deviation detrimental to the interests of the Soviet state. On August 10, 1922, the Politburo decided to create a commission that would examine relations between the Russian Federation and the rest of the republics, which at that time enjoyed the status of independent states. Stalin, the expert on nationalities since before the revolution and who that same year had been appointed General Secretary of the party, declared himself ready to present his plan the next day. The 5 independent Soviet states, linked together by a kind of contractual agreement, were Ukraine, Belarus, and the 3 Transcaucasian states, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Stalin offered them autonomization, that is, that the republics would become a de facto part of the Russian Federation. The status of the remaining zones Bokhara, Khorasan, and the Far Eastern Republic was still up in the air. The government would sign treaties with these countries on customs, foreign trade, foreign affairs, and defense, among others. The governing bodies of the Russian Federation, the Central Executive Committee, the Council of Commissars and the Council of Labor and Defense, would formally absorb the institutions of the Central Soviet of the Incorporated Republics, and its commissars of foreign affairs, foreign trade, defense, railways, finance, and communications would be merged with those of Russia. The remaining areas justice, education, interior, agriculture, and state inspection would continue to be assigned to their respective jurisdictions. Finally, and logically, the local political police would merge with the Russian GPU. Stalin commented that these proposals had to be kept secret for some time longer and that they had to be debated in the national central committees of the parties before the Soviets of the republics, their executive committees or the congresses of the Soviets, gave them force of law. The principle of independence, which at least for Stalin was little more than talk, would disappear in the most direct way imaginable, since the republics were doomed to become simple administrative units of a centralized Russian state. These measures soon sparked a wave of protests. On September 15, 1922, the Georgian Central Committee rejected autonomization as premature. Orjonikij, Kirov, Kagani, and Gagabarij, Stalin's men in the Transcaucasian Party Committee, a body imposed by Moscow to control the 3 republics and with which the leadership of the national parties constantly clashed, voted against this decision. On September 1, 1922, Majoradze, one of Georgia's leading communist figures, complained to Lenin, "We live in confusion and chaos." Hiding behind party discipline, the Transcaucasian Committee imposed all kinds of decisions on the Georgian party that undermined the country's independence. Georgia is not Azerbaijan or Turkestan, he pointed out. In a letter to Lenin dated September 22, 1922, Stalin also lamented the total chaos in relations between the center and the periphery, and the conflicts and grievances that this chaos entailed. However, all the blame fell on the other party. Stalin was cruel to the small republics, which played the game of independence. In his opinion, the unified federal national economy is on its way to becoming a fiction, and he proposed the following alternatives: either total independence, in which case the capital had to withdraw and ignore the affairs of the republics, letting them be they would manage the railway and deal with trade and foreign affairs; if so, common problems would require constant peer negotiations, but the decisions of the supreme bodies of the Russian Federation would not be binding. Or it was necessary to opt for a real unification into a single economic cell, so that the rest of the republics would have to abide by the decisions of the supreme authorities of the Russian Federation. In other words, an imaginary independence would be replaced by real internal autonomy for the republics in the fields of language, culture, justice, internal affairs, and agriculture. As Stalin stated to his colleagues, "In 4 years of civil war, we were forced to show a certain liberalism towards the republics. As a result, we contributed to the emergence within it of a hard line of social independents who consider that the decisions of the Central Committee are the decisions of Moscow. Either we transform them into autonomies, or the unity of the Soviet republics will be a lost cause. And now we are concerned about how we should act so as not to offend these nationalities. If we continue like this, in a year we will be on the verge of the breakup of the party." In his text, Stalin reiterated the main lines of his autonomization project. But he did not foresee Lenin's reaction. The least we can say is that Lenin was not satisfied with Stalin's report, and that he anticipated the problems it would entail. In a note to Kamina dated September 26, 1922, he asked him to examine proposals for the integration of the republics into the Russian Federation. He had already discussed this issue with Sokhonikov. He hoped to hold a meeting with Stalin, and the next day he would meet with Mdivany, the Georgian leader accused by Stalin's supporters of independence, Nezavizimstvo. In his opinion, he added, Stalin tends to rush events, and some amendments would need to be made. Lenin had already sent some to Stalin, and he had accepted the first and main one of all, replacing the statement "Join the Russian Federation" with the one Lenin proposed, a formal unification with the Russian Federation in a union of socialist republics, Soviets of Europe and Asia. And Lenin continued, "We must not put an end to their independence, we must strengthen ties, create a federation of independent republics that enjoy the same rights." Lenin wanted to discuss some more amendments with Stalin and meet with the rest of the leaders. So far, he had only proposed preliminary amendments, but Politburo members would receive several more. This note was simply a first outline. After addressing the issue with Mdivany and the rest of the leaders, he would propose more changes. However, he wanted all Politburo members to receive the text as it was. Stalin reacted angrily to Lenin's proposals. In a note sent to the members of the Politburo on September 27, 1922, he agreed with Lenin's suggested changes to the first paragraph. He had no other alternative but rejected the rest, insidiously calling them premature, absurd or unfounded. He was looking for a way to turn the accusation of hastiness against Lenin. His desire for him can cause the independence supporters to become emboldened and demonstrate the error that his national liberalism represented. The argument, however, is not very coherent. Stalin was furious because he had to reverse his autonomization project. Unable to contain himself, he wanted to regain the initiative by denouncing a deviation, national liberalism, that could rally his supporters against Lenin. Stalin found it difficult to live with defeat, but the truth is that failure was just around the corner. In an exchange of notes between Kamina and Stalin during a Politburo meeting on September 28, 1922, Kamina informed him that Lenin had decided to declare war on the question of independence and that he had requested that he go to Tbilisi to meet with the leaders outraged by Stalin's followers. This was Stalin's response: "We should be tough on Ilyich Lenin." If a handful of Georgian Mensheviks can influence the Georgian communists, who in turn can influence Lenin, what does independence have to do with all this? However, Kamenev warned him, I think that if V.I. Lenin persists, confronting him Kamenev's italics would only make the situation worse. What was Kamenev looking for? Wasn't he playing a double deck, obeying Lenin's orders on the one hand and reporting them to Stalin? Or, on the contrary, did he have the intuition that Lenin's days were numbered? Stalin responded to the last note like this, I don't know. Let him act as he sees fit. Stalin was a master at this type of practice, and he knew how to disguise his retreat in the best possible way. He wrote to all members of the Politburo to inform them that he and his Committee on Relations with the Republics were preparing an abbreviated and more concrete version that they would present to the Politburo. However, the author of the revised text was Lenin. All the republics, including Russia, united to form a union of Soviet Socialist republics, although they retained the right to secede from it. The highest body of the state would be the Executive Committee of the Union, where all the republics would be represented in a manner proportional to their population. The committee would appoint a council of Union commissioners. Since what interests us here are the goings-on of Stalin, we will not dwell on the details of the constitution of the government. Forced to abandon his autonomy project, Stalin did not, however, give up achieving his objective, although by other means, manipulating the language that defined the prerogatives of the future commissariats, the ministries, based in Moscow to put an end to any hint of independence, and ignoring constitutional subtleties. The republics, for their part, were perfectly aware of what was at stake. Without adequate and clearly stated constitutional guarantees, the Moscow-based ministries would effectively remain in the hands of the Russian Federation or, in other words, in Russian hands. Christian Rakovsky, the head of the Ukrainian government, referred to this in a long memorandum addressed to Stalin on September 28, 1922, in which, fundamentally, he came to say, his proposal speaks of independent republics that break away from the center, but it says nothing about their rights as republics, their executive committees and their councils of commissioners. The new nationalities policy would be a blow to the effort to revive local economies, as it would considerably reduce their room for maneuver. They lacked the material means and were deprived of the rights necessary to develop their wealth and acquire everything they needed. Although Rakovsky valued the need for a federal government that was ready to act, he considered that the only way to achieve this was to guarantee the interests of the republics through a clear formulation of their rights. He saw in Stalin's proposals not so much a federation project as the end of the republics, a fact, in his opinion, that would only weaken the USSR internally and internationally. Lenin agreed with this assessment, and was willing to refute it. The last straw was the so-called Georgian incident. In the struggle that broke out in the Georgian Central Committee to oppose forced incorporation into the Transcaucasian Federation, Stalin's angry representative, Ordzhonikidze, slapped one of the Georgian leaders. As a result of the incident, the Georgian Central Committee resigned en masse, openly criticizing the entire new project for the USSR. There was a risk that the matter could turn into a protracted scandal. At first, Lenin could not understand what had happened, but he soon learned and discovered that Stalin had sent Dzerzhinsky, along with 2 other non-Russians, to investigate the incident. Stalin's envoys clearly took the side of Ordzhonikidze. Deeply upset by this incident, Lenin came to the conclusion that, on the national question, Stalin and his supporters were behaving like representatives of a great dominant power, Veliki Državniki. Lenin used this word, although it was probably inspired by the Georgians who were in constant contact with him. On October 6, 1922, he addressed a letter to Kamenev that began in a somewhat light tone and ended brutally sincere. I declare war on the chauvinism of Great Russia. It is necessary to emphatically insist that the Central Executive Committee of the Union must be presided over, rotatingly, by a Russian, a Ukrainian, a Georgian. Absolutely. Lenin's programmatic text on the national question, dictated on December 30 and 31, 1922, gives an account of this new perception of the state of the system. 3. An unusual document, critical and self-critical at the same time, in which Lenin intoned the mea culpa before the country's working class for not having intervened with sufficient firmness in the well-known problem of autonomy, officially called the problem of the USSR. The illness had prevented him from doing so until then. His speech, in general terms, said like this: the unity of the device is a fundamental requirement, but what device are we talking about? An apparatus inherited from the Tsarist past, a mixture of Tsarism and chauvinist petty bourgeoisie, traditionally used to oppress the people. We must wait, at least, until we have improved the apparatus, since, otherwise, the much-touted principle of the right to secede from the Union will be nothing more than a piece of paper that will not offer the rest of the nationalities the slightest protection against istino-ruskayiki lovek, bureaucrat, nasalnik, velikoruskayishvil. Lenin continued with his accusation. The defenders of the project affirm that the administration, considered important for the conservation of local cultures and ways of thinking, is being left in the hands of the republics. Is it really like that? And one more question: what measures have been taken to defend ethnic minorities, inorodci, from authentically Russian pressure, ot istino ruskago držimorty? The answer is, none. It is important to understand the vehemence of Lenin's condemnation of the oppressive features of the Russian bureaucracy and Russian ultranationalists. This oppression went back several centuries, hence the need to dispel the distrust of ethnic minorities who had suffered so many injustices and who, Lenin insisted, were especially sensitive to any form of discrimination. And he continued, by his haste and his obsession with administrative methods, not to mention his animosity towards social nationalism, Stalin has played a disastrous role. There is nothing worse in politics than animosity ozlobolny. With these words, Lenin put his finger on a sore spot that should have served to rule out, above all, Stalin as a candidate for any position of power. What was there to do? Lenin responded by affirming the need to create a USSR. Everything had to continue revolving around the diplomatic apparatus, the best we have. It was necessary to guarantee the unconditional use of national languages, Orgenikij had to be punished. Stalin and Dzerzhinsky were responsible for this Russian nationalist campaign. In a broader sense, the entire project of the USSR had to be rethought, and redesigned if necessary, something that could be done at the next Congress of Soviets. That the capital retained diplomatic and military functions, and that the rest reverted to the republics. Lenin reassured the audience that there was no reason to fear a division of power. If exercised sensibly and impartially, the authority of the party would be sufficient to achieve the necessary unity. Lenin wrote, "It would be unacceptable, now that the East is awake, for us to undermine our prestige by harassing and mistreating our own national minorities. We must criticize foreign imperialism, but it is much more important that we understand that if we adopt an imperialist attitude against oppressed nationalities, even if only in some aspects, we will be reneging on our main commitments." By now it was evident that Lenin's attack on Stalin was part of an attack on what he saw as a replica of great Russian imperial ideology, Velike Državnikistvo. And there is no room for doubt, Lenin identified and attacked his political enemies. He sensed what was coming. We could talk about omens, even inspiration, because that was precisely the direction that Stalin was taking and that, when the time came, would become the official line. It is not strange, therefore, that, in his will, Lenin made it clear that Stalin had to be stripped of his position in the party. Aware of his physical weakness, Lenin asked Trotsky, in a note dated March 5, 1923, that he would be kind enough to personally assume the defense of the Georgian case in the Central Committee. That same day, in a letter addressed to the Georgians Mdivani and Majarads, he wrote, "I follow your case with all my heart." However, his political activity ended abruptly 4 days later, on March 9. On that fateful day, a new attack of extreme virulence permanently incapacitated him. Until his death on January 21, 1924, he limited himself to listening to Krupski or read press articles to him. He did not understand what he heard, but, unable to say a word, he reacted only through inarticulate sounds and moving his eyes. Meanwhile, as he had requested, Trotsky wrote a forceful memorandum on March 6, 1923 for the Politburo, where he declared the need to decisively and relentlessly reject ultra-state tendencies and criticized Stalin's theses on the national question. He insisted that an important part of the Soviet central bureaucracy saw the creation of the USSR as a way to begin to eliminate all national and autonomous political entities, states, organizations, regions, and that it had to be fought against as if of the expression of an imperialist and anti-proletarian attitude. The party had to be warned that, under the umbrella of the so-called unified commissariats, the economic and cultural interests of the national republics were being neglected. The next day, however, in a letter to Kamina, Trotsky adopted a most surprising position. He wrote, "Stalin's decision on the national question has no value at all and a radical turn is necessary," words that fully coincided with the personal message that Lenin had conveyed to him. All in all, it seems as if Trotsky, after learning of Lenin's second spill, was in doubt about the next step to take. He suddenly showed great magnanimity and a conciliatory attitude towards Stalin. He declared himself against perestroika and did not want to punish anyone. "I am against the liquidation of Stalin and the expulsion of Ordzhonikidze. But I agree with Lenin in the principle, it is necessary to radically change the policy towards nationalities, the persecution of Georgians must come to an end, as well as the administrative methods to pressure the party. We must devote more efforts to industrialization and we must encourage the spirit of collaboration at the top. Let the intrigues end. We need sincere collaboration." Was Trotsky daydreaming? On March 7, 1923, Kamina informed Zinoviev that Lenin had disavowed Ordzhonikidze, Stalin, and Dzerzhinsky, that he had expressed solidarity with Mdivani and that he had sent a personal letter to Stalin ending personal relations between the two following the disdain that the latter had shown for Krupskaya. Kamina added that Stalin had responded with a brief and somewhat sour apology that could hardly satisfy the Starik, elder. Lenin will not be content with a peaceful settlement in Georgia, but wants a series of organizational measures to be taken at the top, Kamina as italics. Kamina's letter ended, "You should be in Moscow." Meanwhile, Stalin had retreated after his situation had become complicated. He ordered Ordzhonikidze to put the brakes on the Georgian question and seek an agreement, March 7, 1923. That same day, he wrote to Trotsky accepting his amendments, which he described as incontrovertible. Fosheva, Lenin's secretary, had sent him the memorandum that Trotsky had prepared regarding nationalities, and added that Lenin, already suffering from apoplexy, intended to have it published, although he had not yet given him formal instructions on the matter. Fosheva also addressed Kamina, with a copy to Trotsky, to convey the importance that Lenin attached to the text and the question of nationalities. Kamina declared himself in favor of the publication. Trotsky wrote to the rest of the members of the Central Committee, informing them that Lenin had sent him this text and inviting them to read it. On April 6, 1923, Fosheva wrote to Stalin again, this time offering him a way out. Lenin did not believe that the text was finished and ready for publication, and Maria Ulyanova, Lenin's sister, had informed Fosheva that Lenin he had not yet given instructions to take it to the printer, so it could only be read at the 12-party Congress that was to be held soon. It is likely that Stalin suggested it to one or the other, although it is ultimately irrelevant. Still, he achieved what he wanted, he would not be the target of any direct attack during the Congress. On April 16 he declared to the members of the Central Committee that as it stands, Lenin's article cannot be published, and attacked Trotsky for having deprived the assembled delegates of such an important document, an act he described as unfair. He lied, and did not hesitate to continue doing so. I think it should be published, but, unfortunately, as Fosheva's letter points out, the text cannot be published because it has not been reviewed by Comrade Lenin. The Presidium of the 12th Party Congress made available to the members of the Restricted Council of Elders, Seniorenkonvent, all of Lenin's notes on the national question, and informed them of the decisions of the plenary session of the Central Committee on the incident. Georgian. The participants in the session who were dealing with the matter, however, and no matter how involved they were in the issue, would not see these materials. The Presidium also declared that the Central Committee had learned the contents of Lenin's notes on the eve of the Congress, and not as a result of the action of any of its members, but as a result of Lenin's instructions and his deteriorating health. The rumor that a member of the Central Committee had blocked its publication was nothing more than slander, exonerating Trotsky from Stalin's accusation of depriving delegates attending the Congress of the text. These fights over what should be done with the texts and who should show them are an example of the small intrigues that were brewing in Congress, but what was at stake was much more important: who would remain in power and what that power would be like. Would the dictatorship continue, or resume, the social and populist orientation of Bolshevism? Or would it adopt, in theory and in practice, a deeply conservative and absolutist stance, Velika Državnost, against Bolshevism, whose cadres remained socialist and opposed the perpetuation of a form of state whose origin was in the models of the past? Surprising as it may seem, in his note to Kamina, Trotsky lost his sense of reality. If Stalin's position constituted such a threat, was it enough to confront it by offering the supporters of chauvinist absolute power, Velika Državniki, a fragile compromise, asking them to show greater loyalty and to put an end to their scheming and posturing? Could they ask Stalin to behave loyally? This episode demonstrates how little Lenin's closest collaborators understood Stalin's ability to manipulate them to his whim. The old man was not only out of his mind, as Kamina seemed to believe, but he saw in the elimination of Stalin and his group the way to exorcise the specter of an ideology and a political orientation foreign to Bolshevism and that constituted a danger deadly for the future of Russia. As would be demonstrated with the passage of time, Lenin was a true prophet. The decision to leave Stalin and his followers in power indicates that, at that decisive moment, Trotsky did not know how to decipher either Lenin or Stalin. Known for his many brilliant historical and conjunctural analyses, Trotsky was at the lowest point of his capacity for political understanding in 1923. Stalin had never been so vulnerable, and a Leninist coalition was still possible, or at least assembling a majority that supported Lenin's theses. The last opportunity to start a new course was to reveal before the 12th Congress the entirety of Lenin's will and provoke debate, not to play at re-educating Stalin. But Trotsky let the opportunity pass, although we know that he soon launched into fierce opposition against Stalin. The two other alleged Leninists in the Politburo, Zinoviev and Kamina, were also dumbfounded. Without Lenin's leadership, they lost their way. In time, they would join Stalin in a triumvirate against Trotsky. Did illness or extreme fatigue influence this resounding failure of Trotsky's political perception, which would be repeated later? It is a possibility but the scenario in which leaders win or lose involves a greater number of combinations of political and social forces, also involves the alternatives available at a given moment, and its result can sometimes seem to be the result of chance. However, when the factors involved are still incipient, are a reality or are going through a moment of temporary stagnation, accidents can occur. It was deeply symptomatic that the national question, that is, the form that the USSR and its government were to take, led to a bloody battle over the shape and future of the Soviet state. The result shows that what was called Bolshevism, or Leninism, was, at that time, vulnerable and lacked a good foundation. It was at the same time faced with the enormous task of putting the country back on its feet after the Civil War and to consolidate the features of the regime that were now perceived as negative. The situation forced many aspects to be thoroughly rethought, as well as to regroup and adapt them. In other words, the leaders were faced with the typical situation in which the leader's personality can be decisive when making a decision. Lenin's performance was unique. Impressive on a political and human level in such chaos, it was the response of a dying and semi-paralyzed man who remained lucid until the last attack. For Stalin, of course, it was not so much a question of nationalities as a strategic orientation. His project of autonomization represented an alternative to the regime and the nature of power that emanated from the state. From a careful reading of Lenin's texts it is clear that his priorities were different. Lenin also took into account considerations regarding power, but at that time he saw the treatment of nationalities as a legitimate issue, and one to which the state must provide an appropriate response. What was at stake in both versions was the soul of the dictatorship. For Lenin, Stalin's project was basically based on an old-style imperial autocracy. And he aspired to use the next session of the Supreme Soviet to rewrite the legislation of the USSR that had just been approved and return to the republics the ministerial prerogatives that they deserved due to their status, leaving foreign affairs and security solely in the hands of the central government. Defending. In fact, the number of ministries that Stalin proposed creating for the Union was a cause of discussion and resentment. The republics were clear that Russia would end up confiscating them. And this was precisely the objective that Stalin pursued. His clear and simple vision was inspired by the Civil War. On that occasion, military power had settled the dispute. Once peace had been restored to the country, it was necessary to forge a more powerful instrument if possible, a power without ties, ultra-centralized and interested, a true war machine in peacetime. And at the center of this whole question was the role that Stalin had reserved for himself at the top of the system and the plan he had designed to get there, a plan that also included the type of party he wanted, if he really wanted one. 3. From pictures to heretics. The documents that have come to light so far have allowed us to get a good idea of Stalin's personality and his political goals. The two topics that follow will help us delve deeper into the issue. A few years after the events narrated, when Stalin was already pulling the strings of all the gears of power, he continued to consider himself a great man and a great leader, although he also knew how to play a more modest and simple role, that of mere follower of the great founder of the party. Taciturn and always cautious, he seemed like a cold guy, and that is how the descriptions we have of the character usually refer to him. He displayed an unpretentious simplicity, and presented himself as the modest follower of a great man. And yet, his political activity, which in fact constitutes an important part of the puzzle of his personality, is easily decipherable. Behind this image, a totally different man was hidden. We have some data on the type of state that he contemplated, and from his statements about the tasks and role of the state and of the party cadres we can deduce how he conceived the exercise of power, including his role in the machinery. This is clear from his words, although neither his contemporaries nor observers were able to grasp his meaning. These points of view, perfectly clear in his ideology, were revealed at the 13th Congress of the party, in 1924. A team must know how to execute instructions, understand them, adopt them as if they were their own, give them the utmost importance and integrate them into their daily lives. Otherwise, politics loses its meaning and becomes mere gesticulation. Hence the fundamental importance of the cadre department in the apparatus of the Central Committee. We must carefully study all officials, from all points of view and paying attention to the smallest detail. 1. The mention of the cadre department, ultra spread, should not be seen as an example of the importance that Stalin gave to the party, something that is better appreciated if we look at one of his last statements to the future cadres, students of the university. Sverdlov of the party, in which, fundamentally, he stated that objective difficulties do not exist for us. The only problem is the paintings. If things do not advance, or if they take the wrong path, we should not look for the cause in objective conditions, the fault lies with the cadres. The objective conditions for this Marxist did not exist, therefore, the leader has a free hand to set the tasks, but he cannot be held responsible for the poor results or decisions. These short texts concentrate all the Stalinist philosophy and praxis, formulated by Stalin himself. Nothing is impossible if there are good paintings. The measures decided by the leadership are always correct, and failures are not attributable except to the leader's environment or his subordinates. The essence of the Stalinist conception of his personal power consists, as we have read, in the idea that said power must be naked. Stalin never wrote anything like My Struggle, a fundamental book for anyone who wanted to understand Hitler and his aspirations, but his conception of a personal power that was accountable to no one, at the head of a state subject to him, that is to say, his conception of an irresponsible dictatorship was soon revealed, in a couple of phrases that could easily have gone unnoticed even by the most experienced members of the party. This conception had already been put into practice in emergency situations, in the years when the party was underground, during the revolution or the civil war, when the militants had to limit themselves to obeying. But now that same logic was applied to a totally different situation, marked by routine, not by emergency, as well as to the administration of the state, to the different apparatuses of the party and to the bureaucracy. The leader demanded behavior that has its reason for being in times of war, when the army is completely cornered. This demand, a dictatorship free of all types of ties, was doomed to lead to all types of deformations at its most basic level. We have a highly illustrative example in the memoirs of Stalin's interpreter, Valentin Berzhkov II. Unaware of Stalin's 1925 text and its implications, he narrates an episode that occurred during the war, when he worked under Molotov in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The latter, as he knew her well, explained the meaning of Stalin's illogical logic. When something went wrong, Stalin demanded find a scapegoat and punish him. The only thing that had to be done was to identify someone, a task that Molotov carried out. One day it was learned that no one had responded to a telegram from Stalin to Roosevelt. Berzhkov discovered that the culprit was not in the Soviet ranks, so he could only be in the American State Department. Upon hearing the report, Molotov mocked him and explained that there was always someone to blame for every mistake. In that case, there was someone responsible for the procedure for transmitting and monitoring telegrams, and only the Soviet side came into play there. Stalin had ordered that the culprit be found, and he could not be other than the person who had designed said procedure. The person in charge of unmasking him was Molotov's assistant, Vyshinsky, who carried out the task without problems. The unfortunate person in charge of the code department was immediately relieved of his position, expelled from the party and disappeared without a trace. Stalin's order had been carried out to the letter. The explanation for all this insane logic was clear: if a culprit was not found in the lowest rungs of the ladder, one had to look for him at the highest levels, a possibility that is inconceivable. The methods that Stalin used to build the image of his power crossed any border. He imagined the different possibilities and what would come next, often in the most earthly way. One of the simplest variants was to appropriate the persistent images of power and influence associated with Lenin and Trotsky. The latter was a recurring figure in his fantastic universe and systematically denigrated and slandered him in every possible way. There is no doubt that Trotsky played a special role in Stalin's psyche, which is why a simple political victory was not enough. Stalin would not rest until he gave the order to assassinate him. But he also wanted to eradicate him from Soviet history books, using censorship, obviously, but also, surprisingly enough, taking credit for his achievements. Throughout the country, for example, films were shown in which Stalin was given full credit for the military exploits of his staunch enemy, such as, and this is but an illustration of how incredible this envy and meanness was, Trotsky's role in the defense of Petrograd against the army of General Yudenich, in December 1919. The appropriation of Lenin occurred in a more curious and sneaky way: the oath to Lenin before the Supreme Soviet on January 26, 1924, the eve of Lenin's funeral. The decision to embalm Lenin's body, despite the angry protests of his family, was part of the script. The oath was a long incantation in which Stalin listed the orders that Lenin supposedly gave to the party and that he, in the name of the party, solemnly swore to obey to the letter. Thanks to the better understanding we have today of Stalin's actual attitude towards Lenin, it is evident that this apotheosis was not a gesture of sincere respect, but rather the platform to prepare the beginning of his own cult. As some of Stalin's opponents warned at the time, the oath made no reference to any of the ideas contained in Lenin's true will. In short, the entire text was at the service of very specific interests. Stalinism and the syndrome of heresy. Stalin's recourse to the symbols of Orthodox religion is also revealing. His foreign biographers have referred to this when commenting on the liturgical form of the oath, which probably dates back to his years in the Orthodox seminary, where he received the only systematic education of his life. This influence became evident again later, in the always insufficient rituals of confession and repentance imposed on his political enemies. By definition, even after forgiveness, a sinner does not cease to be a sinner. In this context, it is worth taking a moment to look at the concept of heresy and its political use. For Stalinism, deviation was the equivalent of sin, and it had to be extirpated as if it were a heresy. The term that best fits the rituals, propaganda, and persecution of those who held or, more frequently, might have held opinions that deviated from what was considered the common creed is heresy syndrome. In one of his speeches, Stalin explained, true to his characteristic style, that deviation begins as soon as a party member begins to harbor doubts. In relation to this topic, let us quote Georges Duby, a scholar of heresy in the Middle Ages, a period during which highly elaborate methods were perfected for stamping out dissent and ensuring compliance with the rules of the game. We have seen that orthodoxy incited heresy by condemning and typifying it. But we must add today that orthodoxy, by the punishments it applied, by the fear it instilled among people, set up an entire arsenal that took on a life of its own and that often survived the heresy it supposedly combated. The historian must study with great attention the control bodies and the specialized personnel who worked in them, generally converted former heretics. And because it frightened and punished people, orthodoxy also instilled a particular state of mind, the fear of heresy, the conviction among the orthodox that heresy is hypocritical because it is hidden and, therefore, it must be detected at the cost that whatever and whatever. On the other hand, repression promoted various systems of representation that served as an instrument of resistance and counter-propaganda, and that remained in force for a long time. Let us also reflect, in a clearer way, on the political use of heresy, of heretics as heads of Turkish, without closing any door at any time. 3. This analysis of the Middle Ages seems to really refer to Stalinism and its purges. The hunt for heretics was part of Stalin's strategy and the construction of the personality cult. What really justifies the use of the word cult, as practiced, for example, by Catholicism and Orthodoxy, is not only the attribution of superhuman qualities to the supreme ruler, but also the existence of mechanisms of hunt for heretics, who, invariably, have invented the concept of heretic, who support the practice of the cult, as if the system could not survive without that skeleton. In fact, the fury unleashed against the heretics symbolized the best psychopolitical strategy to justify large-scale terror. In other words, the error was not the consequence of the existence of heretics, the heretics arose to justify the terror that Stalin needed. The parallelism with ecclesiastical strategies is much more evident if we take into account that, in the eyes of many people, religious or anti-religious, nationalist, anti-Semitic, etc., Trotsky was the perfect example of an apostate, and that the rejection of his person it endured over the adoration of the figure of Stalin. Even after the fall of the Soviet Union, an entrenched hatred towards Trotsky still persisted, both among Stalinists, nationalists, and anti-Semites. At this point, it is worth asking, should we perceive it as a kind of concentrated hatred towards socialism? Towards internationalism? Towards atheism? A careful reading of the arguments of Stalin's hagiographers leaves no room for doubt when it comes to putting on the table the ingredients that made Trotsky a character so hated by many sectors of the Russian ideological spectrum, who is hardly studied with any minimum of objectivity. Orthodox religion was not the only element of the past that caught Stalin's attention. Comparisons between his stance and that of a Tsar did not arise immediately. Quite the opposite, the decision to build socialism in one country, that is, we can achieve it alone, indicates that the ideology was manipulated according to needs, and that it responded to the great chauvinist power of which it his opponents accused. Even before becoming a weapon of ideological and political intoxication, the slogan seduced an audience made up mostly of the victors in a civil war. The Tsar's control of the church was deeply linked to the symbols of the institution, which the Tsars made their own to cover themselves with a halo of supermortal legitimacy. The case of Stalin and his cult, however, was not a religious phenomenon, but a mere political construction that borrowed from certain symbols of the Orthodox faith and used them, without taking into consideration the extent to which Stalin shared the elements of said faith and its psychological foundations. To the best of my knowledge, there is no information that can help us answer this question, but we have every reason to assume that he was an atheist. It is essential to understand that Stalin's systematic policy was intended to transform the party into an instrument, even a tool tout court, that would allow him to control the state, a decision that arises, once again, from his philosophy of the paintings. The project had practically been completed at the end of the NPE of 1929, although the first steps had already been taken previously, and it was the logical consequence of his idea that objective difficulties do not exist for us. Such a conception of the role of cadres required more than a mere transformation of the party. Be that as it may, some sudden changes had already occurred, due to the massive entry of new members and the expulsion of different opponents, not to mention the very important number of resignations of which, officially, there is no record. All this hustle and bustle forced the expansion of the party apparatus, which had been rather small until then and which did not constitute a danger to the Bolshevik cadres, who, for the most part, had sooner or later moved into silent or open opposition. There was a time when it was not known how many members were part of the apparatus of the Central Committee, a modest but indispensable body founded in 1919. However, in the hands of Stalin, its role began to change considerably, especially after the Georgian he was appointed General Secretary in 1922. Stalin knew perfectly well how the wheels of power worked. The old Bolsheviks preferred work in the state administration, commissariats and other government agencies. Stalin tightened control over the Secretariat, an indispensable instrument not only to assimilate the majority of newcomers, but also to dominate the party, including veteran cadres. The old Bolsheviks needed time to understand the process. It was not until 1923 that the first criticism and lamentations arose about the growing power of the Secretariat machinery. By then, the hand of this body in manipulating the composition of the delegations that attended the conferences and congresses of the party, in accordance with the wishes of the Politburo, was already completely evident. Historians seem to agree that the 13th Congress, held in 1924 and at which Stalin was re-elected as General Secretary, was remotely controlled. The party as its first members and those who had joined during the Civil War knew it was rapidly disappearing. Anyone who was not a rank-and-file member had risen to the rank of cadre, that is, they worked in an apparatus in which each person occupied a specific position in a hierarchy made up of disciplined officials. Appearances were still kept in certain areas, as was the case in the Central Committee, whose members continued to be elected for a few more years, deliberating and voting on resolutions. However, party members did not control the selection of their members at all. This is how Stalin put into practice his master plan to become the sole leader. The party had been stripped of everything that Stalin had wanted to strip it from, the possibility of changing the leadership through an electoral process. Bolshevism, and it is worth emphasizing this point, still had this mechanism at its disposal, and its destruction was a necessary precondition for Stalin's success. Unlike the widespread conception, which maintains that the Soviet Union was in the hands of the Communist Party, there was no longer a place for any political party. Something like this had happened in Lenin's time, but, with Stalin, the government and the party executed political decisions as the cadres should have done, with no other condition than putting them into practice in a satisfactory manner. We cannot ignore all this, since no two dictatorships are the same. Some one-party systems retain a certain capacity to control their destiny, or at least to decide on the composition of their ruling class. When this is not the case, a one-party system ceases to be the play and becomes simply the stage. The main roles fall to the apparatus that administers the country, in accordance with the dictates of the leadership. In the history of the Soviet system we appreciate something more than a mere inflection in the rules of the game over time. A radical change is seen. And we will deal with this in more detail below. 4. The party and its apparatus. To date, neither the bureaucracy of the state nor that of the party has a history, so we must limit ourselves to working here with some fundamental aspects. For the sake of clarity, it is convenient to use different terms to refer to the members of each of its bodies. We can call the state bureaucracy administration, while the name Soviet sources give to those in high places is upravelency, the equivalent of responsible. For its part, the administration of the party is called apparatus or apparat, and the apparatchik is, in turn, anyone who holds a position in the administration of the party. It is not always possible to clearly draw the border between both categories, but the terminology can still be useful. We have already said that, since its appearance, the apparatus caused problems among party members. In 1920, some voices were raised denouncing the growing disparity between the Vergi, the leaders, and the Nazi, the bases, criticism that both the leadership and the militants took very seriously. What would become clear a few years later to Soviet and foreign observers, namely the inequality between one group and another, still astonished party members who remained faithful to Bolshevism. In a year as miserable as 1920, to which I will return in the third part, this problem embarrassed the leadership, which allowed it to be aired in the party press. During the 1920s, the lack of equality and democracy within the ranks of the party was one of the main flags raised by the opposition, in years when it still had the possibility of expressing itself, although the only response it received was a negative one. Demagogic until the end of the 1920s, and even later, the battle against bureaucratic tendencies, bureaucratization in the administration of the state was officially authorized, and everything indicates that it had the support of the party leadership. This current led to the purge of officials. However, attacking bureaucratization within the party, especially when the criticism came from different opposition groups, was something very different. However, the party, which at the end of the 1920s had more than 1 million members and thousands of apparatchiks, could not allow itself to bury the reactions that arose among its ranks against internal bureaucratization, despite having practically eliminated to the opposition. And while management is a tool, it also takes its toll. The problem became the responsibility of the party's Central Control Commission, CCC. In June 1929, the president of the Presidium, I.A. Yakovlev, presented a summary of the intervention he was preparing to make on the question of bureaucratization at the 16-Party Congress. Not everything he said was included in the published minutes, but what has come down to us is extremely informative one. Yakovlev, one of the members of the old guard who remained in power, did not hide his concern. A relentless offensive had to be launched against bureaucratization within the party itself. In his opinion, the phenomenon could be explained by the fact that too many members worked in the state administration and had acquired harmful habits there that polluted the party. To counteract this tendency, he had to fight for the democratic spirit within Soviet institutions and other government bodies, whose leaders concentrated all power in their own hands and took the place of the formal governing bodies of the state and cooperatives. The only way to tackle this epidemic at its roots was, in his words, democratization. Such a stance on the part of an old Bolshevik, known for his lucidity and for being a competent administrator, is a reflection of a time in which the party no longer tolerated being held responsible for anything that was negative. Yakovlev knew that, as had often happened in the past, if he produced a real analysis of the problem without putting it into the mouth of another, he risked being accused of belonging to one of the opposition currents. However, in many other documents addressed by local organizations to the Control Commission and other governing bodies, and which included criticism of the party leaders, we find calls in favor of greater democratization and a reduction in bureaucracy. The Party Information Service was still dedicated to summarizing these complaints in the 1920s, which were circulated in the form of a bulletin for the knowledge of senior officials, along with other documents considered important and coming from the unions or the GPU. On a minimum bi-weekly basis, he prepared reports on the mood and opinions of specific social groups, especially the working class. He alluded to the strikes, but also to the reactions of the party members who had participated in the mobilizations. In 1929, Pravda was not the appropriate medium if what you wanted to read were the bitter accusations of the workers, who were themselves members of the party and who had gone on strike against their employers, who were also members. However, the leadership was aware of these issues and regularly discussed how to respond, most of the time without publicizing their decisions. Readers should also be aware that, regardless of the conclusions they might draw, the GPU's reports on labor disputes during the 1920s were imbued with a tone critical of administrative and political leaders, who were accused of indifference and incompetence in addressing workers' legitimate demands. These reports, common in GPU and party bulletins during the 1920s, often praised the strikers and lamented the behavior of union leaders. It would not be completely wrong to say that the state apparatus contaminated the party, although this was due to the existence of a peculiar apparatus, which did everything when it was in its power to prevent public animosity from reaching the bureaucrats targeted by the critics. The Central Committee had launched a large-scale campaign, especially during the fight against the different opposition groups in the 1920s, to defend and praise the party apparatus, known as Politraboniki, party codders, or even the Guard. Faithful of the party. However, people who did not belong to it and those who had remained faithful to Bolshevik ideals continued to use the term bureaucrat to refer to both categories of codders. And they had reasons for it. As soon as the device is created, especially if its purpose is to control other larger devices, it works in an environment that shares a set of habits, behavior, and point of view. The use of the term comrade loses its charm if the comrade is a superior who issues orders and decides the salary and promotion possibilities of the rest of the members. The new reality, which has become part of everyday life, is very simple: we are not on an equal footing, Comrade Ivanov, and I am not his comrade, Comrade Ivanov. The machinery of the Secretariat was a pyramid, at the top of which were the Politburo, the Secretariat, and the Orgburo, and at the base, the party secretaries, with their district secretariats, the rayoni, the lowest administrative levels. It was a system designed to serve the interests of the leadership of the party, which had two much larger pyramids at its command, the entire structure of the Soviets and a much more powerful body, that of the government administration, the Council of Commissars. From the people to local agencies. Let us leave aside for the moment the Soviets, from the Supreme Soviet to the local ones, which further complicated an already complex organizational network, since their only mission was to carry out local administrative tasks. As a pyramid, with the Supreme Soviets of each republic and the Supreme Soviet of the USSR at the top, it was little more than a fiction kept alive to pay residual obedience to the revolutionary past and the popular sovereignty that, supposedly, had arisen. The local Soviets were subordinate to the Council of Commissars, which from 1946 were renamed ministries, and their departments. The entire bureaucratic apparatus, composed of pyramids and ladders, was under the control of a parallel apparatus of the party. The division between the two main administrative spheres was somewhat attenuated in the circles of power by the fact that the Prime Minister, and sometimes one of his deputy ministers, were members of the Politburo. In the same way, the relationship between the party and the state bodies at the lowest level of the chain was guaranteed thanks to the presence in each factory of a party cell, integrated in turn within a party organization that encompassed to the entire company or the ministry. If we add to this that a large majority of the important positions in the administration were in the hands of party members, thanks to the so-called nomenclatura procedure, to which we will return later, we can imagine the degree of supervision and control that was required. to achieve system shielding. If there was an insurance company that offered policies to states, it would surely have taken the Soviet method as a model. However, at every stage of our journey through the 1930s we encountered a kind of permanent insecurity system, the shadow of which loomed over an apparatus that was supposed to serve to allow the party to advance and control the strategic layers of the upprevalency, a mission that encountered innumerable obstacles in different phases of the system. We will have reason to ask ourselves on more than one occasion if such a small apparatus can effectively control a much larger one and, ultimately, the entire society. The time has come to offer some information about the party apparatus and the apparatchiks. Bureaucratization, a source of complaint from its beginnings, soon assumed such proportions that it became one of the characteristics of all government bodies. Regularly criticized by the institutions created ad hoc that were formally supposed to correct such defects, the phenomenon was publicly reduced to the enumeration of bureaucratic failures, with words of encouragement in the sense that the remedy existed and that its effects would be perceptible, one day. On the other hand, it should be noted that the unpublished documents, mainly in the post-Stalin period, did not beat around the bush and often contained analyses of great lucidity. The effects of bureaucratization on Soviet citizens and party members alike, whether upstanding or careerists, were varied. The tedious work of the party apparatus. 1924 to 1934. Many party members, especially idealists willing to serve their country by assuming positions of responsibility at the local level or in avant-garde institutions, were concerned about the effects of bureaucratization on the party and on themselves. Some did not dare to use it as an explicit term of criticism, and limited themselves to telling their superiors that they felt they could do more efficient work in another position. Others, however, drew much more far-reaching conclusions. A few examples of the many that exist will suffice to illustrate the difficulty of being an apparatchik of the party, even before the term was instituted. Those who had participated in clandestine activities during the revolutionary struggle, who had been in prison or on the battlefield and who were now immersed in the prestigious task of helping to build socialism, suddenly realized, or gradually discovered, that working in a hierarchical apparatus was by no means an edifying task, but quite the opposite, a routine, tedious job and the height of boredom. Two examples, from different years, serve to illustrate this feeling. A well-known militant, Kasanofantov, wrote to Kaganovich on November 4, 1924. He had served in the Cheka, was part of the contingents that quelled the Kronstadt rebellion and participated in restoring calm to the country shortly afterwards. He subsequently asked to be relieved of those duties and transferred to a position from which he could help build a party-dominated system. Assigned to the Central Committee, he was appointed head of the Business Administration Department, where he remained for more than 3 years. Everything was organized down to the last detail, and his work ended up being purely routine. Hence he wanted a new change and hoped that the Central Committee would give him a new position, on condition that it would not be in the sector of the economy, commerce, or cooperatives, which did not attract him. At that time, these requests could be made without fear of repression, although confessing to Kaganovich that working for him had not been interesting was perhaps not the most prudent thing to do. Kasanofantov was authorized to move to a position in the field of education. In the second example, 10 years later, November 1934, another former revolutionary also intervenes who lamented the profound boredom of work at the top of the apparatus. In this case, the story is somewhat more complicated. A certain Jovinson, deputy head of the Department of Culture and Propaganda of Marxism-Leninism, informed his superiors about Comrade Slepchenko, a disciplined and tenacious worker who, since 1933, had headed the party committee and was in charge of checking the lists of aspiring members. Slepchenko had been experiencing difficulties for some time and asked to be transferred to another position in the production sector. Working on the device depresses me, they say he had stated. This statement, made when he was proposed to become an advisor to the industry department of the Central Committee, could have caused him more than one problem. He also wrote to Kaganovich, explaining that, after 3 years of working on the device, he had not been able to adapt. Every day that passes, I am losing my identity. Jovinson was of the opinion that his request had to be taken into account, and it is possible that he was allowed to leave, since, as we will see, 1934 was a good year. 3. These personal statements, acceptable despite the implicit criticism of the apparatus they contained, are complemented by a third example, which conveys, this one, a direct criticism of the system. The complaint was based on a thorough analysis, and its author was a renowned political sociologist, Christian Rakovsky, of whom we have already spoken when he headed the Ukrainian government in 1923 and opposed Stalin's plans for the USSR. Accused of Trotskyism, he went into exile in Astrakhan in 1928, a city with a terrible climate for his heart. However, he managed to survive until 1934 while continuing to write critical studies on the state of the Soviet system. He capitulated in 1934, urgently in need of medical treatment, but it was not his heart that ended his life. The bulk of his analysis ran like this: the party has become a sum of hundreds of thousands of people. What unites them is not a common ideology, but the concern that they all feel about their own destiny. The question that arises is the following: how can a communist party be redirected from this amorphous mass? There is no other solution than to restore internal democracy within the party. However, restoring the party that was part of Rakovsky's past was an illusion, and he was aware of it. In another fragment of the same text, possibly written somewhat later, the debate within the party about the versions of the second five-year plan is echoed. 1933 to 1937. Which, according to official statements, had to be a sober 5-year plan. For Rakovsky, the years that corresponded to the sober plan would consummate the total separation of the bureaucracy and the working class, and would witness the transformation of the former into a ruling class supported by the party apparatus. Some 30 years later, in a praised work 5, the Yugoslavian Milovan Djilas scored a supposed theoretical innovation by suggesting that the USSR was in the hands of a new class. To the examples of disenchantment among cadres with positions of responsibility close to the circuits of power we must add how the ordinary members of the party were losing enthusiasm. For a long time, no one doubted that, in Stalin's time, it was impossible to leave the party without leaving the door open to reprisals. However, the declassification of the archives has made it possible to discover that such cases occurred sometimes even in large numbers, but they received little publicity, which explains why this phenomenon went unnoticed for so long. The data we have shows that, between 1922 and 1935, approximately 1.5 million members left the party, mostly due to non-payment of dues, which led to their membership being voided. Others changed jobs and addresses without re-registering with the local party section. In other words, they faded away and many were subsequently expelled. In many factories, the number of those who had left exceeded the number of members. 6. These former members, and those who were excluded during the wave of the so-called previous purges of 1935 and 1936, when their cards were checked, automatically became targets of the repression of 1937 and 1938. The 1.5 million people who had left the party represented a considerable contingent of self-incriminated enemies of the people upon whom the NKVD could cast its nets. Additional observations on the game and the state administration. During the 1930s, the party apparatus grew more and its structure became even more complicated. Stalin had the first and last word on every issue, at every meeting and on every institution. In a sense, all this should have served to simplify decision-making and policy implementation. However, this simplification, and so it seemed to Stalin, was nothing more than an illusion. The apparatus continued to grow, which could only complicate things. The number of people's commissars also continued to increase, which went from 10 in 1924 to 18 in 1936, and later to 41 in 1940. That of state committees with the rank of commissariat, such as the Gosplan, the abastaserials, higher education and artistic affairs, and the staff of all these departments. The situation had to adapt to what was imposed by the control logic of the party at that time. At each level, and especially in the capital, the party organizations had received orders to create, in their own branch of the apparatus, departments that would employ the appropriate personnel, leaders, vice-leaders, instructors, technical personnel. 7. In 1939, the Central Committee apparatus had large structural directorates for each branch of the state administration, as well as a gigantic directory for cadres, Upravilny Kadrov. When Malenkov was secretary, the Central Committee consisted of 45 departments, one for practically each branch of government activity. In the districts of the republics, the party apparatus grew constantly, and its hierarchy became more and more ossified. The way the party's internal affairs were conducted was strictly centralized. Almost all important issues ended up being part of the agenda of the Politburo, which had the final say. This involved hundreds of decisions that, in a less centralized system, would never have reached this level. As expected, with such a number of issues to deal with, the Politburo did not have time to deal with the really important ones, and worked on the basis that either the Secretariat or the Orgburo had already discussed them. This overload in the upper echelons, and the exponential growth of the party apparatus and the state administration, gave rise to a vicious circle, and the effectiveness of the system was almost inevitably relegated to the bottom of the scale of priorities. To the extent that the increase in personnel was, above all, a way to satisfy the obvious need to subdue a reality that was growing at a disproportionate rate and difficult to control, in the midst of a constant shortage of supplies and a standard of living very low, it was impossible to break the vicious circle, and this is evident if we take a look at how those at the bottom of the pyramid viewed the situation. In a most pessimistic letter, written after an inspection of the party organization in the Far Eastern Republic, Dal Krakom, in the company of an instructor of the Central Committee, Sherbakov, head of the Cadre Department of the Central Committee, commented that what he had discovered resembled a railway station plunged into absolute chaos. In 1 year, from January 1, 1933 to January 1, 1934, the number of party members in the region had risen from 44,900 to 23,340, 7,651 had been expelled, 1,892 had been relegated to the category of sympathizers, 1,552 had left the region with authorization and 6,328 without it, they had simply deserted. In this last group were people with a history in the party that was not inconsiderable, as well as irreplaceable experts whose help was urgent. According to the two inspectors, the reasons for the exodus were the following: an excessively bureaucratic attitude towards the members on the part of the provincial party committee, neglect of their leisure and cultural needs, and scandalous living conditions for workers and specialists. Some still lived in shelters, a family, in some toilets, others stayed in filthy dormitories, 5 people shared a room of 6 square meters. Every year construction materials and workers were sent to the province, but the housing situation continued to be deplorable and public services, public bathrooms, daycare centers, hospitals, or theaters, for example, were totally abandoned by the hand of God. The food was also a disaster, and the provincial party committee did nothing to remedy it, but limited itself to expelling deserters and changing senior officials. In fact, no one knew for sure the number of party members. The apparatchik who wrote this devastating report asked the Orgburo, the body immediately below the Politburo, to investigate the situation, or to include it on the agenda of the Party Control Commission, to find a solution. This unfortunate scenario took place in a remote region whose importance was of little importance, and would have been assigned, in any case, to second or third-rate leaders. But the malfunctioning of local party organizations and administrative agencies was endemic in many other major regions. The constantly increasing number of tasks and difficult living conditions easily overwhelmed the party cadre's expertise in dealing with such problems. These areas lived in a kind of permanent state of emergency that they coped with reasonable difficulty or not at all, as in the aforementioned case of Dal Krakom. The party's control apparatus, an organ that, in turn, was also growing at a considerable speed, could be in charge of reporting the situation, but it surely felt overwhelmed by the conclusions it reached. We have already seen that problems, often due to policies dictated from the capital, were arbitrarily attributed to lower-ranking cadres. Any setback, catastrophe, tragedy, or chaotic situation could easily be interpreted as an act of sabotage. In this sense, party cadres did not enjoy any privileges. As cadres, they were potential culprits, and the more important their position, the greater the chance of being found at fault. The senior officials were somewhat more cunning than the middle managers, hence they were naturally under suspicion. But this paranoid system of government did not stop there. There was no reason to wait for the danger to materialize. It would have been reckless. Hand in hand with this great leadership went preventive medicine. The initial analysis of the philosophy of the painting, but also the disorders and human suffering observed around 1933 following the failures of the collectivization of the peasantry and a suicidal process of industrialization, not to mention the famine that devastated Ukraine and certain parts of Russia, lead us not to be in the least surprised to see that the majority resorted to this preventive medicine, symbolized by the bloody mass purges. The government's policy, especially in rural areas, could trigger a wave of protests at any moment, and Stalin ran the risk of becoming the target of criticism, something he found quite unacceptable, so he launched a spectacular campaign to divert attention. Repressive measures were adopted, but something else was in the air. In his speech at the January 1933 Central Committee meeting on the state of the nation, Stalin referred to a horde of enemies undermining the foundations of the regime. Yet despite these ominous signs, the measures taken in May 1933 went in the opposite direction and made the unforeseen interlude of 1933 to 1934 a remarkable period. A country on the brink of famine may not be willing to believe that the supreme leader bears no responsibility for the situation. Before unleashing terror, and presenting it as a demonstration of force, it was necessary to improve the economic situation and restore Stalin's prestige. The leader was immersed in planning that bloody orgy, but he did it above all with method. The interlude. The 17th Congress of the party was held in April 1934. Baptized as the Congress of the Victors, it sang the praises of the main victor, Stalin, but it also marked the line of internal pacification that had begun a year earlier, by offering opponents the opportunity to attend, especially to publicly repent of their mistakes. Also surprising were the decision to substantially reduce the growth rates established for the second five-year plan, 1933 to 1937, and the call to respect legality in the country even more. Congress proclaimed the new line with great fanfare, and showed that the regime finally had its feet on the ground. That same year, a Writers' Congress was held, in which literary issues were debated and the late secretary of the Writers' Union was remembered. At that time, a brief intervention by a certain Andrei Zdanov, who was not a writer, but rather a party secretary, went somewhat more unnoticed, who, almost sotto voce, raised the postulates of socialist realism in all the arts. That it was hardly talked about is because it was overshadowed by the spectacular interventions of Bukharin, Radek, and Ehrenberg, among others, much more open and intellectually stimulating characters. All these movements were important ingredients of the new line, which Ehrenberg endorsed in a letter to Stalin of September 13, 1934. He trusted in the new foreign policy of the USSR, in its entry into the League of Nations and in the common front between communists and social democrats to stop the rise of fascism. However, he complained about the Soviet organization that dealt with relations with foreign writers, denouncing its sectarianism and its taste for trivial discussions that scared away prestigious international writers. Only some renowned authors, such as André Malraux or Jean-Richard Bloch, had been invited to the Congress. For the rest, it would have been better not to bring them. In an era marked by the growing power of fascism and its aggressiveness, Ehrenberg defended the possibility of creating an association of anti-fascist writers in the West that would bring together the main literary figures and help defend the Soviet Union. Such an initiative was now much more feasible. Foreign participants had been surprised by the sincere exchanges between communists and non-communists and had become convinced of the fruitfulness of culture and literature in the USSR. However, he insisted that this association should not be in the hands of sectarians. In a handwritten note to Kaganovich, Stalin recorded his agreement with Ehrenberg's views. It was necessary to found an organization like that and make it revolve around the two themes outlined, anti-fascism and defense of the USSR. He proposed some names and waited for a response. This letter shows us the most professional Stalin, far from the one who saw himself surrounded by conspirators. However, the interlude of 1934 was not over. Kaganovich, the number 2 in the Politburo at the time, encouraged this new line that sought to strengthen respect for the law. Now we can punish the people using the legal system without having to resort to extrajudicial means, as in the past. Today, many of the cases that were previously resolved exclusively by the GPU can go to court. Kaganovich spoke these words on August 1, 1934, during an extraordinary conference convened by the Attorney General's office, whose scope of action, at least when he received the corresponding authorization, was precisely legality. Kaganovich also reminded attendees that there would be changes in the GPU and that it would become part of a new ministerial department, the NKVD, the Commissariat of Internal Affairs. He explained that the Prosecutor General's office was the most important institution in the legal system and that, with the creation of the NKVD, the number of cases it would have to deal with would increase. Therefore, his new task was to educate the population and justice officials to respect the law, a line set by Stalin himself. The main obstacle he faced was the lack of training within the judicial system itself. In principle, judges worked based on codes, but their rulings were often anything but clear. Everyone had to learn the text of the law. Citizens must know that there are laws and that the device is also subject to them. It is also worth mentioning that as a result of this new function, the judicial apparatus requested a considerable salary increase. Kaganovich objected, replying that the new line should not be sullied by such a selfish request. There was not in these manifestations of moderation, good sense, and common sense the slightest hint of what was brewing and that would explode after the assassination of Kirov, at the end of 1934. Sometimes attributed to other leaders, the liberal interlude had no another architect than Stalin himself, also responsible for future events. As the evidence we have today shows, Stalin never forgot or forgave his critics. Let's take the example of Bukharin. Apparently forgiven, he was appointed editor-in-chief of Izvestia, and maintained a friendly correspondence with Stalin. He felt authorized to publish any pronouncement on industrialization, collectivization, or the NEP. He often gave space to analyses or reports that deviated from the official line. He emphasized, for example, the fact that the high investment rate set for heavy industry had negative effects on the economy, precisely at a time when there were other, much more advantageous alternatives. While the Bukharin of 1928 had seen the real face of Stalin, the one of 1934 was playing with fire, probably moved by the conviction that the calm that was breathed that year was the fruit of a sincere desire to rectify a policy whose negative results he had foreshadowed, and he considered that this position legitimized his opposition to Stalin in 1928 and 1929. Stalin also understood the situation precisely in this way. Bukharin never suspected that Stalin was setting him up by encouraging other leaders to write critical articles against him and by spreading all kinds of scathing personal comments in the Politburo, while he concealed his true plans. Stalin was amused by this game. He was convinced that everyone, including the people who moved around him in those years, had insulted him at some point, had been active in some opposition faction, had spoken pejoratively about him or had referred to Trotsky in glowing terms. All this was still recorded in that spiteful memory. In the case of Bukharin, we cannot rule out that his speech at the Writers' Congress and the impressive agenda he prepared for the occasion had rekindled Stalin's resentment. 9. Whoever was responsible for Kirov's death, it is clear that Stalin was finally ready to turn the situation around, to write the bloodiest and most truly Stalinist chapter of all. The leader had always had in mind the other policy, terror, ready to put it into action. The interlude had been nothing more than a necessary pause after a first spasm. However, it still gives rise to speculation whether the swings in political tension and terror also reflected Stalin's changing mood. 5. Social flow and systemic paranoia. The social fabric. Let us leave personalities aside for a moment and concentrate on an issue that we have referred to when mentioning the situation of the party organization in the Far East. The time has come to open horizons and study the social realities of the 1930s. The state and its psyche continued to face the most characteristic phenomena in those turbulent years and which formed the core of what has been called systemic paranoia, a topic that we will analyze later. The 1930s were a time of unprecedented social flux, brought about by a momentum and development that surprised planners, as well as by the collectivization of the peasantry. This experiment in social engineering occurred with unusual violence whose consequences are pending study, and which left the country without supplies at a time when it was also embarking on a great industrial leap forward that was also unparalleled. The decision to collectivize was framed by an ideology that gave industry supernatural powers. The industrialization of agriculture would put an end to Russia's rural past but would not reduce food stocks, as if they were unloaded from containers. This reasoning ignored a detail, the peasantry. Although the peasants were the ones who had to carry out the task, they were also the victims of the process, which resulted not so much in the industrialization of agriculture as in its nationalization by the state, an aspect of Stalinism that we have already encountered. Population and labor. To outline the social panorama of the USSR in the 1930s and its transformation, we must look first of all at population statistics. It is not enough, however, to cite the figures offered by the two censuses, 147 million on December 17, 1926 and 170.6 million on January 17, 1939. These significant figures were arrived at in a rather mechanical way and not they account for the drastic variations in terms of population that occurred in those years. The leadership ordered a census to be carried out in 1937 but, after the count did not reach the expected figure, 162 million, its authors were accused of having distorted a supposedly much more splendid reality. Although the population had decreased, a new census was ordered, the result of which was practically fixed in advance. Even so, it was quite a feat that the survivors managed to give a figure of 167,305,749 Soviets, not one more, not one less. When this census was returned to in 1992, the experts agreed on a slightly higher figure, 168,870,700, which was arrived at through statistical corrections and minor additions. According to them, the original figures were not distorted, but contained a discrepancy that was perfectly acceptable in census preparation 1. Since the leadership had a lot to hide in order to avoid responsibility for the population decline caused by dekulakization, Raskulachivany, the famine of 1932 to 1933, and the purges, it is commendable that the demographers of the time were able to convince the Kremlin that such a blatant falsification would have been much more compromising than the truth. The figures that follow refer to a category of such strategic importance as the available workforce. In 1928, the approximate total of non-agricultural labor was 9.8 million workers and 3.9 million employees, 17.6% of the national total, 12.4% of workers and 5.2 per 100 employees. That year, the industry employed 3,593,000 workers and 498,000 employees. Engineers and technicians were part of the ITR category. The R designates Raboniki, workers, as opposed to Rabochie, which refers to manual workers. The situation changed drastically around 1939 to 1940, when workers and employees constituted a contingent of between 31 and 33 million people, divided into 21 million workers and between 11 and 12 million employees. Together they accounted for more than half of the country's workforce. The percentage of employees had gone from 5.2 to 16%. In industry, a fundamental sector, the number of workers went from 3.5 to 11 million, and the number of employees, from about 400,000 to 2 million, a pattern which was also repeated in transportation, construction, and communications. These profound structural changes brought with them in the social field the appearance of new categories that encompassed a workforce substantially different from that of previous periods, and whose emergence entailed inevitable changes in class relations and the power structure. To this we must add the massive emergence, or reappearance, of women in the world of work. It is appropriate to emphasize this point, because their participation in the production process did not remain in the traditional concentration in the textile industry and the service sector. In 1913, women represented 24.5% of the workforce in large industry, mainly in the textile sector. In 1928, the number of women belonging to the category of workers totaled 2,795,000 people, and reached 13,190,000 in 1940, 39% of the annual average of the workforce, 43% in the field of industry. They were also present in the same number in heavy industry and mining, and had taken on a decisive role in industrialization. However, this significant advance, with an air of progress, was ruined due to the phenomena that made emancipation an ambiguous issue. New positions in the industrial sector, female predominance in the field of medicine and in primary and secondary schools, equal opportunities in access to education and an increase in the presence of women in scientific research laboratories. They were, certainly, advances, but they could barely aspire to positions of administrative power, including hospitals and schools, where they were the majority, and not a single one held a position of political responsibility, except for some symbolic positions. The disparity was evident. Furthermore, in many jobs in heavy industry, and also in other sectors, physical work had to be carried out without the slightest mechanical assistance. These jobs, inappropriate for women, had deleterious effects on birth rates and caused an increase in the number of abortions. The situation was further aggravated by the fact that there was no instrument to alleviate the burden of daily household chores, which fell on women. The price they paid to enter an expanding labor market was too high, and the patriarchal tradition was too deeply rooted in a society whose conservatism was also increasing, and where Soviet values had important weight. The statistical data we have presented for the period beginning in 1928 to 1929 are usually considered much more generous estimates than the results of the 1926 census. However, since our purpose is to offer readers not so much statistical precision as an idea of the intensity of the transformation, we have preferred, here and from now on, to use figures from various sources and authors, even though they do not always coincide too. The quid pro quo between workers, specialists, and intelligentsia. The term sluzhski, employees, was used in a broad sense to refer to anyone who was not a worker or a peasant. The range of categories it covered made it a very ineffective name, except when applied to office workers. The total number of workers included a category of strategic importance for the development of the country, the specialists, those people who had completed their studies at a higher technical institution or in a specialized secondary center. In 1928, this group numbered 521,000 people, 233,000 who had completed higher education and 288,000 with specialized secondary studies. On January 1, 1941, the figure had reached 2.4 million, approximately 4% of salaried workers, and represented 23% of the total workers. 909,000 had completed higher education and 1,492,000, secondary school. The industry employed 310,400, mainly engineers and technicians. In 12 years, the figure had quintupled. We have a disaggregated list of this category of specialists from the late 1940s with information on the legal, technical, medical, and economic professions as well as, although its precision is somewhat less, teachers, librarians and other professions related to culture. In the statistics we use, the category of specialists stops there, and does not include scientists, artists, or writers. If we add the latter, we can roughly quantify another category that Soviet statisticians and propaganda resorted to, the intelligentsia, which often overlaps with that of specialists, although they are not equivalent. If we add the category of specialists to the number of people who worked in the field of culture, as recorded in other tables and sources of January 1, 1941, the result will be 2,539,314.3. Some official sources raised the figure to almost 5 million, motivated by the desire to make more credible the cultural revolution that, according to the rulers, had occurred during those years. For the same purpose, official documents used another, much broader and vaguer category, people whose main occupation is intellectual work. This heading was identified, although in an illegitimate way, with that of the intelligentsia, thus allowing the manipulation of the image that the government wanted to give of the country's cultural development. Already in 1937, Molotov announced an extraordinary figure when talking about the number of intellectuals. This same volatile category possibly underlay the reckless statements later made by Soviet researchers, who declared, under duress, that by the beginning of the 1940s, the problem of a popular intelligentsia had been solved. However, some of these researchers were perfectly aware that those who had a degree issued by a higher education institution were but a percentage of those whose main occupation is intellectual work. Most were praktiki, people who had learned their profession on the job or after attending intensive training courses, without professional education even though their work required specialized knowledge for. At the beginning of 1941, inadequate training was a fairly common phenomenon among workers considered engineers in the world of industry. Of every 1,000 workers, 110 were engineers or technicians, but only 19.7% had a degree from a higher education institute and 23% had a degree from a secondary school. The remaining 67% were praktiki, who may have never completed their secondary education. The same thing happened with other professional groups, all of them immersed in a process of quantitative growth that exceeded the country's capacity to provide them with adequate training. The accelerated pace of industrialization was the inevitable cause of such shortages, as well as the economic and socio-cultural costs that made up the panorama that we will describe below. If in 1929, industrial workers had, on average, no more than 3.5 years of primary education behind them, and 4.2 at the end of 1939, those whose main occupation is intellectual work, or in other words in simpler terms, office workers did not offer much better figures, especially if we eliminate those who belong to the category of specialists. We can only consider 3.3% of the employees as specialists, who represented 16.6% of the active population, despite the fact that most of them had not completed secondary education. This, however, did not prevent some writers of the post-Stalinist period from being included in the category of intelligentsia. Global data from 1939 on the level of education of the working population in cities and in the countryside shed some light on the problem. For every 1,000 workers, statistics show that 242 had completed secondary or tertiary education in the cities, and 63 in the countryside. If we look at who had completed higher education, the figure in the cities remains at 32, and 3 in the countryside. The numbers in the case of secondary education are 210 in the cities and 60 in the countryside. However, the decisive aspect is this: the statistics of secondary education are, in fact, divided into two categories, complete and incomplete, and it is reasonable to assume that the majority of individuals had not completed their education. Secondary 5. The emergence of new groups with a good intellectual education, and the increase in the number of those who by their own right could appear in this category 6, is indisputable. However, we cannot ignore the interested use that the regime made of the figures. This manipulation, which was possibly also due to a certain disappointment in themselves, was intended to embellish a much less edifying reality, the generally low educational level of workers, and even many of those who held positions of responsibility. And we should not forget it, since the low cultural level of the entire society was the backdrop of Stalinism. The hierarchs had all the tricks up their sleeves to find a way to hide and cover up a frustrating situation like that. These exaggerated figures, however, which estimated the intelligentsia at around 5 million people, also reveal one of the fundamental characteristics of the Soviet system, and more specifically of the Stalinist period, its extensive character, or its propensity to prioritize numbers. The 1939 census estimated the number of people whose main occupation is intellectual work at 13,821,452. A detailed study of the levels of education in each of the professional sectors places the figure around 5 million, 4,970,536, to be more exact, although it includes everyone with some type of general education, even if it is minimal. That was. Most of these people worked in jobs that required specialized or higher education, which they lacked. Thus, they were simply praktiki, a very widespread category in those years, and which retained a not inconsiderable presence after the war, even in the years after Stalin's death, although by then it had already begun to fade. From all this it follows that the mass of bureaucrats, which, as we have already seen, multiplied in the years that elapsed between one census and another, was made up of entire layers of people with minimal education and training, among whom were they included sales staff, cashiers and telegraphers, who were, however, better paid, and sometimes substantially so, than the workers. In 1940, the average monthly salary of an industrial worker was 30.7 rubles, while that of an office worker reached 53.5. In the second group, there are engineers and technicians, ITR, although, if we exclude them, the office worker continued to earn more than the worker 7. The image we get is the following: a situation in which even minimal skills or literacy were scarce, against a background of a large workforce, with rudimentary training and dedicated to manual labor, and a much larger rural population, and much less educated than urban workers. Despite everything, even in the category of mainly intellectuals, education did not usually go beyond what was acquired in the 7 years of schooling. The benefits that office workers enjoyed, despite the fact that official propaganda mocked them, and the exaggerated numbers of members of the intelligentsia are another example of what was already obvious, the country's low starting point. And the generalized poor level of education was not a socially equalizing factor, especially in bureaucratic organizations, where social differences were skyrocketing, something of which people were perfectly aware. Because, when living conditions are low, the small advantages in quantitative terms that some enjoy provoke a feeling of great injustice among the most disadvantaged and a feeling of solidarity among the beneficiaries, as well as the hostility of those who do not enjoy they. And it's not something that just happens. In conditions of hardship, an extra loaf of bread can become a matter of life or death. The growing social group known as the employees, those who were neither workers nor peasants, was not a socially homogeneous group, but rather an umbrella under which a disparate social reality was sheltered, which included the specialists, as well as a whole hierarchy of officials of all types that are increasingly differentiated and belonging to various spheres of activity. They were the ones favored by most of the privileges and amassed notable power in their hands. In everyday life, these increasingly obvious differences between the ruling classes sooner or later became part of the official or unofficial language, especially because this powerful current of differentiation, although spontaneous, became the 20s, and especially at the beginning of the 30s, in a conscious policy of motivation and social control. As the 1930s progressed, social and ideological divisions also widened as a result of this strategy, aptly called the status revolution, which consisted of the distribution of benefits and perks to the group of employees, providing a special attention to the intelligentsia and the rukovodители, the managers, categories that overlapped but, for ideological reasons, remained differentiated. This policy played a fundamental role in normalizing the social climate and giving stability to the regime. None of those chosen as recipients of this special treatment had a simple life at that time, and their relations with the leadership were, to say the least, irregular. Every time the official line and ideology suffered a shake-up, all those occupying the upper and lower echelons of the bureaucracy became scapegoats and were sacrificed to the indignation of the people, a simple measure made possible by the gulf that separated the ordinary citizens of those privileged officials, especially when they held positions of political or economic responsibility. Hence, the privileges, so desired by those who wanted to ascend the social ladder, were at the same time a dangerous trap in view of the political situation of the period. Having addressed the general categories of employees, specialists, and intelligentsia, let us turn to the rukovodители, the managers. The managers. In Soviet statistical classifications, those who held a responsible position, the rukovodители, were also called rukovodaющие работники, ответположные, or simply ответработники. To be part of this category you had to be in charge of a structural unit with some subordinates in charge, of an administrative agency of the state or the party, of a union or in another official organization. According to the 1926 census, there were about 364,816 managers in companies, works and in administrative agencies and their departments. In the 1939 census, the figure increased to 445,244, to which must be added 757,010 people who held lesser but equally powerful positions in different companies. 231,000 were factory directors or held similar positions in industry, 165,191 were front of workshops or smaller units, and 278,784 were heads or vice-heads of collective farms. Sovkhoz administrators were already listed under the heading Enterprises. This gives a total of 2,010,275, 924,009 of whom lived in the countryside. Finally, at the top of the party and the state, both in the Union and in the republics or in the districts, there were some 67,670 individuals at the head of institutions in urban areas and 4,968 in rural areas, which gave a total of 72,638 nakolniki, chiefs, throughout the country. Around the latter, and under their orders, the previously mentioned rukovodители worked, who, in turn, were above lower-ranking officials and technical and service personnel, transport, maintenance, cleaning. At this point, we must return to a category as extensive as the intelligentsia to distinguish the different groups that made it up, all of them important, renowned writers, scientists, architects, inventors, economists, and other experts, whose participation was essential for the military-industrial sphere, among others. This group became a circle socially and politically close to the chiefs, and formed, with them, a certain elite, or, rather, one of the fundamental components of the country's elite. The categories of rukovodители and intelligentsia are important, since they allow us to identify the layers that had gained a certain influence, capable of articulating their own interests, of exerting certain pressure and, often, of achieving what they desired. The emergence of social groups with the ability to seize positions of power and defend their position was something that Stalin viewed with undisguised interest and a certain degree of caution. Precisely, he wanted to prevent these potential negative phenomena from occurring. The uncontrolled urbanization, cities, cabins, and barracks. The changes in the socio-professional panorama, which, as we have already seen, led to an increase in the number of workers and intellectuals, administrative and technicians, were visible in all sectors of the economy, and also, although to a lesser extent, in the agriculture, industry, construction, and transportation, as well as education and research, were inextricably linked to the urbanization of the country. And industry was, in itself, a powerful factor of urbanization, as was the proliferation of educational, research, public health and administrative institutions. Urbanization was also the vehicle for another more far-reaching process, which was to mark a crucial phase in the history of Russia, the disappearance of one social model, object of our study, and the appearance of another, and very different one. The variation in the proportion between rural and urban population brings us closer to the heart of the matter. The brief period that we address here only prepared the ground for a sudden and decisive turnaround, which began to manifest itself in the 1930s through a series of phenomena that were diverse and inherent to any era of transition, dominated by confrontations between intermingled cultures and social classes. The situation would take shape in the long term, even though this long term would materialize shortly after. Meanwhile, the 1930s were a period of profoundly destabilizing initial momentum, the repercussions of which affected the entire system. The numbers and relative weight of the rural population compared to the urban population were issues that almost constantly provoked heated discussions among statisticians, demographers, and politicians. According to the results of the 1926 population census, the inhabitants of the cities totaled 26,314,114 people, 17.9% of the population, while those in the countryside totaled 120,718,801 people, 82.1%. V.P. Danilov, the renowned peasant specialist, claimed that the percentage of peasants was actually higher, at 84%, and maintained that both data collectors and demographers considered settlements that did not include cities as cities. They were nothing more than large towns, thereby artificially increasing the weight of the urban population. 8. This correction gives us a good introduction to one of the predominant features of the period, the urbanization process that was operating against a background of still deeply rural realities and roots. Many visitors noticed this and observed in the late 1920s the extent to which the countryside and the city play hide and seek, as Walter Benjamin said about cities, including Moscow. The predominance of rural origins in the urban population of the time was, in many ways, absolute, and this socio-historical reality was far from disappearing despite collectivization and other modernizing strategies. The exaggerated claims regarding the dimensions of the intelligentsia, the bombastic demonstrations about the achievements of planning and the trumpeted proclamation of the arrival of socialism, decreed at Stalin's wish in the Annus Mirabilis of 1937, made it necessary accelerate, at least verbally, the culmination of a historical stage that remained anchored in the past. However, in no way did all of this contribute to reducing the intensity and agony of the transition, quite the opposite. In the USSR on the borders prior to September 1939, the January 1939 census recorded a total population of 170.5 million inhabitants, of which 114.4 million lived in rural areas, 67% of the population, and 56.1 million, 33%, in the cities. Therefore, in 12 years the urban population had doubled, and had increased by 30 million, an exceptionally rapid rate of urbanization by any measure. The annual growth rate of the urban population is an eloquent index, 2.7% between 1926 and 1929, 11.5% between 1929 and 1933, and 6.5% between 1933 and 1939. The average of the years between the 1926 and 1939 censuses it was 9.4% annually. 9. Taken coldly, the statistics also speak for themselves. Between 1926 and 1929, the urban population grew annually by 950,000 inhabitants, between 1929 and 1932, by 1.6 million, and between 1933 and 1939, by 2.43 million. In 1940, the urban population totaled 63.1 million inhabitants, a figure that included the 7 million in the recently annexed territories. As we have already seen, however, this urban world was still deeply influenced by the countryside and the peasantry, which remained the majority group of the population and served as a quarry for the entire social structure. The main social changes during this brief period of time can be inscribed in an interaction of three powerful transformers: on the one hand, collectivization, which deruralized the countryside; on the other, urbanization, which did the same with cities; finally, industrialization, another powerful demiurge, which intervened on both poles. As a result of this transformation, the growth of cities and the arrival of peasants to them took on gigantic proportions. In the period between 1926 and 1939, the population of the cities increased by 29.6 million inhabitants, 18.5 million were new urbanites, 5.3 million were the result of natural growth, births, marriages, and others, and 5.8 million had ended up in cities as a result of decisions that promoted large rural settlements to the category of cities. In 1939, 62% of the new inhabitants of the cities came from the rural world. The endogenous growth of the population in the cities and in the urban settlements was only 17.8%, and 19.5% of the remaining populations adopted that status by administrative decree, thus converting 5.8 million peasants into urbanites without the need for them to emigrate. This entire process was not limited to the 640 cities inherited from Tsarist Russia. In the space of 13 years, approximately 450 new cities were created. 71 had a population of between 100,000 and 500,000 inhabitants. In 1926, there were only 28 cities of these dimensions, while 8 exceeded 500,000, compared to 3 in 1926. Likewise, if in the period from 1897 to 1926 the cities those that grew at the highest speed were the largest, over 100,000 inhabitants, between 1926 and 1939, as a consequence of industrialization, medium-sized cities, between 50,000 and 100,000 inhabitants, were developed. Many urban areas emerged from nowhere, that is, around a newly built industrial area. In 1926, 17.4% of the population was urban. 13 years later, the percentage had risen to 32.9%. Even so, neither the average annual growth figure nor the total of 30 million new inhabitants of the cities fully capture the intensity of the unrest that urban expansion unleashed. The 18.5 million emigrated peasants did not limit themselves to arriving and staying. This figure, already extraordinary in itself, is the result of population flows that moved in opposite directions. On the one hand, millions of peasants tried to settle in the cities or, as happened with the richest peasants, they sought to escape persecution. On the other hand, large groups of people were leaving urban areas, at full speed in some cases. The human maelstrom was sensational. As you can imagine, the country was hardly ready to face migratory movements of such dimensions. As a consequence of poor harvests and grain supply crises, living conditions had worsened, as can be seen when observing the terrible housing problem. People found shelter in barracks or in the corner of any room. The most a family could hope for was their own room in a crowded communal apartment. But it was not only the newcomers who had to face these difficulties. The figures on the housing problem do not fully account for the severity of the crisis. The workers' barracks, which were often reduced to a roof without further services, and the increase in the number of communal apartments, with one room per family and a kitchen for every 4 or 5, were to become an integral part of the Soviet urban landscape in the years to come. In 1928, a home was considered normal in terms of hygiene and comfort if it had 6 square meters per person. However modest these figures were, it was nothing more than a dream, one of the aspirations of the first 5-year plan that could never be put into practice. In the meantime, the workers had to settle for finding miserable accommodation or a corner to settle in any of the surrounding towns, far from their place of work. In many industrial enterprises, the situation was even worse. the apartments did not meet the minimum hygiene requirements. On January 6, 1936, the inhabitants of new urban settlements in European Russia had an average of 4.4 square meters per person, while in Siberia the average was 3.2. The data regarding services in cities are discouraging. In European Russia and Siberia, the indicators of sewerage, running water, and central heating were extraordinarily low. Electricity was the only exception. 92.3% of homes in Russia, and 70% in Western Siberia, had electric lights. In contrast, only 22.8% of Russian homes and 5% of Siberian homes had drains, and only 43% and 19%, respectively, had water pipes. With these data we can get a good idea of the living conditions in those years, but they also allow us to intuit the difficulties that existed in living together in crowded houses, where privacy was a utopia and personal and family life reached extremes. Unsuspected malnutrition, poor housing conditions, lack of hygiene and physical and nervous fatigue caused by lack of rest, not to mention the important participation of women in the world of work, subject to the same pressure as men, if not greater, explain the decline in the birth rate in the 1930s. At the beginning of the decade, economic difficulties, famine, especially in 1932 and 1933, and other hardships put a brake on population growth. Food shortages, rationing, intensive migration, dekulakization and population movements within cities put an end to the traditional model of family life and relationships between families. From 1923 to 1928, the population had grown at an unprecedented rate of 4 million annually, thanks to a low death rate and a high birth rate, especially in the countryside. In 1928, the birth rate was 42 per 1,000, the death rate was 18 per 1,000, and the population growth rate was 24 per 100. The situation varied considerably between 1928 and 1940. Population growth rates populations plummeted, especially in 1930 and 1931, and continued to decline thereafter. In 1932, the birth rate only exceeded the death rate by 5.6%. For the first time, the cities of European Russia witnessed, in 1933, negative population growth. The period between 1930 and 1935 must have been especially alarming. In 1938, population growth improved in these same areas and returned to the 1929 level, 20%, before declining to 19.2% in 1939 and 13.2% in 1940, due to the threat of war and also as a consequence of the decrease in the number of people of marriageable age, as a result of the casualties of the First World War and those of the Civil War. 11. It is difficult to affirm the veracity of these statistics, coming from Soviet sources. We can, however, attribute the decline in the birth rate in part to a long-term trend. But the fact that the government took drastic measures to stop and reverse this trend seems to indicate that the figures they were dealing with were much more alarming. At the end of the 1930s, it was not easy to improve living conditions, no matter how hard one tried, due to arms production. The government emphasized especially draconian measures such as the criminalization of abortion, June 27, 1936, highly inefficient and not at all progressive. Neither the policies decided in favor of the birth rate. The heroic mother, an honorary title, along with a medal, was awarded to women who had given birth to more than 10 children, and which motivated many jokes. Nor the deaths of women who were forced to abort in poor neighborhoods explain the slight improvement that they proclaimed in 1937, at the harshest moment of the purges. The situation worsened again in 1939, returning the country to the figures of 1935. However, a new factor intervened in those years, the mobilization of men. 6. The impact of collectivization. Had it revolved solely around suicidal industrialization, the policy initiated in 1928 to 1929 by the new leaders under the iron control of Stalin would have been an unprecedented phenomenon. But that extraordinary economic effort coincided with a time in which problems in ensuring the supply of grain were multiplying. Industrialization was in danger unless an equally or more radical agricultural restructuring was carried out. As in the industrial sphere, this modification was also conceived as a great leap forward with the application of industrial methods to agriculture, a process that seemed like the fastest way to revolutionize the agrarian economy. As soon as the plows, were replaced by machines, the spectacular results would not take long to arrive. At the end of 1939, the collective farms, kolchaniki, concentrated 29 million people, 46.1% of the active population. To this figure must be added the 1,760,000 people who worked in state farms, agricultural enterprises in the hands of the state, and in other similar agricultural enterprises, and the 530,000 workers in tractor factories, MTS1. However, while in industry workers entered a pre-existing network of factories and jobs, the productive and social system in the agricultural world was different. Its reconstruction through coercive bureaucratic decrees, without seeking the consent of the producers, led to the expropriation of a large number of peasants. Until the disappearance of the USSR, the unforeseen consequences of this policy would be felt in Soviet agriculture, as well as in the state. A leading article in an agricultural magazine revealed a syndrome of the first magnitude. The text criticized Comrade Krivtsov, secretary of the Matvivo-Kurgansky MTS in Rostov Oblast, for not having carried out adequate political work among the tractor brigades. Without it, they would never be able to successfully complete their task in the harvest season. It turns out, however, that the tractor drivers do not read the newspapers that are addressed to them. They are oblivious to government decrees and are not aware of the right to double pay during the first 15 or 20 days of the harvest, provided that comply with the standards. The magazine intended to give voice to the warning that the Secretary of the Central Committee, Andreev, had issued in his speech at the 18th Party Congress, in which he attacked those who considered that agriculture could succeed on its own. Andreev was right. Nationalized agriculture could not function properly without massive political intervention, which should not be reduced solely to agitprop action. In his understanding, the policy should tend to exert considerable pressure on producers. And now the time had come for agriculture to pass into the hands of local government and party agencies, in the same way that a ministry was responsible for organizing its sphere of action, issuing orders that would be carried out. These measures involved increasing pressure from the Commissariat of Agriculture at all levels, often even on individual collective farms or state farms, as well as increasing pressure from the party and the state on the Commissariat and, through the party, the police, and the local administration, directly on the producers. This entire project involved preparing detailed plans for each phase of agricultural production in each district, which Moscow drafted and approved. Whenever necessary, a group of emissaries traveled in command to the district and collective farms to supervise seasonal work, considered a state-directed campaign. These emissaries paid special attention to the threshing floors. In this decisive stage, state officials and patrols mobilized for this purpose were in charge of collecting the grain that belonged to the state, before it had even reached the peasants. Even more sibylline was the behavior of a pyramid of special commissions created to advise on crop forecasts and which often resorted to statistical manipulation to decree the figure of the future harvest in advance and tax the peasants of agree with those inflated estimates. All this accumulated pressure caused a lack of incentive to work the land properly, and contributed to weakening, and even eradicating, the natural bond of peasants with the land and agricultural work. These tended to be reserved in part for work on their own land, without which the peasants, and also the entire country, would have starved. Despite their ridiculous dimensions, these possessions played a decisive role in feeding the rural and urban population, and were all that the peasants had to maintain themselves as a class and for their populations to remain viable communities. Years later, in the post-Stalinist period, and despite all the improvements and reforms that sought to revitalize agricultural production, the legacy of this voluntarist agrarian policy continued to exact a humiliating price, while the collectives had large extensions of land and fleets of tractors and the rural population continued to be an important group. The country was forced to import grain from the United States. The case of Soviet agriculture is a particularly dramatic example of modernization that got out of hand. The state bore the responsibility of directing all agriculture from above. The peasantry, the majority of the population, worked slowly, a cadence that had been achieved after imposing a mechanism that combined control with incentives and repression. The collective farm system was a hybrid structure whose principles were incompatible with each other. The collective farm, the MTS, and private land had to coexist not without problems, without ultimately adopting either the form of a cooperative or a factory, nor that of a private farm. There is no more inappropriate word to describe it than collective. Collectivization, which had nothing collective about it, also had a notable impact on the state system. As we have already said, dictatorships can take different forms. In the case of the USSR, the regime needed the necessary apparatus to force the bulk of the population to carry out the work that, until then, they had done on their own initiative. Whatever the fate of Soviet agriculture as a mode of production, the processes that led to the historic transformation of the Russian social fabric were accelerated by new farming methods. Although it was not a new phenomenon, the transition from the millennial rural past to a new stage had set the stage. The industrial-urban component was advancing at full speed, but the presence of the rural element, despite the stagnation and revolts, continued to be decisive. In other words, this transition was characterized by an explosive mix of large modern technical administrative structures and a rural society that, sociologically and culturally, still led a traditional existence, faithful to its own objectives and to an ancestral rhythm. Tsarist Russia had lived in a similar contradiction. The intense risks of capitalist development had devastated a deeply rural country dominated by an absolutist state, which led to all kinds of imbalances and crises. In the Soviet case, however, the waves of industrialization were even more intense and, compared to what happened in Tsarist Russia, the activity was directly spurred by a strengthened and determined state, prone to repression and governed by a small group and very aware of their power. The course of Russian and Soviet history during the 20th century, from 1917 to its fall, passing through Leninism and Stalinism, is incomprehensible without taking into account its failure to manage the conflict between an industrial society in the process of development and the reaction, or lack of reaction, of the peasantry, as well as the impact of this curious mixture on the political regime. We must reiterate, therefore, that the rural component of the country, forced by the regime to abandon a centuries-old lifestyle, took revenge by forcing the state to strengthen an already imposing repressive administrative machinery. Because, without it, agriculture would barely have been able to bear fruit. This process brought with it a series of decisive consequences, which began with what we could call the ruralization of cities. The flow of peasants seeking employment or fleeing the countryside made urban expansion one of the regime's main problems, and the march towards the cities immediately turned into a massive rural exodus. This was a precautionary measure on the part of those who felt threatened or the result of persecution suffered by those who had been forced to leave for remote regions. The exodus to the cities occurred at a time when the newly created kolkhoz system was too weak to fulfill its seasonal tasks. Another group that also fled to the cities were the thousands of tractor and combine drivers, as well as other agricultural specialists. After receiving intensive training, or even during that stage, they preferred to go to an urban environment. This fact showed the contradiction inherent in using material incentives to motivate a certain behavior. The state trained them to go to work in the countryside, but they preferred to head to the city. The data on social flows, the chaotic movements of population in one direction and another in the cities, the ruralized urbanization, the barrack culture typical of the urban mentality and lifestyle, the brutal treatment of workers in quarries and collective farms were factors, especially the latter, that should be clarified when addressing another phenomenon. At a time when quarries and factories required large amounts of labor, we witnessed the emergence of absenteeism, to the despair of the authorities and factory managers. Workers abandoned factories, something that in peacetime was even considered an act of desertion. Mostly young people, they disappeared in their towns of origin, with the connivance of the local administration. The same reasons that moved the upper echelons to intensify coercion and repression against work absenteeism and desertion led local authorities, especially in rural areas, to shelter young people who had fled the factory and any other job too onerous to join collective farms or state farms. Much more astonishing and less studied is also the leniency shown by courts and prosecutors in this regard. Identified with local problems, or simply willing not to consider as a criminal a young man who refused to work in a place against his will, prosecutors refused to take up these cases and judges handed down lenient sentences without prison sentences. Prison. The Stalinist state recovered one of its main features, the tradition of the Tsarist Ancien regime which, at least until the abolition of serfdom in 1861, considered that workers were linked to their place of work, glebe adscripti, but it did so with a condition: social agents, including administrative agencies, reduced the harshness of the dictatorial state by using legal loopholes caused by objective conditions and certain interests. We must not overlook these reservations and weaknesses of the iron fist of the dictatorship, since this condition was applied to all of Stalin's repressive policy in the 1930s. It is true that the formula security plus terror was practically an intrinsic feature of the Stalinist system, and that it justifies all the attention it has attracted. We can say a lot about the horrors of the regime, but with the same reservations that are noted in the treatment of the specific problem of labor. Often repressive and terrorist measures have focused the attention of researchers to the detriment of everything related to social changes and the construction of the state. But we must not ignore these two elements if we want to have a much more complete vision of the many and varied interactions that occurred in this complex structure. Hence, we want to examine at this point some of the elements that will allow us to delve into the social processes that were unleashed in those years. The general atmosphere of the period can be summarized in this way: urbanization, industrialization, collectivization, purges and show trials, increased literacy, and often demagogic contempt for culture, the mobilization of energies and of the people, increasing indices of criminality in many areas of life, the frenetic creation of administrative structures, etc., aspects, among many more, that are part of the processes of the 1930s. These decisive events and processes, which occurred almost simultaneously, were not only interrelated but mutually influenced and gave rise to historical changes with strangely uneven regularity, all in an atmosphere of great confusion, even chaotic. It is logical that the political system cannot be understood without linking it to the retroactive effects generated by its own initiatives. In other words, the political system that gave rise to the revolt was inspired, in turn, by its own results, and from there a very peculiar dictatorship emerged. Therefore, we cannot ignore its social history when dealing with the political system or, more specifically, with the state party group. The word tekukha, which we could translate as spontaneous mobility of labor, adequately captures the dimensions of population movements in all senses, especially during the first years. Millions of people circulated throughout the country, they moved to the cities and the large quarries, but they also left these places. They were fleeing the countryside and the threat of expropriation or deportation by kulaks. They trained or changed jobs, although they left it as quickly as they had accepted it. All these forms of tekukha merged into a great social flow, difficult to control, with a population in constant movement, by road or train, throughout the country. Such was the backdrop that led to a situation that has been considered explosive. The introduction of the internal passport and the propiska, mandatory registration in cities with the police, to enjoy residence rights, was one of the mechanisms that the regime adopted to restore order in the country, while resorting to everything type of administrative and repressive measures and experimented with social and economic projects. Rudimentary planning of the urban environment was, in its early phases, an inherent part of and a significant source of this social instability. Even years later, When a certain degree of stability was achieved, an important sociological feature still persisted. In addition to the partially ruralized cities, 67% of the population of Stalin's Russia continued to live in the countryside, and important part of the working class could be considered pre-industrial, despite the tractors and the MTS. Their living conditions still developed mainly in small or medium-sized populations, sometimes grouped around other nuclei, although the most common thing was that they were dispersed and isolated. Of course there were larger and more populated populations, mainly in certain areas of the steppe and the North Caucasus, but their numbers were much smaller. They also shared some features with other localities, and that markedly differentiated them from large cities, neighborhood networks that governed the system of social relations within the community, an economic activity marked by the seasons, a deeply religious and plagued culture of magical beliefs. All these factors had a powerful impact on the daily life and behavior of rural populations. Creating an urban culture and adapting to it is an ongoing process. In the short period of time discussed in these pages, the transition from one way of life to another would have been a most destabilizing experience, even if conditions had been more favorable. No matter how simple they may have been, cities, and more specifically the largest ones, represented a tremendously complex phenomenon for all those who had just arrived from the town. One note is enough to realize the difference between both worlds. While in the big cities the number of professions practiced was around 45,000, the number in the countryside was around 120. The scarcity of food and housing, to name only the most obvious and distressing aspects of existence in the city, hinted at a state of crisis that only accentuated the difficulties that rural emigrants encountered in the urban industrial world. In the village, everyone lived in the familiar universe of the home, surrounded by livestock and neighbors, and knew each other, and this familiarity can become a true psychological need. The anonymous crowd of cities, for their part, is often seen as a hostile mass by definition. But there were more features that made adaptation to the urban environment even more difficult. As if that were not enough, in those years Soviet cities were mostly inhabited by young people and insecurity was a recurring problem. This phenomenon, a plague in cities, was called vandalism, although it also facilitated, respectively, that the young people who arrived directly from the town integrated, and that they abandoned the values of their elders. For many peasants, the only way to survive the challenges posed by a difficult environment lay in maintaining as many traditions from their place of origin as possible. This defensive attitude resurrected the rural character of many cities inherited from Tsarist Russia, giving way to a hybrid environment and lifestyle that remained a lasting feature of the Soviet urbanization process. Hence we must insist on something that should be obvious by now. When it entered the war in 1941, Stalin's Russia was not yet a major power in urban and industrial terms, although it was on its way to becoming one. Sociologically and culturally, it was the continuation, in many ways, of its agrarian past, although within the mold of a state in the process of modernization. 7. Between legality and bacchanal. We have said nothing so far about all the criticism, the expressions of disagreement and the often high-sounding words that came from the lower classes and that reached the ears of the members of the party and the government. The carrots and sticks policy towards officials and the intelligentsia sought to turn them into a dam for the state machinery that would protect the regime and the cadres. Any large-scale expression of popular discontent, as well as scathing and repeated criticism, was considered dangerous, even when not accompanied by riots or street demonstrations that could be branded as opposition or counter-revolution. Even the reactions of members working outside the apparatus were a cause of concern to party leaders. And the discontent did not begin with the 5-year plans. The members of the game. They participate in the strikes, 1926. Reports from the GPU and the party's information department warned that not all party members were scabs, even though some were seen as such and in fact were. Between January and September 1926, party members had participated in 45 of the 603 strikes organized throughout the country. 1. According to some documents, Several party members not only organized the strikes, but also led them. The documents also lament the negative behavior of members of different factories and point out that economic difficulties are motivating what they describe as peasant attitudes, passivity in social and work life, religious and nationalist prejudices, and hostile reactions against the decisions of the factory. Party cell. There are cases of members of the party who spoke out in an evidently critical manner. For example, today we are more exploited than in the past. Then we had a bourgeoisie, now we have our own managers. In another case, the party cell begged its members to end a strike, which provoked this response from a communist worker: "What do you want? Does the party feed me? Today it is impossible to survive." Or a third reaction: "They are squeezing every last drop from us." Our union representatives try to please the factory management and do not pay attention to the workers' requests. In a glass factory in Krasnoyarsk province, some workers, whose leaders included a party member, went on strike to demand a wage increase from 42 to 52 rubles. All the strikers were fired, possibly because their numbers were not important. When strikes reached larger proportions, the strikers' demands were often met. A strike was declared at the Nevsky shipyards in Leningrad, which two party members whom the workers held in high regard could have prevented. But when the management asked them to intervene, both of them refused. The reports echo criticism from some party members of all aspects of party policy. Let's look at an example. Two members went to see the secretary of their cell, left their cards on the desk, paid the last month's fee and announced that they were leaving the party. "Your cell works for the leadership, you are helping him to oppress the workers." The GPU reports on the electoral campaigns in the unions and other organizations show considerable passivity among the workers, even among those who were members of the party. On one occasion when some wanted to leave a meeting, they responded as follows when they were stopped at the exit: "Why don't you let us leave if the party members are the first to leave?" The reports also contain anti-Semitic statements by party members belonging to the proletariat, statements that are familiar to us: "All power is in the hands of the Jews have seized power and oppress the workers. There is not a single decent Jew, I am dying to teach a lesson to those from that hateful tribe." We must be careful when interpreting these stories. Although these cases were frequent, we cannot deduce the importance of the protests from the reports from the GPU or the Party Information Department. According to other documents, party members rarely disobeyed instructions or prohibitions issued by the cell. This does not mean that they did not express or share points of view that only a minority dared to express, or that they did not tacitly sympathize with the workers' complaints. But they had in mind the possibility of retaliation by other workers, something common when they aroused hostility or provoked the outbreak of a strike, for fear of reprisals from the party, which could cause them to end up losing their jobs. Today we also know that paid confidants, the Stukaki or secret agents, spied on the rank and file of the party, like all other workers. If the material coming from the bases includes requests for democratization of working conditions and party life, the currents within the regime moved in the opposite direction and revealed a range of reactions, some of them directly politics, even among some apparatchiks. Not only did they face the problem of the appearance of criticism in these groups, but there was a worse one: some convinced old Bolsheviks, or various new idealist members, confessed to being deeply disappointed and even disgusted with their work and wanted to leave. To serve in the heart of the citadel. Some apparatchiks who had not been motivated by the will to make a career when choosing their job found themselves trapped by a machinery that stifled their sense of vocation, their political perspectives and the destiny of the country in a bureaucratic vermicelli, a term of Italian origin that the old revolutionaries frequently used. We have already cited some documents that speak in these terms, but more emphatic expressions of rejection of the system and accusations of betrayal, obviously anonymous, also circulated. In the 1930s, however, the regime had more instruments, including the penal code and the secret police, than in the 1920s to impose its authority over all citizens, including party members. However, there was another phenomenon that proved to be much more powerful. With the expansion of the apparatus, the party ended up becoming a mere appendage, although this was not the ultimate objective of Stalin, who would design several even more radical projects in the years 40. This is not the place to decide when he adopted these measures, whether in 1933 or somewhat earlier. The important thing is that a combination of factors occurred: the dominance of a country immersed in large-scale industrialization and a process of collectivization required the definitive elimination of the old revolutionary party and its transformation into a submissive tool. To this end, suitable repressive agencies were created, or existing ones were updated to adapt them to new purposes, and an ideological lexicon was forged to justify repression. The category of counter-revolutionary crime, which already appeared in the Penal Code and was evident in a revolutionary context, was redefined to embrace new situations. A military prosecutor especially active during Khrushchev's time, V.A. Viktorov, described the terrorist tendencies and practices of Stalinism in a highly critical way, referring to the amendments with disproportionate consequences that were introduced in the Penal Code in 1926, despite of the energetic opposition of different circles too. The article on counter-revolutionary crimes specified that before carrying out the accusation there must be a clearly proven intention and subsequent action. The new one, written by the GPU, managed to make it possible to circumvent the supervision of prosecutors, those in charge of guaranteeing the legality of the process, in arrests and interrogations, as well as to avoid other strange legal provisions of the code. Penal. The amendments to the Penal Code and the new powers that the government had granted to the GPU made it possible for it to persecute and punish without having real evidence, that is, without the scapegoat having actually committed a crime, and the objective of the investigations was no longer to demonstrate the existence of intention and subsequent action. Viktorov's analysis indicates that the season had been opened for a type of legal repression where simply the accusation itself was sufficient. Strange as it may seem, guilt was established even before charges were filed. In the final analysis, the combination of pseudo-legal manipulation of the code and the use and abuse of the heresy syndrome led to a surreal situation in which citizens carried the guilt inscribed in their genotype, and could be accused if they so wanted. Decided the power. Paradoxically, this legal absurdity, covered by the most vague terminology, was quickly used to combat not only what were considered tendencies contrary to the regime but also, and above all, the organization itself in power, in whose name they apparently carried out the operations. The members of the party, as well as the group of former members, became the target of a witch hunt in a period when there was no serious opposition to Stalin, unless we consider as opposition the attitude of those who renounced or abandoned their obligations in the party, or the many complaints and criticisms coming from the rank and file, and even from some members of the leadership, complaints reported by anyone who had knowledge of them. Thus, as Stalin became more and more at the top and as the category of counter-revolutionary crimes became a vaguer and vaguer definition both in the penal code and in practice, the security agencies escaped control of the law and legal authorities to expand the radius of their arbitrary punitive powers. There was a real machinery of terror, ready to fall on whoever it was. Being a member of the party, old or new, was no longer relevant, but even dangerous. Stalin had several accounts to settle with many members of what was supposed to be his own party, including some of those who had helped him get to the chair. With the party domesticated and the police completely unleashed and directly subordinated to the leader, the way was clear for Stalin to lead alone, without sentimentalism or controls, a deeply centralized state. In fact, said state was a war machine ready for combat and armed with all the necessary tools to carry out said mission. As the title of the first part states, there was a psyche component in that state. It is noteworthy that those of the old guard, with the exception of Lenin, were not able to see for so long what Stalin was capable of. By the time they realized it, it was too late. Were they too westernized to decipher such a twisted mentality? Or were they simply short-sighted? Or, to put it more kindly, Were they still too steeped in socialist ideology to realize that they had begun a journey that took them to the depths of Mother Russia, and that they would have had to take a different path to avoid what worse? Whatever the answer to this question, as soon as the different tendencies of the old guard, supporters of Trotsky, Zinoviev or Bukharin, leaders who emerged respectively after the fall of the previous one, began to oppose Stalin, they confronted the leader with all his strength for about 4 years. Many ended up giving in to Stalin. Trotsky, forced into exile, was the great exception. Following the defeat of several groups of minor opponents, between 1929 and 1932 other small groups of senior officials tried to give voice to certain criticisms, but they were soon neutralized. It is necessary to refer here to a particularly brave illegal organization headed by the former secretary of the Moscow Party, Ivan Ryutin, which circulated a 1,000-page document entitled Platform of Marxists-Leninists, in which Stalin was accused of betraying the party and the revolution. According to some reports, the Central Committee was not willing to allow Stalin to physically eliminate him in 1932. We know that Ryutin was courageous and uncompromising to the point of declaring to one of his interrogators, "I am not going to kneel." He went to jail and later disappeared. Another opposition figure who has already appeared in these pages, Trotsky's former associate, Christian Rakovsky, continued to produce extraordinary critical analyses of Stalin's politics and regime until 1934, when he finally repented. However, this act only served to extend his life a few more years. Small, sometimes minuscule, groups and large numbers of individuals continued to voice their criticism. The authorities were aware of this either when the police seized material during searches of private homes, or when these criticisms were sent by mail to the press, the party, the leaders, or Stalin himself, invariably anonymously to avoid retaliation. Even today, researchers continue to unearth piles of notes like this that appear in the archives. In that situation, organized opposition, open or clandestine, was an ant leche. However, the individual demonstrations and collective reactions with an obvious political charge, riots, strikes, withdrawals from the party, even if carried out in a discreet manner, seem to indicate that the population and many members of the party had not been silenced. It is necessary to delve into research in this regard, but we already have a pioneering work, The Year 1937, by Oleg Klevniuk, which exposes for the first time how widespread some forms of opposition and protest were, in this case, against the purges. One of the forms of protest he mentions is a wave of suicides. Official propaganda suggested that a suspect's suicide was evidence of his guilt or cowardice, but measures taken to reduce the number of suicides were unsuccessful. Helpless in the face of state terror, some people had no other option to defend themselves. According to one source, suicides were in the thousands. In 1937, 782 cases occurred in the ranks of the Red Army alone. A year later, the number rose to 832, not counting cases in the Navy. These suicides were not always desperate acts committed by people who felt helpless, they were also brave demonstrations of protest. The social unrest that caused the great leap forward, the massive population movements, especially those that can be classified under the term tekuka, and the need to control the sectors hardest hit by the crisis led the regime to adopt two strategies of contradictory dynamics. The resort to different forms of repression, which were referred to by the word Sturmovshchina, storm large campaigns to meet the objective set at any price. The construction of a hypertrophied bureaucracy to control population flows, systematizing and channeling them. Seemingly inevitable, these strategies contradicted each other. Mobilization campaigns alternated with, or were simultaneous with, attempts to regularize things. In short, the Mr. Hyde of terror faced Dr. Jekyll of bureaucracy, prone to planning, stability and occupation. Both represented two sides of the regime's coin. This alternation of sticks and carrots was maintained even during the height of the terror, and in the bloody purges of 1937 to 1939, although at the pace that they set. The inability to maintain a constant course of events and the innate preference for sudden changes always ended up causing a macabre trail that had to be eliminated before starting the next mobilization. 3. This innate preference was the hallmark of a concentration of power considered the only possible way to reach the end of the chosen path. Whatever this path, arduous or gentler, the regime never lost its compulsive love for a strict centralism that stood as the only fixed point in the midst of a chaotic situation, a point of view that was not devoid of logic, the monumental enterprise. What they had embarked on could never have been born from below, and it was impossible to direct it also on a local scale. However, this centralism gave rise to endless imbalances. Stalinist centralism was the result of a specific situation. A powerful center had existed since the late 1920s, but in which only a handful of figures participated. The configuration of power was such that the analysis of the situation, the diagnosis, and the very definition of reality and the policies to be followed depended on the opinions and points of view of a very small number of leaders. As that great leap forward occurred, they may have seen the way the country had been governed before 1929 as the most obvious manifestation of simplicity. But the object of government was, literally, in perpetual motion. Evidently, this extraordinary social and institutional fluidity was the result of the speed and magnitude of the transformation in which they were immersed. By definition, it was inevitable and the results could only be corrected in the long term. However, and more specifically in the early 1930s, the regime had to undertake these major economic measures while facing intense social unrest. The inexorable growth of the entire administrative apparatus, which in itself constituted a novelty due to its magnitude, had inevitable social consequences. Even before you had learned to do your job, administrative staff displayed an amazing ability to give voice to your needs, desires, and interests, and find ways to satisfy them. The body that was supposed to be in charge of solving the problems only provoked more, as happened in so many areas in those turbulent years. Thus, it is necessary to draw an outline of the bureaucratic structures of the state. The Bureaucratic Gene. A document from early 1929 and two others from 1940 shed some light on some essential aspects of the bureaucratic machinery of those years, or at least the perception that the rulers had of it. The first comes from Kuibyshev, a member of the Politburo and head of the State Inspectorate Corps, made up of members of the Central Control Commission of the Party and the Proletarian Peasant Inspectorate Corps, which had the rank of commissariat. His speech to his department in early 1929 was, to say the least, somewhat alarming. There is nothing in our new state that resembles the old Tsarist regime so much as the administration. He enumerated its well-known defects and concluded, as Lenin had done in the past, stating that it was very difficult to return it to the right path. The abuses and scandals were such that he had proposed taking urgent measures. However, the most that would be achieved in this way would be to get rid of some cheeks, who would soon be replaced by others, plunging the members of the Proletarian Peasant Inspectorate Corps into despair. This commissariat was supposed to set an example and enjoy incontestable authority among the rest of the government agencies, but this requirement entailed a certain danger, since no agency could live up to such expectations. Everyone knows, he continued, the typical disputes that occur within the agency and no department is prepared to accept the solutions proposed by another body, especially if these may cause any inconvenience, no matter how small. Large government agencies, whose mission is to coordinate the activity of other lower-ranking organizations, are dismembered due to these same conflicts and their decisions are usually the product of only fortuitous majorities. Supraministerial bodies, such as the Labor and Defense Council or the Regional Economic Councils, lack the necessary power because the party, offended, appeals to the Council of Commissioners and frequently gets its decisions revoked. In a word, Kuibyshev stated, you will not find a single position in this system that is not in the eye of the storm. And he added, people still trust that the Proletarian Peasant Inspectorate will find a way to become that authority. Incredible as it may seem, in this diagnosis that revealed the absence of indisputable authorities, it was not said that the Politburo was an exception, although we cannot conclude that it was an oversight. The Politburo itself was looking for a way to remedy the situation, especially by dismissing old officials from the apparatus and training new ones, and we know enough about Stalin to intuit at this point that, in his opinion, a defective organization like that was not equivalent to another thing than large-scale sabotage. In 1940, with the Great Purges already in memory, communism without deformations, and more specifically without bureaucratization, that some had predicted was still very far away. It is enough to read these laments published in Izvestia, which record the words that Kuibyshev uttered 12 years earlier: "Many superfluous departments and agencies have grown in our state administration, an endless number of superstructures whose workers limit themselves to writing, carrying out inquiries or answering questions. Correspondence. Too often, all this paperwork leads to nothing." This text appeared in one of the main articles, which then lamented the plethora of supply agencies and gave the example of Gorky, where they proliferated without the slightest control, so much so that there were already 60 in that town alone. Each commissariat had several supply agencies, each agency, with a considerable staff, and current expenses continued to increase. The agencies overlapped, as they all carried out in principle the same tasks. In Gorky, current expenses doubled in 1940, and the editor of Izvestia could not understand why. However, much more worrying was that it was a widespread phenomenon. The regime responsible for this situation, whether for social mobility or for the proliferation of bureaucracy, was in turn between a rock and a hard place and was forced to react to one emergency after another, emergencies that constituted, all of them, a threat. This perception of the situation became the main driving force of Stalinism. Not only did the threats exist, but the regime needed them to mobilize the faithful and justify the terror. Even so, terror failed to put an end to the factors that had destabilized the social structure. The camps and terror only aggravated the instability and the feeling of insecurity among society, a feeling that ended up having repercussions on the state. The fear of an ungovernable system and of losing control of the social magma embarrassed the hierarchs. Their countermeasures were to strengthen state control over most, if not all, aspects of life, to increase centralization, and to transform the system into a fortified camp, increasing the number of chiefs at each administrative level, precisely what denounced Izvestia. We know that bureaucracies, no matter how efficient or inefficient, are not a tool that is easy to bend. Stalinism hoped to find a solution to its problems by taming the tamers, that is, by subduing the leaders of the bureaucracy. But this purpose would be hindered by an unforeseen trap into which the entire leadership fell. They had concentrated extraordinary power in their hands, which they justified based on their tasks. The strategy they used consisted of exerting suffocating pressure from the top, something that had its logic. That so many crucial decisions depended on the capacity and psychological makeup of a small group of leaders, and of each of its members separately, could have served, in view of the facts, to unify and consolidate the group. However, in the whirlwind of the 1930s, the more the leadership strengthened its control over the mechanisms of power, the more intense was the feeling that things were getting out of hand, and as they read reports or visited factories, towns, and cities, they realized that people did not follow orders, that they hid reality as much as they could, or that they were simply unable to maintain the set pace. Thousands of directives and decrees had not been put into practice, and all of this contributed to the widespread perception among leaders that their power was much more fragile than it seemed. They shared a sense of insecurity and disorientation, and some even doubted the validity of their policies. We could describe this phenomenon as systemic paranoia, a term that reflects the precariousness of power and which became one of the main elements of the Stalinist autocracy and its own beatification. Overwhelmed by problems and their faith undermined by doubts, the hierarchs were left more and more at the mercy of the influence of one of their members, who seemed strong and determined enough to face that historical moment. His toughness, his even ruthless nature, seemed the necessary quality for the mission before them. They were living the classic opportune moment for someone who pulled the strings behind the scenes to manage to gather all the power in his hands, including deciding the fate of the rest of the leaders. It was precisely then that autocratic power reached its peak. The future of the country was at the expense of a psyche, of a personality given to paranoia, of a figure on whom the entire weight of the country had fallen in the 1930s. Such is the situation that explains the subtitle of this first part, A Regime and Its Psyche. Had collective leadership existed, it would have been possible to mitigate the effects of these tensions. But as soon as a person becomes so impregnated with power, it is inevitable that episodes of irrationality will end up occurring, and of course bloody episodes. Systemic paranoia, at a political level, crystallized with the appearance of paranoid tendencies, at a psychic level, in an individual. Resentment, malice, artfulness, fury. All these components became part of the system's modus operandi. However, all this also coincided with the moment in which the system that Stalin created was firmly reluctant to allow itself to be dominated, despite the fact that the image of the dominator was projected both at home and abroad. Of course, the objective had been achieved, an extreme centralization of power, but there was no alternative but to continue compulsively clinging to the top of power. The situation caused tensions and collateral effects. The less power was delegated, the more imperceptible was its exercise by the local little Stalins, the more information was monopolized, the further away the truth was, the more you controlled an institution, the less power you had over it. We have already said that this configuration was inherently unstable and was perceived as a threat. Therefore, it is not surprising that one of the characteristics of Stalinism was the fights between rival groups. The system did not know how to overcome the effects of this evident overconcentration of power, since it was part of its essence. Still, the rivals were not individuals, so the dictator's personal safety was never in danger. The real rivals were objective limitations, whose existence for us Stalin had denied in 1924, social trends and changes, institutional wear and tear, psychological and cultural structures. Later we will have the opportunity to appreciate the effects of these limitations. Meanwhile, since the essence of Stalinism consisted in the accumulation of all power in the hands of Stalin, we can turn to the question of how Russia was governed. If he had not been overly concerned about this solitary exercise of power, we could use the title of Merle Feinsad's work How is Russia Ruled? To head the next chapter. But our research leads us to formulate the question in a totally different way. 8. How did Stalin rule? Let's start with a simple and surprising discovery: the same man for whom family life had almost no meaning, in fact, he had almost no interest in it, and whose personal life was a disaster, did it affect him that it was that way, decided, while leader, personalize and privatize institutional power. And it is not surprising, because that is what, and not much else, his life was reduced to. To carry out this strange project, he used the method of fragmenting the main political institutions and emptying them of content. Starting with the party, where things are seen more clearly. The party was liquidated as an autonomous organization, which is what it had been during Bolshevism, and was transformed into a bureaucratic apparatus, and was thus treated, that is, with considerable disdain. It is symptomatic that in 1932 the old communist principle of the party maximum was abandoned, by virtue of which a member, regardless of his position in the hierarchy, could not earn more than a qualified worker, as also happened with other remnants of the party. Initial egalitarianism, and that they pejoratively referred to that maxim as uravnikovka, a lowering of level. The reason was obvious: an egalitarian apparatus is as real as a square circle. To motivate and control the apparatchiks, they had to assume more responsibilities and enjoy more privileges. The minor leaders of the party and the state administration, most of them members of the party, no longer constituted the proletarian fraternity. Tough, authoritarian leaders, whom Stalin called commanders, were sought to form a body of leaders, nakolstvo, whose structural hierarchy embraced the entire system. These individuals had the support and congratulations of the state, but they were not allowed to sit back in their position, a peculiar feature of the Stalinist dictatorship, which would disappear with its end. As Stalin strengthened his control over the mechanisms of power, we also witnessed the dismantling of most of the former advisory bodies of the party and state, which were systematically brought together by the Politburo. To the surprise of those who were not yet aware of it, Stalin stripped all institutions of his power, including the Politburo itself. The Politburo, 1935 to 1936. Knowledge of this central institution remains scarce, which is why it is advisable to take a look at its operation in the years 1935 and 1936, a period of violent tremors prior to the Great Earthquake of 1937. On February 1, 1935, the plenum of the Central Committee elevated Mikoyan and Chubar to full members of the Politburo, while Zdanov and Ij were named candidates. On this occasion there was no sleight of hand between moderates and radicals, but a mere procedure to fill vacant positions. Mikoyan and Chubar replaced Kirov, assassinated, and Koubyshev, deceased, because they were long-standing candidate members and had held senior positions since 1926. Ij, leader of an important remote region, Western Siberia, could not participate regularly in the elections. Meetings. As for Zdanov, it was impossible to deny him the status of candidate member. He had been secretary of the Central Committee since 1934, worked de facto as a member of the Politburo and was going to replace Kirov as party secretary in Leningrad. The redistribution of functions and responsibilities within the Politburo, February 27, 1937, probably decided at a previous meeting between some members of the Politburo and Stalin, was significant. Andreev left his position as railway commissar and was appointed secretary of the Central Committee. Kaganovich took over the railways and maintained his position on the Central Control Commission and the Moscow Party Committee. Andreev joined the very powerful Orgburo, which prepared reports for the Politburo, and took charge of it. However, the preparation of the Orgburo agenda was to be carried out in collaboration with Yezhov, who had been promoted to head the Control Commission. Andreev also became head of the Industrial Department of the Central Committee, replacing Yezhov, and was tasked with supervising the Transportation Department of the Central Committee and the Department of Current Affairs. Yezhov, for his part, went on to occupy a very important position, responsible for the department of main organs of the party. The rest of the departments, especially culture and propaganda, remained under Stalin's personal supervision. Kaganovich continued to head the party committees of the Moscow region and the capital, but they asked him to give priority to his work in the railway commissariat. They trusted him to solve any problems that might arise, and the sector needed someone with a firm hand. This reorganization gives an idea of the activity of the Central Committee and, especially, of its most important departments and positions. Our source, Oleg Klevniuk, offers us some of the keys to interpret it, revealing that, behind this redistribution of positions, there was a deliberate plan on the part of Stalin I, who sought to weaken the power of his closest associates by distributing it. Kaganovich, once considered second in command, lost his position. Formally, he was replaced by Andreev, who shared responsibilities in some areas with Yezhov. Andreev had some important tasks in the Politburo, but he was in charge of a second-rate department, industry, while Yezhov, who was not a member of the Politburo, was in charge of first-rate departments, which is why he participated in the meetings. Stalin had entrusted Yezhov with the command of internal affairs, the NKVD, where he was in charge of organizing Zinoviev's trial. Charged by the party with the supervision of the NKVD, he prepared the statutes of the Department of Espionage and Counter-Espionage, the GUGB, General Department of State Security, and de facto controlled the NKVD for 18 months, officially becoming the Commissar of Internal Affairs. His first mission as head of the Party Control Commission was to organize the campaign to control party cards, a kind of prior purge. Later, he would be responsible for the purges for a year and a half. Zdanov was transferred to Leningrad, but spent 10 days a month in Moscow. Continuing with the policy of dispersion, Stalin also decided that instead of 3 secretaries of the Central Committee, himself, Kaganovich and Zdanov, the number would rise to 5. And Stalin's second position disappeared. His meetings with Politburo members were less frequent, governed by a strict schedule, and he spent less time with Molotov and Kaganovich. Although he had not been demoted, in 1935 and 1936 Kaganovich had to consult everything with Stalin, and ask for his approval. His letters to the leader contained all kinds of obsequious formulas, since in the past he had made a few decisions for himself and addressed Stalin without being servile. This flattery in high places is a good indicator of the loss of influence of the members of the Politburo and the increase in Stalin's personal power. Over time, simply signing a circular containing the resolution to be approved was enough to adopt it. The criticism and reservations, something considered normal until then among the hierarchs, were over. Requests for retirement, refusals to write a report, or ultimatums to defend the interests of a particular agency also disappeared without a trace. The documents with the decisions that had to be approved also stopped circulating from time to time. In many resolutions only the Molotov seal appears. Others were taken by some members who visited Stalin, while he was on vacation in Sochi. Sometimes a telegram from Stalin was enough. The famous letter announcing Yezhov's appointment as head of the NKVD and heralding the fall of Yagoda, who was 4 years behind in organizing the Great Purges, was signed by Stalin and Zdanov. Kaganovich received a copy on September 25, 1936. For his part, poor Yagoda, who had not realized that he should have acted in 1932, was executed. Stalin wielded such absolute power that he constantly made everyone jump through hoops. A good example of this are the accusations against Yagoda. It is evident that he would have been unable to initiate a great purge in 1932 if he had not received express instructions to that effect from Stalin. To dominate the Politburo, he applied the divide and rule method. At Stalin's whim, it worked in small units, meetings of 7 people, 5, 3 or 2. Only those who had to present a question were summoned, and the meetings were usually dinners at Stalin's dacha, to which those considered friends were invited. This is what Mikoyan too tells it, explaining that there was a quintet in the Politburo until 1941 made up of Stalin, Molotov, Malenkov, Beria, and himself, which dealt with questions of international politics and operational matters. After the war, he joined the Zdanov group, as Voznesensky would later do. Voroshilov, who had joined it at the beginning of the war, was removed in 1944. This nucleus, from which Kaganovich, Kalinin, and Khrushchev were excluded, to whom heavy administrative tasks outside the Politburo had been assigned, has been called the Small Politburo. The custom of summoning a small number of trusted people arose at the time of the struggle of the triumvirate, formed by Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev, against Trotsky, and continued with different participants in the fight against Rykov, when he was in power. Front of the Sovnarkom, the Council of People's Commissars. In the 1930s, Stalin sent Molotov a letter asking him to take up an important problem and discuss it with some friends. Not all members of the Politburo were considered as such, nor could they be certain that they would be so forever. Before the war, people like Rudzutak, Kalinin, Kossier, and Andreev were never invited to these intimate meetings, although they were surely aware of their existence. In short, in the hands of Stalin, the Politburo was, precisely, a body whose members he personally nominated and which he used as he pleased. The party apparatus. As the party lost its political identity, the complexity of the apparatus, the very heart of the system, increased. With the purpose of simplifying things and guaranteeing greater control, a super device was created, branded in different ways, special, political, or general, to be put at the service of Stalin, without the knowledge of the rest of the apparatus, and whose staff was constantly growing, something similar to what happened with its variable status with respect to the departments of the Central Committee. It was directed by Stalin's personal secretary, the ubiquitous and tremendously discreet Poskrebyshev, who thus achieved a promotion and a salary increase. For its part, the authority of the Sovnarchman, a supposedly powerful institution made up of departments, specialists, and advisors, was undermined by the conspiratorial dealings of its leadership. In fact, he was marginalized, since Stalin and Molotov made all the decisions in other instances. They used a most secret communication channel to carry out their plans. Molotov presented his proposals to Stalin and he corrected them, approved or rejected them, sending him a response in the nature of an order through the same channel. So much privacy. If today we know all these details, it is thanks to the work of Oleg Khlevniuk and his team of dedicated researchers in the Soviet archives. If we take a look at Stalin's complex and growing system of power, we can highlight some features. We were faced with a security state, headed by a figure who organized his own cult and who resorted to a laborious method, refined to the last detail, to direct and control the entire edifice. The objective was not only to guarantee its proper functioning, but also to prevent the environment or any official from accumulating too much power or authority, which was achieved by dividing the great institutions of the state and emptying them of content. This form of government, totally opposite to what was expected in those circumstances, created a situation of saturation, to which the capital responded with emergency measures. As if it were a pragmatic government, Stalin himself, the Politburo, the Orgburo and the Secretariat dealt with insignificant local issues, which amounted, neither more nor less, to an attempt to manage a continent on a small scale from the center of power located in Moscow. To appreciate the effort that the leaders and their teams dedicated to this management of social groups, institutions, people, and material goods, we only need to look at the minutes of the two main agencies of the Central Committee, the Orgburo and the Secretariat. The agendas of the two organizations, where the materials for the Politburo meetings were prepared, are a brainstorm of ideas, as random as the number of points and documents they studied. However, there is no better illustration of what this small-scale management meant in practice than Stalin's numerous telegrams, signed by him, to the party or state agencies at the other end of the country, ordering them to send to a quarry the nails they needed, to build an interior railway line in a steel mill or to obtain barbed wire, a product that was difficult to find at that time. It should be added that all these messages were in the form of ultimatums. The Secretariat and the Orgburo always acted in the same way, and dealt thoroughly with all types of problems. The work they did was impressive, especially the effort they put into training or retraining workers, specialists, and cadres in all types of professions, in creating courses, schools, and academies, or in compiling lists of students and teachers. It was about providing the state with the necessary cadres and replacing one group of specialists with another, no matter how few they were. In summary, what is exposed here is the functioning of a highly centralized state, which assumed a number of tasks that were often unfeasible. As a consequence, the system suffered from hypercentralization, which could only be remedied by delegating to the lower layers, while the general political orientation remained in the hands of the core. However, in the system at hand, the supreme leader confused his own security with that of the country and saw each failure as a fault that had to be punished. Such a leader had to appear omnipotent, hence, in a country with a pressing lack of cadres, Stalin could declare that there is no one irreplaceable, a formula all the more fallacious because it was false. The mastery of talents and their use. The characteristics we have referred to above, including small-scale practical management, can also be applied to cultural policies and, of course, to the government's relations with the main figures in the world of culture and science. In this extreme, Stalin's dictatorship was innovative. As soon as Stalin found himself firmly installed in the easy chair, another trait of his personality emerged, a curious fascination, a mixture of attraction and repulsion for genius or great talent, an urge to dominate it, use it, humiliate it and, ultimately destroy it. something like a child asserting ownership of a toy by destroying it. Stalin's treatment of great writers, scientists, and military figures reflects this tendency towards destruction. Some of them were inexplicably safe, but the fact that he was interested in someone was always dangerous, if not ominous, for the character. This question opens the door to another important facet of Stalin's insatiable thirst for total control of his world. He decided to take advantage of the power of fiction in novels, plays and films, to get into the mind and soul of his subjects, into his emotional system. He was aware, and envied, of the power of a writer who could single-handedly make the thoughts and emotions of millions his own more effectively than all the agitprop in the world. For him, art was a tool that could provide him with great service, as long as the creators were trained and their work was personally reviewed, a situation in which Stalin would act, in a sense, as editor and advisor or discuss with the authors the behavior of their protagonists. As the reader will have already realized, these protagonists had to obey, and there was no need to be a writer for said obedience to be a fact. Stalin was also not a scientist, but he personally edited Lysenko's speech at the Academy of Sciences for publication. He also had the final say in economic and linguistic matters and, needless to say, in history. Since he was writing a page of history, why wouldn't he personally take care of the school history textbooks? In short, Stalin's work assumed pathological proportions. He sought personal control of a complex universe that no one had ever managed to dominate and over which no one had managed to impose his will. Did he think he was a genius? We can affirm that he was fascinated by great talents. Did it satisfy his appetite to know that he could destroy them whenever he set his mind to it? Or was it not the pleasure that he could detect errors and give them advice that satisfied him? It is difficult to find an answer, but without a doubt it is a pertinent question for the topic of political pathology. The Apology of Stalin to Tukhachevsky. His behavior towards the brilliant Marshal Tukhachevsky, who was then 37 years old, gives us the first example of Stalin's changing mood towards talented people. 3. We know that Stalin considered himself a great strategist. When, in 1929–1930, Tukhachevsky embarked on a campaign to draw the leader's attention to new military technology and imminent changes in the concept of war, Stalin supported Voroshilov's rejection of these ideas and wrote to him to tell him that Tukhachevsky moved dangerously in anti-Marxist, unrealistic terrain and even in red militarism. At the same time, he dismissed and detained 3,000 former Tsarist officers. The NKVD extorted a confession from one of them, who claimed that Tukhachevsky, a former Tsarist officer, belonged to a right-wing organization and collaborated in the preparation of a coup. Stalin was delighted with that statement. He still had bitter memories of the Polish campaign in 1920, in which he was accused again and again, including Tukhachevsky, of being a mediocre military commander. But the time for revenge had not yet come. Stalin wrote to Molotov, among others, to say that he had personally investigated the accusations against Tukhachevsky and that he had come to the conclusion that he was 100% clean. In 1932, he even addressed a personal apology to Tukhachevsky, which included a censored copy of the letter he had sent to Voroshilov in 1930, from which the mention of red militarism had disappeared. He accused himself of having been inexplicably harsh, a curious stance to say the least. In fact, Stalin had adopted Tukhachevsky's point of view on military technology, although in this sense, as in so many others, the objectives set in 1932 were far from being met. The apology did not echo the accusations fabricated by the NKVD against the Marshal in 1930. It was an evidently false letter, and this duplicity would not have escaped Tukhachevsky's eyes if the soldier had understood Stalin. The real meaning of Stalin's gesture was, "I need you right now, but a sword is still hanging over your head." Either because he was naive or out of sheer audacity, Tukhachevsky was the only participant who did not end his speech during the 17th Party Congress, in 1934, with the obligatory cheer to the leader. The moment of truth came in 1937, when Stalin got rid of the general staff. A special fate awaited Tchékevsky, arguably the best military mind in the country. Totally false reports from a German source came to light, which demonstrated that the cream of the army had betrayed the country. Beaten atrociously, Tchékevsky was dragged into Stalin's presence for a confrontation with those who accused him. He evidently ended up being found guilty. We are faced with a maniac who breaks an object of value simply to demonstrate that it is not unbreakable. Preferring the incompetent but obsequious Voroshilov over Tchékevsky and the rest and ending the general staff was a huge mistake. This purge would be enough to condemn him to the death penalty. There is no possibility of knowing whether Stalin was haunted by the memory of his victims. However, the strategies he resorted to during the Second World War had been brilliantly exposed by Tchékevsky, who bombarded Stalin with memoranda and articles about the need to prepare for a war in which extraordinary technological resources would be indispensable and in which mobile armies, prepared for raids and sieges, would have an unprecedented role. All these advances required a new command and coordination system. Early in the war, the Germans employed these strategies against Soviet troops to devastating effect. Of course, no one dared ask Stalin why he had gotten rid of the most brilliant generals. Who was the real traitor? The tragedy of June 22, 1941 could have been avoided with people like Tchékevsky, Blücher and Yegorov. On one occasion, Stalin received a moral slap in the face, although we do not know if he was aware of it at the time it occurred. After liquidating the general staff, Stalin and Voroshilov attended a meeting with the aviation commanders to discuss how to recover the Air Force from the sorry state it was in as a result of the purges. The commanders put their cards on the table: everything, the planes, the weapons, the engines, the fuel, the supplies, the economy, the administration, was in a painful state. The training was a disaster and the number of lost planes and pilots was alarming. Stalin paid attention, asked for details, and asked specific questions to demonstrate his competence and mastery of the issue. Voroshilov adopted a less active role, but he was in charge of closing the meeting with a reproach against the commanders, whom he accused of not having been able to mention what was evident: the situation was due to sabotage and the betrayal of the former general staff, justly punished. The minutes of the meeting show that, of the dozens of commanders who intervened, not a single one used the word sabotage. Such silence makes it clear that his explanation was quite different. The difficult situation that aviation was experiencing was the result of the loss of a group of highly qualified officers. Voroshilov's outburst could also have been due to the fact that he interpreted that silence implied condemnation of the hierarchs, and to fear of Stalin's possible reaction upon learning that his subordinates were not paying due attention to the enemies of the organization. USSR. We do not know what Stalin said to Voroshilov. Whatever he was, and no doubt worried that the aircraft was not at all prepared to enter combat, he did not lose his composure on that occasion. Another example, which we find in the memoirs of the writer Konstantin Simonov and which also has aviation as a protagonist, reveals the other side of Stalin. It recounts a high-level conference that the dictator attended at the beginning of the war, regarding the disproportionate number of plane accidents and the enormous losses of pilots. A young Air Force general asked a very simple question: those poorly built planes were authentic flying coffins. Stalin was the commander-in-chief. Faced with an accusation as categorical as that, he turned red with anger. He avoided a public outburst but murmured, "It would have been better for you to remain silent, General." That same day, the young general disappeared forever and ever for the waters of the Don. Something revolutionary. In the last example, the writer Mikhail Sholokhov intervenes, who became a spokesperson for the nationalist and conservative current after the death of Stalin, which earned him a good number of enemies. However, the events narrated here date back to 1933, when the Cossack region of Kuban, so dear to Sholokhov, was hit by famine, like many other regions of Russia and Ukraine. Sholokhov wrote to Stalin to condemn the tragedy of the Kuban peasants, forcibly deprived of their crops following the orders of the grain supply agencies at the precise moment when the famine was beginning to be felt. Sholokhov was bold, but Stalin tolerated the dramatic description of the results of his own policies. Because, in fact, everything was calculated. Stalin was literally forced to read Sholokhov's emphatic denunciation of the mistreatment of peasants condemned to starvation, the arbitrariness of the local administration, and the provocations of the secret police. As soon as he finished reading, he ordered that the amount of grain that Sholokhov considered necessary to avoid a disaster be sent to the region. He even protected Sholokhov from the wrath of the local authorities, including the secret police, who did everything in their power to discredit this direct dialogue between the two, which caused them so much trouble. The other was a show of tricks, and Stalin played all the characters. He provoked false confrontations, pretended to have personally verified the facts, and rehabilitated Sholokhov's friends in the local party apparatus. And he did it because he craved something from Sholokhov, prestige in the eyes of the Russian public. That man was a true Russian Cossack, not Stalin. A powerful writer and a good orator, the complete opposite of Stalin. The leader resigned himself to accepting the facts and the writer's criticism, even though the whole situation irritated him greatly. Finally, however, he took off his mask. In a brief fragment of a supposedly friendly letter to Sholokhov, he gave vent to his anger. Stalin in his purest form. You only see one side of the coin. But to avoid political mistakes, your letters are not literature, they are politics, you have to see the other side. Your very respectable peasants have launched a secret war against the Soviet power, a war that uses famine as a weapon, Comrade Sholokhov. Obviously, this in no way justifies the scandalous treatment meted out to them. But it is clear as day that these respectable peasants are not as innocent as they might seem from a distance. Be that as it may, receive my cordial greetings. A hug. I Stalin. If we leave aside the question of who starved whom to death in 1933, we see in this letter, as Sholokhov also saw it, an expression of Stalin's realpolitik, a political ideological call to take up arms against the sabotage perpetrated by the respectable peasants. Stalin declared this war in similar terms at a Central Committee meeting in January 1933, when he called on the party and the country to mobilize against the hordes of anonymous enemies who were perniciously undermining the foundations of the regime. In his letter to Sholokhov, he went so far as to hint that an even greater enemy, the entire peasantry, had declared a famine war on the system. It is possible that Sholokhov realized how dangerous his situation was. In fact, Stalin accused him of defending pernicious enemies for whom the dictator felt a visceral hatred. Sholokhov's prestigious correspondent was telling him that his life could be in danger at any moment. Stalin may have hated Sholokhov, but he needed his talent to reach his goal. Stalin was not concerned about the suffering of the people, but he knew that he was responsible for that disaster and that his image would be greatly damaged if the peasant masses turned against him. The repercussions on the army and the police, bodies made up mostly of young people from the countryside who would not be afraid to raise their voices when they knew that their parents were dying of hunger or suffering all kinds of injustice at the hands of the authorities, would be immediate. Stalin played to build his own image. Being on a pedestal, away from disputes, guaranteed her safety and his power much better than a group of bodyguards. And, in those times of famine and peasant persecution, was there anything better for his image than a public statement by a defender of the peasantry like Sholokhov, in which he stated that Stalin had personally ordered the shipment of tons of grain for save lives? That was precisely the crux of the matter, and that was precisely what Sholokhov gave to the press, without even having to lie. Life in the Dome, the 40s. Another image that Stalin liked to project, that of the thrifty peasant, Joshin, was, in a way, a real trait of his character. He did not tolerate personal weaknesses such as drinking, extramarital affairs, or lustful behavior, not even in his closest associates. He made sure to be aware of such behaviors at all times and ordered members of the Politburo to be spied on in order to be aware of such acts and exploit those weaknesses if necessary. Alexei Kosygin's memoirs give us some insight into Stalin's machinations in the 1940s. A rising star at the end of the Second World War, Kosygin had to his credit during the war such achievements as the evacuation of an industrial plant from the territories that were about to fall into the hands of the Nazis and the organization of supplies in the besieged Leningrad. Kosygin was not a popular character in the eyes of many members of the hierarchy, envious as they were of his rapid rise, but he was also a feared person, because Stalin had put him under his umbrella and assigned him the delicate mission of preparing a list with the privileges that members of the Politburo should enjoy. As Kosygin later explained to his son-in-law Gvashiany, Stalin told him at a Politburo meeting that he had a detailed list of everything the families of Molotov, Mikoyan, Kaganovich and some others spent on them, their bodyguards and their service, and he was furious. It's just disgusting. At that time, although Politburo members earned a comparatively modest salary, they had unlimited access to consumer goods, hence Stalin's angry reaction when he asked Kosygin to put the house in order. Obviously, no one dared to blame Stalin, and some, like Mikoyan, understood that it was a way to keep them on their toes, although perhaps it was also a pretext to get rid of some when he deemed it necessary. In fact, Stalin spent his days plotting. Kosygin also told Gvashiany that one of the accusations against Voznesensky, head of Gosplan and deputy prime minister until he was purged in 1950, was that he possessed one or more weapons. Kosygin and Gvashiany immediately searched their own homes and threw all the weapons into a lake. They also searched for listening devices and found them in Kosygin's house, although it is possible that they had been installed to spy on Marshal Zhukov, who had lived there before Kosygin. It is not surprising, therefore, that every morning during those years, 1948 to 1950, Kosygin, a candidate member of the Politburo, said goodbye to his wife and reminded her what she should do if he did not return home at night. But they soon came to the conclusion that nothing would happen to him. Stalin had some sympathy for him. 5. It was lucky. But all leaders, unless they were naive or overly self-satisfied, soon discovered the reality in their own flesh or in that of their colleagues. After Kirov's assassination in 1934, there was a radical change in their status in Stalin's eyes, which they immediately realized, as seen in the correspondence between Stalin and Kaganovich, his number 2 at the time. Confident of himself and very direct until then, Kaganovich changed his tone, declaring himself immensely grateful to fate for having given him such a friend, leader, and father. What would we have done without him, and things like that. It is evident that Kaganovich had, at some point, a revelation. He discovered that Stalin was aware of everything he could write to whoever he was. That leaders of this magnitude were involved in a situation like this is something unique in the annals of history. Not even in Hitler's entourage anything like this had happened after the Night of the Long Knives in 1934, the SA were potential political rivals. We observe here, however, the existence of a highly despotic regime, which stopped at nothing and led by a master in the field. Stalin resorted to different methods when building his image. He personally chose the words he had to use when singing his praises in films, speeches, and biographies. He made sure that his favorite superlatives were used, but he censored others to demonstrate his modesty. He selected his decorations and his titles. He took care of the rituals of congresses and other public events down to the last detail, and rewrote history so that everything revolved around him. Stalin saw himself as an autocrat and was determined not to share his place or that image with anyone else, past or present. No other hierarch was equal to him, and they did not count. He needed them simply to guarantee his servility. Starting in 1934, he turned them into a kind of temporary inmates locked up on death row. His spies provided him with everything he needed to use against him when the time came. To test the unwavering loyalty of his entourage, he accused different members of his family. 3 of Kaganovich's brothers were murdered, and Molotov's wife was arrested. On several occasions, Stalin explained at meetings held at his dacha that the people wanted a Tsar, a generalissimo. Everything indicates that this desire coincided with what he himself longed for and needed. Furthermore, the spectacle of Lenin's oath in 1924 created a precedent for his own worship. All this is seen more clearly when examining Stalin's relationship with his revolutionary past. It is easy to demonstrate that he destroyed it and that he endeavored not only to create a different system, but also a whole new pantheon and past. Stalin was faced with what we could call the need for a historical alibi, and he needed legitimacy. Unlike Hitler, for example, he limited himself to serving his true strategy and program in small doses, as he did in the speech on the Qatars of 1925. But the resentment he felt towards other leaders of the Bolshevik Party, who did not, they had given him the recognition he thought he deserved. Not in vain, the historical leadership, personified by Lenin, had rejected it. In the eyes of the party, he was not among the founding fathers and did not deserve to join that group. It was necessary to erase all that to justify the new image that he was trying to impose throughout the country. And he achieved it with considerable success. 9. The purges and their reasons. The need to arm himself with a new historical alibi was, without a doubt, one of the reasons that led Stalin to begin, in 1937, the purges of party Qatars, which he had been contemplating for years. He needed to eliminate an entire historical period and get rid of those who had lived through it and who knew who had done what in those heroic years. However, he did not always coldly execute this carefully planned and fueled revenge. In several phases, he gave rise to a state of extreme tension. The curse of Bukharin 1. The elimination of a figure like Bukharin, politically weak but extraordinarily superior to Stalin from an intellectual point of view, and guilty of having been, despite his youth, one of the founding fathers, the favorite of the party, gives clues about Stalin's ideas and his mentality. The liquidation was carried out according to a precise script, which began with a prolonged phase of psychological torture, continued with public humiliation and concluded with a show trial and execution. The first maneuvers began in 1936. Anguished but defiant, Bukharin's reaction shows one of the sides of the drama. At first, he considered that he still had friends at the top and sent a desperate letter to Voroshilov, in which he asked for help and support. He proclaimed his innocence and concluded thus, "I embrace you because I am guilty of nothing." But Voroshilov was not the right man to turn to for help. He immediately showed the letter to Molotov, who ordered him to reply to Bukharin with a note saying, "You had better confess your vile actions against the party." If Bukharin didn't do it, Voroshilov would consider him a vermin. Voroshilov did as he was told. Desperate, and aware that he was the victim of a deadly plot, Bukharin wrote to Stalin on December 15, 1936. Using the leader's Georgian nickname, as in the old days, Bukharin called him Dear Koba, and claimed that he had just read an article in Pravda against the right, that is, against him, that made me break down. The letter ended in these terms: "The vermin, the human scum and the hatred of the people kill me. Yours, Bukharin." Supposedly directed against anonymous vermin, this diatribe with a curse tone suited Stalin's character perfectly. However distraught he was, it is unlikely that Bukharin did not know who was pulling the strings. Stalin did not doubt that the hatred of the people to which the note referred was a reference to him, and his vengeful response to Bukharin's request for help and indirect accusations came during a carefully planned spectacle, the meetings of the Central Committee of February and March 1937. The way in which Stalin directed the meetings makes us think of a half-crazed actor who intends to lead a sane public, the members of the Central Committee, to a state of collective madness and even achieve that share your own fantasies. What he had to say did not have the slightest coherence, but the purpose of the meeting was not only to destroy his enemy of his, but he wanted to test the members of the Central Committee using a barely their machination. Hidden three versions of the resolution on Bukharin's guilt were put to the vote. The first, arrest and transfer of the matter to the NKVD, was obviously Stalin's favorite, and carried the death penalty, possibly preceded by torture. The second did not rule in favor of the arrest, but ordered the NKVD to continue the investigation. The third contemplated releasing Bukharin. These resolutions were nothing more than a trap set for the members of the Central Committee, as many of them probably realized. No one dared to opt for the third option, although some chose the second, and paid for it with their lives. This is just a small example of the incredible nightmare that was the purges of 1937 and 1938. Human scum is the expression that best defines those responsible for an unprecedented orgy of arrests, show trials and blind sentences. And we have reason to think that a long time ago, perhaps since 1933, the events of those atrocious years had begun to be planned. As Klevniuk too has indicated, the supposed re-examination of reality that appeared on the agenda of the Central Committee of February and March 1937 recalls one of the points that were addressed at the Central Committee session of January 1933. Many participants then said things that they practically repeated in 1937, hoping to demonstrate their sagacity and attention. It would not be unreasonable to think that, in 1933, Stalin was willing to declare war on society, and even on the party, with the support of his acolytes and the repressive apparatus. But it is possible that there were reasons that advised him against doing so. We have already indicated some, and he opted for an interlude, despite the resentment caused by the termite methods of his enemies, especially the respectable peasants of whom had spoken to Shalikov. The preparation of the brave Chekists. In preparation for the start of the terror, certain measures had to be taken in addition to the general administrative cleanliness, such as checking the functions of the party members and validating their cards. Above all, it was necessary to prepare the secret police, the leaders, and the staff, for the difficult task that lay ahead. To achieve this, ideological and moral incentives were used, as well as others of a material nature. While propaganda extolled the value of the body, the new Minister of Internal Affairs, Yezhov, raised the salaries of all NKVD officials. A person in charge of said body at the Republican level earned 1,200 rubles a month, the same amount as other senior officials, a figure that contrasted with the average salary of a worker, which was 250 rubles. However, the NKVD leaders began to receive up to 3,500 rubles per month. If in the past they had been provided with collective dachas and stays in sanatoriums, where they coincided with other party activists, now they were rewarded with individual dachas and important perks. 3. The infamous NKVD document 00447 of July 1937, approved by the Politburo on July 31, contained the order to act and an action plan. It distinguished two categories of victims and stipulated the punishment to be applied to each of them. 75,000 people had to be shot and 225,000 sent to the camps. There are different drafts of this order, and the figures vary somewhat, but the documents we have show that, in this case, at least the norm was met, bringing the figure to more than double. The operation had a budget of 85 million rubles, but the attention received by the NKVD increased when, in a speech, Stalin gave its security apparatus the lofty description of armed detachment of our party. 4. The cult of the NKVD, writes Jalevniuk, the special illegal status of the secret police, reached its peak. Stalin used the leaders of the NKVD and rewarded them for their services, while still controlling them with a firm hand. He distributed material rewards and severe punishments with the same arbitrariness. Several authors have seen at this point an analogy with Ivan the Terrible's use of the oprichnina, his militia, in his confrontation with the boyars. This dual attitude is typical of Stalin. The Chekists, a historical adjective that is still used today, had split from the rest of the party members, even socially, as they had their own dachas, clubs, and other leisure facilities. In December 1937, sensational ceremonies were held across the country to commemorate the glorious tradition of the Chikagpu NKVD. The Kremlin asked the regional party committees to organize public trials of enemies of the people in the field of agriculture and ordered the NKVD to unmask the guilty, that is, to provide scapegoats. Likewise, on the occasion of the third anniversary of Kirov's assassination, on November 29, 1937, Stalin telegraphed the local party authorities and ordered them to crudely mobilize party members to eradicate the Trotskyist Bukharinist agents. For Khlevniuk, this entire apparatus, as well as an important part of society, was facing a real senseless hunt for the enemy, seasoned by the appearance of the secret police, often at dawn, at the door of the house to arrest the victims and take them to their destination in sinister black vans. Crime and Punishment in the NKVD, 1935–1950. As we have already commented, the symbolic incorporation of the NKVD into the party, in other words, its personal connection to Stalin, put it above the rest of the institutions. The party finally had its own Praetorian Guard, with its crusaders, for whom Stalin spared no favors and honors. The Stalinist party, and especially its apparatus, became a police agency, with the exception that the secret police reported exclusively to Stalin. He was, therefore, above the party and was a powerful weapon to coerce it. It is appropriate to ask at this point an impertinent question: if the Chekists were a brave detachment at the service of morality and ideology, why was the salary of their leaders 10 times that of the workers? The pay of the real Chekists of the Civil War, who had risked their lives, was meager. Was it really necessary to pay those who had been entrusted to represent the country's ideological vanguard in cash, with material goods and also with privileges? Lenin would have turned in his grave, had the embalming not prevented him. But the ironies of fate don't stop there. Exalted, the NKVD was a bureaucratic body with its own routines, and an internal body of inspectors was responsible for regularly supervising its proper functioning. From the reports it is clear that it was an institution characterized by endless irregularities, professional ineptitude, shortages, and theft. There are endless lists of criminal acts that were investigated and transferred to higher authorities, with the request for the imposition of harsh sanctions. A few examples will suffice to shed some light. In a memorandum addressed to the head of the NKVD Kader Department, Comrade Vainchtok, whose rank was that of major in state security, the crimes and misdemeanors committed by several NKVD agents in 1935 are detailed. The data from all type of agencies, both regional and republican, relative to the first 10 months of that year give a total figure of 11,436 crimes and misdemeanors. The memo also contained a list of measures that had been taken as punishment. According to Vainchtok, something was wrong with the administrative decisions of the local and regional NKVD agencies, and the issue needed to be addressed. The total number of criminal files was 5,639, and 3,232 of them belonged to the urban sections. However, the most worrying thing in the eyes of the major was that of these, 2,005 were the section managers themselves. An analysis of the sentences handed down based on the rank of the culprit allows us to see that all categories of each of the branches indulged in these practices, even in the military and transportation corps, and that the culprits were at all levels of the administration, from those in charge to the most junior employees, including vice managers. Therefore, 62% of the heads of the district or urban sections, that is, 2,056 people out of 3,311, were sanctioned. As Vainchtok commented, it could not be denied that this was a very high percentage. 60% of the sanctions against regional agents were due to cases of negligence or slovenliness at work, drunkenness, debauchery and other acts that discredited the NKVD. We must pay special attention to the high number of sanctions imposed for disobeying orders and instructions, 13%, for lack of discipline, 8.5%, or for violating the rules of action, 5%. The list also includes cases of embezzlement and misappropriation, concealment of social origins, 67 cases, anti-Soviet and anti-party behavior, 17 cases, suicides and rapes, 78 cases in total, improper attitude on the part of a Chekist and party member, 76 cases, and false statements. The victims of most of the sanctions were young agents, especially in auxiliary services such as communications, but the number of convictions of members of the hardcore of the NKVD with 12 years of service or more also seemed too high, 1,171 cases 5. Another report from the Cotter Department for the period from October 1, 1936 to January 1, 1938 deals with the departures of the GUGB, an independent agency within the NKVD. Among the reasons given for these departures, we find 1,220 arrests, 1,268 resignations and 1,345 transfers to the reserve. To these numbers must be added 1,361 cases of punishment for membership in counter-revolutionary groups, contact with counter-revolutionaries, Trotskyists, right-wing nationalists, traitors, or spies, 267 cases of disruption of order in the workplace and 593 of immoral behavior. Finally, there were 547 individuals considered socially strange, who were in contact with such people or who had served in the past in the ranks of whites. Among the rest of the reasons for leaving the GUGB, it is worth highlighting illness, 544 cases, death, 138 cases, or transfer to other agencies, 1,258 cases. According to this documentation, the situation did not change until after Stalin's death. The inspection agencies continued with their work. Likewise, an independent agency, in charge of financial controls, also intervened regarding the high frequency with which theft and embezzlement occurred, false invoices were issued, and double accounting. This organization placed special emphasis on the situation in warehouses and warehouses 6. There are also annual accounting reports for use by the authorities, and researchers today, at least for the Stalinist period. In short, the security services did not stand out from the rest in terms of their professionalism, respect for the law and honesty. An attempt was made to improve the quality of personnel with the arrival of thousands of cadres from NKVD schools, but it would be a long time before positive results were seen. These documents on the party's security forces allowed the country to protect itself from the internal enemy, while revealing another face of that disastrous episode. The security systems were filled with professionally and morally dubious elements. The state pampered the commanders, but that was not enough to overcome demoralization and disorientation due to the nature of the task that had been assigned to them. They did not have to prove anything, but were only asked to meet certain quotas and, in the entire planned system of the USSR, to exceed them to obtain awards, promotions, and salary increases. However, the sword of Damocles that hung over the head of the country also hung over the heads of those officials, and not because of a matter of drunkenness or debauchery. All security services, including foreign espionage, constantly lived on the brink of a catastrophe inherent to the regime and which was much more dangerous than spying or unmasking a spy, confronting fraudsters or thieves or facing the risks involved. Your profession. The manhunt. It was thanks to a commission headed by Party Secretary Pospelov, created by Khrushchev in 1955, prior to the secret speech of 1956, that many details of the arrests and mass executions were first known. In fact, the rehabilitation policy had begun in 1954. It is worth starting by revealing the findings of this commission, if only to note how little was known about those horrific episodes not only by the general public, but also by the political elite itself. 7. Pospelov's commission worked with documents from the secret police archives, as well as with statements from many interrogators, executioners who recounted how they had extracted confessions from their victims. The prosecutor's office also provided the commission with a considerable amount of materials. Stalin's personal role was clearly documented. Thanks to other documents, it became known that the troikas, made up of the local party secretary, the head of the secret police and the regional prosecutor, those responsible for terror at the local level, were pressuring Moscow to increase the quotas of executions, as they knew that the capital was more than willing to do so. When Pospelov presented his conclusions to the party presidium, a terrifying image emerged that left everyone present stunned. We can assume that this was not a feigned reaction. Few people really imagined the mechanics and scope of what were, fundamentally, secret operations. The statistics provided referred, above all, to party leaders accused of treason, as well as a more ethereal category of people detained for anti-Soviet activities, mostly party and state cadres. On the other hand, Pospelov did not speak of the very numerous category of socially strange elements. In the unfortunate years of 1937 and 1938, the figure in the report was 1,548,366 people detained for anti-Soviet activities, 681,692 of whom were executed. The loss of state and party figures occurred at all levels, and those who replaced them also succumbed, as would happen in turn with those who arrived after them. The majority of the delegates to the 17th Congress of the Party, the Congress of the Victors, in 1934, were arrested, 1,108, and 848 of them were shot. The document also gave an account of the NKVD orders that explained to agents how repression should be conducted and provided an idea of its methods, the immediate creation of a list with all anti-Soviet organizations and centers, flagrant violations of the law by investigators, the fictitious plots concocted by the NKVD agents themselves, the utter failure of the prosecutor's office to properly monitor the work of the NKVD, the judicial arbitrariness on the part of the Military College of the Armed Forces of the USSR, which condoned the extrajudicial procedures. According to the report, that entire company was born from the authorization issued by the Central Executive Committee, in December 1934, following the assassination of Kirov, to act outside the law. The signal that marked the beginning of massive repression was the telegram from Stalin and Zdanov to Kaganovich and Molotov, which prepared the ground for the plenary session of the Central Committee in February and March 1937. From the words of numerous testimonies, including some agents of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, MVD, also victims of repression, as well as the content of 3 documents annexed to the report, a telegram from Stalin, dated January 10, 1939, which ratified the validity of the physical methods, a memorandum approving the execution of 138 high-ranking commanders, and a letter from Pij, a member of the Politburo, prior to their execution, revealed Stalin's personal responsibility for the widespread use of torture of the accused. Between 1937 and 1939, Stalin and Molotov personally signed about 400 lists of people to be executed, totaling about 44,000 names. The purpose of Pospelov's report was not limited to accounting for the past. Its content became the subject of heated debates about politics and strategy, which we will study in the second part. But the total toll of the terror was much higher, because the verdict of the 1950s dealt mainly with victims belonging to the ranks of the party. 10. The dimension of the purge. A complete history of the purges of 1937 and 1938 may never be written. However, if we wish to understand a phenomenon that surpasses the limits of the imagination, we must take into consideration different data. We must start with the estimates from the different agencies, which are sometimes difficult to interpret because they are based on various sources, calculations, figures, and dates, although they allow us to reach a reasonable approximation. For the central stage of the purges, the years 1937 and 1938, there is a text written by an ad hoc commission created by the Central Committee of the Presidium in 1963, and chaired by I.M. Shvernik. According to some sources, in 1937 and 1938, 1,372,392 people were arrested, and 681,692 of them were shot. The figures that Khrushchev gave at the plenary session of the Central Committee in 1957 are somewhat different: more than 1,500,000 arrests and 680,692 executions. The differences come from the criteria used by KGB officials. According to sources for the period between 1930 and 1953, arrests totaled 3,778,000 people, 786,000 of whom were executed. 1. Other issues deal exclusively with the category of administrative repression, that is, that which was carried out by non-judicial bodies, the Special Council of the NKVD in Moscow and its equivalents in the lower echelons of the administration, and the previously mentioned troikas, responsible for most of the crimes of 1937 and 1938. These groups had practically carte blanche and, as we have already seen, pressured the Kremlin to increase the quotas. The Special Council of the NKVD, created on July 10, 1934, was an exceptionally effective body. It sentenced 78,989 people in 1934, 267,076 in 1935, 274,607 in 1936, 790,665 in 1937 and 554,258 in 1938. But they were able to carry out this great job. This was because they did not comply with what the procedures stipulated. In most cases, the accused was not even present. A case could be heard for sentencing in 10 minutes, and the sentence varied, from 5 to 25 years in a camp or summary execution. The accusation against most of the victims was that of counter-revolutionary activities, hence the speed of the trials and the number of executions. Another source is the data that comes from the NKVD investigators themselves. The historic decree of the Central Committee of July 2, 1937, to which we have already referred, ordered the NKVD to eliminate any enemy group. The text, which was sent to the administrative regions for compliance, as had happened with the grain confiscation campaigns, established the arrest quotas. These quotas were divided into 4 categories of crimes, and the corresponding sentences were also mentioned. Category 1 included 72,950 people who were to be arrested and executed. The total number was to be distributed among the different regions. In Category 2 there were 186,000 people who had to be deported to the camps. To this end, new fields had to be opened in the forests, although these too would quickly become insufficient. The entire procedure was certainly Kafkaesque. The number of enemies was stipulated by a quota, but it was allowed to exceed it. It was enough to name the scapegoats. The figures for annual arrests are as follows: January 1, 1937, 820,881 people, January 1, 1938, 996,367, on January 1, 1939, 1,317,195. Of the total number of detainees, 539,923 prisoners ended up in labor camps in 1937 and 600,724 in 1938. That year, the number of deportees to the Gulag reached its maximum. In fact, 837,000 detainees were released from the camps following a review of cases during Beria's rule, as part of a rectification campaign ordered by Stalin. In 1939, however, repression was launched again, and on January 1, 1940 the number of inmates in the camps and colonies was 1,979,729, the majority common prisoners. Political prisoners, convicted under the counter-revolutionary articles of the Penal Code, made up 28.7% of the total, just over 420,000 people. The number of inmates also increased with the transfer of prisoners from annexed territories, to which we must add those detained as a result of said annexations. The application of the decrees of 1940 and 1941, which punished theft and leaving the workplace without authorization, also contributed to increasing these figures too. It is not easy to evaluate in numbers the emptiness that the purges brought with them, especially among party and state cadres. An authoritative source on personnel rotation in the Railway Commissariat between 1937 and 1938 indicates that during that period 75% of the managers and technical officials, Senior and middle management 3, were replaced. We cannot extrapolate these data to the entire government machinery, but it is enough to speak of a hemorrhage of staff, even in the most strategically important agencies. The consequences of the terror were felt in the economy, the bureaucracy, the party, and in cultural life. By mid-1938, the human, economic and political damage and its cost were such that a change of course was necessary, and even foreseeable. There was talk of a normalization, which was carried out in the usual way. A person to blame for the deviations had to be named, something that was not a problem, since no one was innocent in the whole matter. On November 25, 1938, the time came for Yezhov's fall at the head of the NKVD and his replacement by his right-hand man, Beria. Yezhov was arrested in April 1939 and accused, as was the usual formula, of being in command of a counter-revolutionary organization. He was executed in February 1940, according to the same script written in 1936 when the then head of the NKVD, Pagoda, was eliminated. Everyone who was involved began to speculate about how much time would pass before the situation was repeated. In the context of this new line, several 100,000 people were freed from the Gulag, but they were mainly ordinary prisoners, not political ones. After the 18th Party Congress, some victims of the purges were rehabilitated. Once again, however, that make-up operation affected only a small number of people in relation to the scale of the purges, enough for Stalin to present himself as the person who had restored justice and punished the guilty. The leader repeated this show of benevolence some time later, with the arrest and partial elimination, for a change, of a large group of NKVD agents, accused of having exceeded their powers by attacking party members and innocent citizens. Between 22,000 and 26,000 agents joined their victims in the fields or cemeteries, but no one knows if the worst elements were among that crowd. All in all, that performance served to reassure many people. Khlevniuk maintains that in 1939, members of the leadership regained self-confidence, salaries increased and arrests were held to much stricter standards. Likewise, the evident secrecy surrounding Yezhov's agency after its fall convinced party cadres that they had regained ground against the security apparatus, although several regional and urban leaders were purged, as well as several disgraced Chekists, having deviated from the right path. Khlevniuk also hints that the end of mass terror was due to Stalin feeling that he had achieved his prosaic goal, to rejuvenate the party cadres. We must highlight the curious nature of the pedagogical method used to give scope to new talents. At the 18th Party Congress in March 1939, Stalin announced that, between April 1934 and March 1939, they had recruited more than 500,000 cadres to breathe new life into the administration of the state and the party, especially in the upper ranks. Spheres. At the beginning of 1939, of the 32,899 officials who were part of the nomenklatura under the orders of the Central Committee, from the People's Commissar to party officials who performed important functions by order of the Central Committee, 15,485 had been appointed between 1937 and 1938. An interesting figure, since it includes the group after the purge, the so-called Stalin promotion. The speed of their rise was extraordinary, since many had not even finished their studies. Among them were the people who would direct the destinies of the USSR after Stalin's death. After the disaster that the purges represented in terms of human lives, the greatest losses occurred in the field of the economy. Appointed immediately after the terror, the new cadres found themselves in their offices with empty chairs and desks, and with the evidence that their predecessors were not there to introduce them to their new assignment. Inexperienced, many of the newcomers did not dare to take any steps. The purges had destroyed discipline and undermined productivity, even though many in Russia insisted on the opposite. Government agencies were filled with all kinds of grim characters. To remedy the situation, it was decided to rehabilitate some honest experts, if they were still alive, and release them from the camps. Among them were military figures, future generals and marshals, academics, Strategic experts or engineers, such as Rokossovsky, Merezkov, Gorbatov, Tyelina, Bogdanov, Yoloschikov, Tupolev, Landau or Myazishchev. The eminent missile expert Korolev had to wait until 1944, and many more remained held until 1956. Those who were released in 1939, however, represented a significant contingent. Some of them were not in a position to return to work immediately after the liberation, so they could not help solve the havoc that the destruction of the general staff and a good part of the troops had caused in the army. In the summer of 1941, 75% of field officers and 70% of political commissars had been in office for less than a year, so the core of the army lacked the experience necessary to command large units. That the Red Army was hardly prepared to engage in battle was amply demonstrated in the disastrous war against Finland in 1940. The extremely accurate analysis of that victorious defeat led by the political and military leaders revealed the regrettable lack of leadership and training, the defects that the officer corps presented and the lack of coordination between the different army corps. But at no time was the name of the main culprit mentioned, Stalin. The dementia of 1937 and 1938 would never be repeated with the same intensity, although it continued at a more modest level. In 1939, the party recruited 1 million new members and everything seemed to return to normal. That sudden cessation of mass terror, exemplified, as we have already said, with the elimination of Yezhov, on whom the blame fell, was never admitted as such. Later, various maneuvers attempted to camouflage it. It was stated that the bulk of the saboteurs had been eliminated, and also those who had gone too far in their fight against them. However, the propaganda against the enemies of the people, now clamorous, now insidious, did not stop, because the regime did not want anyone to think that the enemies had completely disappeared. The state machinery and its terrorist activity were covered by a veil, without even making its activities known to commanders well informed in other aspects. The Politburo imposed a rectification, but in a way that bordered on absurdity since it did so clandestinely, while denying that it was acting that way. Some documents now declassified and from the Presidential Archive shed some light. 5. In the minutes of the session of January 9, 1938, the Politburo ordered Vyshinsky to inform the Prosecutor General that it was no longer acceptable to remove someone from his position because a family member had been arrested for counter-revolutionary crimes. This meant taking a step towards liberalism that put an end to the unspeakable suffering that many people had experienced. However, although the issue of the relatives was put to an end, that is, although the state recognized its mistake, the regime's mea culpa did not reach anyone's ears. An example, on December 3, 1939, the Supreme Court advised Stalin and Molotov that the review of sentences for counter-revolutionary crimes be carried out following a legal procedure welcome change, even though the cases were handled by a small court. In other words, although the courts recognized the errors that had been made, everything possible was done to ensure that these cases did not reach the ears of public opinion. In an identical vein, on December 13, 1939, Pankratov, the Prosecutor General of the USSR, proposed to Stalin and Molotov that relatives not be informed of the revision of sentences in those cases in which the victims had already been executed. He also feared the government that the methods used during the interrogations would come to light. To prevent this, Beria wrote to Stalin and Molotov on December 7, 1939, proposing that defense lawyers and witnesses not be admitted to the preliminary investigations, the purpose of which was to review illegal proceedings, to avoid revealing how such investigations are carried out. However, even in this top-secret document Beria resorted to a ruse, since the real meaning of his words was this: to prevent the discovery of what the present investigations can reveal about the investigations of the past. In the most confidential exchanges there was no mention at any time that torture had occurred, by Stalin's express order, nor that detainees had been forced to sign confessions. Putting all this down on paper meant risking that some official would discover it and reveal it. That is to say, we should not tell anyone that the enemies and saboteurs, above all those who were executed, were innocent, we must not reveal how the confessions were extracted, or that someone rehabilitated has already been shot. Two other Politburo decisions show the limits of the withdrawal. 6. On July 10, 1939, he ordered those in charge of the NKVD camps to abolish the reductions in sentences given to ordinary prisoners, and to some political prisoners, for good behavior. From that moment on, the sentence had to be served in full. Likewise, in accusations of a political nature, abandoning the hard line was ruled out. The sinister president of the Supreme Military Court, Ulrich, proposed to Stalin and Molotov that, in cases in which right-wing Trotskyists, bourgeois nationalists, and spies were accused, defense lawyers should not be allowed to see the files or be present at the hearing. Hall. Members of these categories continued to be targeted by the state and suffered the same treatment at the hands of investigators as in the past. Without these methods, how could a right-wing Trotskyist be purged? The veil that hid the secrets was still in place. Lawyers were denied the presence in the courtrooms, even though the law required it. Nothing related to the errors of the regime, its methods, or its objectives should reach the public, since in fact these methods were being reviewed. It is inevitable to point out the paradoxes. The much proclaimed fight against the enemies of the people was nothing more than a conspiracy organized by a government that knew perfectly well that it was engaging in large-scale illegalities. And that same government intended to keep secret the mistakes it had made. Of course, some changes were necessary to reassure the extremely demoralized and terrified elites. Sometimes these changes were public, although other more discreet channels were also used. But, unlike persecutions, the retreat had to be controlled. Finding the right balance required great skill. Those closest to Stalin's circle admired his control, or so they said. Stalin had reasons to be satisfied after the purges. Now that he had exterminated most of the old codders, he had finally gotten a new system, his own. Many of those who had failed to give in to their admiration for the leader, or who considered him a traitor to the cause, had been destroyed. The ruling elite had undergone an almost complete renewal, and society as a whole seemed subdued. All Stalin's acolytes were intimidated, and the Politburo as the ruling body had lost practically all its powers. As we have already seen, Stalin worked with a small group, sometimes limited to 4 people. The rest were not aware of the secret matters, and most of the matters fell into this category. The party leaders, to whom he had been informed of all kinds of issues through periodic bulletins, stopped receiving them. And the Central Committee, which sometimes met to debate issues that had already been decided, also lost weight. 11. The Fields and the Empire. NKVD Industrial. The documents that will now focus our attention should allow us to get a clearer idea of the scope and character of the camps and forced labor, as well as their organic connection with the Stalinist system. There was no retreat here. We will try to outline what we could call the economic empire of the NKVD, summarizing its main features and its lines of action. Students of law and prison systems during the 1920s, the period of the NEP, know that the camps were intended to be a more humane form of arrest than the cages of what were called prisons. It was believed that labor in conditions that resembled those of a normal workplace was the best way to re-educate and rehabilitate people. At that time, conditions in the camps were not at all harsh, with the exception of the compounds where political prisoners were held, and especially on the Solovsky Islands in the White Sea, the only camp under the jurisdiction of the GPU. Of course, dangerous criminals were under close surveillance, but some of the detainees worked in the fields during the day and returned home at night. Courts sought to limit prison sentences, opting instead for compulsory labor, prinadrobati, an expression that has sometimes been mistranslated in the West as forced labor, and which actually means that the convicted person maintained the same job but paid a fine that was deducted from his salary for the duration of the sentence. The state was experimenting with the penal system, and the literature and debates on these issues were public and innovative. However, the liberalism of the NEP period in terms of prison policy was limited by an objective limit: there was hardly any work to re-educate prisoners. The country's unemployment rate was high, and the unemployed should have priority in access to employment. All this came to an end at the end of the 1930s, although liberal notions continued to float in the air for a few more years. Judges and criminologists fought a losing battle against the project to make the camps an instrument of punishment through work, now, forced labor, which would empty them of the initial philosophy of re-education through job. This new trend was a side effect of hyper-industrialization. It was easy to mobilize prisoners to work, their cost was lower and they were subject to strict discipline. Likewise, it was not difficult to replace those who were no longer there. The liberals of the past, still present in the justice and labor commissariats, although the latter would soon disappear, confronted other members of the government and the party to prevent the penitentiary system from embracing slavery again. But Moscow was determined to continue down that path, even though in those years it seemed more like a quagmire. The truces that the government declared from time to time did not mean a change in policy, but simply its consolidation and greater coordination. The NKVD and its secret police inevitably became interested in playing a leading role in the country's industrialization and championed the transformation of the prison system into an immense industrial sector under their administrative control. Obviously, the condemned would provide the labor, so the maximum number of them had to be obtained. The NKVD did not simply see politics as a source of glamour. However, as soon as industrialization became the national ethos, the NKVD hoped that its prestige would increase by assuming an important role in economic development thanks to the Gulag. The Politburo, for its part, although it was not the promoter of this new line, there is no doubt that it was extremely interested in it. The Commissariat of Justice was losing jurisdiction over penitentiary institutions, and control of these gradually passed to the NKVD. The process culminated in 1934. At this point, we must delve into a complex aspect of the administrative situation. Officially, the NKVD absorbed the secret police, the OGPU. However, in those years, security was never what it seemed. In fact, it was the GPU, renamed GUGB1, who assumed control of the entire NKVD from within, and its leader took command of the Commissariat of Internal Affairs. This muddle illustrates the confusing nature of Soviet administrative practices. To supervise the penitentiary system, made up of camps, colonies, and prisons, a new administrative agency was created, called Gulag, Globno Upravilnye Lagery, or General Directorate of Camps, which also took care of prisons and common prisoner colonies and juvenile delinquents. An independent body within it was responsible for those sentenced to exile and isolation in resettlement colonies, such as the kulaks. All this is but the beginning of the story. Around the Gulag, and with it, the NKVD created a large network of industrial administrative agencies for the construction of roads, railways, and hydroelectric dams, metallurgical and mining enterprises, forestry engineering works, and for the development of the Far Eastern region, the Dalstroy. In special fields, known as Sharishki, which housed experts such as Tupolev, aircraft, and Korolev, missiles, different research and engineering projects for the production of weapons were initiated. The NKVD's first feat was the construction of the White Sea Canal, inaugurated to acclaim in 1931 to 1932 and considered the work of dedicated prisoners and their custodians, the secret police. These odes to Soviet work and the working masses hid a very different reality. The work was carried out by workers who were not paid and who had been stripped of their rights. It was the fruit of slave labor. At that time, various confidential reports conveyed to the leaders the rapid growth of a relatively young Gulag and the importance of the main construction projects that were carried out there. In 1935, the total number of prisoners on the manpower lists approached 1 million people. Among the most important projects were the construction of railways, the Baikal-Amur line in the Trans-Baikal region, following the course of the Ushuri River, that of a series of canals, one of which was to connect Moscow with the Volga, and a considerable number of factories, farms, and sawmills. Over time, the reports became more detailed. In 1936, a map of the gulags was made, which identified 16 centers to which the term lager was added: Dmitrovsky lager, Ojedo-Pechersky lager, Baikalo-Amursky lager, etc. They were not penitentiary centers, but administrative centers around which these centers grew, in the form of camps or colonies. Each nucleus was assigned a representative from the prosecutor's office, and sometimes had various assistants. However, despite the generous salary they enjoyed, their presence did not alter what was happening in the fields in any way. What was important was the growing number of system officials, administrative or agents, who held positions in central or local government. As with any other bureaucracy, the Soviet bureaucracy had an excessive thirst for growth. In early 1940, a brigade of officials from the Commissariat of Finance inspected the administrative structure of the Gulag, and came to the conclusion that the size of the apparatus was excessive too. Following the report, the creation of a commission was ordered to review the structure and personnel of the Gulag, and which would have the help of financial inspectors. The report showed that the central administration of the Gulag was made up of 33 departments, with 1,697 employees at its service, to which auxiliary units had to be added. As a whole, the Gulag consisted of 44 directorates and departments, 137 sections, and 83 offices, about 264 structural units whose functions overlapped each other. The brigade proposed a series of cuts, mergers, and other changes in the organization that would eliminate 511 jobs, 30% of the total. Moscow and Leningrad supply agencies would also suffer similar cuts, and 10 jobs would be lost. The brigade wanted to reduce the number of administrative units, from 264 to 143, and the number of workers, from 1,696 to 1,186. He also wanted to inspect, simplify, and rationalize local structures, which employed 4,000 administrators and agents. The maps and lists in the report showed a terribly complex system. We do not know if, in light of these proposals, anything changed. There is no doubt that if the war had not broken out, the Gulag apparatus would have continued to grow. The number of prison camps of the main regional units, which were invariably referred to by a geographical term, remained at 528 at the beginning of 1941, thus justifying a further expansion of the Moscow-based directorates and their officials and staff. Field. As in any other administration, they resorted to all kinds of excuses to create new bodies, supplies, finances, coordination, with the connivance of those who had taken advantage of the work camps. And there was an evident trend towards the creation of new agencies in Moscow or other attractive large cities, where they had a great time without worrying at all about the fields, in the words of a State Control Commission, astonished at what had discovered. The report added that these officials had nothing to do in Moscow, a city where their number was excessive. No matter how horrible its role is, the administration can move on as if nothing had happened. And this administration wanted to be like the others. The truth, however, is that he found himself at the head of a gigantic industrial empire. The MVD as an industrial agency. In 1940, the Commissariat of Finance received various reports and memoranda from the NKVD, which, like the other commissariats, would later adopt the title of Ministry and become the MVD, or Ministry of Internal Affairs, referring to each of the branches, industrial or not, of economic activity. It was probably the first time something like this had happened. At this point, the complex administrative system we have talked about becomes even more tangled. 42 agencies submitted their reports, but only 2 units belonged to the camps and Gulag colonies. The rest were industrial directories, paper, wood, fuel, agriculture, etc. The reports reproduced the usual language of the texts of any Ministry of Industry, in which finances, costs, budgets, labor and, of course, performance were planned. 3. This activity was reduced during the war due to the decrease in the number of prisoners, zeks, most of whom had been mobilized, usually in punishment battalions assigned to the most dangerous offensives. Survivors joined the ranks of ordinary units and were thus rehabilitated. Many were repeat criminals, and we can already imagine their behavior towards civilians in the territories liberated from the German yoke and, a fortiori, in the conquered areas. A considerable number were sentenced to death or returned to the camps. As a direct producer or subcontractor, the Gulag began to rebound after the war, see Appendix 1. I will limit myself here to summarizing the operation of the NKVD as an industrial agency, based on a source as reliable as the writings of Marta Craven and Oleg Khlevniuk. As soon as it was decided to use inmates as labor for economic tasks, the NKVD, renamed MVD, became one of the main components of Stalinism. In 1952, its investments, which totaled 12.18 billion rubles, 9% of gross domestic product, exceeded those of the ministries of oil and coal combined. In February 1953, the gross profit of the MVD industry was around 17.18 billion rubles, 2.3% of the country's total production. Even so, it was the main producer of cobalt and pewter and was responsible for a third of the production of nickel and a significant percentage of the production of gold, wood, and firewood used by sawmills, 12 to 15%. The plans for the early 1950s increased the weight of the MVD. One of Stalin's last orders was related to the production of cobalt for the study of detailed and regular reports on production, finances, and labor leaves no doubt about the prosperity of that flourishing economic complex. However, some phrases that include the agency's complaints about non-payment by some ministries, which made it impossible to adequately feed the inmates, give food for thought. In fact, that industrial police conglomerate, of extraordinary size and curiously archaic, was going through a deep crisis despite the good performance of some branches. The living Red Death and working conditions of the Zeks could not sustain true industrial expansion. Sooner or later, for one reason or another, the system would have to be abandoned. A report by Beria himself addressed to Molotov, in 1940, gives us a realistic image of the problems in the camps. 5. According to the document, the workforce in the countryside was not being used to its full potential, which was used in the construction of large factories, railway lines, port facilities, and special quarries, for defense tasks, or to inventory and produce firewood. For export, because the inmates hardly ate and their clothing was poor to withstand the difficult weather conditions. On April 1, 1940, there were 123,000 exhausted inmates who could not work for lack of necessary food, and several tens of thousands were slacking because they lacked adequate clothing. These conditions caused tensions in the fields and led to losses, and the situation had deteriorated because the Trade Commissariat ignored government and party directives regarding improved food and clothing distribution. Worse still, stocks of food and clothing decreased every quarter. 85% of the planned flour and grain had been distributed, but only half of the remaining 15% had appeared, and only a third of the clothing. Hence the increase in the number of sick or unemployed inmates. It is worth taking a look at what the law stipulated. The forecast daily expenditure per Zek was about 4.86 rubles, while the plan anticipated it to be 5.386. It is clear that the objectives were not being met, but if not, what would it have meant to meet them? The answer cannot go beyond the realm of conjecture. The cost of an armed guard was 34 rubles per day, 6 times more than an inmate. Since we do not know the exact date of this statistic, we can resort to the reference point closest to 1940. A German general prisoner of war in a Soviet camp cost 11.74 rubles a day in 1948, and he did not have to work. Inadequate food and clothing, free labor, hunger, and disease made many Zeks unfit for work. Some, the most reckless and desperate, refused to serve. To this panorama we must add the high crime rate in the camps and the mortality rate, not to mention the phenomenon of dojo daiji, prisoners who at the end of their lives were little more than human waste. Given this panorama, the administration of the Gulag appears to us as a complex of brutal obscenity. It was a rather opulent empire, a state within a state, with extensive economic interests, its own secret police, its espionage and counter-espionage services, and its cultural and educational activities. The MVD was also in charge of the police, border guards, collecting demographic data and population transfers, as well as other aspects of local government. That is to say, we are faced with the classic product of the Soviet administration's tendency to build large structures and centralization. Viewed from above, the simplest way to govern this deeply centralized system was to create administrative pyramids under the auspices of a single leader, supported by 4 or 5 aides, to oversee these myriad agencies. A sensible idea if unnecessary agencies had not been created or a simpler organizational structure had been in place. As the situation was, maintaining confidence in the pyramids was a costly mirage that even threatened to paralyze the capital. In that climate, it was practically impossible to interfere with a monster like the MVD. At the same time, however, problems were piling up in the Gulag Empire, and especially in its administration. Thefts, embezzlements, false complaints, and the criminal treatment of the Zeks, beatings and even murders, were favored by the isolation of the camps and the secrecy that surrounded them. The fabulous amount of cheap labor available meant that the MVD hardly cared about controlling the efficiency of the camp's operation. The general tendency to swell the bureaucratic apparatus and the excess of cadres gave rise to irresponsible behavior. The MVD wanted to become the figurehead of the construction of communism that Stalinist propaganda boasted about, and which consisted of filling the country with great works that were as useless as they were expensive. However, other government agencies, such as the Ministry of Finance, Gosplan, the Attorney General's Office or inspectorates, for example, the Mines Corps, were aware of the situation, and continued to ask the government to eliminate the secrecy that it gave rise to so much irresponsibility and inefficiency, and so many serious violations of the law. Perhaps they were aware of the report by Kruglov, the Minister of Internal Affairs, who stated that the cost of a Zek, however low, was still higher than the value of what it produced. For the minister, the only way to balance the budget was to extend the working day and enact more labor laws, conclusions that speak for themselves about Kruglov's knowledge. The leadership of the party and the state, the prosecutor general, the presidency of the Supreme Soviet and many other figures were aware of the situation. Like so many other state and party institutions, they received mountains of letters from the Zeks with their complaints, their appeals, their accusations, and their denunciations and political criticisms. As if this were not enough, some honest party members working in the camps or in neighboring regions, and even some camp administrators conscious of their responsibilities, secretly sent desperate letters and reports about the terrible conditions the camps had to endure. Internal, on the degree of exhaustion of these and the mortality rate. The problem, therefore, was not a lack of information, the government knew the situation down to the last detail. But among the hierarchs, the reigning philosophy was so what? Or, worse still, they ignored the situation, they pretend to be sick. Despite everything, and as was happening in other areas, the unrest that was beginning to manifest was a harbinger of the changes that were coming. At the height of Stalinism, it began to be evident, spontaneously and surreptitiously, in government agencies. Everyone knew that the low productivity of the Zeks was a big problem that was the focus of government discussions. The Central Committee had received a long and interesting analysis by a Zek, which showed that prison work was a waste of time and that the administration did not care in the least about productivity. Its author, a certain Zdanov, proposed that only dangerous criminals be sent to the camps, and that the rest of the convicts serve their sentence in their workplaces, with compulsory work although in freedom. Kruglov attempted to refute these arguments, as well as those in the letters cited in his favor, but the majority of those responsible for the production departments of the MVD soon requested authorization to grant the prisoners partial remuneration with a view to improving productivity. In some camps, inmates even received their entire salary. On March 13, 1950, the government decided to establish pay in all of them. While the MVD continued to trumpet the achievements as if nothing had happened, many economic officials continued to warn that the fields could not use Zec labor as they should and that the country's resources were being depleted as a result of the use of that contingent. The MVD's planning had a disturbing feature: although the salaries of the Zecs were almost non-existent, the finances of the camps were in the red. Because of this anomaly, the development of the economic system involved recognizing the superiority of the labor model of the civil industry, based on remuneration based on work. The police component of the industrial system was not only ineffective, but also dying. Like its progenitor, it was on the path to self-destruction and threatened to drag the entire edifice down with it, something evident to many administrators, economists, and politicians, some of whom had understood that the revival of the system required eliminating that boil. The search for ways to resurrect the forced labor sector, for example by motivating the workforce, began even before Khrushchev came to power. Several camp administrators had quietly embarked on modest reforms long before the finance and justice ministries, Gosplan, and anti-camp members of the party apparatus recognized the seriousness of the situation and the need to intervene. Some offered the Zecs a reduced sentence, for example 1 day in prison in exchange for 3 days of productive work, a practice that already existed before the war and was abolished in 1939. In 1948, many sectors restored it. On January 19 of that same year, in a letter to Molotov, the deputy head of Gosplan, Kozyachenko, was in favor of reintroducing it 7. Whether as a result of all this or not, the truth is that a more radical reform was launched. Prison sentences ended and detainees returned to their paid jobs. In April 1952, the Council of Ministers studied these measures and promulgated a decree that released some prisoners before the end of their sentence, on condition that they continued to work as employees in MVD companies. This body was also open to dealing with a relatively free workforce, thus recognizing the ineffectiveness of forced labor. In the fields where the number of Zecs was considerable, partial modifications were introduced. It was beginning to become clear that the next step would be the total abolition of forced labor. The new tasks for the Dalstroy, November 1948. One of the pillars of all this reform was the gigantic Dalstroy complex of the MVD in the far eastern province, where 120,000 Zecs worked and where a salary for inmates was introduced, as well as other measures with the purpose of encouraging productivity. Due to pressure from the Ministry of Non-Ferrous Metals, Dalstroy played a pioneering role in the transition. Those responsible for the Volga-Don Canal were quick to emulate them, although we could also think that they adopted the same measures simultaneously. The Dalstroy complex managed to become completely self-financing and its model spread throughout the country. According to Craven and Klevniuk, the thaw of the Khrushchev era, already sensed in these decisions, was an inevitable process, regardless of the calculations and maneuvers of the leaders at the top. The reason for degulagization, a neologism of my own, was the crisis of the Gulag itself and the forced labor that was carried out there. The MVD had problems maintaining order in the camps. In recent waves of arrests, many recalcitrant opponents, especially experienced military commanders, as well as violent criminals, had been detained. Refusals to submit to forced labor were massive, and former agents had become experts in the art of neutralizing informers and secret agents infiltrating the camps, dismantling an old system of espionage and making recruitment even more difficult. Of confidants. Furthermore, there was a shortage of security guards, at a time when acts of insubordination, and even riots, were increasing. The first occurred in 1942. The MVD was looking for a way to prevent all this from coming to light, despite the avalanche of protest letters sent to Moscow, which were always met with an obstinate refusal. However, criticism and condemnation now came from the guards themselves and the prosecutors, while the MVD asked the government to assign more armed guards to reinforce the regime in the camps, implicitly admitting its inability to govern them. In 1951, the number of refusals to work reached 1 million days in 174 camps, colonies, and other penitentiary institutions. The bankruptcy of the Gulag, both as an economic and penitentiary organization, was irremediable. 9. Immediately after Stalin's death, changes accelerated and the inevitable decision was finally made to do away with the basis of the MVD's forced labor system. On March 18, 1953, Malenkov, the Prime Minister, transferred most of the industrial directorates of the MVD to the civil ministries, and placed the penitentiary institutions and their inmates under the aegis of the Ministry of Justice, restoring the pre-1934 situation. On March 27, another decree was promulgated that released 1 million prisoners out of a total of 2.5 million. That same month, orders were given to suspend some of the MVD's main projects, the Grand Turkmen Canal, the Volga-Baltic Sea Canal network, and several large-scale hydroelectric dams and irrigation systems. These pharaonic works, especially the canals, used large amounts of forced labor, and in its reports the MVD was proud again and again of its role in those chimerical wonders, which fulfilled Stalin's taste for great works. Klevniuk suggests that the highest levels of government came to the conclusion that those works were ruinous, for the same reason that, in 1950, Beria, head of the MVD as deputy prime minister, had proposed the reform of that great ministry. However, while Stalin was alive, no one dared to raise this issue officially. The only way out was to let the factors that could provoke the crisis do their work, as did the brave protests of those who were unjustly imprisoned. It was necessary to wait until the death of the dictator to put an end to many of these glorious initiatives, which were useless for economic development, which was a decisive blow to the forced labor system. Ominous figures. Today we have more information about the number of Gulag inmates and other relevant data. 10. For a long time, all kinds of unfounded speculations were made in this regard, sometimes giving rise to sensational exaggerations. We will leave it to the authors of these hyperboles to explain what they were looking for with them. In addition to referring to the human losses attributable to the camp system, we can now address another issue with figures in hand: the number of annual political arrests during practically the entire pre-Stalin and post-Stalin period, and the sentences imposed on the accused. It is more complicated to quantify, in an exact and irrefutable way, the toll in human lives that episodes such as famine, the forced exile of the kulaks and other calamities took. The best way to do this is by resorting to statistical studies that calculate excess deaths in the indicated periods. These studies take into account all the events and political measures that may have caused them, and also allow us to identify losses attributable not to an increase in mortality but to a decrease in birth rates, since in this case we are also talking about losses. However, we cannot include those who were not born among the victims of the regime, since they did not suffer the terror. Readers can consult statistics and other data in the appendices. I will limit myself to summarizing the statistical material we have for the period from 1921 to mid-1953, details are given in Appendix 1. 11. During these 33 years, the total number of arrests for fundamentally political reasons, the accusation was counter-revolutionary crimes, was 4,060,306 people. Of these, 799,455 were sentenced to death, 2,634,397 were sent to the fields, colonies, or prison, 423,512 were banished or, in other words, prohibited from residing in a particular place, Visilka, or deported to a settlement, Silka, and 215,942 belong to the category of others. Given the extraordinary increase in arrests after 1930, we can distinguish the figures for the years 1921 to 1929 and those belonging to the specifically Stalinist period. In 1929, the number of arrests, higher than the previous year, reached 54,211 people, and 2,109 people were sentenced to death. But this figure is nothing like that of the following year, in which arrests affected 282,926 people and death sentences rose to 20,201. We also have other data, calculated by the KGB in Khrushchev's time, for the period between 1930 and 1953, 3,777,380 people were arrested for counter-revolutionary crimes and the number of death sentences was around 700,000, the majority during the purges of 1937 and 1938. The intensity of the persecution, the criminalization of activities considered legal in the past and the inflation in the number of fictitious crimes are, without a doubt, good indicators of the degree of social peace that the system enjoyed and the level of calm that reigned in the state. Despite the strength of the repression in 1928, and especially in 1929, the total figure for the period 1921 to 1929 is lower, or slightly higher, than the figure for 1930. During the first half of 1953, the repressive apparatus suddenly put the brakes on and the figures are, comparatively, lower, 8,403 arrests, with 198 death sentences, 7,894 prison sentences of all types, 38 exiles or deportations and 273 others. At the time of Stalin's death, 600,000 political prisoners were still in camps or prisons. By the end of 1954, the number had decreased to 474,950 people. On Khrushchev's initiative, the regime had begun to review the Stalinist policy of terror. According to some estimates, between 1934 and 1953, around 1.6 million inmates, including ordinary prisoners, died in the camps. Mortality was somewhat higher among political prisoners. In these 20 years, 500,000 died. In a period of 33 years, some 4 million people were convicted of political crimes, and 20% were shot, the majority starting in 1930. It is more difficult to accurately calculate the rest of Stalin's victims, but there is, nevertheless, reliable data. Between 1930 and 1932, 1,800,000 peasants considered kulaks were forced into exile in the so-called kulak settlements, Kulakskaya, monitored by the secret police. At the beginning of 1932, only 1,300,000 were still alive, the remaining 500,000 had died, fled, or been released after sentence review. Between 1932 and 1940, 230,000 births and 389,521 deaths occurred in these kulak settlements, 629,042 people had fled, of whom 235,120 were captured and returned to their respective settlements. Starting in 1935, birth rates exceeded mortality rates. Between 1932 and 1934, there were 49,168 births and 271,367 deaths, but between 1935 and 1940, 181,090 births and 108,154 deaths were recorded. 12. Without going into details, we could conclude that the vast majority of kulaks did not perish. A considerable number abandoned their towns and dispersed throughout the country, mixing with Russians and Ukrainians, and enrolling in the main projects of the 5-year plan, always short of manpower and willing to accept anyone without asking too many questions. The exiles saw their rights gradually regained and their cases filed. Some joined the army, and others were simply rehabilitated. In 1948 the kulak settlements were closed under police surveillance. We have on our hands, therefore, a significant number of victims of terror, a group that does not need to be increased, manipulated, or falsified. It remains to add the price that a much sadder category had to pay, demographic losses in the broadest sense. To put in order the complicated situation of the period between 1914 and 1945, we will turn to a specialist in demographic history, Robert Davies 13. In this sense, the figures he gives refer to the history of the Russian population during that entire period, but the Stalinist stage is clearly distinguished. In Russia USSR, 2 world wars and a civil war caused greater demographic losses, or population deficits, than anywhere else. The indicators used to measure them are the excess deaths resulting from violence, hunger, and epidemics, and the birth deficit due to a temporary drop in the birth rate. In the case of the First World War and the Civil War, it is estimated that the excess deaths were 16 million, and the birth rate deficit was 10 million. In the Second World War, the corresponding figures are respectively between 26 and 27 million and 12 million. Stalinist industrialization also caused excess peacetime deaths, on the order of 10 million or more, the majority during the famines of 1933. The total population losses between 1914 and 1945 due to premature death and as a consequence of the deficit of birth rates totaled 74 million, 26 million between 1914 and 1922, 38 million between 1941 and 1945 and 10 million in peacetime. Davies does not provide figures on this last period, but his research contributes to putting an end to fictitious estimates that manipulate the data based on the principle that the history of communism is bathed in blood. If we estimate the deaths at 80 million, one may wonder, why not double that? 12. The end. As the end of the war approached, the country was exhausted and the vast territories occupied by the Germans, or which had been the scene of the fighting, were literally devastated. In the reconquered areas, there was no economic structure whatsoever and they lacked a government. The Soviet system had to be rebuilt from top to bottom, initially without economic support and with a population that included a good number of former collaborationists. I will confine myself here to one aspect of the reconstruction of the Soviet system in these regions. Finding paintings for the reconquered territories was a titanic task and took place in absolutely chaotic conditions. The new appointments were replaced again and again, either because of their incompetence, or because they were untrustworthy, or because they were criminals who had entered the administration. Cadres from regions that had escaped German conquest tended to be people with little training and a tendency to abandon a difficult job to return home. In Ukraine, Lithuania, and Latvia, well-trained nationalist insurgent units clashed with Soviet troops and security forces, sometimes in fierce combat, with significant losses on both sides. The regime had to dedicate time and effort to subdue these partisans. But there was work again. The factories were rebuilt and life slowly returned to normal. When Stalin died, the country had already recovered its pre-war levels of social and economic indicators, especially with regard to agricultural production. However, his disappearance from the scene was not enough to rid the USSR of his legacy, especially since post-war reconstruction meant restoring a Stalinist model in crisis, with all its aberrations and irrational features. The return of peace meant that the state and the party, until then completely immersed in the effort involved in the conflict, had to face a reality that they had not foreseen. The state bureaucracy, the body in charge of organization during the war, had to address the problems of reconversion. For the party and its apparatus, the situation was even more complicated. Regardless of the propaganda, between 1941 and 1945 the apparatus had been relegated to a secondary role. Politburo members ran the war machine through the State Defense Committee, but they did so as leaders of the state, not the party, under Stalin's iron fist. The Central Committee had lost weight and no Congress had been called for years. To bring order to the party, Stalin brought in its reputed leader in Leningrad, Alexis Kuznetsov, who had distinguished himself during the siege of the city as Stanov's right-hand man. He appointed him party secretary for cadres, a member of the Politburo, and everything indicated that Stalin was grooming her to become his successor. All this, however, was not an enviable situation for a beginner trapped in the complex apparatus of power that surrounded Stalin. His prerogatives were important, but the task before him was intimidating. He was responsible for providing quality and politically reliable leaders to all important agencies of the state. To do this, he had to supervise the work of the Directory of Party Cadres, reorganized to face the task. His first mission was to find qualified personnel to assume positions of responsibility in the most important branches of the economy throughout the country. Another of the missions that fell on his shoulders was the reorganization of the party. Although the personnel of the party apparatus was in constant movement, its structures had not changed much, hence the new structure was instructive enough for us to devote our attention to it. It was decided that the Directorate of Cadres would be headed by 5 deputy directors, and that it would be made up of 28 departments, instead of the previous 50, each responsible for controlling a group of ministries or other government agencies. The creation of a single personnel department and various section services in the entire board of directors was also planned. Of the 28 departments, one would deal with cadres for party organizations, another with the training and retraining of cadres, and a third with cadres in Soviet institutions, armed forces, internal affairs, and foreign trade. The state security services, the prosecutor's office and the Department of Justice were included in the same department. The same thing happened with transportation and each of the branches of industry, as well as with agriculture, finance, commerce, higher education and research, publications, art and others. The new board, therefore, was a heavy machine that employed some 650 officials. Possibly the largest of the Central Committee's apparatuses, it was organized along lines of operation until, 2 years later, it returned to the old structure of branches of the economy. Meanwhile, Zdanov's new role as secretary allowed him to know everything, including the most secret institutions, since they all needed the cadres that came out of his board and that he controlled or, at least, began to supply and control. From unpublished speeches and conversations with his subordinates, we can conclude that Kuznetsov was a man of considerable intelligence. His organizational abilities and the ease with which he gained the esteem of the apparatus demonstrate his importance. The attempt to reconstruct and revitalize the party and its apparatus was evidently made in agreement with Stalin. It is obvious that when it came to organizational issues, Kuznetsov was on his own. In ideological matters, however, he had to stick to the marked line. Before proceeding with the discussion of reforms in the party apparatus, we must raise these ideological questions, and in particular a novelty that arose from Stalin's growing identification with Tsarist symbols during the war. The new ideological line directly affected the central cadres of the party, now subject to a re-indoctrination process along with various social groups and administrative bodies. Zdanovism and the Courts of Honor, 1946 to 1950. Zdanovism, named after its main speaker, Andrei Zdanov, party secretary at the time, refers to a particularly sinister chapter in the history of Stalinism 1. Since these measures, which devastated the cultural life of the country, are studied in all histories of Soviet literature, we have chosen to deal here exclusively with the unpublished documents of the party apparatus. The main target of Zdanovism was the professional intelligentsia, accused of praising the West and branded as cosmopolitan, a term behind which the barely concealed anti-Semitism of those years was hidden. However, his spirit left a deep mark on the state and the party apparatus, which employed a significant number of people with higher education. Expression of the most extreme Russian nationalism, Zdanovism attacked the manifestations of nationalism in non-Russian republics. The introduction into the upper echelons of the party and the government of the archaic courts of honor goes against all administrative logic, and frustrated attempts to raise the professional level of the party apparatus. These courts were to instill among the apparatchiks a sense of patriotism and pride in the unique achievements of their Stalinist homeland through rigged trials in all agencies of the administration. The scapegoats were accused of all kinds of infamies, but only their careers were affected, they escaped with their lives. In short, these courts tried crimes similar to treason, but which were not subject to criminal penalties. Kuznetsov explained this practice in a report to the entire party apparatus on September 29, 1947. The measures were directed against people with higher education, including the growing number of specialists. The central apparatus was not immunized against that disease, and the report was read at a meeting called to elect the Court of Honor of the Central Committee apparatus, an election that began the selection processes in the rest of the administrative bodies throughout the country. The court's mission was to combat flattering behavior towards the West. One of these courts was also established in the Ministry of State Security, MGB. Its members were apparently irritated at having to undergo such a procedure, but Kuznetsov informed them that if such a tribunal was necessary in the central apparatus of the party, the stronghold of the country, there was no reason why it should not be. At the MGB, its members also had to improve in matters of patriotism and spiritual independence, the only things that could guarantee the recognition of the superiority of Soviet culture over Western culture. Kuznetsov's argument was the following: to the extent that the country's activity depended on the quality of the party apparatus, the courts of honor played a decisive role. The apparatus sheltered a number of workers who had shown unpatriotic, antisocial, and anti-state deviations. From now on, as soon as these behaviors were discovered, they would be resolved internally, with the greatest possible discretion. The reason for all this was the widespread belief that, as soon as someone became a member of the apparatus, it was no longer necessary to be alert or improve politically. But many officials seemed to overlook that their work in the central apparatus, the sanctum sanctorum, the expression appears in the report, was not routine work, but a party obligation. There was also dissolute behavior among some of the main figures, as Kuznetsov pointed out, something totally inadmissible in the ranks of the party, and even less so in the apparatus of the Central Committee. The most frequent offenses cited are drunkenness, debauchery, and negligence in handling confidential documents. These negligences were most dangerous, because the Central Committee received reports on all aspects of the country's activities, including defense and foreign policy. For this reason, all tasks within the apparatus, regardless of the position held, had to be confidential. The party's best weapon against its enemies was to be alert. It had to become an inviolable principle of national life. There was a disturbing and obvious undertone to this policy. During the meeting, it was officially said that the new line was inspired by the methods of the Great Purges. In fact, some episodes of these were cited as a reminder, such as the confidential letters addressed to members of the party that had marked the beginning of the purges, the letter of January 18, 1935 regarding the actions against the Kirov murderers, the letter of May 13, 1935 on party membership cards, the circular of July 29, 1936 on the Trotskyist-Zinovyevist terrorist bloc, and the circular of June 29, 1941 to the agents of the party and the state that were in the vicinity of the front. All of these letters preceded or came after episodes of terror against the population in general and against the Kadrs in particular. The deliberate invocation of that era served as a warning to the potentially disloyal intelligentsia, although Stalin's speech on the need not to lower one's guard during the mind-blowing Central Committee sessions of 1937 to 1938 was also cited, another classic on what was the best way to treat enemies. Such was the spirit of a campaign launched to instill, nothing more and nothing less, spiritual independence, and for which international espionage was also resorted to. The apparatchiks were told that the Western intelligence services were looking for a way to get into the party and that their families were not immune. Tell your wife something, she will tell her neighbor. And everyone will know. State secrets. Anyone familiar with Stalin's way of criticizing party officials and leaders could recognize his inimitable style in these words. In fact, the condemnation of the family talks of the members of the apparatus was based on a recent episode. In 1948, the government had decided, surrounded by the highest secrecy, to increase prices, but the decision reached ears of the population before it was enacted, which caused a frenzy to get to the stores. The purges that accompanied Stanovism were nowhere near the magnitude of those of 1936 to 1939, although atrocities were committed such as the execution of the writers of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, the murder of the great actor Mikhoels, who died in an alleged accident of car, a multitude of arrests and executions of cultural figures, the professional ruin of several figures and the destruction of artistic and scientific works. In 1950 the Leningrad affair occurred. All the former leaders of the party and the administration in Leningrad, including Kuznetsov and the deputy prime minister and head of Gosplan, Voznesensky, were executed and another 100 perished or were sent to the camps. The ideology of the Stanovshchina was, of course, Stalin's ideology, and the climax of his ideological drift. Stalin was fascinated by the glorious Tsarist past, and the courts of honor were not the only historical element he took from those times. All senior ministerial officials now wore uniforms and their titles derived directly from those in the table of ranks of Peter I. Even worse than the external paraphernalia was the Russian ultranationalism typical of the last years of Stalinism, with an aftertaste of proto-fascism. Stalin wanted his spirit to survive him, and to do so he personally revised the new Soviet anthem, imposing on a multinational country a chauvinist hymn to Great Russia. It should be added that, when Khrushchev came to power, the courts of honor and the archaic titles and uniforms, with their ridiculous epaulets, were abolished or abandoned, and that the administration, which barely had time for those relics, quickly forgot them. The putrid smell of Stanovism disappeared forever. All this is important to understand the atmosphere that was felt in the country when Kuznetsov launched the important undertaking of rationalizing, first in the party, the work of cadres. His idea was to treat them firmly but also fairly, and he expected them to respond appropriately. The difference in tone and spirit between Kuznetsov's public explanation of Stanovism in 1947 and the first serious debates with his colleagues in 1946 and 1947 is striking. And it raises the question of whether he really approved of Stanovism. The new approach. Several new sources, and more specifically the minutes of the closed-door meetings of the board of directors, something possibly unprecedented in the history of the apparatus, allow us to intuit what the Politburo was preparing to do to put its house in order. First of all, try to redefine the functions of the entire apparatus, clarify the division of tasks within it and, no less important, change the economic policy of the central apparatus. As surprising as it may seem, the apparatus wanted to end its direct intervention in the management of the economy. These changes drove the need to redefine and separate the functions and spheres of action of the party and the state. According to the new organizational doctrine, the Central Committee was a body that was responsible for setting political guidelines, which it subsequently transferred to the government. Through the management personnel, the party took care of the leading cadres of the state, and its mission was to ideologically educate the nation and supervise local organizations. There was nothing inherently new in this, but it was a surprise to the apparatchiks to learn that the Central Committee would no longer deal directly with the economy. Its economic departments, as well as those of agriculture and transportation, were abolished. The main task of the apparatus was to govern the party itself and supervise the cadres in each of the areas, although without going into details about their activities or how they carried out their work. Of course, the Central Committee would continue to issue directives, including on economic issues, to the government although, within the framework of its responsibilities for the supervision of cadres in government bodies, it also had to continue to intervene indirectly in the monitoring of policy. Economical. Finally, the local party bodies, for example the regional committees dealing with executive functions, continued their economic activities, as in the past. Its responsibilities were not a carbon copy of those of the Central Committee. To shed some light on this obscure division of tasks between the two bodies immediately below the Politburo, the Orgburo, and the Secretariat, it was decided that the former would be in charge of the local party bodies. He called them together, listened to their reports and proposed improvements, even though this was not the role that the party's statutes had granted him in the past. Meetings were held regularly and appointments were scheduled in advance. The Secretariat, in turn, was a permanent body, which met daily, and even several times a day, and also met when required. He prepared the agenda and important materials for the Orgburo meetings, and made sure that the resolutions adopted by the Orgbureau and the Politburo were put into practice. He was also in charge of assigning cadres to the different agencies of the system through the relevant departments, helping the local party organizations to take effective control of the state and economic organs, criticizing them and assuming responsibility for the political leadership of the masses were the main objectives of the party leadership, and precisely in these terms they were defined. The sources that we have at our disposal reveal the reasons that led the leaders to ignore the economy in this way. The situation of the local party bodies, all of them dependent on the Central Committee, was not at all good, and even the latter was besieged by problems. The main cause of the situation was the generalized dependence on party officials, and their submission to the economic ministries. One aspect of this dependence is found in what has been called self-incentives, samosnabdjeni, which covered various practices. Those in charge of government agencies, especially those working in the economic ministries and their local branches, offered the party bosses illegal incentives in the form of prizes, bonuses, luxury gifts and all kinds of services, such as construction of dachas, home repairs, stays in first-class sanatoriums for local party secretaries, and of course for their families. All of this was the responsibility of the state. According to one source, those economic favors with which the party elite were rewarded took on unimaginable proportions. Another document by Kuznetsov, from the end of 1947, offers more information in this regard. The Politburo had just promulgated a harsh decree against the rewards that economic officials offered to party officials. A practice that had spread during the war and was now part of absolutely all spheres of activity. In a time like that of rationing and severe living conditions, the country lived even closer to famine than to daily shortages, and many members of the party dedicated themselves to illegal requisitioning, even resorting to extortion, food, and other merchandise that belonged to economic agencies. Obviously, these acts were criminal. According to Kuznetsov, they were, essentially, a form of corruption that made party representatives dependent on economic agencies. These gave priority to their own interests over those of the state they supposedly represented. If the defense of state interests had to take precedence over private ones, how could party cadres guarantee it when the improvement of their material situation depended on the bonuses and perks they obtained from those responsible for the economy? Similar cases of corruption, in which the economic ministries remunerated party officials throughout the country, some of them held positions of responsibility in the apparatus, were discovered and revealed to Stalin by his right hand, Lev Mejli, Minister of State Control. It is evident that Kuznetsov had access to this information. A good number of documents I have collected show that many local apparatchiks and their bosses devoted much of their energies, when they were not organizing bacchanals in which alcohol was provided at the expense of local or Soviet government agencies, to acquiring housing and property, and to allow oneself to be bribed. The inspectors reported in great detail the number of bottles of alcohol that were consumed, their cost, the bill from the restaurant that had taken care of the food and the name of the public institution that had assumed all these expenses. Bribes did not always come in the form of offers, sometimes they were a request, or even a demand. Documentation of files against party leaders accused of improper or criminal conduct was piling up in the state prosecutor's office. The local party leadership was obviously in poor shape after the war. The central apparatus was aware of the situation, but did not report it because it did not want to attach too much importance to those behaviors, so common that everyone had become accustomed to them. However, Stalin was said to have declared that plundering of state resources was a crime. For Kuznetsov, bribes gave rise to intimate family relationships, and turned party organizations into playthings in the hands of those in charge. If the situation continues, it will bring about the end of the party, he declared. It was necessary for the party organizations to regain their independence. For those who considered the primacy of the party to be something solid, a phrase like that must have surprised them. It is evident that Kuznetsov was repeating what he had already heard at a closed-door meeting of the board of directors in 1946, shortly after his appointment. But it was possibly the first time that a consultation like that had taken place, in the presence of all the members of the apparatus. Kuznetsov begged the participants to be honest and listen to everything. The department heads of the board itself were super bureaucrats inaccessible to his subordinates, they formed cliques and enjoyed special privileges, the hierarchy was very strict and did not allow cronyism among party members. Lastly, the atmosphere of secrecy was suffocating. No less eloquent was the apparatchik's assessment of important ministers, they saw them as feudal lords who looked down on their officials. Someone asked, "When did you last see a minister visit us at the Central Committee?" To which another added, "Not even a vice minister." It is interesting to note, as Kuznetsov did, that much of the criticism, especially when it came from the mouths of the younger apparatchiks, in charge of instruction, exuded idealism and the bitterness caused by seeing that their hopes had gone to waste. Kuznetsov even heard an unexpected phrase, "Even for a researcher like me 50 years later, we the party have lost power, my poterialivi last." All this is contained in the minutes of the 1946 meeting, so it is not surprising that, after a year, Kuznetsov declared that the party organizations must regain their independence. It was not even necessary for him to specify with respect to whom. The economization of the party was a curse that made the leadership put their hands on their heads like never before. The very existence of the party as an institution of government was in danger. During the war, its transformation into a ministerial appendage had accelerated, with the consequent loss of power. It is evident, the ministries had been in charge of the war effort and the most glittering activities. The managers, who dealt more and more assiduously with the Council of Ministers and ignored the Central Committee and its nomenclatura, dedicated themselves to bribing the party apparatus and corrupting it. There is plenty of evidence about this disregard for the rules of nomenclatura, a term that will appear again later. The remedy seemed to be to distance the central apparatus from any direct involvement in economic issues and from dealing with agencies remove it from the economy, no more, no less, as well as distance it from economic guidelines and the supervision of cadres. But Stanovism would only complicate things. In the past, the Directorate of Cadres had preferred to recruit people who already had the technical training necessary for work in the party. They now opted for humanities graduates to avoid ideological lapses such as the failure to censor ideologically alienating passages in an opera, or the publication of an insufficiently censored biography of Lenin. The technicians were considered incapable of discovering ideological subversion, much less combating it. And a threat like economization, much more prosaic but also less obvious, and which was beginning to cloud the party's ideological field of vision, far exceeded its possibilities. What was, however, the ideological framework that was supposedly losing vigor? And what was there to oppose to the influence of the capitalist West? We arrive here at one of the Achilles' heels of the ideological edifice of the party. At that time, Stalinism was characterized by its unwillingness, and even its inability, to criticize capitalism from a socialist point of view. As we have already said, the choice had been made to adopt a virulent Russian nationalism. We will recover this question in the third part, when we will do a more general review of its ideological history. As for the problem of the recovery by the party apparatus of control of the ministries, it was linked, once again, to an excessive direct involvement with the economic sphere, which had made it possible for the managers to impose their designs. Hence, the 1946 reform of the apparatus consisted, fundamentally, of ending that direct relationship and putting an end to the economization of the party. Even so, this line, by itself, could not replace the ideological foundations that Stalinism had lost. Kuznetsov hinted at this during the plenary meeting of the party apparatus. The party has no program, he declared, stating that the only existing programmatic texts were Stalin's constitution and the 5-year plan. There was an undeniable audacity in these words, since they were saying that, with Stalin, the party had lost its initial ideological drive, and it would have been a suicidal statement if it had not been for the fact that we can infer that Stalin himself thought the same and Kuznetsov was limited to quote it. When Kuznetsov said that the party was losing ground to those in charge of the economy and that it must regain independence, he possibly echoed Stalin's sentiments, or at least had the leader's approval. As the dictator knew, the erosion of the majority of the original ideological skeleton was one of the factors that made the economization of party cadres possible. The Zdanovist policies were imposed at the behest of Stalin, which indicates that he was aware of the ideological weakness of the regime and that he had decided to lay new ideological foundations, which we have already seen what they consisted of. But they were only part of the problem, and in no way part of the solution. Be that as it may, economics had been identified as the reason for the decline of the main party apparatus. The measures adopted were based on the conviction that the solution could come from a better division of labor between the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers. The latter would continue to run the country, while the former would be in charge of appointments to key positions and supervising the cadre departments of each of the institutions. This line, however, the abandonment of the economy and the return to party work, would not last long. Less than 2 years later, said reorganization, proof of a long-term vision even though it aimed at an unattainable goal, was reversed. The retreat. The process stopped at the end of 1948. Let us briefly analyze its consequences. At the beginning of 1949, the specialized sectors of the Directory of Cadres were transformed into independent departments assigned to different spheres of state activity. Officially, they only dealt with the cadres of these spheres, and had no relationship with the professional environment of the activities. In fact, however, these Central Committee departments, unknowingly or deliberately, remained involved in the economic management structures, because of the sectoral nature of the system, an aspect that the 1946 reform had attempted to overcome. The turn ended up turning into a retreat. The mood of this new phase is summarized in a document. Pendulum movements were recurrent in the practices of the Soviet administration, so this stage was nothing new. To replace the heavy directorate of cadres, and the specialized units in charge of inspecting the party organs, a new organizational structure was being prepared. From now on, the apparatus of the Central Committee, supervised mainly by the Secretariat and, to a lesser extent, by the Orgbureau, would be responsible for controlling the operations of the ministries and other agencies of the central government. The new departments of the Central Committee were responsible for this task, among which were Agitprop, Party Komsomol, trade unions, international relations, heavy industry, consumer goods industry, of engineering, machinery building, that of transport and agriculture, a new administrative department, endowed with great power and responsible for security services, and the group of agencies dedicated to planning, economics and trade. These last three would end up breaking up shortly after to form an independent department. This reorganization consisted, in short, of converting the structural units of the old Directorate of Cadres into autonomous departments and of distributing, in a more or less logical way, the 115 ministries and all the organs of the party, at the Republican and regional level, in said departments. Not a simple task at all. Each of these state agents to be supervised was in charge of a large number of local branches, a labyrinthine set of supply networks that led any inspection agency upside down. But that already intricate network was much more complex than the one we will see when talking about the administration of the state. Each department of the Central Committee had its own more or less complex structure and its personnel department, although there were also structures that were at the service of the entire apparatus of the Central Committee, such as the Central Statistical Office, and departments in charge of coordination tasks, such as the Special Unit of the Secretary General, the Encryption Service and the Confidential Matters Service. In addition, there were different groups or special bodies unknown to anyone not familiar with the system, such as the one in charge of receiving foreign visitors, a department of the Central Committee, possibly, an auxiliary secretariat of the Orgbureau. Independent, a general department through which all the important texts and appointments of the different departments passed or that they were to receive, a business department, a post office for letters intended for the public, an office for discharges of party members, a foreign travel commission, a special office that looked after the Kremlin, and a unit that worked with the auxiliary farms, possibly part of the business department, which also had a mechanical repair service. We still have one more gear to study, but its complexity will not discourage readers. Simplicity often requires mastery of detail. Ultimately, the Soviet tendency toward administrative opacity is not as complicated as it seems. And, although the comparison between the Soviet bureaucracy and that of other countries may generate confusion, its results are undoubtedly illuminating. And, sometimes, surprising. The nomenclature of the Central Committee. The undertaking of the years 1946 to 1948, to reorganize the central apparatus of the party, is contained in the term nomenklatura, which refers to the mechanism used to keep the highest-ranking cadres under the control of the party. The nomenklatura, however, was also the origin of the problems and collateral effects that affected the regime until its last days. The resurrection in 1946 of the nomenklatura of the Central Committee required a titanic effort on the part of the Directorate of Cadres and the three supreme bodies, the Politburo, the Orgburo, abolished in 1952, and the Secretariat. The Russian word nomenklatura means a list of things, whatever they may be, that must be named. We will now examine this list more closely to see how it should work in practice. A document dated August 22, 1946 signed by Andreev, head of the Directory of Cadres, and his assistant Revsky, was transferred to the four secretaries of the Central Committee, Zdanov, Kuznetsov, Patalichev, and Popov, so that they could give their approval to a version of the nomenclatura that contained 42,894 command positions in the state and party apparatuses. The exact figure varies from draft to draft, but this is not our concern. It is worth emphasizing once again that the Central Committee was the author of this list and who controlled its contents. The text begins with a mention of the obvious: it is difficult to control the cadres when more than half of the appointments and resignations of the ministerial positions that appear in this nomenclatura have not had the approval of the Central Committee. Therefore, it was urgent that he give his approval to the new list, which was only a draft, although it was better suited than the previous versions to the requirements of the 5-year plan of 1946 to 1950. The board was also working on another list equally or more important, the so-called Reserve Register, an auxiliary list of candidates for positions in the nomenclatura. In the event that personnel demands increase, this list would allow the necessary staff to be quickly available. The latest version of this new nomenclatura eliminated some 9,000 positions and introduced several new positions, some fundamental changes to reflect technological and economic changes and other variations in the relative importance of different positions. The first post-war nomenclatura of positions of the Central Committee took about 3 months to be approved, in different stages. At the end of November 1946, the Central Committee had a text that could serve as a basis for the distribution of the main positions. The general list of positions that had to be filled in accordance with the rules of the nomenclatura was accompanied by a detailed record of the officials who performed those functions at that time. A look at some of those 41,883 positions, and the names that appear, will allow us to get an idea of that contingent considered fundamental to the system. The classification was extremely detailed. The enumeration of the positions that the Central Committee wanted on its own list began with positions in party organizations, classified by rank, Central Committee, secretaries and their assistants, department heads and their assistants, heads of special sectors and else. Next came the local party officials in the republics and at the regional level, and after them the directors of the party schools and the professors of Marxist-Leninist history and economics. The list continued with the main positions in the state apparatus, in the central government, in that of the republics and in the districts, ministers, vice-ministers, members of the ministerial colleges or department heads and followed the entire hierarchy of positions. Administrative positions in government agencies, as well as in the parallel apparatus of the Soviets, until reaching the lowest echelon that the Central Committee wanted to have under its direct or indirect tutelage. The text contains figures for each ministry, but the examination of the data by hierarchical strata is much more eloquent. Of the 41,883 nomenclatura positions, the high echelons, ministries and party, totaled 4,836, 12% of the list. By now, readers will have realized that this excursion through the lands of the nomenclatura leads us to get an idea of the entire Soviet administrative system. To analyze its real weight, we must read these data together with those of the Central Statistics Office, which offer figures for the entire state apparatus. The nomenclatura represented approximately a third of the 160,000 first-class positions, of which 105,000 were in the central government apparatus in Moscow, and 55,000 in the administrative bodies of the republics, ministries and agencies. It should be noted that, at that time, the state administration had 1.6 million positions of responsibility, 18.8% of the total number of employees, which was 8 million. More realistic calculations would reduce this figure to 6.5 million, by excluding categories such as cleaners and other minor personnel from administration. The senior management category included officials who headed administrative units and who reported, directly or indirectly, to lower-level officials. On the list we also find positions under the heading, which perhaps accurately described their function, of rector or expert. If we focus again on the nomenclatura of the Central Committee, we have a list broken down by sector of activity. The largest contingent was that of party and Komsomol officials, 10,533, 24.6% of the names on the list. Next was industry, with 8,808 positions, 20.5%, general administrative agencies, with 4,082, 9.5%, defense, with 3,954, 9.2%, culture, art, and science, with 2,305, 5.4%, transportation, with 1,842, 4.4%, agriculture, with 1,548, 3.6%, state security and public order, with 1,331, 3.1%, prosecution and justice, with 1,242, 2.9%, foreign affairs, with 1,169, 2.7%, construction companies, with 1,106, 2.6%, acquisitions and commerce, with 1,022, 2.4%, social services, with 767, 1.8%, unions and cooperatives, with 763, 1.8%, state planning, registration and control, with 575, 1.3%, and, finally, financial and credit institutions, with 406, 1%. Analysis of the professional profile of the officials who appeared on the list in mid-1946 shows that 14,778 positions were held by engineers with different specialties. The fact that a good part of the remaining names were people with a discrete educational profile was compensated by, or so it was ensured, the length of service. 70% of those who had not passed primary education had been in positions of responsibility for more than 10 years. From these figures some not too optimistic conclusions emerge. In total, 55.7% of the central nomenclatura cadres had been in their position for more than 10 years, of the remaining percentage, 32.6%, between 6 and 10 years, 39.2%, between 2 and 5 years, 17.25%, between 1 and 2 years, and in 22.1%, less than a year. Some 1,400 members of the nomenclatura were not members of the party, 3.5% of the total. Finally, 66.7% of the positions were in the hands of Russians, 11.3% in the hands of Ukrainians, 5.4% in the hands of Jews, etc. The etc. appears in the document. Readers with a special interest in bureaucratic issues have plenty of material here to reflect on supervisory methods and the logic, or lack of logic, behind such a centralized personnel policy. The complexity of the nomenclatura hierarchy makes us wonder about the realism of bureaucratic methods to control the bureaucracy. Closer examination reveals that the list was but one part of a larger system. The Central Committee controlled, or claimed to control, the upper echelon of the civil service, but these officials also had power over other lower-ranking positions, although they could only exercise it in agreement with the relevant party committee at each level, or with the lowest echelon of his own hierarchy, who in turn behaved in the same way with the staff of the institutions under his command, alone or in collaboration, who in turn. Hence, a system that seems simple seen from the top ends up accumulating different hierarchies, between which prerogatives flow and allow countless derogations. The endless complaints from the Central Committee apparatus against the ministries attest to the fact that they were not particularly diligent when it came to following the rules of the nomenclatura. They decided on the appointments, transfers, or dismissals of officials without consulting the Central Committee, or they did so after the fact. And they behaved this way because the nomenclatura did not really function as a univocal system. When a position became vacant, the Central Committee looked for a candidate on the reserve list, but it only did so when the ministry in question acknowledged that it was in a crisis situation. Otherwise, he would ask the minister to propose the best candidate and confirm the appointment. In the second and third parts of this study, we will ask again who ultimately controlled this system, and we will provide an answer. But now we can conclude that the logistics involved in controlling these gears demonstrate the degree of dependence on them. And precisely this is how the dangers of economization and the loss of control over the government machine and its administrative class were formulated in the internal debates of the party. By way of conclusion, we can emphasize two features of the Stalinist system. When talking about Stalin's methods of government, we find ourselves in the realm of arbitrariness and personal despotism. However, when we talk about the Soviet government, we travel to the domains of the bureaucracy or, rather, to its two branches, a smaller one, the party apparatus, and another, larger one, the state administration. 13. Agricultural despotism. After the war, Stalin remained obsessed with forging an adequate historical alibi in order to legitimize his power. He needed something consistent to achieve complete absolution of his former political commitments. During the war, he had glimpsed the third part of what was going to make up an authentic triptych, which remained, however, partially hidden. The first piece corresponded to the elimination of Leninism and the domestication of the party, the second, to the extermination of its historical members through purges and the rewriting of history. The third would be the distribution of historical responsibilities and the transition to a nationalist ideology that exalted the great power, comparable to Tsarism, and that would adopt precisely its characteristics. During these three phases, a multitude of citizens, many of them independent and important cadres, lost their lives, and the entire society lived in terror. However, Stalinism would also end up being buried. It would be a mistake to think that the death of the dictator, inevitable in the long run, was the decisive factor. After the end of the war, the system had entered into crisis, and Stalin, despite remaining convinced of the impression of omnipotence that he had created, was looking for a solution that would breathe life into it. The main cause of the decline was the internal contradictions of the regime. Its absolutist features, more typical of another era, were intrinsically incompatible with the effects of forced industrialization, the response to the challenges of the new times. The government that he had invoked those furies seemed incapable of adapting to the emerging realities, the interest groups, or the problems presented by the social structures and layers that had emerged from said development process. There is no better example of all this than the pathological purges. Stalin could not live with the fruits of his political decisions, starting with his own bureaucracy. He couldn't live without her, but neither could he live with her. Stalin's personal path was inspired, in a certain sense, by his experience in the years of the Civil War. The conclusions he had reached about Russia's present and future needs were the solutions to which his personality, his intellect, and his experience predisposed him. However, we must not overlook the decisive role that the unique character of Russian history played. It not only gave rise to Stalin, but also allowed him to achieve power and direct the country's destinies in a certain direction. Throughout its territory and the regions that surrounded it, the Middle East, the Far East, and also Eastern Europe, the political system embraced by Russia had had numerous ancestors, neighbors, and cousins experienced in agrarian despotism. The transformation of Muscovy into a centralized state required the combination of various independent principalities to create a single political unit. This process gave rise to a kind of defeudalization as parceling was reduced. However, it also brought with it the introduction of a new type of feudalism, motivated by the conversion of peasants into serfs of the land offered to them by the nascent bourgeoisie in exchange for their work for the state. Simultaneously, serfs and their lords were born, who were in turn servants of the state. The expansion of the personal domains of the Moscow governor coincided with the emergence of an autocracy and the creation, in a vast territory, of a nation through colonization, the main feature of the birth of Russia. In the expression used by the 19th century Russian historian Soloviev, the process stretched, that is, it was extensive and repetitive, and with it appeared a highly centralized state governed by a sovereign who ruled by divine will. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the autocracy had sought, not without problems, a way to get rid of the agrarian corset, which had become an obstacle to its methods of government and its imperial image. The changes that had occurred over the centuries made that scenario more and more unsustainable, since Tsar Nicholas II felt a great love for an autocratic model that dated back to a period in which the sovereign identified the state with a personal domain and governed it as if it were a family matter. In this sense, it is worth remembering that, in ancient Greek, the word despots referred to the head of a family unit who was in charge of servants and slaves. In the 20th century, however, serfdom no longer existed, and the peasant patriarchal system, in which the lord represented the equivalent of the highest authority in the popular imagination, something that could have served as a pillar for a sui generis form of popular monarchy, was changing rapidly. The head of the peasant family unit had been supporting Tsarism for years because, as a small monarch, he felt a certain affinity for the great monarch, a little father, Batyushka, like him. But the basis of this primitive rural monarchical system was losing robustness as peasants began to question this analogy. Stalin's increasing tendency to identify with Russia's imperial past, and to exploit its ancestral traditions for the benefit of his regime, may seem somewhat surprising in view of the rapid decline that Tsarism suffered. However, we would make a mistake if we reduced the phenomenon to a mere mechanism dictated by mobilization in the war against the German invader, or to his repeated opinion about the Russians, a people who could not live without a Tsar. His vision corresponded to a deep-rooted political and psychological need, a radical redefinition of his person and of the political and ideological identity of his regime. It is possible that Stalin was aware of the historical evolution of the title assumed by Russian rulers. Originally, the ruler was a knyaz, prince, a title without much prestige since there were many princes. Vasily III adopted the name Gosudar, sovereign, but this title was still too similar to that of other contemporary rulers. The title Tsar, the Russian equivalent of the German Kaiser and the Latin Caesar, adopted by Ivan the Terrible, was more imposing, and even sounded disastrous in a character like that. Peter the Great finally opted for that of emperor, the most prestigious of all. His successors would retain the entire list of titles, starting with that of emperor. Stalin wanted to find his place in that succession, but, since there was no title above that of emperor, he had to settle for generalissimo, which no Tsar had used. We would not concern ourselves with these minutiae if it were not for the fact that the taste for bombastic titles was not exclusive to Stalin, but rather he shared it with other general secretaries. This syndrome gives us some clue of the political emptiness that takes over rulers when they do not know what to do with their power. At the same time, the political and psychological calculations hidden behind these memories of the past should not make us forget the main thing: the title of Generalissimo was of no use. Affirm the affinity that united him to the empire, and more specifically to its Tsars, implacable statesman, allowed him to get rid of the burden of the original promises, impossible to put into practice, of building socialism, which, in turn, allowed him to close once and for all the chapter of Bolshevism, whose founding fathers had become against him. Lenin had described Stalin as a Russian thug, the Georgian counterpart of the same figure, and called for him to be removed from his position as general secretary of the party, a position for which he was not prepared. Stalin was truly determined to become a Russian bully and, as such, won the affection of the Russians, although to do so he had to change his ideological identity. There is nothing more instructive, in this sense, than the adoption of a new chauvinist anthem for the glory of the mythical Great Russia. This offended all the other nationalities of the empire, and responded to the worst variant of Russian nationalism, which emerged after the war, in the campaign against cosmopolitanism. All of these elements prefigured Stalin's desire to renounce his revolutionary past in favor of a different past. It was not enough to eliminate the Bolshevik cadres. And it wasn't about reaching stage 1, 2, or 2.5 of any ism, or being on the verge of doing so. These were all just meaningless words. Stalin's main achievement had been the superstate he had created, free of promises to keep, an agrarian despotism that can be counted among the most surprising turns that history has taken in this century. The Stalinist system recovered an old historical model, closer to that of Xerxes than to that of Nicholas I or Alexander III, and strengthened it through a dizzying process of industrialization that neither Xerxes nor Nicholas would have been able to carry out. Here the expression Oriental despotism comes to mind, proposed by the Orientalist Karl Wittfogel, and which refers to a bureaucratic system in which the priestly caste, the equivalent of the party, played a pivotal role. At the head of the system was a monarch with extraordinary power, endowed ex officio with supernatural origins. The economic and social basis of the system was formed by the multitudinous agricultural proletariat. The similarities are surprising, especially in view of the despotic right that Stalin had arrogated to himself to decide policy based on his outbursts, and the need to have enemies with a face and eyes before launching his forces against them. Of a totally savage secret police. However, the expression Oriental despotism is not accurate. The old despotism modified rural societies, but very slowly. In the case of the Stalinist system, it would be more appropriate to speak of agrarian despotism. Although the regime was born and was anchored in a rural past, because the peasantry continued to make up 80% of the population during the NEP, its main driving force was industrialization, which precipitated a large number of changes in society and launched it into a new era. At first, this marriage between two authoritarian systems, the old state model and the industrial model, contributed to accentuate the despotic and repressive nature of the regime, integrated as they were both in a planned economy and in the hands of the state. Thanks to this amalgam of forms we can reconstruct a personal despotic system, centered on the cult of the supreme leader, and whose roots went back to a very remote past, temporarily strengthened by the appearance of a new feature, industrialization. In fact, we see a similar pattern, although on a smaller scale, in the modernizing enterprise promoted by Peter the Great. With this backdrop and in that situation, it is easy to understand the meaning of forced labor, the gulag, of a despotism that allowed individual delirium to be given free rein, purges, forced labor or mass deportations, and of a gigantic repressive apparatus. It is worth remembering here that Stalin was in charge of personally preparing and supervising, with the help of Vyshinsky and his people, the great purges and show trials. It takes the skill of a playwright to write and direct a play, but someone who rules an empire in the 20th century in the manner of a puppeteer is nothing more than a primitive ruler. The superstate created by Stalin was, and was destined to be, bureaucratic, a trait of his character genetically inscribed in a state that had all the assets of the country in its hands. This explains the extraordinary power that the bureaucracy achieved, but it also makes us wonder if Stalin could coexist with a power complex that avoided it. The response the leader reached was as irrational as it was pathetic. Massive purges were inevitable to stop, or at least delay, the events. For Stalin, the purges became the quintessence of his modus operandi until the end of his days. He considered them the most effective strategy, something like a medicine, because they always seemed to work. If Stalin had unmasked any real enemy, the system, dictatorial as it was, would have been very different. In 1953, he was still planning new purges, and it is more than likely that only his death prevented him from executing his closest acolytes, Beria, Molotov, Kaganovich, and Mikoyan, among others. In a sense, the victory of 1945 rehabilitated Stalinism, also on a global scale in its own way, at a time when the system and Stalin had begun to experience a notable decline. In fact, he had lost the ability to govern the country effectively. He seemed to have achieved all of his goals, but the path before him, regardless of his state of health, had only one direction: it was a path back. It is enough to mention Stanovism to illustrate where the regime was heading, and to demonstrate that it had nothing left to offer. We can, finally, turn to the last aspect of our study: why did the Stalin cult triumph as it did? Because, despite all the aberrations, the cult, the legend, his aura, and his personality enjoyed a great prestige in Russia and throughout the world, where all this was seen as the traits of a vajda, guide, without parallel in the history. And his cult remained alive among many Russians even after Khrushchev's denunciation of him and his atrocities. There are many documents that record the reaction of the masses in Russia to the news of his death: uncontrollable grief, the feeling of an irreplaceable loss, and despair at what no one had considered, nothing less than the death of an immortal being. The reasons that explain this are diverse, and we can briefly summarize them here. We will begin by returning to the old rural patriarchal image of the landowner, Jozhane, whose harsh behavior was accepted as long as it was fair, a deep-rooted tradition in Russia. The victory over Nazi Germany was an important legitimizing factor, even though Stalin's regime was not in perfect health at the time. A special ability when it came to projecting a certain image also had an influence, which overcame the resistance of quite a few important intellectual figures. We will return later to this aspect, that of the fabulous founder of a powerful empire, and the patriotic value that was granted to him, all the more striking because he was not so far from reality. The lack of information and the size of the country completed the mystery of the leader, whose appearances were meticulously prepared. He knew how to calm and captivate, or how to instill terror. We must emphasize the lack of information. When data was provided, the details were always wrapped with powerful and effective propaganda. Many people were simply unaware of the horrors that had been committed and could not imagine that at the head of the state was a person who invented enemies and massacred innocent people. How could they reconcile this image with the one that Stalin had projected at the beginning of the war in that unforgettable speech broadcast on the radio at a crucial, very different moment? Brothers and sisters, I am addressing you, friends. They come to enslave our motherland, but our soil will experience another glorious day. We will finish off the enemy. We will be victorious. I quote from memory what I myself heard on the radio. And Soviet citizens heard the same thing, oblivious to the angriest face of Stalin, the one who signed endless lists of those condemned to death. Even if they had known, how important would it have been at a time when the fate of Russia and Europe were at stake? It is not easy to answer this question. Finally, religious, Dostoevskian elements must be included in our search for an explanation, although they do not deserve much attention. Be that as it may, many, if not most, of the most honest, brilliant, and creative people in the country submitted to Stalinism and even accepted it, temporarily or permanently. The list is long, but we could also make a list of the names of those who, immersed in the process, never accepted Stalin or Russia's model of him. I will conclude on this question by emphasizing an aspect of Stalinism that is implicit in everything said above. I have not spared readers any of Stalin's atrocities, but we must not forget that Stalinism rested on two historical imperatives: catching up with the West in industrial terms as an indispensable condition for building a strong state. The image and reality of a powerful state, of a victorious power, Держава, recognized as such throughout the world, is a fundamental factor, and with a great hypnotic capacity, not only in the eyes of many citizens, but also for the class. Politics, including members of the Politburo who hated Khrushchev for having demoted the builder of a state of unprecedented dimensions in the history of Russia. What need is there to worry about his irrational acts if we have achieved the goal, they asked. These reasonings were not limited to Russia or Stalin's leadership. Insensitivity towards the victims of atrocities committed by a strong state in the name of its strategic interests is widespread in circles of power around the world. State power is the main value of nationalisms and imperialisms. These considerations do not alter our conclusions in the slightest. Stalinism was impregnated with an irrational character that not only made it a decrepit regime, but also an abject one. To get rid of him, something like a shaman was necessary, and that is what Khrushchev offered, responding to popular beliefs. When Stalin's body left the mausoleum on Red Square to be buried elsewhere, he left feet first. According to peasant demonology, this was how they ensured that the dead demon would not return to torment the living. Getting rid of the specter, as Nikita intended, would give Soviet Russia another, more promising opportunity, although it would not be very long-lived. These considerations do not alter our conclusions in the slightest. Stalinism was impregnated with an irrational character that not only made it a decrepit regime, but also an abject one. To get rid of him, something like a shaman was necessary, and that is what Khrushchev offered, responding to popular beliefs. When Stalin's body left the mausoleum on Red Square to be buried elsewhere, he left feet first. According to peasant demonology, this was how they ensured that the dead demon would not return to torment the living. Getting rid of the specter, as Nikita intended, would give Soviet Russia another, more promising opportunity, although it would not be very long-lived. Second part. The 60s onwards. From a new model to a new impasse. 14. EPUR, yes move. My memory of the 60s is as intense as the dedication to Stalinism was during the 30s, and they will take us, through various specially selected topics, to the end of the regime. After displaying enviable vitality in many spheres, the Soviet Union began to lose steam in the early 1970s, before its economy definitively stagnated. Zaskoy. We have a good indicator of the irregular health of the system in the political personalities. Khrushchev and Andropov represented a certain dynamism, unlike Brezhnev and Chernenko, two examples of decadence. These fluctuations in the graph of history were nothing new, but rather followed the historical dynamics of the USSR from its earliest times. However, in this case we find ourselves facing the final phase of a new and ominous downward curve, in which more than one intriguing aspect was also perceived. All of this leads us to reiterate what should by now be evident: the Russia that entered the war in 1941 and emerged victorious from the conflict in 1945 was still a country on the way to becoming an urbanized industrial power. Sociologically and, in many ways, culturally, it remained anchored in a rural past, even with regard to the characteristic features of a modernizing state. The adjective that best defines the post-war period and Stalin's last years is primitive. All efforts were focused on two objectives: recovering pre-war living standards and rebuilding something resembling the Soviet system in the vast territories that the Germans had occupied. The chaos that initially reigned in the reconstruction efforts was inevitable. Thousands of officials were assigned to the reconquered territories, but they often lacked the training to carry out the task that awaited them. Among the thousands recruited locally, many were former collaborators. The regime also had many enemies. In Ukraine, Lithuania, and Latvia, the guerrillas engaged in combat with the Red Army. Rebuilding the system and restoring calm required patience, and led to a significant number of casualties. All in all, the country embarked decisively on the task of breathing oxygen into the economy. And, although in 1953 the pre-war levels, those of 1940, had already been recovered in many areas, the same cannot be said for consumer goods. In this sense, the USSR of 1945 to 1953 was still a country whose population was hungry or, at least, barely had anything to put in their mouths. Here it is appropriate to emphasize the following: the reconstruction, however impressive it was in certain sectors, starting with the production of weapons, and more specifically that of atomic weapons, coincided with the restoration of Stalinism, a deeply dysfunctional system that was in full degeneration. This restoration coincided with a return to deliberate terror, the old dictator's main political instrument, and with the promulgation of a retrograde nationalist ideology based on the idea of the great power. Openly embraced by the dictator during the war, the autocratic mold of Imperial Russia helped perfect it. The political regime was the personal dictatorship of a man whose titles practically rivaled those of the Tsars, and who imposed among the highest levels of the bureaucracy a replica of Peter the Great's table of ranks and uniforms. The reference to the Great Holy Russia in the national anthem of the Union as the ultimate symbol of the state and its ideology was the icing that crowned this rhetorical cake in which the new was mixed with the old. Popular support was guaranteed by terror. There is nothing more characteristic of this aspect of the Restoration, which apparently ended with a certain success, than the figures of the Gulag. After decreasing the number of inmates to 800,000 during the war, in 1953 the number exceeded 3 million. If we add to these numbers the exiles and those imprisoned, we reach a total of 5 million, an absolute record. Even so, that same year that figure began to decrease once again. Meanwhile, no significant political transformation was evident. Stalin was still planning personnel changes and no member of the leadership knew where, or how, he would end up. Molotov and Mikoyan, for example, were convinced that they would be liquidated. The number of appointments and reorganizations, a repetition of the constant game of ministerial chairs in the last days of Tsarism, is indicative of the confusion that reigned in the upper echelons. All of this leads us to affirm that it is impossible to say that, in those years, a government actually existed at the head of the USSR. When Stalin fell victim to a serious illness, members of the Politburo took turns at his bedside, or perhaps in the adjoining room. As soon as it became clear that he would not come out of it alive, they turned their attention to political issues. The majority were already making plans and began to move in search of positions and allies. Whatever the outcome of those multiple combinations, the new rulers inherited a regime that belonged to a different and bygone era. The changes were implemented almost immediately, and a series of initially isolated measures gave way to several waves of reforms. We will talk about these reforms later, but now it is important that we are aware that the disappearance of Stalin opened several previously closed floodgates in the system, which made it possible for a group of leaders to emerge capable of resurrecting the regime. Those in high places were, clearly, Stalinists, so it is not surprising that one of their first decisions was a typically Stalinist solution, eliminating one of their own, Beria, as well as a considerable number of agents of the secret police, who were shot or imprisoned and accused of a whole string of incoherent and last-minute charges. The explanation can be found, in part, in the sequence of events. Stalin died on March 5, 1953. That same day, the plenum of the Central Committee, the Council of Ministers and the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet decided, meeting in session, that the MGB, Ministry of State Security, and the MVD, Ministry of Internal Affairs, were merged again into an MVD headed by Beria, who was also appointed Deputy Prime Minister. The Supreme Soviet endorsed these decisions on March 15. That same day, the Council of Ministers appointed several people around Beria and Malenkov to different positions. Kruglov, Kobylov, and Serab thus became Beria's main assistants. Maslenikov was appointed Deputy Minister of the MVD and all of them joined the MVD College, an internal advisory council present in each of the ministries. The reasons behind these appointments are still a mystery today, but the truth is that Beria, sponsored by his putative ally, Prime Minister Malenkov, retained a highly important position in the government and continued to be in charge of the entire government. Repressive apparatus and the military forces, in total more than 1 million people. Some episode in this rapid sequence of events put Khrushchev on his guard. I don't quite understand how he managed to convince Malenkov to abandon his crony, but Beria was arrested on June 26, 1953, during a Politburo meeting. Days later, other MVD officials suffered the same fate. It was decided to dismantle the industrial structures of the ministry, and on September 1 the extrajudicial special council was abolished. But the changes didn't stop there. However, the true story of the misdeeds of Beria and his associates was not made public, because no one would have given him credit. Instead, a typically Stalinist conspiracy was presented to the population. It is impossible to know whether Beria really wanted to eliminate the rest of his colleagues. Furthermore, most, if not all, of the leaders in power had signed or transmitted documents ordering the execution of innocent people, so they risked being smeared as well. Instead, only one of the main leaders, a dangerous individual without a doubt, and a few lesser figures paid for the crimes of other Stalinists, who had not yet spoken out about all the bloody past they carried behind them. Backs. There is one element that, however, stands out from the rest. Overnight, the terrible investigations, the false accusations and the trials that were underway, and especially the conspiracy of the doctors, were put to an end. The victims were rehabilitated and the doctors returned to their workplace in the Kremlin. Soon after, more rehabilitations and releases would occur, although they were not surrounded by the same publicity. All of this was an unmistakable sign that something was moving. Ilya Ehrenberg would describe these changes as a thaw in a novel of the same name, although among the leaders there were still various figures who would remain faithful to Stalin for the rest of their lives and who would not deny their past. When, in 1956, Nikita Khrushchev launched the sensational attack against Stalin at the 20th Party Congress, Soviet society, and especially the intelligentsia, realized that the days of Stalinist show trials and arrests and executions were gone forever. Arbitrary. But the thaw did not begin at that Congress. Its participants were as surprised as anyone else, and many Stalinists present were in a state of shock. No one had foreseen the explosion of that bomb, nor that it would happen so soon. The Stalinist response came a year later. The majority in the Presidium attempted to overthrow Khrushchev, but failed due to an alliance between the military establishment and the majority of the members of the Central Committee. Khrushchev remained in power and consolidated his position. What happened next was unprecedented. Not a single death sentence or a single prison sentence was handed down against the conspirators. They were simply relieved of their duties. One of them, Voroshilov, was even pardoned and retained an honorary position. All this, and everything we have not mentioned, represented an unprecedented way of acting and was the norm among the political class under Khrushchev's government and after his replacement. There was also another decisive change that most historians have not referred to enough. The government stopped imprisoning people for counter-revolutionary crimes. This accusation even disappeared from the penal code, and was replaced by crimes against the state, a concept directed against the activities of the opposition. The repression of political opponents did not cease, but, as we will see, from that moment on it had a different magnitude and was less brutal. The defendants, in a significant step, had to commit a crime before being charged. The price paid by the victims of repression was certainly high, and comparisons with the past are of little use, but the truth is that the changes in penal policy were significant. Expressing a protest was no longer a suicidal action, and people were still alive after serving the sentence to which they had been sentenced. There were even some public and private channels to complain about the arbitrary use of power. At this point, we can look back at some larger changes to the system. These, driven by government policy but also possible thanks to a spontaneous transformation of Soviet reality, refer to the social militarization criminalization mobilization triad characteristic of the Stalinist regime. Under the heading that includes all the changes that occurred in the penitentiary system, we must also mention the dismantling of one of the central elements of the previous regime, the Gulag, a system of forced labor that, as we have already said before, was in phase of decomposition. It lasted 20 years. Many speak of it as if it had always existed, while others do not account for its disappearance. The reform began in earnest in 1954, although some of the main structures had already been abolished a year earlier. Extremely important was the dismantling, already mentioned, of the economic-industrial complex of the MVD, the essential element of the Gulag's forced labor empire. With the transfer of most of its industrial agencies, road and railway construction, forestry engineering, mining, etc., to civil ministries, that sinister repressive complex, deeply and constantly in need of free labor, was noticeably reduced. The workforce was no longer slaves, but paid workers who enjoyed the protection offered by labor legislation, which at that time had undergone considerable changes. That large-scale expropriation of the MVD was accompanied by a progressive transformation of the structure of the Gulag, which became a reformed prison system with a new name. Before the number of inmates in the camps, now known as colonies, prisons, or deported settlements, will decrease. The number of detainees in the different institutions, not counting prisons, went from 5,223,000 people on January 1, 1953 to 997,000 on January 1, 1959, the number of counter-revolutionaries, from 580,000 to 11,000. Beginning in the early 1960s, arbitrary arrests ceased to be common practice. The implementation of these reforms was not easy, but popular pressure to accelerate normalization had the support of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Prosecutor General's Office, which was highly critical of the activities of the MVD Prison Directorate. And he insisted on putting into practice the decisions made by the state and the party regarding the prison system. In this regard, there are two reports, separated by 4 years, that are highly instructive. The first, from 1957, is due to Dudorov, the Minister of the Interior, in his second year in office, and dealt with the problem of the camps and the new prison policies. The second belongs to the Assistant Prosecutor General of the USSR, Michelton, and dates back to 1961. We will start with the latter, as it includes a study of the measures that were taken between 1953 and 1956. 1. The main points of Michelton's report were as follows. Until 1953, camp administrations had not concerned themselves with the correction and re-education of prisoners. The prison population was seen, fundamentally, as labor, and hence the MVD overlooked what should have been its main task. For years, legislation on prison policy had been virtually non-existent. Representatives of society were prohibited from accessing penitentiary institutions, and prosecutors were limited from supervising their operation. On July 10, 1954, the Central Committee had adopted a resolution with the purpose of improving the situation in the camps and colonies of the MVD, a body that was criticized for concentrating exclusively on the economic factor, when its main task it had to be that the inmates got involved in productive tasks and prepared to reintegrate into society. On May 24, 1956, the Central Committee, and shortly thereafter the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, promulgated a statute on supervision by the Prosecutor's Office in the USSR, the fifth chapter of which dealt with the supervision of detention centers. From then on, camp prosecutors had to report to the territorial headquarters of the Prosecutor's Office instead of addressing the Prosecutor General directly. This measure was, in itself, a step forward, but the situation in the camps remained unsatisfactory. On October 25, 1956, a joint decree of the Council of Ministers and the Central Committee enunciated a series of measures to improve the work of the MVD in the USSR and its Republican counterparts, accused of ignoring their re-educational task in view of the number of repeat offenders. The government accelerated measures to reduce and abolish the system of corrective labor camps, Ispravidalno Trudovy Lageria, ITLs, and create supervisory bodies that would work hand in hand with local Soviet committees in controlling what happened in what, from that moment on, would be known as colonies. The minutes of a session of the MVD College at the beginning of 1957, under the chairmanship of Dudorov, a former party apparatchik, allow us to get an idea of the situation. Appointed at the head of the MVD by the party to improve its functioning, Dudorov was not satisfied that the camps and colonies were attached to his ministry, especially with regard to re-education and the use of labor from the penitentiary community too. About 6% of the prisoners did not work because there was no work for them. For those who did, the remuneration system implemented was total chaos. In 1956, the MVD had devoted much of its energy to dealing with police matters, and the ministry hoped that in 1957 the pressing problems of the prison system would finally be resolved, as the Central Committee had demanded. And he stated the following: "They know that the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers have decided to move from a camp system to a colony system. Colonies give a better result, but there are still things to do in said system. At the moment, 35% of the prisoners are in colonies, and the rest in camps, where they work under a contract with different economic agencies. The task before us is to transfer all prisoners to colonies. To do this, some 370 colonies will have to be built in the next 4 or 5 years. All production work must fall to the prisoners and they will have to carry it out in their place of confinement. This and a standardized system of remuneration had to be, in principle, the main differences between a colony and a countryside, ML. The 66 colonies that already exist give good results in terms of re-education, the main objective of confinement, and the main method to achieve it is work." In passing, the minister noted that the colonies produce consumer goods, clothing, furniture, household utensils, agricultural machinery. Thus, the Czechs managed to earn some money for themselves and their families. Dudorov painted a rather optimistic picture. Experience indicated, and he himself affirmed it, that prisoners should not be paid in cash, because many tended to lose the money in scams or were assaulted by other prisoners. Some Czechs preferred payment in kind. Dudorov concluded the report by assuring that the ministry's board and college were confident of resolving this problem during 1957. The truth is that the construction of the colonies required several more years. Let us now return to Michelton's text from 1961. In it we discovered that the initial liberalization had gone too far, that it caused dysfunctions in the system and that it was necessary to make some adjustments, something that was already deduced from Dudorov's recommendation not to deliver too much money to prisoners. The local authorities had the task of finding employment for those who were released. On December 8, 1957, the government approved a decree jointly submitted by the Prosecutor's Office and the MVD on corrective labor colonies and prisons of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The text required the strict separation of prisoners into different categories, to prevent dangerous criminals from mixing with novice criminals, and the review of the procedures that allowed the reduction of sentences based on days worked, also drastically reduced the number of prisoners who were allowed to leave the confines of the colony without escort. Among other measures introduced was payment in kind. From 1953 onwards, the number of prisoners decreased steadily. Between 1953 and 1957, the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet announced various amnesties for different categories of prisoners. Among them, there was one in 1955 for those who had collaborated with the German occupier. In 1957, coinciding with the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution, a new amnesty occurred that affected a significant number of inmates. In 1956 and 1959, the republics appointed several commissions whose mission was to directly review in penitentiary centers the cases of those convicted of crimes against the state, embezzlement, and other economic crimes, as well as those convicted of minor crimes. The Prosecutor General of the USSR helped prepare these measures and supervised their entry into force. In January 1961, the prison population had decreased considerably and its composition, based on the typology of crimes, had changed. In 1953, 10.7% of prisoners had been convicted of organized crime, robbery, premeditated murder, and rape. In 1961, this figure was 31.5%, which meant that a significant number of inmates were common prisoners and that there was a hardcore of repeat offenders and dangerous criminals. That is why the Statute of the Colonies and Prisons promulgated on December 8, 1958 already seemed inadequate, since it was not strict enough with dangerous repeat offenders and the fight against crime suffered as a result. On November 5, 1959, the Central Committee invited the Prosecutor General's office to take another step in the fight against crime and to take charge of applying a corresponding prison regime. 2 years later, the government was still not satisfied with the situation. On April 3, 1961, a new decree of the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers ordered the Ministries of Internal Affairs of the different republics to improve the penitentiary systems under their charge, to carefully analyze the state of each institution and to reinforce the division between different categories of prisoners. Likewise, he abolished the system of sentence reduction for work. As the documents we have indicate, these and other measures had begun to be discussed about 5 years ago, but they had not always been put into practice. Liberal and conservative politicians and jurists argued every point, and there were many of them. Another important measure was the creation, on February 27, 1959, of the College of the Attorney General and its equivalents in the republics, a measure that was continued in various inspections and in training sessions by a group of the main officials of the Prosecutor's Office of the USSR, with a view to strengthening the fight against crime and to improve penitentiary administration. We will not elaborate further on how the different government bodies address these issues. We would need specialized monographs to explain this story in full detail, but in the meantime we can draw some provisional conclusions. The Stalinist system of free forced labor by prisoners, mostly common prisoners, although there were also a significant number of counter-revolutionaries who had not committed crimes, had already become a vestige of the past. And the same can be said of the massive settlements in exile, where more than 2 million people were serving their sentences, in some cases in perpetuity. In 1960, such centers were practically emptied of inmates and their sentences were suspended. 3. On the other hand, the normalization of the penal and penitentiary complex could not be immediate because it was a system that had inherited a powerful inclination to punish without worrying excessively about the evidence that demonstrated the guilt of the subject. That system had no relationship whatsoever with the idea of justice, and in the 60s there was an attempt to create a justice system itself. Such is the conclusion we reach if we focus on all the drafts that made the Penal and Penitentiary Code, the penitentiary institutions and the responsible governing bodies. Discussions and pressures to continue with the changes that had begun immediately after the war persisted with Khrushchev's rise to power, and continued practically until the end of the Soviet system. A quick glance at the legislation in force in 1984 provides a clear picture of the legal principles that governed the treatment of criminals until 1991. We will deal more specifically with prison policy and the prison work law contained in the relevant codes and in the comments to both. It is a somewhat heavy exercise, but, since the discovery of Hammurabi's code, historians know to what extent legal texts can be instructive, even if they are not always respected. The changes introduced by these codes should not be underestimated, for this is especially true of the right of prisoners to meet with their lawyers, without a time limit and without the presence of guards. All this was part, however, of a more generic definition of the rights of prisoners, based on a premise to which the codes and jurisdiction devoted a lot of space. Confinement does not entail the loss of the status of citizen nor, by extension, that of rights as a citizen. Punishment restricts these rights, of course, but inmates still belong to the community. The restrictions were considerable. A prisoner's wife could divorce without waiting for him to be released. Inmates did not have the right to vote and could not freely dispose of their money, among others. However, they enjoyed the basic right to criticize and could complain about the prison administration, directly, by means of a letter to the administration, which was obliged to respond, or by appealing to other bodies, the party and the state, through of the penitentiary administration. The latter would probably try to convince the prisoner not to continue with the complaint, but she was obliged to transfer him if the inmate insisted. Otherwise, the case would reach the ears of the condemned man's family or friends who were going to visit him. The prison administration was not authorized to open the mail that prisoners sent to prosecutors and had to send it within 24 hours. As we have already said, an important advance was the right of inmates to be able to meet with their lawyer without a time limit. According to another source, lawyers' visits to prisoners were included in the Visitation Rights Section 5. However, they were regulated under the Correctional Labor Code of the Republics, not that of the Union. Unless the code stipulated otherwise, meetings with counsel had to be authorized upon written request from the prisoner, a member of his family, or a representative of a public body. They had to be held outside of working hours and the lawyer had to be duly accredited. If the prisoner or the lawyer requested it, the meeting would be private. I must confess that it was quite a surprise to discover these legal provisions in texts from the late 1970s and early 1980s. Prosecutors, courts and local bodies have plenty of evidence from a large number of prisoners' complaints that reached the Ministry of Internal Affairs, government supervisory agencies, central and local, regional bodies and public bodies. All of them were investigated more or less carefully, or were transferred to the competent authorities. 6. Various bodies, the most important of which were the prosecutor's office and the state control agencies, they had different names, were responsible for ensuring compliance with the law in places of confinement. The MVD also had an internal general inspectorate, empowered and capable of carrying out in-depth investigations. As is normal, they saw it as a partial entity, since the prison system fell within the ministry's powers. However, there is no doubt that ministry officials were well informed of the situation. The control exercised by the high courts to guarantee respect for the law in the judicial system influenced the bodies that governed penitentiary institutions. These courts heard cases of rights violations by the prison administration and appeals, as well as cases in which the appropriateness of a sentence had to be endorsed. Their activity had repercussions on the prison population and the environment that prevailed in the prison system. The right of social bodies to be interested in the fate of prisoners also had a similar effect, because it opened the doors for inmates to enjoy some rights and have possibilities for rehabilitation. Political prisoners, including the most famous dissidents, did not have completely restricted the possibility of a review of their case, nor access to the channels that allowed them to voice their complaints. There are documents that attest to the protests of scientists and other members of the intelligentsia, addressed directly to the Central Committee or other high authorities, or transmitted through confidential channels. Some could even be quite effective. International pressure also played its part, leading authorities to opt to strip dissidents of their nationality and send them into exile rather than leave them in prison, but we will return to this issue later. The desire of authorities and judges to prevent common criminals and dangerous criminals from being mixed, a principle adopted by democratic systems, led to the creation of institutions for different types of prisoners, each with its corresponding regime. Regardless of the crime they had committed, people serving their first sentence were separated from repeat offenders. There were also institutions for women and minors. Finally, the maximum security complexes, isolated from the rest of the system, housed those who had been convicted of particularly dangerous crimes against the state, particularly dangerous repeat offenders and prisoners sentenced to death but whose sentences had been commuted following a pardon or an amnesty. Foreigners and stateless persons also ended up in other establishments. The republics could also request the separation of the rest of the categories. However, These distinctions did not apply in prison hospitals, whose regulations were established by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in agreement with prosecutors. In total, the system had 4 categories of corrective labor colonies, which were distinguished from each other by their internal regime: general, enhanced, strict and special regime. To these had to be added the different settlements. The strict regime was intended for those convicted of especially dangerous crimes against the state and for those who had already served a sentence, while the special regime was reserved for repeat offenders and women whose sentences had been commuted. Death penalty. The inmates who were already undergoing rehabilitation and who came from other colonies went to the settlements. There was a 6th category, prisons, which housed those who had committed heinous crimes, although they were also the destination of especially dangerous repeat offenders if the court so specified. In this 6th category we could also find inmates transferred from the colonies for bad behavior and prisoners who had been sent to the colonies for work. In the prisons there were 2 regimes, the general and the strict. A prisoner could not be subjected to the second for more than 6 months, and pregnant women or those imprisoned with their young children were exempt. In the general regime, prisoners lived in collective cells, although they could be transferred to individual cells if the prison governor decided, with the consent of the prosecutor. They were allowed 1 hour of exercise a day, 30 minutes in the strict regime, and those serving the sentence as auxiliary personnel were authorized to keep money, to receive short visits and packages, in accordance with the rules of the general regime, and to buy food. In the corrective work colonies for adolescents, another important sector, there were 2 regimes, the general and the special, reserved for serious crimes. Finally, in the settlements, where although there were no guards the prisoners were supervised, the inmates could move freely from the moment they woke up until the moment they went to bed. If his work or studies required it, this freedom extended to the confines of the administrative region. Inmates could wear civilian clothes, carry money and use it at their discretion, and keep their valuables. Through authorization from the administration, they could live with their family in the colony, and even buy a house and cultivate the land. After marrying, a man and woman could live together in the same colony, regardless of where they had served the first part of their sentence. All eligible inmates were required to perform work that suited their physical aptitudes and, to the extent possible, their professional skills. The jobs were usually in companies located within the colony. The inmates could work for other agencies, but the MVD was in charge of organizing its own workshops and factories. The economic agencies had to help the penitentiary institutions to carry out their mission. In principle, the special regime forced inmates to do hard work. The truth is that they were assigned positions that were vacant in the branches of economic activities in the surrounding areas, which means that the work was not always hard. People with physical disabilities performed lighter work. Since the explicit objective was rehabilitation and re-education, work should not entail physical suffering, since excessive effort would have contradicted the principle that work was not a punishment. A medical commission was in charge of evaluating the physical capacity of each inmate, based on their state of health, their past experience and other factors. Only if the sentence so stipulated, an inmate did not have the right to work in his area of specialty. The objective of the colonies was for everyone to carry out a profitable activity and to reduce work in the internal services of the colony to a minimum. It should be noted here that the question of hard work of the special regime was the subject of debate. The impression that emerges from everything said so far is that jurists did not feel comfortable with this issue. Although it was not their intention, at least indirectly, to call into question the very idea of hard work, they did their best to soften it. It is not in vain that these texts were studied in law schools, where jurists were trained, and they allowed us to raise some questions in the 80s or even before. The category of hard work is even more vague if we read the paragraphs that talk about feeding prisoners. Those who were subject to the special regime were only entitled to smaller and less varied rations. Were these prisoners punished by starvation? The malnutrition of the prisoners condemned to these jobs, or the mere ability to be able to inflict this punishment, was something on which the jurists who glossed these codes had not spoken out categorically. No matter how abject the crimes they had committed, let us not forget that they were the most dangerous criminals. The legislation allowed abuses. For their part, pregnant women and the sick had the right to better nutrition. In a more general sense, women, especially when accompanied by their small children, adolescents, and invalids, should receive greater attention and their conditions should be better. It is possible that everyone respected this point. The death of a baby would have immediately led to the start of an investigation. Labor in the colonies. All prisoners worked 8 hours a day, except on Sundays and public holidays, but they did not have the right to vacation and the years spent in prison were not taken into account when calculating the pension. For the rest, health and safety regulations and the rest of the provisions of the labor code did apply in the colonies. People who became disabled during confinement were entitled to a pension and compensation after being released. The remuneration for prisoners' work was adjusted to civil standards, although maintenance expenses, clothing and food, and, in stipulated cases, all those deductions dictated by the courts were deducted. The studies of W.I. Butler, a Western expert on Soviet law, provide further data and some chronological clarifications. 7 On June 26, 1963, the Soviet republics created penitentiary institutions known as settlements, designed for prisoners who had shown signs of their possibilities for reintegration into society. On June 3, 1968, a statute for minors in work colonies came into force. Although the texts were not published, these legislative measures contributed to improving the general development of penitentiary institutions, in this case with a view to reducing unnecessary harshness in the sentences pronounced. The role of jurists in this regard was considerable. Among them, we can identify a school of thought that tried to get things on the right path, although they obviously needed the support of high levels. The MVD of the USSR promulgated the procedure to be followed for assigning convicts to a penitentiary or other institution, or, in agreement with the prosecutor's office, to a psychiatric institution. The MVD and the Ministry of Health were jointly responsible for regulating medical care in prisons and colonies. In 1977, the MVD adopted the Regulations of Internal Order of Corrective Labor Institutions, applicable throughout the territory of the USSR. The Council of Ministers of the USSR or that of the relevant republic, as well as the Minister of the Interior and his deputy ministers, could also approve other laws defining the regime of a confinement center. However, Soviet jurists publicly warned about the granting of prerogatives to those responsible for the interior departments at intermediate levels or to the directors of the institutions themselves. Their opinion was not free of realism, but possibly they were also tempted to reduce the prerogatives of the MVD when setting prison regimes, because, and this is my hypothesis, many penitentiary institutions were far from Moscow and among their administrators there were supporters of more severe methods. These jurists knew the history of their country and which people worked in the agencies responsible for ensuring law and order. Some of the principles enunciated by Soviet jurists under the motto of socialist humanism did not only affect the interpretation of the law. While urging that the codes that should protect society from criminals be explained, they also wanted to promote a multifaceted policy based on the reform, re-education, and re-socialization of prisoners, with a view to socially rehabilitating them. Combining punishment with work, one of the main points of their creed, was the best way for the prisoner to return to a normal life. The principles that they constantly invoked and for which they fought were respect for human dignity, the remission of the sentence for good behavior, the mixture of coercion and persuasion, the distinction between punishments by separating prisoners into different categories and the proportionality of the penalty imposed depending on the seriousness of the crime. Of the 6 types of prison regimes that we have mentioned, the number of inmates in the 2 most severe ones was small, although unfortunately we do not have exact figures. These jurists were also in favor of the principle of individualization, that is, of adapting punishment and re-education to the personality of the convicted person, under the principle that everyone can reform. It would be logical to think that these principles were unacceptable to conservatives, and even to some liberals who did not believe that guards or prison officers could educate anyone and who feared the negative consequences of these measures. This is not the place to comment on other aspects debated by jurists, although there is one that we have already mentioned that deserves our attention again, the basic premise that a prisoner remained a citizen. In itself, this idea challenged a tendency as deeply rooted among the Soviets as that of repression. The very category of enemy of the people, and the special treatment accorded to those who belonged to it, had been implicitly, and often explicitly, condemned in many texts since the 1960s. Provisions persecuting people for counter-revolutionary crimes or as enemies of the people disappeared from the penal code, and such expressions faded from the terminology used by law enforcement officers. In 1961 they were replaced in the code by 6 paragraphs dealing with the most dangerous crimes against the state, the basis for the subsequent persecution of political opponents, although, unlike the fury shown by Stalinism, these would not be sentenced to death. The punishment for such crimes was loss of Soviet citizenship and expulsion from the USSR, which in itself was no atrocity. The definition of guilt had to be established based on Soviet codes, and this is how arbitrariness ceased to be the norm. However, the mere fact of persecuting political opponents, or even any citizen who expressed a simple criticism, was a source of embarrassment for the Soviet government, on an international but also national level. It is not easy to ensure that the text and spirit of the legislation mentioned here were respected in practice. A reliable monograph on the prison system of the post-Stalin era has not fallen into my hands, except with regard to the conditions of detention of political prisoners, especially dissidents. The latter were invariably confined to maximum security colonies in Mordovia and the Urals, and subjected to the special regime. Conditions were very severe and relations between prisoners, among whom there were some belligerent and inflexible individuals, and a ruthless prison administration made life in the camp particularly harsh. An exhaustive investigation would be necessary to discover the real state of these camps, the number of inmates, the sentences that were served there, the number of casualties. We have some data thanks to Amnesty International 9, and a good part of the rights cited in judicial sources do not appear in the report. Amnesty International deals with the limitations that affected the presence of lawyers during investigations, of which we were already aware, but does not say anything about the possibilities of visits by lawyers after the convicted persons were already serving their sentences. From this we can infer that political prisoners, convicted of especially dangerous crimes against the state and confined to maximum security prisons, where they were subjected to the strictest regime, enjoyed fewer rights than the rest of the inmates. For example, while a legal provision respected in most cases allowed almost all prisoners to stay in the region where their family lived, legal texts stipulate the opposite in the case of dissidents. In the absence of evidence to the contrary, there is no reason to assume that they were considered citizens with inalienable rights. The situation of the majority of the prison population improved significantly, but in the absence of more data it is impossible to know to what extent reality and the new legislation corresponded. Due to the dispersion of the colonies throughout the territory, the low level of training of the prison administrators and the brutal habits of the MVD prison staff, not to mention the obvious difficulty of dealing with criminals recalcitrant, it is possible that the actual conditions differed to a greater or lesser extent from the legal provisions. Even so, the existence of codes and strong institutions responsible for enforcing them, public opinion and the enormous experience of prisoners about the system and how to take advantage of the relevant provisions suggest that the reforms generated a very different system. To that in force under Stalin, even for political prisoners, an aspect we will return to later. Be that as it may, this is the conclusion that is drawn from all the material that we have at our disposal: complaints, appeals to prosecutors and judges, and requests for review of cases by inmates or their families that reached the party or the different state authorities, and the documents of the various investigative commissions, some of whose texts are sometimes within reach of Western observers. The appeals and intervention of prosecutors or Supreme Courts in reviewing lower court rulings were important corrective measures in legal proceedings and improved the lot of prisoners. Another significant advance, linked to the rationalization, or perhaps we should speak of modernization of prison policy, was the pressure exerted by legal circles and their political allies to further moderate the punitive tendency of the system, a procedure that, in the eyes of many, it did not solve anything but merely raised new problems. W.I. Butler has studied the increasing pressure to achieve sentences that, however harsh, did not involve prison terms. In this sense, he has studied a range of conditional sentences, whose sentences could be exile in a specific place or exile to a remote region. Other sentences stipulated compulsory work, the convicted person remained in his job, but a portion equivalent to a heavy fine was deducted from his salary, helping former prisoners to reintegrate, or even sentences that did not even force the convicted person to any type of labor, introduced into the legislation of the USSR and the republics by a decree of March 15, 1983, and which regulated the status of such sentences, their supervision by prosecutors and their execution. In addition to the fines mentioned above, these sentences often included prohibition from holding certain positions or carrying out certain activities, confiscation of property, loss of military rank or title, and public reprimands in the workplace. The reforms in criminal justice in the 70s and 80s show that this trend was increasingly consolidated, and that sentences that did not require serving a prison sentence became popular among the judicial establishment. We must not forget that the number of political prisoners and dangerous criminals confined in prisons, or in the two categories of colonies with the strictest regimes, was relatively small. The vast majority of prisoners served their sentences in the less rigorous categories, and were the target of experiments advocated by high judicial authorities, jurists, and some government circles. Its purpose was to carry out a large-scale decriminalization of a system traditionally prone to imposing mainly prison sentences. The fight to liberalize sentences had begun much earlier, in the years immediately after Stalin's death, and even before, but it intensified, and ended successfully, in the early 1980s. The phrase "in search of decriminalization," uttered by Todd Fogelson, the source of this data 10, perfectly describes this period. Data from the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation indicate that in 1980, about 94% of defendants in criminal cases were found guilty, and about 60% ended up in prison. In 1990, these numbers fell to 84% and 40% respectively. According to Fogelson, it is curious that such a decline should occur, and it is difficult to explain the phenomenon solely on the basis of published materials and interviews. Criminal justice files from the late 1970s and early 1980s remain being inaccessible. However, the researcher proposes, and not without reason, that labor shortages may have had something to do with it. We will return to this aspect. We will now turn, however, to an important finding of Fogelson's in relation to the political universe. In the past, officials from the party and the ministries of justice had supervised the work of judges, while the high courts were practically limited to a task of judicial monitoring. In the 1970s, the campaign to liberalize criminal justice was not led by the party, which had renounced interference in this area. The Ministry of Justice did not have much weight either. Those who took the initiative in pressuring the ordinary courts to decriminalize the sentences and opt for sentences that did not end in a prison sentence were the highest levels of the judicial system, that is, the Supreme Court of the USSR and their equivalents in the republics. To do this, they used their power as an appeal and control body, showed their disagreement and organized training seminars for judges. The first major changes occurred in February and March 1977, when the Supreme Soviet decriminalized a whole range of petty crimes, which from then on were punishable by fines or 2 weeks of imprisonment. Until then, the penalty minimum was 1 year. In those cases that were not considered socially dangerous, judges could pronounce suspended sentences, as well as mandatory labor sentences for those sentences of less than 3 years. In 1978, the Supreme Soviet expanded the list of crimes that could be punished by fines or sentences that did not require imprisonment. It should be noted here that the arguments put forward in favor of this reduction of sentences for minor crimes had been put forward by Soviet criminologists, who questioned the effectiveness of short prison sentences. One of the most eminent specialists maintained, since 1976, that a considerable part of the increase in crime was due to family breakdown, the destruction of social ties, the lack of integration into a larger social network, and the increased impact of social subsidies. Isolation in prisons only made things worse. Others, cited by Fogelson, stated that sentences that were not carried out in prison prevented those convicted from seeing themselves as criminals and from becoming such. Between 1977 and 1978, a group of prominent jurists spoke out in favor of greater economy in the means of repression and called for the introduction of changes in the penal code that would make it more effective in meeting the general objectives of the system. Others insisted on the scientific nature of their conclusions and on the fact that, at the end of the 20th century, politics should be based on science. Some authors called for immediately distancing oneself from punitive logic to embrace a utilitarian philosophy. Punishment should remain in the background if the aim was to achieve a social objective. While the Supreme Court urged ordinary courts to opt for other types of sentences and to be more demanding with criminal investigations and proof of guilt, the overall results of these measures were disappointing in the eyes of their promoters. In November 1984, the Ministry of Justice concluded that some judges had not received the message and were barely taking into account the rulings of the Supreme Courts. The old measures posed far fewer problems and were more acceptable to the repressive mentality that still permeated much of the ordinary Soviet courts. However, more changes would occur, since the penal reform front was important and could take different directions. The legal, juridical, and ideological reasons behind this decision to end punitive tendencies were not the only element of the story. The growing labor shortage, which we will discuss in more detail later, was an underlying factor in the decriminalization enterprise and its debates. In the Stalinist system, free labor did not exist, since a series of legal and economic constraints tied workers to their workplace. The real situation was attenuated by an almost unstoppable and spontaneous mobility of the workforce, which the authorities tried in vain to counteract with legal and economic measures, and with campaigns of moral denunciations of lazy people and deserters. We are in the presence of a more generalized phenomenon, a natural step that not even Stalinism could contain at its peak, and that the changes during post-Stalinism ended up legitimizing and recognizing, what we could call the de-Stalinization of the workforce. The reform of the prison system and the trend towards decriminalized sentences were part of this process. The powerful will for change that continued to infect relationships in the workplace forced those in charge of dictating penitentiary and social policy to follow suit. The study that we are preparing to carry out of labor legislation and its practices indicates how workers managed to acquire, in factories and offices, de jure and de facto rights. And these rights were included in legal documents, thus beginning labor legislation. The Law of Labor, a historical study. From the beginning of the Soviet regime, labor legislation, with the 8-hour day, 2 weeks of paid vacation and benefits for unemployment, illness, or disability, was an important part of the government agenda. On December 9, 1918, the Labor Code of the Russian Federation was promulgated, although it was never published. Every person between the ages of 16 and 60, with the exception of the handicapped, had the obligation to work. The principle of paying the same salary to all those who perform the same function was proclaimed, and different working conditions were subject to regulation. According to Soviet experts, the Civil War of 1918 to 1921 brought about the recruitment of labor instead of voluntary contractual relations. On November 15, 1922, a new code that had been promulgated on the previous October 30 came into force and replaced the obligation to work with employment procedures. From that moment on, labor relations were based on a voluntary contract. Likewise, the obligation to work was restricted to exceptional situations, such as natural disasters or urgent public works. Another chapter dealt with collective agreements and individual contracts. As long as some special provisions were respected, workers and managers could modify the latter. Unions were in charge of collective negotiations, popular court settled labor disputes, and ad hoc wage commissions, conciliation bodies, and arbitration courts were created. The 8-hour day was maintained and overtime was regulated. The 1922 Code was, in short, similar to those of Western countries, although the beneficiary was the public sector. The transition to the planned national economy of 1929 led to changes in a number of provisions. The state became the sole employer and the unions were integrated into the management of the economy. Starting in 1934, they stopped preparing drafts of collective agreements to deal with Social Security and compliance with the laws, something that until now was the responsibility of the powerful Labor Commissariat. Abolished in 1933, it allegedly merged with the unions, but they lacked the same authority as a government-owned commissariat. In 1930, the mandatory assignment of graduates to workplaces was implemented as part of the planning procedures. In 1932, worker control was reinforced. A one-day absence could lead to immediate dismissal. Disciplinary measures were tightened further in 1938, which made it a crime to arrive late for work or leave work prematurely. A decree in the early 1940s ended the resignation of a job without the consent of the management. However, the state could transfer workers at will without them having to give their approval. In 1947, collective agreements were formally reinstated and, although the state had abolished them in 1935, they had survived throughout this time in different forms, which demonstrated how necessary they were. Wage increases were more dependent than ever on centralized decisions, although some flexibility was allowed at the local level. By 1930 and 1940, most of the 1922 labor legislation had become obsolete. And the text stopped being published. 11. In the post-Stalin era, some of the most draconian measures were repealed. Workers regained the right to resign or change jobs, and a new text, in 1957, relaxed the rigid provisions that had been enacted during the war. New labor legislation was being prepared, and the first draft was published for discussion in 1959, although it was not approved until 1970 and came into force on January 1, 1971. The analysis of these texts, and the comments they raised, allows us to follow the evolution of labor legislation until 1986. The right to leave the job, terminating the contract with the employer, was established as a fundamental provision, and the employer he could not refuse it. 12. The labor contract became a serious procedure, with a multitude of guarantees for both parties and special clauses that favored the workers. The rights of employers were explained in detail, including the power to impose sanctions for offenses listed in the code. The termination of the contract by the worker, in the case of permanent contracts, already appeared in Article 16 of the Fundamentals of Labor Law, which the Labor Code of the Russian Federation and the rest of the republics had adopted. Workers had to give 2 months' notice in writing. If they had justified reasons, the notice could be 1 month. In the case of temporary contracts, Section 2, Article 10, the worker could terminate it before its conclusion due to illness, disability, violation of the legislation governing individual or collective contracts, or for any other valid reason, such as it was specified in the new versions of said section written in 1980 and 1983. Likewise, the 1983 version allowed workers to leave their jobs before the 2-month notice expired. In any case, those responsible were obliged to return the workers' registration book and settle the outstanding salaries. These clauses were extremely precise, and one analyst has added that a worker did not even have to explain the reason that led him to leave his job. This statement is linked to the 1980 text, which stipulates that a 2-week notice is sufficient, or 3 days in the case of temporary workers. Only those who wanted to abandon their job while serving a sentence that did not carry a prison sentence required authorization from the body that supervised the fulfillment of their sentence. Labor conflicts. Conflicts at work occupied a lot of space in labor legislation, both in the Union and in those of the republics. A system was created made up of different institutions and with an entire regulatory apparatus that would allow complaints raised by workers to be resolved, including those related to the legislation itself. All large companies were obliged to have a labor dispute commission where unions and management were equally represented. In small companies, the competent body was a union commission. In the event that it could not resolve a conflict, it would be transferred to a local, city or district court. Conflicts involving veteran workers or technical staff were the responsibility of the company's management. If the conflict was resolved in favor of the plaintiff, the management not only had to compensate him, but also take the necessary measures to eliminate the cause that had given rise to the conflict. When management was found guilty of violating workers' rights, the case could go to Court 13. When that happened, the case was tried under civil law. Prosecutors came into play and were authorized to accept any lawsuit, according to a very specific list of instructions. They even had the power to initiate proceedings if one of the parties broke the law. Workers involved in a conflict at a certain corporate level could simultaneously appeal to their managers and go to court if they did not agree with the decision of the company's union committee, as could employers. In the event of dismissal, workers could go directly to court. Their employers could also sue them for any damage they may have caused without having to go through the Union Committee or the Labor Dispute Committee. 14. The legislation was extremely detailed. For example, workers could become legitimate parties in any legal action on labor issues, although one might wonder whether the legal procedures were not excessively complicated for workers and much simpler for employers. However, according to the statistics we have at our disposal, we can conclude that the workers also knew how to resort to these procedures in the resolution of conflicts at different levels, and they used en masse the recourse to the courts, which tended to lean more on their motives than on their own. By those of the employers. 15. Be that as it may, the employment contract was binding on both parties. And although management still retained considerable power, workers had a more effective weapon than going to court. They could defend their interests by changing jobs. Soviet sociologists and statisticians carefully studied this phenomenon. The administrators, unlike the workers, were part of the privileged class, but faced with the looming labor shortage, the bureaucracy was forced to reach agreements so that the workers did not abandon their workplace. Large companies had more resources, and offered housing, clubs, daycare centers, and other services, or transferred the expenses they generated to city councils, which generally depended on the presence of these companies, especially in view of the proliferation of industrial cities, a now forgotten chapter in the history of industrialization in the West. This widespread social phenomenon that we just mentioned, labor mobility, affected all sectors. But behind the provisions of the labor legislation, and around it, a very different reality was drawn, with constant changes in pattern and migrations to areas that offered new jobs, although these movements were reversed when the working, housing, and climatic conditions were becoming too harsh. The trends observed in the labor force posed many difficulties for economic planning. The Stalinist solution, based on mobilization, coercion, and police methods, was ruled out, and the rulers had to face what we could legitimately call the labor market, as well as the emergence of a tacit agreement between workers and the boss state, captured in the formula "you get what you pay for," or its surreal variant "pretend to pay and we will pretend to work." However, the expression labor market captures this reality better than the surrealism so appreciated by some intellectuals. In reality, the Soviet Union was witnessing the emergence and development of an open and direct, or sometimes more veiled and indirect, process of economic marketing, which justified the resort to said expression. The growing shortage of labor forced them to jump through hoops, since employers not only desperately needed workers, but also, as a result of the paradox that loomed over the situation in the world of work, had to maintain a reserve of them. The result was an interesting anomaly: workers who abandoned their jobs in difficult areas where there was a shortage of labor, hiding behind the fact that the state had not fulfilled its contractual obligations to guarantee decent living conditions, could return to the regions where there was a surplus of workers and still find a job. The events that we have described, about politics and prison policy, the abolition of the Gulag and mass terror, legal codes and labor rights, also affected the functioning of the state, the bureaucracy, and the party. The leadership responded to what it saw as the great social universe, and especially the labor universe, by reinforcing conservative tics, measures that led to a series of institutional changes and that even reached the KGB. Faced with the increase in social pressure that demanded that the regime give in, there were those who considered reacting, with the help of the KGB, by tightening the screws of the system even more. But it was becoming increasingly difficult to locate those nuts. 15. The KGB and the political opposition. At this point, we can focus attention on the secret police, one of the main law enforcement agencies, and how it dealt with political opponents. We do not yet have any solid studies on the KGB, and at the time of writing, researchers are still unable to access their archives. Therefore, we will have to make do with some of the data that has been coming to light. In its different manifestations prior to Khrushchev's coming to power, Cheka, GPU, and NKVD, the secret police had an irregular history that historians have already recorded. Since the creation of the Cheka, Krevakina Komissia, in 1917, its agents were officially known as Chekists, Chekisti, and they are still given that name in post-Soviet Russia. This unbreakable link to a prestigious title, which is explained by the role played by agents in the revolutionary period, may have tacitly served to distance the agency from the legacy of the Stalinist period. The Chekists served a great cause, risked their lives and died for their ideals, while the NKVD agents in Stalin's time, the Nkvdisti, tortured and killed thousands of innocent people. Although they also put their lives in danger, they did not do it heroically, and they could be exterminated by his superior to eliminate traces of the criminal missions that he himself had entrusted to them. It is worth remembering that, when in 1934 the GPU was allegedly absorbed by the NKVD, the Commissariat of Internal Affairs, exactly the opposite happened. The NKVD was swallowed up by the GPU leadership, but retained its powers within the Commissariat under the name of GUGB, General Directorate of State Security. In this way, the conglomerate of political security and intelligence services, internal and international, could suddenly become an independent agency, something like the MGB or the KGB, or reintegrate into the NKVD. MVD. We cannot forget either that the latter was headed, during the Stalin regime, by the head of the security services, and that the part was in control of the whole. It remains for the experts to resolve why so many and frequent restructurings were necessary. The aspect that worries us here is that the secret police and the intelligence services remained practically as they were, since the Great Purges took a considerable toll and the different changes during post-Stalinism aroused unrest, and even chaos, among their ranks. At one point, the MVD, a bureaucratic superpower, was in command of the Gulag, all intelligence services and a significant part of the Army's special forces, as well as customs agents, and also performed the functions typical of an interior ministry, public order, public records, and supervision of local governments. After Stalin's death, its power was seriously reduced, and in 1962 it disappeared as a union ministry. On February 10, 1954, the MGB, the Ministry of State Security, once again became independent from the MVD, this time forever. He came under the auspices of General Sarav, former deputy minister of the MVD, and began to assume various functions that the MVD had been responsible for. On December 8, 1958, Sarav left his position after being appointed head of the Military Counter-Espionage Services, GRU, and Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces. At the head of the MGB, which in the meantime had become the KGB, K for Komitet, they placed A.N. Chalepin, who had begun his career in the Komsomol before heading the department of the Central Committee in charge of supervising the organizations of the party in the republics. Following instructions from Khrushchev, Lewin simplified the organizational structure of the KGB, which had grown without control, and drastically reduced its strength. Some historians consider these changes as fundamental and are summarized in Khrushchev's anti-militarist sentence, "Let's rip off their pompous epaulets and pants stripes." The phrase is more forceful in Russian, "Raspaganim, raise lampasim." For this reason, neither Lewin nor the new Minister of the Interior, Dudorov, held military rank, nor did they wear the uniform so desired by some of the main leaders. The situation was slowly returning to normal in the Lubyanka, the KGB headquarters in Moscow. The secret police regained control, despite significant changes in its modus operandi, although these were not as important as citizens, jurists, and liberal intellectuals expected. The internal structure of the KGB remained intact between 1958 and the mid-1960s. However, during that period, the changes that occurred and that affected the regime, such as the increasing importance that laws and legal codes assumed, the considerable role that the legal professions were adopting, or the loss of effectiveness of the coercive measures in a society where the weight of the urban component was increasingly important, would have an impact on said organization. It is true that in a structure as Sibylline as that one there were natural limits on changes, especially since the same thing happened with the regime as a whole, and it is important that we do not forget it. Even so, the changes that took place were not negligible. To begin with, the reduction in the powers of Stalin's secret police occurred in stages, although it was ultimately an exhaustive clean-up operation. The dismantling of extrajudicial bodies such as special conferences, arbitrary courts directly controlled by the political police, or the sinister local troikas constituted a decisive step, which was continued in the order to the KGB to hand over the results of its investigations to the ordinary courts. This decision put an end to the surprising arbitrariness with which the security services acted and which they had to take full advantage of, as they had been ordered. Another turning point was the abolition of the Gulag as a reserve of industrial labor for the secret police, and the subsequent disappearance of the latter as an economic agent. The campaign that had been launched against the corruption and brutality of the police, secret or uniformed, was going in the same direction. In the first part we have already pointed out how, as early as the 1920s, the GPU had shown its disagreement with the supervision of state prosecutors, a legalistic subtlety in the eyes of the Chekists, who preferred to have their hands free to pursue the regime's enemies. On that occasion, the prosecutors had been defeated and many of them perished. But now the public prosecutor's office was once again responsible for supervising KGB investigations, although it was a relationship not without its ups and downs. One of the most important measures taken during Khrushchev's mandate to stop the Stalinist monstrosity and change the atmosphere among the secret services was the election of new superiors, coming from the party apparatus. In his autobiography Mikoyan, actually the second most important figure in the regime after Khrushchev, approves of this step, although he criticizes the leader for the appointment of General Sarav, who had been at the head of the NKVD in Ukraine since September 2, 1939 until July 25, 1941, coinciding with the period in which Khrushchev had been the first General Secretary of the Central Committee of that republic. The new tenant of the Kremlin blindly trusted Sarav, at least if we pay attention to the words of Mikoyan, who affirms that Khrushchev was easily manipulated in the hands of any sycophant with a minimum of skill. Forced to dismiss Sarav due to irrefutable arguments put on the table by his enemies, Khrushchev granted him an honorary position. The conversion of the MGB into the KGB, an agency with jurisdiction over the entire territory of the USSR, took place in 1954, and the body assumed more and more functions than the MVD had previously had, such as control of the border police, for example. However, unlike the MVD, it was no longer in charge of a vast prison system, it was still in its hands, and was only in charge of a small number of prisons where suspects under investigation were held. It is possible that he had power over some large field or colony, but I lack conclusive evidence in this regard. On the other hand, the KGB was a formidable machine that concentrated espionage, counter-espionage, communications, and transportation services under one roof, and was endowed with magnificent technical resources for surveillance, the classic detective corps, surveillance. External, in their jargon, of countless departments and sub-departments and of a considerable number of workers, not to mention the Stukaki, the unpaid confidants, recruited in any sector that the KGB considered of interest. This concentration of power was characteristic of the deep-rooted Soviet belief in the virtues of centralization, and is even more evident if we conclude this overview by adding that the KGB was responsible for the security of the Soviet leaders and, to a large extent, of how much they knew, or how much the KGB wanted them to know, about the USSR and the rest of the world. Hence we can consider the KGB as an administrative giant, although it did not have many similarities with the body that had preceded it in Stalin's time. The leaders of the KGB depended on the constellation of leaders that was drawn above their heads, and there is no doubt that they felt at some point the temptation to opt for one leader in order to oppose other figures. Undoubtedly, the KGB had a hand in the fall of Khrushchev in 1964, as suggested by a well-informed source such as R.G. Pijwada, who believes that the ease with which the conspiracy succeeded is explained, in part, by the tense relations that Khrushchev maintained security services. After Beria's arrest in 1953, his right-hand man, S.N. Kruglov, was appointed head of the MVD. Many interpreted this designation as a sign of the return of Stalinist methods to the scene, especially after the MVD regained lost control over different branches of the military industry. In fact, these dire omens were due to a partial and temporary short circuit in the dome, and soon afterward the purge of Beria's old traveling companions resumed. At the end of August 1953, the director of the MVD reported that the cleanup operation in the regional directories had come to an end with the sentencing to death or long prison sentences of different officials. Accused of being responsible for the pogroms of the 1930s, the influence of the MVD began to decline while the future star of the KGB began to shine. A year later, in a decision that predicted the arrival of more changes, the Russian Republic founded its own MVD, which it had lacked since 1930, when it was believed that a Ministry of the Interior based in Moscow was sufficient for the entire Union. In 1956, Dudorov, head of the construction department of the Central Committee, replaced Kruglov as head of the MVD. In 1956 to 1957, a significant number of MVD cadres were dismissed, in what was interpreted as the logical prelude to the abolition, on January 13, 1962, of the MVD of the USSR, whose functions passed to the corresponding institutions of the republics. In Russia, even its name was changed, and it was renamed MOOP, Ministry of Public Order. But let the reader not be alarmed, because shortly afterward it recovered its old name, because it is not easy to suddenly eliminate such powerful traditions in an authoritarian state too. The statutes of the KGB, approved by the Presidium of the Central Committee on January 9, 1959, defined its so-called political functions. It was a political body responsible for defending the system against internal and external enemies. With the appointment of Shelepin in 1958, a new purge took place among its ranks, thus expanding the measures that had been taken since Khrushchev came to power. In January 1963, Shelepin was promoted to the Politburo and was replaced at the head of the KGB by Semy Shastny, a former Komsomol comrade. That same year, Semy Shastny reported the dismissal of 46,000 officials, half of them before 1959, and that more than 90% of the generals and counter-espionage officers had been transferred to civilian positions during the last 4 years, probably referring to the period between 1959 and 1963. New agents arrived, endorsed by the party and the Komsomol. Likewise, a good number of former KGB agents changed their occupation to work in the party, in the Soviets or in the prosecutor's office. The KGB of Shelepin and Semy Shastny, with the support of various party cadres, who had to rekindle their ideological fervor, once again established themselves as an armed arm of the party, according to Stalin's formula, although they did not necessarily defend Khrushchev's positions. However, it is likely that many of the surviving former cadres were uneasy with the dismissal of tens of thousands of agents, the reduction of salaries and the elimination of various perks, such as free medicines or privileges due to seniority in office. The KGB was doomed to inherit the sinister reputation of the NKVD of the Stalinist period. In the USSR and throughout the world, it enjoyed the image of being the repressive agency of a regime based fundamentally on repression. Just take a look at the list of its tasks. The truth is, however, that its activities in this sphere were hardly related to those that the MVD had carried out in Stalin's time. Today we have figures that speak of the number of arrests and the types of sentences pronounced against opponents, in the broadest sense of the word. As was already observed in other areas, the magnitude of the repression was no longer the same, although it is worth specifying that not only the KGB was in charge of the repression, there is also a change in the type of decisions made by the hierarchs. Horrified and fascinated by the absurd character of Stalinist repression, and armed with sufficient data on the matter, the West readily accepted the idea that, after the fall of the dictator, reprisals remained as important as in the past and that they were based on the same methods. But the truth is that we cannot compare the two periods, if only because the secret police, no matter how powerful, lacked the shameful power to personally judge and punish their victims. They had to take cases to court. The KGB, for its part, as was the case with the Cheka at the beginning of the NEP, had to report its investigations to the prosecutor general or regional prosecutors and communicate the results of the investigations to the special department of the prosecutor's office that supervised them. The same thing happened at the local level. The evidence at our disposal, although insufficient, already indicates that no one deviated from these procedures, since it is foreseeable that the declassification of the files will reveal the existence of defects in said supervision. Evidently, respect for procedures depended on the relative weight of conservative and reformist currents among the hierarchs. The outcome of the strictly political cases and trials was also decided, with which the Politburo was directly in charge in accordance with the interests of the regime. The judges and prosecutors were limited to acting from a script decided in advance, leaving aside the recognized guarantees. Since those accused of political crimes, and especially dissidents, could no longer be sentenced to the death penalty, the doors were opened for national and international public opinion to play a certain role. Debates within the regime and reasons guided by the interests of high politics often served to introduce important punishments. In cases where activities contrary to the regime by individuals or groups without much social relevance were judged, legal avenues continued. Today we have a considerable amount of information on the number of cases and sentences pronounced, appealed, reduced, or revoked. Critics and oppositors. We will start with the information that the KGB offered to the government about anti-Soviet political activities. The KGB leadership was uneasy about what it considered a growing sense of opposition in the country. In the first half of 1962, this wave was, neither more nor less, an explosion of popular discontent with Khrushchev's policies, according to Peshwa's conclusion, not the KGB report. During this period, the number of anonymous anti-Soviet pamphlets and letters in circulation doubled those detected in the first half of 1961, 7,705 pamphlets by 2,252 authors were seized. During the first half of 1962, the KGB exposed 60 anti-Soviet groups, always consisting of a few individuals, compared to the 47 detected in the entire previous year. After a long interval of time, leaflets applauding the anti-party group, Molotov, Kaganovich, and Malenkov, dismantled in 1957, began to appear. The Chekists managed to identify 1,039 authors of a total of 6,726 anti-Soviet documents. Among them, there were 364 workers, 192 employees, 210 students or secondary school students, 105 pensioners and 60 collective farm members. More than 40% of these authors had a secondary education, 47% were under 30 years old, and some were veterans of the party and the army. Readers will decide what conclusions can be drawn from these statistics. However, the Central Committee and the KGB were shaken by other, much more terrible episodes. At the end of May 1962, following the deterioration in the supply situation, the government increased food prices while ordering factory managers to increase production targets without touching workers' wages. Since kolkhoz members had been prohibited from growing food on their private plots, Khrushchev's popularity was at rock bottom. The KGB observed signs of growing discontent among the population. In Novokirksk, in the Rostov-on-Don region, the situation took a particularly dramatic turn. Between June 1 and 3, 1962, protests broke out in a major factory and spread throughout the city, with demonstrations, barricades in front to trains, attacks on party and KGB offices and beatings of the police. The local administration, the party administration and the military could not react, as the soldiers fraternized with the strikers and their commanders refused to order them to open fire. Both they and the KGB were facing something never seen before. However, when the situation threatened to completely boil over, Moscow sent troops to quell the revolt, resulting in 23 deaths and numerous injuries, and with a trail of arrests and sanctions for. These types of situations were worrying, especially because it became clear that the system could collapse and lose control over an entire city. Soviet officials and party secretaries were arrogant types, unpopular bureaucrats incapable of acting when push came to shove. They often lacked local roots and popular support. Other disturbances, of varying nature and importance, also required the intervention of troops. No one had taken these acts too seriously until now, but now they were given greater attention and measures were taken to prevent their multiplication. The protest movement in Novokirksk had caught the KGB off guard, and had not yet recovered from its failure. The Central Committee decided to grant more powers to the secret police. Perhaps Khrushchev had reason to regret the policy undertaken in relation to the KGB and, in a broader sense, his anti-Stalinism. Various documents from the end of 1962 and the beginning of 1963 allow us to access the inner sanctum of the KGB and get an idea of the discussions, motives, organization, and actions of its leaders. The new head of the KGB, Semishastny, recovered the old repressive and aggressive style towards enemies. This attitude, described by his agencies as truly Chekist, was in fact born from the conservative ideology with which Semishastny had adhered when he was a Komsomol official. In July 1962, a memorandum reached the Central Committee from a commission made up of 7 veteran officials: Shalepin, Semishastny, Ivashultin, Zakharov, Tikhonov, Rudenko, and Mironov, the latter a party apparatchik with his sights set on the chair of the party. Command of the KGB, which contained different proposals for the fight against anti-Soviet activities and possible public disorders. 5. The text argued that there was no need to take new measures, since the existing directives of the Central Committee and of Khrushchev himself were already adequate to carry out the mission. This commission of 7 representatives was limited to proposing some additional measures related to the activity of certain administrative bodies, measures that already appeared in draft orders drawn up by the head of the KGB and the Prosecutor General. They also added that the MVD and the Russian Federation wanted to create reserve units within the already existing armed forces and call on them, if necessary, to protect public buildings, communication centers, radio stations, banks, and prisons, in case of riots, and that they would have special weapons and communication systems. For this, the MVD of the Russian Federation had submitted a proposal to the office of the Central Committee that managed the affairs of the Russian branch of the party. The text was not intended to be alarmist. Nor did it want to be, however, the text that Semishastny himself wrote and that he sent on his behalf, a writing with a more pronounced degree of activism. His reference to the popular unrest that had occurred in different parts of the country may convey a certain sense of danger, but he may have wanted to present the KGB, and himself by extension, as a more indispensable body than ever. In fact, the few figures it gives are not at all shocking, especially in a country the size of the USSR. The Presidium of the Central Committee approved the draft decisions that Semishastny and Rudenko, the Prosecutor General, were to implement in their respective spheres. The KGB had authorization to recruit another 400 agents for regional counterintelligence services. Various fragments of the text were communicated to the regional and district secretaries of the party, but only the senior members of the Politburo and the leaders of the MVD and the KGB had access to its entirety. Local officials had to make do with paragraphs 1 and 3, so they did not know that the KGB was about to recruit 400 more agents. They did not always agree with the local branch of the KGB. Behind the text is another document, marked Top Secret, which contains the draft of an order from Semishastny to his agents to intensify the KGB's fight against signs of hostility from anti-Soviet elements. It begins with a report on the period between the XX Congress and the XXII, 1956 to 1961. For Semishastny, relations between the KGB and the population had been strengthened, which had made possible an improvement in information obtained and in operational activities, as well as in prophylactic measures, a concept to which we will return later. However, many KGB agencies had lowered their guard when it came to unmasking and ending anti-Soviet activities. Honest citizens were on the side of the government, both on the domestic and international fronts, but the fact that anti-Soviet elements still existed in society should not be underestimated. Influenced by hostile foreign propaganda, they dedicated themselves to slandering the party and sometimes took advantage of temporary difficulties to call on Soviet citizens to rise up. In recent years, such disorders included the looting of administrative buildings, the destruction of public property or attacks on state representatives. These actions were instigated or perpetrated mainly by criminals and hotheads, although all types of individuals hostile to the regime had also come out of hiding, such as former collaborators of the Germans or members of churches and sects. Having served their sentences, these hostile individuals had moved south, and perhaps would have played an important role in the events at Novokirksk. To confront the situation, it was necessary to intensify the fight against the subversive activities of foreign espionage services and improve the actions of the KGB against internal enemies. Furthermore, in some KGB units, officers in command positions, or those with operational responsibilities, were guilty of a certain complacency and did not take necessary measures, including repression. Semishastny mentioned other weak points of the KGB. Companies in the military-industrial sector had their own espionage services. However, in many important companies considered non-strategic, even though they were under the command of KGB officials, no one dedicated themselves to their work. They lacked secret agents and reliable informants, and therefore the KGB did not receive information on issues of operational interest in time. The same could be said of many higher education institutions. Furthermore, the counter-espionage units failed in the very task that should have been their constant concern, namely, the surveillance of suspects after they had served their sentences, foreign agents, members of nationalist or foreign organizations, former Nazis and their collaborators, members of churches and sections. In many cases, it was not even known where they resided, which made their surveillance impossible. Likewise, many others who were in the files had also been lost track of. Semishastny regretted the lack of cooperation with the MVD and the absence of common plans to act against antisocial elements, who lead a parasitic existence. The KGB had no information on their meeting places, and did not know how to act if they had them within their reach. Hence, in several cases, it would have been impossible to avoid popular unrest that had disproportionate consequences. These popular riots, an expression and a reality evidently traumatic for the head of the KGB, had been the subject of investigations by the organization, especially with a view to discovering how the local Chekists had acted. The conclusions reached showed that the latter were not prepared. As soon as the revolt occurred, Contact between the operational forces and the intelligence services was lost. The forces deployed on the ground lacked precise information and had no way of manipulating the hotheads, because they had not managed to infiltrate agents into their ranks. At this point, it is worth asking, would the riots have been avoided if there had been infiltrators? Only if the disorders were organized. But it wasn't like that, and the moles would have been of no use then. The factor that provoked the revolt was the indolence of local leaders. The head of the KGB did not ask himself these questions, and behind his report was a 6-page document that began with the formula "I hereby order that," divided into 13 points. The philosophy of the text was the following: without sparing efforts in the fight against foreign agents, it was necessary to strengthen the domestic spy service and make it a priority issue. To the potentially dangerous elements that he had already mentioned, Semishastny now added all those people who had been tried in the past for crimes against the state, the emigrants who had returned to the USSR, and many foreigners from capitalist countries. It was also necessary to improve the use of technical services and the detective network, and the political training of secret agents and informants, so that they would have more elements to identify anyone who showed a hostile attitude or intentions, to the possible inciters of public disorder and the authors of terrorist acts and those of pamphlets and other anonymous materials that spread rumors and incite rebellion. In conjunction with the party organs, measures would be taken to isolate these individuals. It was also important to explain to the cadres that the KGB's preventive operations would not replace or harm the fight against already identified enemies. The head of the KGB continued to present concrete organizational measures and plans to obtain technical resources, and again emphasized the need to strengthen the activity of the intelligence services in higher education institutions and technical schools, as well as among members of the intelligentsia. This package of measures was aimed at avoiding, with the help of the party, dangerous political errors and ideological deviations, which could easily lead to anti-Soviet activities. The extensive document closed on a progressive note: make sure that no enemy goes unpunished and that no innocent person is unjustifiably punished. The data at our disposal do not allow us to answer the following question: to what extent were the increase in opposition sentiment and the outbursts of popular discontent to which one of our readers had referred? Sources: Pijwa. We know that, in 1962, the KGB unmasked more authors of anonymous letters than a year earlier, and that the measures enacted by Khrushchev only fueled increasingly widespread discontent. None of this is new, however. We are also aware of some episodes of large-scale violence that caught the KGB off guard, the most dramatic being that of Novokirksk. However, we lack the keys that will allow us to interpret these events. In the third part of the work, we will offer some indicators that can help us compare the riots in the times of Khrushchev and in the times of Brezhnev, and we will discover that he never planned any threat to the system, although the supporters of an ideological hardline and the KGB perhaps they were interested in exaggerating the dimensions of the problem. Some conservative leaders like Semishastny, supporters of hardliners, presented the image of a beleaguered regime, as that was how they saw it. Even so, the riots to which they referred were easily identifiable in advance and controllable, and their leaders did not have the instruments to organize themselves politically. His analysis of the situation was refuted by the KGB itself. Perhaps Semishastny unconsciously realized this when he stated that the old cadres did not view favorably the recent entry into the KGB of a large contingent of party and Komsomol officials, among whom he included himself. Thanks to other sources, we know that these dissatisfied considered themselves professionals and believed that the Komsomol newcomers were impertinent and incompetent and that their ideological preparation was not adequate. It therefore seems plausible that there were leaders, of whom Semishastny said were not as attentive as one might expect, who did not share the same interpretation of events and who preferred other measures. The memoirs of former KGB officials are full of hints in this regard. There were highly educated individuals in the ranks of the KGB, especially in the agencies that dealt with the analysis of data from the intelligence services, and they fully realized that Semishastny's text not only lacked analytical content, but also there was the slightest self-critical reflection. He limited himself to listing different regrettable incidents, for which he blamed a group of people, and his response consisted of proposing espionage and technical surveillance measures, as well as the bonus of another 400 agents for the entire country. This conservative ideological repressive chant, evident in Semi Shastny's eyes, did not have its origin in the KGB itself, but rather had been born in the Komsomol, where the opponents of Khrushchev's first de-Stalinizing measures were already beginning to show signs of rebellion. However, these opinions were also sensed in the discourse of the majority of conservatives, and more specifically the tendency to consider immorality as the most obvious harbinger of criminality. For Semi Shastny, vagabonds were potential enemies of the state, and anyone who did not have regular employment was, by definition, a potential anti-Soviet conspirator. So were the believers, not because of their religion, but because of their tendency to create organizations that were, practically, the prelude to a conspiracy. Hence, under Semi Shastny's mandate, the KGB exceeded its powers when it came to spying on citizens, and did so at the expense of the tasks that had been assigned to it and that would have already occupied it. The background of the picture drawn by the KGB leader suggested that the situation was more tense in the USSR than in the past. Khrushchev was losing his way and wavering. He had raised prices and tightened labor laws at a time when food was a scarce commodity. Moving away from the anti-Stalinist fervor of the beginning, which had come at considerable political cost, he had opted for a more conservative line precisely when what the country needed were bold initiatives. We will return to this issue in due course. In 1963, legislation against political opposition was strengthened thanks to the promulgation of 6 new articles of the Penal Code that redefined crimes against the state. This decision caused an increase in the number of arrests, although it was not significant. Since 1966, however, there has been a marked decline in political persecution. The response to the opposition: laws against critics. The laws against anyone who expressed a critical political stance, designed to stop especially dangerous crimes against the state, achieved a certain notoriety during the Cold War, when the phenomenon of dissidents came to light. The accusations were based on the following articles. Article 64, flying abroad or refusal to return to the USSR, act of betrayal. Article 70, anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda. Article 72, activities by organized groups leading to especially dangerous crimes against the state and participation in anti-Soviet organizations. Article 142, violation of the law on the separation of church and state, including in the field of education, punishable by 1 year in prison or a fine of up to 50 rubles. In case of recidivism, the maximum sentence was 3 years in prison. Article 190, circulation or writing of texts that defame the Soviet state and its social system, up to 3 years in prison, 1 year of compulsory labor or a fine of not less than 100 rubles. Article 227, infringement of citizens' rights through covered religious ceremonies, such as mandatory baptisms, punishable by 3 to 5 years in prison or exile, with or without confiscation of property. Active participation in a group, or active propaganda in favor of such acts, could carry a penalty of up to 3 years in prison or exile, or 1 year of compulsory labor. If the acts and persons accused did not pose a danger to society, methods of social pressure were applied instead. 6. Most of the cases of a political nature corresponded to anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, organizational activities, defamation of the state or, to a lesser extent, violation of the law of separation between church and state. According to the KGB, 8,124 trials for anti-Soviet demonstrations were held during the periods of Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and Chernenko, 1957 to 1985, most often based on articles referring to anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, and the deliberate dissemination of slander against the state. 7. Political detentions and prophylaxis, 1959 to 1974. For 28 years, the aforementioned figures seem disappointingly low. Let's look back at a statistical table prepared by an authoritative source 8, which contains data on repression over 4 periods of 4 years each, from 1959 to 1962, from 1963 to 1966, from 1967 to 1970, and from 1971 to 1974. The total number of cases exceeds that given by the KGB for the period between 1957 and 1985, since it takes into account all convictions for crimes against the state based on the 6 cited articles of the Penal Code. The respective totals for the 4 periods are 5,413, 3,251, 2,456 and 2,424 people. In the first period, the average annual number of accused was 1,354, a number that drops to 606 people in the last period. The majority of those indicted were accused of agitation and anti-Soviet propaganda, 1,601 in the first period and 348 in the last. The reader will find all this information detailed in Appendix 3. We must add, however, a new category: those people who were not accused or imprisoned but who were subjected to prophylactic procedures, 58,291 between 1967 and 1970, and 63,108 between 1971 and 1974. The factors that triggered the prophylactic intervention of the KGB were suspicious contacts with foreigners, the possibility of an act of treason or politically pernicious demonstrations. Prophylaxis could occur in the workplace or could take the form of an official reprimand. In case of recidivism, the file went to court, as happened with 150 cases over 8 years. Some publications offer different figures, use different time periods, and report on the different crimes that were allegedly committed, but Pijwa's data seems to be the most reliable. It certainly comes from the presidential archives, and also provides us with information about different types of crimes. The data provided by the KGB for the years 1967 to 1972 have made it possible to expand our knowledge about this curious prophylaxis procedure. Andropov was at the head of the agency at that time, and although his reports are full of the usual string of crimes reviled by the regime, the text placed emphasis on prophylactic work, which consisted of measures to prevent attacks by means of organized subversive activities of nationalists, revisionists, and other anti-Soviet elements, and in confining potentially dangerous groups that demonstrated from time to time. This method was not without ambiguities and surprises. Already used in Chalepin's time, or even before, its name came from medical terminology, and implied that anyone who held political opinions different from those of the regime needed treatment. With Andropov, it became a more common strategy, and preferred to other resources. We lack sources documenting the discussions on the validity of this option, but it is nevertheless interesting to examine the report presented to the Central Committee by Andropov and Rudenko, the Prosecutor General, on October 11, 1972, which deals precisely with how carried out prophylactic measures 9. In the text, the widespread use of this method is recognized. Between 1967 and 1972, 3,096 groups had been discovered, and 13,602 of their members had undergone prophylaxis. In other words, they had not been detained, but had been summoned to an interview with a KGB official who explained to them the wrong nature of their positions or actions. In a more polite way, although without hiding the danger they were in, the agent advised them to turn back. In 1967, the KGB interviewed 2,196 people belonging to 502 groups, in 1968 with 2,870 from 625 groups, in 1969 with 3,130 of 733 groups, in 1970 with 3,102 from 709 groups, and in 1971, with 2,304 from 527 groups. These groups, generally made up of a small number of members, were found in Moscow, Sverdlovsk, Tula, Vladimir, Omsk, Kazan, and Tyumen, as well as in Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Moldova, and Kazakhstan, among other republics. Thanks to these preventive measures, the number of arrests for anti-Soviet propaganda decreased considerably. Most of those interviewed abandoned their activities, but others continued with plots that could lead them to commit a crime against the state. To strengthen preventive action against anyone contemplating the possibility of resorting to criminal activities, and with a view to more actively eliminating the manifestations of antisocial elements, the authors of the report recommended that the KGB be authorized, if necessary, to issue written reprimands to such individuals, pleading with them to cease politically harmful activities and reminding them of the consequences if they refuse to comply. Andropov and Rudenko believed that this procedure would serve to reinforce the sense of moral responsibility of those reprimanded. If they nevertheless committed criminal acts, they would be arrested, subjected to a preliminary investigation, and brought to justice for a character evaluation. The authors attached for consideration a proposed resolution for the Central Committee and a proposed decree for the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, the usual bureaucratic procedure when submitting proposals. Unlike the KGB's 1962 and 1963 texts, which lamented mass riots, this time there was no suggestion that the system was in danger. The emphasis on preventive medicine, a term too mild for conservatives, was quite liberal in a country like the USSR. Raising the specter of imminent danger would undoubtedly have caused a return to a style similar to that of the semi-Shastny years, something that was completely ruled out in the immediate future. Still, the long-term health of the system was far from encouraging, as we will see when we turn to economic issues. In one sense, this preventive medicine had a disturbing aspect. What exactly did character evaluation mean? Among other things, it could cause the person being investigated to end up not in prison, but in a psychiatric hospital, a gesture that may seem lenient in the eyes of many judges around the world but that did not eliminate the possibility of abuse and that, in the case of the Soviet Union, was used to imprison completely sane people whose political opinions were considered paranoid delusions and who ended up stuffed with all kinds of harmful medications, as many documented studies show. This behavior revealed the disturbing and reactionary mentality of some Soviet leaders. Literature on the subject abounds in the West, but I have not yet come across any source in Russia that has managed to offer a satisfactory account. We still do not know how long these practices continued or how many people they affected. We do not know if there was internal debate about the suitability of these methods, with which not all members of the government agreed. It was common knowledge that some figures in the academic community, and of course various scholars in the legal sphere, complained to the Central Committee, especially in the case of researcher Jares Medvedev, who ended up being released. There is no doubt that Andropov and his circle discussed the issue within the KGB and that these discussions possibly also reached the Politburo 10. The actual number of people targeted, including those who were victims of prophylaxis, does not in any way alter the fact that the Soviet system was politically retrograde and allowed the propaganda spread by its opponents to gain followers. The regime was characterized by certain repulsive features that harmed it on the international scene. However, the extent of the repression we are concerned with here during the post-Stalinist period, an annual average of 312 cases in 26 years for the two main crimes, the Supreme Court sometimes reduced or annulled sentences, is not just a statistic, but an indicator. Stalinism was behind us and the USSR was no longer the evil empire, a common image in the West. Apocalyptic invectives of this style make the Soviet Union seem like a rather innocent country by comparison. Leaders should learn to measure their words, lest they turn against them. Whatever the exact numbers, Andropov's agencies ruthlessly pursued and spied on dissidents, the best-known figures of which were Solzhenitsyn, Sakharov and, later, Sharansky. Compromising materials were confiscated and hostile witnesses were sought and induced to testify. However, we can get a clearer idea of the specific approach taken by Andropov, at the head of the KGB from mid-1967, by comparing it with what normal conservatives would have wanted to see him do in each case. It is true that they were no longer asking for the death penalty, but they continued to be in favor of legally prosecuting crimes and of extracting sentences harsh enough so that the scapegoats would disappear, thus exiling them to a remote region where no one could see them or hear their words. In each case, Andropov insisted on a more lenient solution, primarily expulsion from the Soviet Union. Sakharov, for example, had to go into exile in Gorky, a city whose climate and living conditions did not differ much from those of Moscow. The way in which the West used each of the cases, and the entire dissident movement, for its own purposes, and the way in which different dissidents responded to the call of the West, did not go unnoticed by the head of the KGB, nor did they leave him indifferent, regardless of whether excessive clemency could cause the sudden end of his career. Western literature on dissidents is abundant, but we will stick to a few points and, first of all, to the case of Solzhenitsyn, who, along with Sakharov, was the most famous of all, despite the fact that it is difficult to imagine two personalities so different. When referring to Solzhenitsyn, we cannot fail to mention the famous case of an opponent who acted from within the system, the poet Alexander Tvardovsky, editor of the literary publication Novy Mir. Sakharov, Solzhenitsyn, and Tvardovsky make up the paradigm of political opposition and social criticism, since their speeches embrace all tendencies, from open protest to silent internal emigration through rejection, through indifference, and the insistent defense of reforms in the regime. The Solzhenitsyn phenomenon has several faces. From a distance, that is, from abroad, he looked like a giant who was facing, without anyone's help, a dictatorial machine. Over time, however, this perception has become more complicated. A better understanding of his personality will help us understand why he not only aroused admiration among Russians, but also had many critics among the ranks of the liberal opposition, possibly because they did not see him as a democratic figure. While he carried out his fight from within, many observers believed that he was fighting for the democratization of the system, the cause he defended, greater freedom for intellectuals, and especially for writers, would contribute to the rest of the citizens being able to enjoy greater political freedom. However, as soon as he went into exile in the West, it quickly became clear, as in so many other cases, that his anti-communism was not necessarily a vehicle for democratization. Solzhenitsyn's struggle was, in fact, inspired by a profoundly undemocratic ideology, at whose service he was, and which combined elements of national statism and archaic features of Orthodox religion. The writer did not hide his hostility towards the evils of the West, nor towards the very concept of democracy, and he nurtured his own and deeply rooted authoritarian conception that, although he did not formulate it when he burst onto the public scene, he developed as his struggle progressed, especially at a moment in his life when he sensed, with the publication of his Gulag Archipelago, that the highest authorities were inviting him to slay the dragon, and to do it alone. A book like this, thrown in the face of the Soviet regime, can be understood as an act of literary political revenge, the condemnation of a system that had betrayed its own ideals and those of humanity by becoming hell on earth for millions of people, including Solzhenitsyn. Still, at no point did he hint that, at the time of his appearance, the Gulag as he had known it no longer existed. To have recognized this would have been an act of political honesty and would have forced him to carry out a more exhaustive critical analysis of the system, based on arguments adapted to post-Stalinist Russia. But he didn't offer a single one, and it didn't seem important to him to do so either. It was much easier to attack the Soviet Union for its Stalinist history and pretend that it was still valid, something that suited his image like a glove. Because Solzhenitsyn considered himself the guarantor of the high values inherited from Russia's remote past, and he turned to that past in his attempt to propose solutions for 20th-century Russia. There were excellent reasons why his celebrated novel A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, published by Tvardovsky's magazine Novy Mir, had been well received in Russia. Resistance to a prison system that was collapsing was identified with a series of indestructible human values, personified in the figure of a worker, a peasant, armed with enough inner courage to resist the humiliation to which the jailers subjected him. But there were also strong reasons why Gulag Archipelago, written and published when the Gulag was already fundamentally a thing of the past, was received with hostility by many voices critical of the USSR, who considered it an apocalyptic hyperbole extremely useful for the enemies of the Soviet Union and harmful to the democratic struggle against a system that, despite having been modernized, remained primitive in many aspects. Many detractors of Soviet authoritarianism could not help but reject Solzhenitsyn's alternative, as well as his claims to establish himself as a kind of liberator. A good writer but politically inept and very self-satisfied, Solzhenitsyn lacked sufficient knowledge of reality to be able to think in political terms. In this sense, the contrast with figures of the stature of Andrei Sakharov, Roy Medvedev, or Andrei Sinyavsky was overwhelming. His autobiography gives us more keys to decipher his personality, and above all to understand why he believed he was chosen to carry out a mystical mission, although it also contains other less attractive traits that led him to launch a ruthless, and quite unforeseen, attack against Tvardovsky and his colleagues from Novy Mir, people who had fought hard for Solzhenitsyn and his work in the Soviet Union and who catapulted him to the national and international scene. He accused the editorial board of cowardice, self-glorification, ineptitude and duplicity. The response of Tvardovsky's former assistant, Vladimir Lashkin, an extraordinary literary critic and essayist, was resounding, indignant and devastating. 11. In the psychological portrait he sketched of Solzhenitsyn, Lashkin highlights the characteristics that helped him survive in the camps. In fact, the author claims that Solzhenitsyn adopted the teachings of the Gulag. He was a product of the camps, who had identified with the Zek and who never left the Zek way of thinking behind. This highly relevant analysis forces us to stop here for a moment. The crucial question to which we have already alluded is what was the object of Solzhenitsyn's struggle. Novy Mir's environment was fundamentally socialist or social democratic, and the struggles in which they engaged, even if they did so prudently, revolved around that ideology. It was that, more than anything, that provoked Solzhenitsyn's ire. Lashkin was not at all convinced with the program that the writer presented to his citizens. Judging by his idyllic conception of our pre-revolutionary past, he seems to believe that there is no future for Russia other than its past. In short, the writer advised the leadership of the Soviet Union to renounce its ideology to embrace nationalism and orthodoxy. From the fog of his speech emerges the triad proposed by Count Uvarov, a 19th-century figure: orthodoxy, autocracy and nation. Lashkin does not deny Solzhenitsyn's great talent, nor his role in the fight against evil, but he laments his inability to make any good come out of it. I cannot detect the slightest hint of sincerity in his faith, just as I find it difficult to believe in the political Solzhenitsyn or the thinker, even though he has already acquired all the attributes of a familiar typology of politician: the urge to anathematize, to reject, and for demanding from his supporters neither more nor less than an oath of loyalty. The rejection that Lashkin expressed towards Solzhenitsyn's message hardens even more. I don't want to be part of his paradise, I'm afraid I would be trapped in a prison with an ideal organization. I don't believe in his Christianity because no one with this misanthropic and self-satisfied streak can be a Christian. I'm tired of his hatred and rejection of everything that exists in today's Russia. Hadn't he blown up the edifice of lies? Yes. Instead, it has become an infernal machine convinced of its divine mission, and which has begun by dynamiting everything around it. I am very afraid that he will also destroy himself. In fact, he's already on it. These quotes summarize the anger, bitterness, and complexity of the struggles against the Soviet system, and the drama experienced by those who were mired in it. No one emerged victorious, everyone was right, everyone lost. Solzhenitsyn returned to his country when it had already freed itself from communism and saw it in full collapse, an expression that he would use to title the work he published in 1998. The sensational publication Novy Mir was progressively silenced after the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, but continued to fight until the Writers' Union appointed a new editorial board without consulting Tvardovsky, thus forcing him to resign, as he did in February 1970. He died shortly after. He was a broken, resentful man, who left great poetry and his personal nobility as a legacy. We have briefly dealt with some aspects of opposition and dissidence, having traced the evolution of the forms of political repression in the post-Stalinist period. The dust generated by dissent in the Soviet Union and abroad, and the treatment meted out to it by the authorities, should not overshadow the systemic trends still underway in the USSR. It is one thing for a worker to be unable to leave his or her job, nor to legitimately protest against the injustices committed there, and quite another to finally have the opportunity to do so. The system that denied any rights gave way to a system with laws, rights, and guarantees. The elimination of the notion of counter-revolutionary crime and its replacement with that of especially dangerous crimes against the state could seem like a mere make-up operation and a fact ultimately irrelevant to those who were and had been persecuted for those crimes. In this context, more important than historiography is biography. However, the changes trigger, in the eyes of historians, a transition that must lead to another phase. We have already mentioned that the Soviet leadership had a terrible reputation abroad justified by political repression. However, when a penitentiary system based on arbitrary punishment and forced labor is transformed into one in which slave labor is ended, which has judicial procedures, where prisoners enjoy some rights and can confront the penitentiary administration, in which they are not denied access to the outside world, they can meet with a lawyer or legally protest the treatment they receive, and when the system recognizes that it is interested in establishing a minimum of legality in the penitentiary environment, once has achieved all this, the type of regime that appears before us changes. A conviction for political reasons provokes a legitimate feeling of injustice, and the biographical experience overshadows the historical dimension. What do I care if the punishment would have been worse 10 years ago? But historians cannot ignore what the condemned men, and their families, had endured 10 years ago. The secret police, which until then had worked in complete impunity, acting without control, detaining, torturing, imprisoning and executing at will, became a supervised body. The KGB no longer had the power to imprison and pass sentences, and their investigations were subject to the supervision of different bodies of the prosecutor's office, created for this purpose. The prosecutor general worked from the very heart of a dictatorial system that, in Stalin's time, had wiped out a considerable number of meddling prosecutors. From March 1953 to 1991, the department of the prosecutor's office in charge of supervising KGB investigations had to be informed of all cases initiated by the secret police in order to open its own file. It could also re-examine a case if the convicted persons or their relatives filed an appeal. He could return the case to the courts. There is more than one example of sentence reduction, or launch a process to rehabilitate the convicted person or correct the sentence, basing this on an article of the Penal Code different from the one that had been cited in the initial trial 12. These facts and trends, like so many other factors, can be subject to two types of comparisons, which will force us to see each phenomenon in a different light. First of all, we can compare the Soviet Union with other countries. In this sense, the regime's inability to accept the growing political differentiation of society and the fear and denial of divergent opinions, a basic right in a modern civilized society, demonstrate the inferiority of a system that had found mechanisms to tolerate or profess more than one point of view, even if they were generally of a rather conservative nature. The Soviet Union paid a high political price on the international stage for this. It may be a revelation to some to discover that not only Soviet intellectuals were concerned about this, but there were also people in the ranks of the KGB who shared this opinion. Thus, it should not be surprising that the Soviet authorities resorted to a policy of action-reaction, introducing or recovering a whole series of laws specifically designed to respond to critics who, explicitly or implicitly, aligned themselves with the Western Bloc. Regarding the inferiority of the system, its dictatorial nature, the laws against crimes against the state, which were supposed to defend it from the attacks of its opponents, were nothing more than another example of the failure of the regime, testimonium paupertatis. When the rulers wanted to silence the detractors, all legal guarantees were abandoned and the judges, the Secret Service and the prosecutors all worked together. The second relevant historical comparison refers to the country's own past. The laws to combat crimes against the state were visible to all citizens, and it was essential to violate them in order to be accused. The intention to commit a criminal act was no longer enough to justify the arrests, which were finally declared illegal. The new version of a much more comprehensive criminal code and the reinforcement of legal institutions provided a marked contrast with the past, despite the fact that the global framework continued to be impregnated with a certain anti-democratic character. This aspect of political repression was the subject of countless discussions between the hierarchs, jurists, and the KGB, and explains the reason for the protests from different academic circles who considered that the regime did not respect the rules of the game that it had imposed. These episodes were part of political life, and should be seen as such. Another aspect is also raised in the context of a historical reflection. We have already highlighted the historical changes that were taking place in all areas of social life, including the change of course of the regime. Without these phenomena, which attest to the regime's adaptation to new realities, among which we cannot ignore its repressive practices, it would be impossible to explain how and why the regime disappeared without a single shot having been fired. A realistic approach, which does not shy away from the most unpleasant facts, cannot but admit that democracies that reach the category of superpower do not always respect rights and are not always very democratic. Countries that lack a democratic system do not have to be guilty for not having one. Democracy is not a plant that grows everywhere. Historical realities do not necessarily correspond to ideals or propaganda claims. The West is fully aware of which human rights must be promoted and which human rights can be ignored or curtailed, and the defense of democratic freedoms moves to the tune of strategic considerations. The pressures of the Cold War, and of the entire structure that the West built, where the spy services played a primary role, to identify any crack in the other's framework, were not an invention of Soviet paranoia. And they were of no use to help small groups or isolated individuals in Soviet territory who aspired to liberalize the regime. 16. The avalanche of urbanization. The background of the changes that we have presented, especially in the field of prison policy and in what I have called de-Stalinization of workplaces, was a capital step in the process of urbanization, and one of the great episodes in the history of the USSR. After the war, and evidently in a gradual manner, urbanization began to have a powerful impact on society, culture, mentality, and even the state. An accelerated transition from a predominantly rural society to a fundamentally urban one implies, in the medium term, the momentary coexistence of both societies. Generally incompatible, they coexisted in an unstable equilibrium and the historical distance between the two never ceased to be considerable. Semi-urbanization came to the Soviet Union in 1960, but the Russian Federation had crossed this threshold a few years earlier. Until 1958, there was no official definition of city or urban settlement that was valid for the entire Soviet Union. Each republic had its own. In 1958, the figure of 12,000 inhabitants was set for cities and 2,000 for urban settlements, as long as at least half of the population did not work directly in the agricultural sector. Therefore, this intermediate phase appears to us as a historical stage in its own right, both for the country and for the regime. The rural population, from which the great mass of the urban population was going to emerge, ruralized the cities before they managed to urbanize the rural areas, something that would not happen until the post-Stalinist period, and not without friction and many collateral effects. Although there was some government intervention, these processes were generally spontaneous, which forces us to distance ourselves for a moment from the idea of the existence of a monolithic party state that had everything under control and to point out that there is something that has gone unnoticed in most studies: spontaneity, stygia, a word of Greek etymology. Any serious history of the Soviet Union should address the stygia, even giving it the status of a central theme, despite the fact that it is an unacceptable concept for all those analysts whose opinions on the matter are deeply politicized. Although it was not a simple process, urbanization was the main novelty in Russian history of the 20th century, and we could set its conclusion in the mid-1960s. At that time, the majority of the population was already made up of urbanites from Russia, Ukraine, and the Baltic states. There were some old cities, but most were new. A randomly chosen index reflects the conditions of this urbanization. In the Soviet cities of the 1960s, 60% of families lived in state-owned houses, with communal kitchens and toilets. This statistic, indicative of poor living conditions, also suggests that urbanization was an excessively hasty process, and we can safely add that it lacked planning. Its consequences, as unforeseen as the project, were many and diverse. Whatever the specific characteristics of the process in the USSR, some are also noticeable in other accelerated urbanization processes. Although we will return to this point when analyzing other data, we can venture here that, at that moment in history, the country entered a new phase. It became a new society that interacted with the state in a different way. The juxtaposition of both themes will lead us to take into account various parameters that were of fundamental importance for the vitality, longevity, and mortality of the system. We have already talked about the mobility of labor and the emerging labor market, which became a reality accepted by all. If we want to extend these considerations to the entire society, we must point out an important manifestation of spontaneity that was observed in that period: the powerful migratory flows that the authorities could no longer control by resorting to the old routines of sanctions and restrictions. In a new environment characterized by massive population movements, other strategies were necessary. The statistics presented below on population flows in 1965 can help us summarize this phenomenon. 1. Although these figures do not seem particularly high, a clarification regarding the Soviet Union must be included. The data only take into account people registered with the police. Even so, many moved to the cities, sometimes staying for long periods and leaving without having registered, while others stayed indefinitely, without informing the administrative authority. The population movements between 1961 and 1966 in the case of the Russian Federation alone are impressive. Almost 29 million people arrived in the cities and 24.2 million left them, giving a total number of emigrants of 53.2 millions. In Western Siberia, the total number was 6 million, in Eastern Siberia, 4.5 million, in the Far East, also 4.5 million. These figures reveal some worrying phenomena. For example, few people decided to go to the east of the country with the intention of settling there. Many people, on the other hand, left those regions, even though there was a pressing need for population, and they did so partly because of the housing shortage, partly because wages were too low. According to many local investigations, 82% of singles and 70% of married couples left because of the poor condition of their housing. They lived in rented rooms, or even in a corner of a room. The situation caused a problem on a national scale. To change the direction of these population flows, it was necessary to improve housing conditions in the poorest regions. However, despite the efforts made, the housing problem continued to be pressing throughout the country. In 1957, the average availability of space per inhabitant in the Russian Federation was 6.7 square meters, 5.9 in the Far East, 6.1 in Eastern Siberia, 6.3 in Western Siberia, and in the Urals, also 6.3. In the eastern territories of the USSR, to which the government was trying to attract labor, there was less living space, less central heating and less running water per inhabitant than in Russia, and less also than in Central Russia, a region who also experienced deficiencies. The Soviet leadership and elites were also very concerned with how to induce workers to migrate eastward and settle in those regions. The problem was not so much the impossibility of the police to control those population flows without resorting to totalitarian methods. Nobody really thought about it. In view of the new conditions and social realities, the situation seemed inextricable. On the one hand, Siberia was an extraordinarily fertile territory that could guarantee the prosperity of the system, and the most populated regions of the country had the necessary labor to exploit those resources. On the other hand, it was impossible to attract those workers and induce them to settle in the eastern regions. People in the more prosperous European areas of the USSR would have demanded considerable wages and adequate provisions, while individuals in the poorer regions, where there was a surplus of labor, such as the republics of Central Asia, did not. They were considering leaving because of the close cultural ties that united them to their traditional environment. We will encounter problems like this again, because they were constantly appearing in different sectors of the system. For the moment, however, we will confine ourselves to the problems linked to urbanization, and pay special attention to the question of the availability of labor between 1953 and 1968. In the mid-1960s, and also later, the situation still seemed correctable only by better coordinating and implementing various plans related to the supply of labor, that is, with a view to correcting the excess in certain points and remedying the deficit. In others, taking advantage of the reserves available in certain areas or sectors. The country was not yet facing the widespread and acute labor crisis that we will talk about in the third part of this work. The Gosplan Research Institute itself, a good interdisciplinary institution, was perfectly capable of studying and predicting complex situations, and knew the planning system well. His intention was to understand the present to prepare for the immediate future. Intellectually, its researchers were better equipped than other planners and politicians to unravel a complicated socio-economic constellation, and they foreshadowed the possibility of trouble ahead. In February 1965, at the request of the Gosplan leadership, they submitted a report on the issue of manpower stocks and demographics. The head of the institute, Yefimov, had already raised his voice in the past and had fueled the fervor of economic reformers. However, these reports were often criticized by other planners and officials in unpublished and internal texts. In a year already marked by a heated debate, Yefimov, possibly a supporter of Kosygin, prepared an ambitious study on Soviet industry, with strong arguments in favor of change and with a detailed vision of the mechanisms that intervened in the complex mission of managing labor stocks too. Yefimov addressed the problems he had encountered in the capital and in the regions without hiding the existing tensions, and proposed different solutions, some clearly formulated, others simply outlined, to address them. From an empirical and analytical point of view, the text is very rich, and makes a good diagnosis and issues a warning about the dire consequences that could be expected if the reforms do not occur. Here is the picture that Yefimov painted. At the outset, he drew attention to the growing imbalance between available labor and the use to which it was put. Between 1959 and 1963, the active population had grown by 9 million people, while labor supplies had only grown by 1.7 million. In other words, most of the labor needed was people working at home or tilling their small plots. Thus, the missing 81% had been covered, that is, about 7.3 million workers. However, the number of those working at home continued to fall, and this source would soon dry up. The national panorama shows areas where there was a labor shortage, but also others with a surplus of workers. In Central Asia, natural population growth had risen from 27 to 33% in recent years, doubling the Soviet average. From 1959 to 1963, the number of people working in the state-run economy or still studying had grown at a rate of between 2.2 and 4.4%, and the percentage of workers who were not state service was between 20 and 26%, a figure higher than the Soviet Union average of 17.2%. In most of the Central Asian republics, the bulk of those who did not work in the public sector belonged to the majority ethnic group. Population growth in Kazakhstan had been lower, although there too the percentage of people who were self-employed was considerable, 21.8%. In many regions, the rates of population growth and economic development did not coincide. These large disparities were the result of poor utilization of labor resources. The Central Asian republics, Armenia and Kazakhstan, continued to accumulate surpluses, while the Baltic republics, and especially Latvia and Estonia, had the lowest population growth and the highest unemployment rate, and were forced to import the labor. Significant population growth due to natural causes was also recorded in Moldova, western Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, both in cities and in the countryside. Likewise, a considerable flow of people from Siberia moved to regions where the labor force was already large. Employment rates also varied depending on the size of the cities, whether large, medium or small. The report, and it is not a trivial detail, regretted that, when planning the regional distribution of the factories and their performance, the availability of labor was not taken into account and horrendous situations occurred. A note of my own, the author of the report would not have resorted to this language if he were addressing more senior officials. The industries that required more intensive dedication were found in areas where labor was scarce, while in other regions where the employment rate of women could have been improved, heavy industry, which employed mainly men, had been chosen. Men. In small towns, there were about 2.3 million people looking for work. In reality, the figure was possibly closer to 3 million, since large companies generally had a reserve of workers. Most of those looking for a job had barely any education and their skills were very poor, they therefore required training. In order to encourage women to look for work, daycare centers had to be created, because otherwise it would be impossible for them to work outside the home. In the Central Asian republics, interviews with unemployed people in small and medium-sized cities revealed that they did not want to work far from home, even when there was demand. The interviewees were mainly young women with children who lacked education and skills. We must pay special attention to the creation of jobs for young people, not only in the case of those who had reached the minimum age to work, 16 years, but also among adolescents of 14 and 15 years old who for different reasons had left school prematurely. There were often no offers for them, and labor legislation prohibited employing young people who had not finished compulsory education, despite the fact that only 60% of the boys who finished this stage went on to higher education. The Central Statistics Office estimated that, on July 1, 1963, some 2 million children between 14 and 17 years old were neither going to school nor working. Another study by the same body, dated October 1, 1964, resulted in an even higher figure. The deterioration of the employment situation in recent years was due in part to miscalculations attributable to economic and planning agencies, and to errors in economic policy, concluded the report, which pulled no punches when it came to identify the culprits. This shortage had limited the effectiveness of investment, mainly as a result of flawed regional distribution of assets. A redistribution of investments towards the east had recently been observed, to sectors such as mining and electricity generation, more specifically with the construction of large hydroelectric plants. This policy, however, was not supported with sufficient incentives for the workforce to decide to move to those regions. Likewise, in another erroneous decision, investments were cut in areas where there was a surplus of labor. The creation of jobs depended on capital investment, but the latter decreased as a result of the freezing of large quantities of materials, such as uninstalled equipment or abandoned quarries, which represented large sums of money. Completing these projects and launching new ones would have been enough to employ 15 million people, 2/3 of whom in the industrial sector. This number doubled the jobs that had been created during the entire last 5-year plan. The misuse of investments, however, was also due to the fact that a high percentage of the money was allocated to regional and republic centers, and to important industrial cities where labor was scarce. All this caused a growth of these cities at the expense of small or medium-sized cities and the countryside. The excessive growth of large cities entailed a powerful investment in infrastructure and housing, despite the fact that somewhere there was already plenty of accommodation for citizens could not always optimize the use of local labor, and even wasted it. Obstacles to a rational distribution of labor and work were compounded by Khrushchev's restriction on family plots in the countryside, leading to the loss of 3.5 million jobs in the sector, according to figures from the Central Statistics Office, as well as serious food shortages in cities and in the countryside. Estimates indicated that, in order to maintain the existing levels of consumption of meat and dairy products by kolkhozniks who had been deprived of their land, the kolkhozes would have to increase their production of milk and dairy products by 2/3, that of meat and butter in 3/4, that of eggs in 150%, that of potatoes in 50% and that of vegetables, melons, and pumpkins in 2/3. These figures highlighted the importance of these lands as a source of food and income. Approximately half of what people received came from the collective farms. The restriction of family land through administrative measures, especially in small and medium-sized cities, where they were very common, only increased the labor problem. People who had been deprived of their source of income were obliged to find a job to replace that occupation, but work was a scarce commodity in the cities. This foolish decision by Khrushchev largely explains the popular discontent and outbreaks of violence condemned by the KGB, which lacked the means to contain them. That massive and unforeseen arrival of rural inhabitants to the cities further complicated the situation in the labor market. Between 1959 and 1963, some 6 million people from the countryside landed in the cities. The majority were young and under 29 years old. This fact was positive in itself, but not when it occurred under conditions of slow growth in production and labor productivity in the countryside. Many of the new arrivals were not fleeing from regions where there was a surplus of labor, but from areas where it was scarce and where food production was insufficient. Another aspect, the spontaneous migration from the countryside to the city made it necessary to find city dwellers who were willing to work in the fields, especially when it came time to harvest. In some areas, this agricultural activity took the form of sponsorship of the rural area in question, an increasingly widespread phenomenon. The sponsors, mostly factories, collected a significant percentage of the agricultural product of the units they sponsored, cultivation, harvesting, etc., sent the state's share of the harvests that corresponded to it, and were in charge of the harvesting work, construction and necessary repairs. Factories were forced to maintain a stock of labor to carry out this seasonal work. In some regions, the organization of these tasks did not serve to increase production, since those responsible for collective farms and state farms became increasingly dependent on foreign aid. Likewise, this cooperation had a negative effect on factories, as it hindered improvements aimed at increasing productivity. The consequences, ultimately, were negative in every way. The formation of labor stocks in urban companies to satisfy agricultural needs promoted an abnormal process of worker exchange. Many kolkhozniks, accustomed to working in the countryside, preferred to get a job in the factories located on the outskirts of the cities for a very simple reason: the wages paid in the industrial enterprises of a region doubled and even tripled those paid in the collective farms of the same area. It is advisable to echo a possible solution proposed by the Gosplan Research Institute. In the Central Asian republics, Kazakhstan, and Georgia, the rate of population growth was high and the available labor force was considerable, but they lacked economic assets, leaving aside agriculture, family lands, and other minor occupations. Furthermore, the populations of the area, predominantly Muslim, were reluctant to emigrate. For the Institute, these regions had to be the destination for investments, and not other more developed ones, where population growth was scarce, as was the workforce. The question arises by itself: what about the labor necessary to exploit a region as rich in resources as Siberia? Researchers possibly thought that shifting investments to Central Asia and the Caucasus would lead to sufficient economic growth to allow the state to pay the wages needed to attract labor to Siberia. It is not difficult to imagine the discussions that this proposal provoked. Overcoming opposition to remunerating women's work outside the home was not an easy task in Islamic areas, but to this we had to add the problems of language and professional training. On the other hand, prioritizing the development of non-Russian regions, and postponing the exploitation of Siberia while waiting for more favorable times, would provoke an angry reaction on the part of Russian nationalists, defenders of centralism, and other currents analogous to those that would be difficult to oppose. Nevertheless, the author of the report, undaunted, continued with his study of all the regions, proposing in each case concrete solutions that were integrated into a package of exhaustive political measures, as if sending the following message to the Soviet leadership: if you really want to plan, this is what you have to do. By now, readers will have gained an idea of the complexity of the labor issue, as well as the social and economic consequences of the distortions that had accumulated over time. That undertaking required a set of coordinated measures that also took into account material incentives, the element that constituted the very essence of planning. Even so, the Gosplan Institute did not hesitate to affirm that the problem is not so much the lack of information as that the labor factor has not yet been really integrated into the drafting of the National Economic Plan. In other words, the Gosplan did not know how to plan policies on employment, its distribution and stabilization, hence it did not do it. It was still stuck in an era in which there was a surplus of labor, and it was enough to set the investment and production objectives that workers had to achieve, or that they had to be forced to achieve. That period corresponded to a certain stage of economic development, and it had not been a matter of luck. But times had changed and the complexity of the task was increasing. We can venture a provisional conclusion here. The shadow of an imminent crisis was not yet visible on the country's horizon, but the government had to opt for a different planning method that was not limited to setting quantitative objectives, but rather coordinated, anticipated, and corrected the work of the production units, self-aware of their needs and what they wanted. The Gosplan and the government were on notice. It was urgent to address the issue of labor availability and its supply. Otherwise, or if it was assumed that these factors could be regulated by themselves, the economy would stagnate, with or without the help of the Gosplan. Following this analysis of the problems arising from the availability of labor in 1965, we can complete the table with data and analysis from 1968 and 1972. On September 16, 1968, 3 years after Yefimov's report, the head of the Manpower Department of the Gosplan of the Russian Federation, Kasimovsky, who possibly belonged to the Yefimov Study Institute, gave a speech to a small audience and formed by government experts. These were the main points of his speech: the extraordinary concentration of population in the cities during the last 20 years had significantly complicated the problems of availability and distribution of labor. The growth had been dazzling in the large cities, while the percentage of population in the small towns decreased. Between 1926 and 1960, the population of cities with more than 500,000 inhabitants had multiplied by 5.9, in the case of the Russian Federation, this factor was 4.5. In many cases, small towns and urban settlements that could play a key role in the surrounding populations had been destabilized by the uncontrolled pace of urbanization, and instead of becoming support centers for the entire area, they ended up often being a source of labor and demographic problems. The number of small cities was not increasing, and their population had fallen by 17% in Russia, and to a lesser extent in the USSR as a whole. In the Federal Republic of Russia, the percentage of the population living in cities with fewer than 10,000 inhabitants had increased, between 1926 and 1960, from 9% to 1%, while the number of populations with 100,000 to 200,000 inhabitants had increased. In the United States, the trend was different. The number of small cities and their share of the urban population had remained stable. The number of medium-sized cities, 10,000 to 50,000 inhabitants, had grown, and large metropolises had suffered a population decline. Without a doubt, this pattern was more desirable, because exploiting a hectare of land was cheaper in a small town. In Russia, it cost 45 to 47 rubles, compared to 110 to 130 rubles in a big city. In the 28 largest cities in the country, the construction of new factories had been prohibited. However, during that 5-year plan, the ministries, either because they had obtained exemptions or because they ignored the laws, had set up companies to take advantage of better infrastructure, which led to a serious labor problem in those cities. Its population was growing at a rapid pace, but the creation of new industries, and I would dare to add that not only industries, surpassed it. In other, less important cities, the opposite happened, new companies were opened, but there was still a surplus of labor. This gave rise to a whole series of additional problems, especially the negative social impact of imbalances between workers of both sexes. 4 years later, another expert on labor issues analyzed this complex situation in depth. In small and medium-sized cities, problems of an economic and social nature were piling up, as was evident in the use made of labor, and the issue of the imbalance between male and female workers came to the fore again. In the cities where the new industries were located, the proportion of untapped labor was reduced. For their part, those towns that had not experienced any economic development saw the population leaving them, so much so that some small and medium-sized cities began to have labor shortage problems. Likewise, in many cities, a specialization of the labor market, either predominantly male or predominantly female, produced an imbalance between both sexes. In Russia, about 300 cities faced more or less significant imbalances of this kind, which ultimately affected the composition of the population. The study had analyzed about 70 cities located in 20 large regions where this problem had been observed. In cities where one of the two genders predominated as the main source of labor, the other sex was practically unemployed and dedicated themselves to working at home or taking care of private land. The impossibility of founding a family encouraged the mobility of the workforce. A labor shortage was beginning to emerge, affecting the city's most important economic enterprises and distorting the distribution of skills and professional qualifications. The study showed that, in cities where women made up the bulk of the workforce, the percentage of unemployed men was between 27 and 57%, while the national average was 13%. The renewal of the workforce was much larger there than anywhere else, and it was automatically accompanied by the exodus and lack of labor. Many textile factories had to import their workers, who were sometimes barely 15 years old. The number of local women in these companies was increasingly smaller, and did not exceed 30%, compared to 90 or 100% in the case of men. However, these newcomers did not remain in their positions for long, in view of the demographic imbalance. This was the main reason for instability among the female workforce up to the age of 26, as revealed by a sociological study carried out in the large textile center of Ivanovo-Voznesensk. Another illogical aspect seen in cities where the workforce was primarily made up of women was that skilled workers had no other occupation than cultivating their private land, a task for which no training was needed. In the cities of the Vladimir region, 20 to 30% of workers in trade and the food industry were men, while the average in the Russian Federation was 15.1%. The sum of these imbalances, especially in the distribution of generations and sexes, had a negative demographic impact. The population experienced a low natural growth rate, a high and automatic exodus, and a drop in its overall growth. In small towns, there were 125 women for every 100 men, compared to 118 women for every 100 men in the cities of the Russian Federation. On average, the surplus of women manifested itself mainly from the age of 40, although in small and medium-sized cities it was already evident from the age of 15. One of the consequences of the slowdown in demographic growth was the aging of the population. People between the ages of 20 and 39 totaled only 30% of the population of Russian cities, and 33% of the total population of the Republic, including rural areas. The report also referred to the problem of starting a family and single-parent families. According to the author of the report, the complexity of these phenomena was beyond the understanding of the Republic's authorities. The measures that had been taken to correct the situation had proven insufficient. Among the obstacles cited in the document, the lack of incentives from ministries to open industries in small cities, the instability of plans and the weakness of infrastructure stood out. The government of the Russian Federation had tried to convince the USSR Gosplan to help it put an end to these problems through a special plan for 28 feminized and 5 masculinized cities, but without success. The Gosplan had other priorities for. As we can see, the difficulties in guaranteeing labor and demographic problems attracted the attention of the authorities and were a source of anguish, and various sociologists and a small team of social psychologists also joined these debates. The national and ethnic dimensions of the issue were another reason for this concern. Did the Soviet system have the resources to deal with a situation like that? There is no doubt that he had demonstrated his ability when it came to setting priorities, such as the accelerated development of some first-rate economic sectors, defense, linked in many aspects to the previous ones, and access to education for the greatest number of people possible. However, in each of these cases, the specific task was easily defined. In the 60s, the system faced very different challenges, which required the ability to articulate different plans. In other words, it was about conceptualizing and managing one's own complexity. The occupation was one more piece of the social, economic, political, and demographic puzzle, and the hierarchists saw it as such. Other evils of the economic model. After Stalin's death, some changes occurred in the economic sphere with positive results. A marked increase in agricultural investment, mainly in the virgin lands of Kazakhstan and other regions, and the rise in prices paid to agricultural producers led to an increase in the monetary income of collective farms, which multiplied by 2 between 1953 and 1958. Agricultural production increased by 55% between 1950 and 1960, and cereal production went from 80 million tons to 126 million. 75% of this increase came from virgin lands, although these lands would not be a stable source of grain in the long term. To improve living conditions, investment in housing and consumer goods increased. Between 1950 and 1965, the stock of urban housing doubled, and the distance between investment in basic necessities, a priority of the Stalinist period, and in consumer goods was reduced. Likewise, many resources were also allocated to health care. The mortality rate fell from 18 per 1,000 in 1940 to 9.7 per 1,000 in 1950, and to 7.3 per 1,000 in 1965. Infant mortality, the best indicator for measuring public health standards, declined precipitously, going from 182 per 1,000 births in 1940 to 81 per 1,000 in 1958 and 27 per 1,000 in 1965. There was also an improvement in the field of education. The number of students continuing to study after 4 years of primary school rose from 1.8 million in 1950 to 12.7 million in 1965 to 1966. Regarding higher education, the figures tripled in that same period, from 1.25 million to 3.86 million students. The income of peasants, minimal in 1953, grew at a greater rate than that of city inhabitants. In the cities, a certain standardization took place. The minimum income, as well as pensions, increased, while salary differences were reduced. However, the preference for heavy industry and arms was still valid, and as the state divided its efforts between these activities and its efforts to improve living conditions and promote technological progress, problems piled up. At that time, Japan equaled Russian growth rates and managed to improve the living conditions of its citizens and modernize its economy. For their part, Soviet economists and planners knew and affirmed, secretly, although they also dared to publish it, that some dangerous imbalances coexisted in the country's economic model, still fundamentally Stalinist. Despite this, the Soviet Union achieved some spectacular successes, especially in the field of aerospace, so that, in the words of R.W. Davies, by 1965, the Soviet Union was facing the future with confidence, and the capitalist powers were looking ahead. Her with concern 5. However, as material in the archives of Gosplan and other institutions shows, the immediate future was much more complex and worrying, and planners had more and more reasons to be genuinely concerned. A look at the objectives of the Eighth Five-Year Plan, from 1966 to 1970, already revealed some flaws, and the Gosplan College had warned the government that these shortages would affect the next Plan 6. Although investments from all sources had increased by 1.7%, that is, by 10 million rubles, the central investment plan from which the bulk of the new productive capacity was derived, especially in heavy industry, showed a deficit of 27 billion rubles, 10%. Likewise, an additional 30 billion rubles had to be spent to cover the increase in construction costs of production units, whose production capacity remained the same. In this way, the objectives of the plan for the entry into operation of new units had only reached 60% in the case of coal and steel, between 35 and 45% in the case of the chemical industry, between 42 and 49% in the case of tractors and trucks, 65% in the case of cement and 40% in the case of cellulose. These results would influence the construction of machinery during the next plan. The Gosplan made government ministries responsible for finding the reserves necessary to improve productivity. The majority, however, did not present proposals to improve their respective sectors in the plans for the period 1971 to 1975, despite all the calls that the government had made for them to raise them and seek reservations. The continuous growth of extensive factors in the economy. The Gosplan Research Institute presented another, much more revealing diagnosis. On November 19, 1970, its director, Kotov, sent a note to the deputy director of the Gosplan, Sokolov, in which he commented the following: in his directive regarding the Ninth Five-Year Plan, 1971 to 1975, the XXIV Party Congress had stated that economic success was based on intensive growth and the introduction of new technology, something that also applied to agriculture. However, the relevant data showed that, in agriculture in the first place, the expenses incurred in terms of labor, wages, and social expenditure exceeded production. This trend contradicted the first commandment of economic development, achieving relative savings in social costs. 7. The bleak outlook for the next five-year plan was mainly due to the considerable decline in the productivity of capital assets. The existing indicator to measure the performance of investments was not adequate, and the agricultural department's economists lacked reliable instruments to evaluate these assets and adequately plan the necessary capital. Kotov made a series of calculations that we will not reproduce here but which served as the basis for the warning made to Gosplan and the government. Extensive factors are gaining more strength in the development of the Soviet economy, mainly because the growth of basic assets of capital exceeds the growth of production. This trend is much more evident in agriculture than in other sectors. Experts were on alert because this trend was going in the opposite direction to modern industrial and scientific development. There is no doubt that some leaders involved in the design and implementation of economic policy were also aware of these trends and what they portend. 17. The administrators. A touched but thriving class. The negotiations. Let us look again at the Soviet bureaucracy, whose fate under Stalin we have examined. After his death, and without risk of exaggeration, we could describe what happened to him as the emancipation of bureaucracy. Stalinism took a heavy toll, and although administrators did everything they could, the system did not allow them to behave like the bosses they were supposed to be. From that moment on, they strove to eliminate from the system all the elements of Stalinism that had ruined their career. In a certain sense, we could say that the bureaucratic phenomenon flourished like never before and that, as a consequence, the modus operandi of the Soviet system was going to undergo a profound transformation. The decision-making process became bureaucratized. It no longer took the form of categorical orders, but was a complex process of negotiation and coordination, soglesovivani, between the main political leaders and administrative agencies. This new model of action had already existed, but the threat of sudden disappearance due to bloody purges had always hung over it. All this, however, was already part of the past, despite the fact that the peremptory reform carried out by Khrushchev wiped out a large number of government agencies and bodies in one fell swoop. However, this procedure had nothing to do with Stalin's. Furthermore, that reform ended up failing, as we will see in greater detail later. There are two Russian terms that are especially useful when talking about the bureaucratic universe. The first, which we have mentioned above, is soglesovivani, and perfectly captures the endless process of negotiation and coordination, a kind of haggling, between ministerial departments, as well as between the government and party officials. The second is upravelency, and refers to the administrative staff who worked in upravelnye, something like management and government tasks. After identifying the sorry state of the party apparatus after the war compared to the influence and arrogance that some ministers still had, something that the party apparatchiks viewed with resentment, we are in a position to take a look at the policy that Khrushchev initially proposed to carry out, and whose objective was nothing more than to strengthen the party and restore the function and importance of the apparatus by reinforcing its ideological role. Later, this policy and these hopes would end up fading. To this end, Khrushchev made every effort to reformulate his socialist aspirations, new and old, and paid special attention to practical measures such as improving the living conditions, not only of the population as a whole, but also of the apparatchiks, so that they could approach the level of material comfort enjoyed by the main ministerial officials, the measuring stick for the leaders of the party and for those who were behind them in the hierarchy. It was not just a salary issue, but a whole range of perks fervently desired by the circles of power. In his eyes, such perks were the only way to measure the real importance of his people, a method that Soviet bureaucrats had not invented. The Central Committee had to act to satisfy the personnel of the party apparatus as soon as possible, both the members of the republics and those of the central organ, to prevent them from becoming a second-rate group made up of impoverished and discontented individuals. Since there was no alternative to prevent the brightest and smartest apparatchiks from defecting to work for the competition, the government took the necessary measures to make them feel at home again and be seen as members of a party in the can. The state administration. In this overview of the state administration we will distinguish, as we did in the first part, between the upravelency, on the one hand, and the apparatchiks of the Central Committee apparatus and the party organs on the other. Predictably, in each sector, the powerful state administration was, like the rest of society, extremely sensitive to the transition that was taking place and that pointed to a new social, cultural and, in a certain sense, political organization. The bureaucracy had to react to these spontaneous changes, and in doing so it showed signs of its own spontaneity, revealing the different tendencies that coexisted within it. She adopted new patterns of behavior, and the image she projected of herself and the way she conceived her own interests evolved. Our study will focus on this last aspect, the importance that the bureaucracy, especially among the upper echelons, gave to its own interests and the analysis it made of its position within the system. The history of the Soviet bureaucracy is still little known. The complex and turbulent story of the construction of the administrative structures of the state and the recruitment of its personnel, an item that has always figured on the party's agenda since Lenin asked that a list of officials be drawn up after the Civil War, contains an intra-history, the creation of new bodies to control the administration. Like the administrative structures themselves, these bodies were also constantly dismantled and replaced by different ones. It is not necessary to go into details. Suffice it to say that the history of the Soviet administration has a surprising tendency towards bureaucrativity, and that it is plagued by endless restructurings that also ended in the last years of the regime. At that time, however, as gossip said, the most senior bureaucrats did not retire, they died in their offices. Whatever the supervisory agency in question was, and the first one dates back to 1921, its task was to define, classify and, of course, make an inventory of the numbers and cost of the monster. This task was already onerous in itself. In the first 2 decades of the regime, a large number of calculations, inventories, and classifications were carried out. However, we will go directly to 1947, when the Central Statistics Office carried out a complete census of the different administrative strata and transferred reliable figures to the top. Of course, the numbers were only the beginning of the operation. Evaluating the cost of the administrative agencies, setting the rules that would govern remuneration, working with the organizational structures and dealing with appointments of the nomenclatura or nomenclaturas, because there were several, was a mammoth mission. The salary policy alone, assuming that it was necessary to put some order there, already required an enormous amount of work, definitions of jobs, salary scales, with special treatment for priority and privileged sectors, control over the use of the salary fund, not to mention talk about the more generic problem of how the ministries used the budgets that had been assigned to them by the Ministry of Finance, after they had been approved by the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers. Each of the tasks we have mentioned required a lot of time and effort on the part of the supervisory agencies, but the leadership was also concerned about these issues. The circular complexity of the enterprise, in which one apparatus controlled another apparatus, was such that none of the so-called state control agencies could effectively supervise an ever-expanding bureaucratic universe. The first controller was the Ministry of Finance, which administered the budgets. Next came the Gosplan, which was responsible for assigning each ministry its economic tasks and, therefore, had to be aware of the number of personnel it employed, the structure of the body and its cost. The Central Statistics Office, whose participation was inevitable, carried out global or partial inventories from time to time. Subsequently, there was the State Control Agency itself, reorganized and renamed frequently throughout its history, and which was in charge of studying and investigating administrative bodies, thereby uncovering the proliferation of agencies and officials. In its archives there is a large amount of data waiting for researchers to pounce on them, and which shows us, among other things, that the state administration suffered a certain propensity for parcellation, that is, for the creation of a multitude of subunits whose functions overlapped and gave rise to endless dysfunctions. Finally, the prosecutor's office, the police, and the KGB were overwhelmed by cases of dereliction of duty and criminal conduct. The party organizations, and especially the apparatus, did their part in analyzing the phenomenon with a view to presenting political proposals. On more than one occasion they launched investigations or created investigative commissions to study the problems of the administrative system in general or of a specific agency. The Russian expression used to refer to the entire bureaucratic phenomenon, administrativno-upravlnskaya system, command and administrative system, is most accurate, but it covers both the state administration and the party apparatus under its umbrella. We cannot conclude this overview of a bureaucracy subject to constant inspection, surveillance, and restructuring without mentioning, even briefly, that each administrative body had its own body of inspectors. Still, there was nothing that could prevent this complex structure from continuing to grow under its own momentum in a direction that no one wanted. It is advisable not to ignore the leadership's ability to take up the axe and launch the occasional offensive against the bureaucracy. Stalin's purges are a good example. However, initiatives to reduce and rationalize the administration, to make it more efficient, less expensive, and more responsive to the leadership and public opinion, were as numerous as they were useless, which probably explains why Khrushchev, a determined and conceited character, chose for a frontal attack to settle the issue once and for all, even if he did so without having decided the strategy beforehand, as was usual. At first, this shock therapy made an impression, but the truth is that it was unfeasible. The Administrative Review of Khrushchev, 1957 to 1964. The objective of these measures was to replace the extraordinary pyramid of economic ministries, most of them linked to industry, extremely centralized and alien to local interests, with local economic administrative bodies, whose mission was to manage and coordinate the economy based on a much clearer knowledge of local conditions that Moscow bureaucrats lacked. Since the bulk of economic activity occurred at the local level, this step was intended to give rise to initiatives and thus release new resources, thus remedying the failures of the previous pyramidal structure. There is a joke in Russia that reflects this problem: two economic agencies located opposite each other on a street in Kazan each store certain goods that the other needs. But they cannot negotiate the transaction without calling the ministry in Moscow. When the latter gives its approval, several trains leave Moscow bound for Kazan loaded with material that is already in local warehouses and in sufficient quantities. The situation described by the joke was more than true. The rigidity of the ministries made it urgent to bring management closer to production, adopting a more territorial than sectoral principle. On May 10, 1957, the Central Committee decided that it was impossible to run the 200,000 enterprises and 100,000 quarries that spread across the country from the ministerial offices in Moscow. The time had come to enhance the power of the republics and municipalities, and entrust management to the economic and administrative regions. The program, designed primarily with the industrial and construction sector in mind, was also implemented in other sectors. In May and June 1957, the Supreme Soviet created 105 economic regions, 70 in the Russian Federation, 11 in Ukraine, and in other cases one per republic. In total, 141 economic ministries at the central, Republican, and Republican levels, which employed 65,000 civil servants, were abolished, which represented a saving of 600 million rubles. These officials were replaced by economic councils, Sovnarjozi, in charge of various sectors in their territory. At first, they did not have much staff, between 11 and 15 officials. In 1960, however, those responsible for the main companies and quarries were co-opted and other departments were created, with sections whose mission was to supervise the sectors. As a result, technical councils emerged, which included experts, engineers, and the so-called economic rationalizers. In 1959 and 1960, no one could dispute the economic successes, which showed annual growth rates of 8%. In the largest republics, Republican councils of the national economy were established in order to coordinate the smaller local councils and address issues of technical and material supplies. By the end of 1962, various Sovnarkhas had merged and their number fell from 105 to 43. On November 24, 1962, the Council of National Economy of the USSR was founded in Moscow, whose task was to design a national plan and a general system of supplies for raw materials and technology, and manage the situation through the governments of the republics, the Sovnarjozi and the ministries. The central government, that is, the Council of Ministers of the USSR, only dealt with what was not part of the plan. Although the situation remained somewhat fragmentary, a certain centralism had been restored. On March 13, 1963, the Council of National Economy of the USSR achieved dual status, at the national and republic level, by becoming a central body with counterparts in all republics. Between 1963 and 1965, the Gosplan, the State Construction Committee and the Republican Committees of the Council of Ministers of certain key sectors came under its jurisdiction. Following the good results in the period 1957 to 1960, the following 4 years were characterized by a slowdown in economic growth, which brought to light the defects of the new system. The project of decentralization of the economy and democratization of its management was good, but the Sovnarjozi demonstrated their inability to ensure the necessary specialization in the intermediate branches, where first-rate technological development occurs. Instead, they prioritized relationships with companies in their regions, overlooking cross-cutting problems that affected all sectors. 1. In view of the scenario existing in 1957, many understood that it was necessary to combine territorial principles with sectoral ones. In this sense, state production committees began to emerge, under the orders of the Moscow Council of Ministers. Another anomaly that had to be corrected led to scientific research and development units being separated from production units. They were no longer subject to the Sovnarjozi, and the state production committees that supervised them could only make recommendations, lacking the power to implement their projects. Likewise, the Sovnarjozi had a tendency to give priority to local interests, in their desire to establish a form of economic autarky where the local sphere had to respond to all needs. This fact fostered a certain localism that led the entire population to take care of their affairs first. Under such circumstances, the sectoral committees of the central government, as their head Kosygin explained to the Central Committee in 1965, could not have the slightest impact on technological progress, but rather fulfilled the role of mere advisory bodies. Poorly designed, Khrushchev's reform was beginning to collapse. The failure of the Sovnarjozi gave rise to a new wave of criticism towards voluntarism and towards the tendency to administer, which went to the point of dictating any instructions. Generally, these criticisms had been directed against the previous system, but after Khrushchev's fall the status quo ante was restored, the Sovnarjozi were dismantled and the vertical ministerial system came back into force. The recovery of the vertical ministries in 1965, which was practically immediate to the fall of Khrushchev, was not coincidental. The regime felt safer protected by its ability to control centralized administrative pyramids than faced with a system that combined both principles and that had never worked as it should. The 1965 plenum of the Central Committee had learned the lesson of those 7 years of development and eliminated with a stroke of the pen the central, Republican, and local bodies belonging to the Sovnarjozi. At the end of 1965, the government recovered 35 ministries, which functioned again as in the past. The Gosplan, which had been forced to reluctantly cohabit with the National Economic Council, regained its powers, as did another powerful and famous body, the Goshnab, the State Committee for Technical and Material Supplies. This reorganization, however, would not have a positive result, even though Kosygin had been in favor of reinstating the vertical pyramids of centralized ministries. Unlike other leaders, he had not idealized them, and that same year, 1965, he launched, without giving it much publicity, a new economic experiment, the last of the regime, in order to modify the system of economic incentives, although without touch the command and administrative structure. The speed at which the gigantic economic administration before Khrushchev had collapsed suggested the intervention of a miraculous hand, but the truth is that the old system never completely disappeared. Shortly after the creation of the Sovnarjozi, various sectoral industrial committees also appeared, all of them associated with the Council of Ministers, as substitute bodies, and which corresponded, by their characteristics, to the old ministries. At the end of 1964, the number of civil servants working in the different industrial agencies of the state totaled 123,000 people, numbers that exceeded those of 1956. Likewise, and this is something we have not yet referred to, due to the Gosplan many sectoral supply committees arose, without any reason for it, to replace the defunct Super-Ministry of Supplies. These agencies employed many of the ministry's former staff, thus preserving their experience so that they could, at any time, put the old structure back on track. The restructuring promoted by Khrushchev had affected some ministerial officials, forcing them in some cases to leave Moscow for the provinces, but we cannot say that these decisions responded to a purge process. It is well known in bureaucratic circles that administrators looked out for themselves. As soon as they were stripped of a position, they found another, usually of the same rank. The Moscow supercenter was the capital of the art of knowing how to navigate this bureaucratic security system, even though those who participated in its ins and outs knew that not always the best officials remained in office, but rather the best connected and the most socially skilled, something which, it is worth repeating, is not an exclusive feature of the USSR. Although the reinstatement of the ministries was a source of joy for many bureaucrats, it also brought with it the reappearance of the problems that had motivated the reform initiated by Khrushchev. By reading a book that collects contributions from family and friends of Kosygin, the politician who was in charge of the economy and who had made efficiency his watchword, we can get an idea of the terrible conclusion to which this one had arrived too. Kosygin complained bitterly about the number of issues that had reached the Council of Ministers and that should have been dealt with by the different administrative bodies, whose mission was to resolve them, Why does the government have to be in charge of the quality of the sand that is being produced? Does it supply the glass industry and other industrial sectors? There are ministries and a quality state agency, why don't they meet and resolve the issue? The State Construction Agency, a powerful body, came to Kosygin to discuss new housing designs, even though this decision rested solely with it. According to the author of the chapter in question, all this only attested to the ineffectiveness of many state agencies. Kosygin was relentless in his criticism and had set himself the goal of improving the performance of these bodies. On one occasion, when Garbuzov, the Minister of Economy, spoke to him about the growth of the state apparatus, the different hierarchical ranks and the number of dispensable departments, Kosygin responded as follows. It is true, the productivity of our device is negligible. Many people do not work hard enough and have no idea what they will do the next day. We have just abolished the Committee on Cultural Relations with Foreign Countries. Has anyone noticed this? No one. Well, not me. We produce tons of paperwork, but in reality we barely do anything. Better organization of work would allow us to reduce the number of civil servants by half. We can sense a certain desperation in these words. Kosygin describes a system that, just below the dome, barely works and doesn't flinch. For easily understandable historical reasons, the construction of the system began from the roof, and did not go beyond that first phase. The stage of irresponsibility that Khrushchev inaugurated was a legitimate attempt to change the modus operandi, but the old system burst back in force. Broadly speaking, the bureaucratic system continued as it was, although it temporarily gave way to a host of replicas of Big Brother at the local level. Did Kosygin have a clear idea why things were going so badly? Had I perhaps considered the deeper causes of the phenomenon? It is impossible to secure it as long as we cannot access its files. However, we could venture a provisional answer in view of the reform of the economic mechanism, officially initiated in 1965 and which bears his name. It was the largest economic reform since the war, and the government initiated it not without reservations, and without giving it much publicity. The main purpose of the project was to reduce the burden of central planning indicators, a tentacular system that is difficult to coordinate, and to provide the system from the ground up with new incentives, in particular by creating fund provisions that would serve to reward managers and employees for their good performance or to reward technological innovation. A limited number of factories were used to test the method, which, after the encouraging results of this trial, was applied to larger companies and business sectors. Even so, it quickly ran into obstacles that could only have been overcome if other measures had been taken to reinforce the break with existing structures, thus clearing the way for debureaucratization and altering the relationship between the plan's indicators, a real corset, and material incentives both within production units and among consumers. Conservative detractors were right when they claimed that all this would have done nothing more than radically transform the system. And that was precisely what was appropriate, but they lacked the political dynamics necessary to carry out that metamorphosis. Kosygin's opponents managed to water down the reform without even having to publicly state their opinions. Among these opponents was a coalition or, more precisely, a bloc formed by the top officials of the state bureaucracy and the party, whom we can describe here using the term nomenklatura. They were all members of the party and some held, at the same time, responsible administrative positions and a seat on the Central Committee. However, there are reasons to differentiate administrative cadres from party apparatchiks, and to study them separately. In the first part, we saw that during and after the war both bureaucracies took themselves as two separate and rival categories, and that they aspired to occupy each other's space. One of Khrushchev's first public objectives had been to restore the party and, to begin with, the apparatus its preeminence, thus turning it into an instrument of his own power. That is why it is worth reviewing some of the most important aspects of this device. The party apparatus. Let's take some figures as a starting point. 3. On October 1, 1949, there were 15,436 party committees, or organizations, throughout the country. The full-time, i.e. paid, apparatchiks in charge of the party, excluding members of the administration of the Central Committee, numbered 138,961 people, 113,002 of whom were political officials and 25,959 technicians. We have data on the personnel of the local party bodies for the period between 1940 and November 1, 1955, divided into two categories, political and technical officials, although another classification is also given based on the place that the organization occupied in the administrative structure of the country, republics, regions, districts, subdistricts, and factories. Below we present some of the total annual figures as of January 1 of each year. According to a reliable source of data on party personnel as of December 1, 1963, the most recent list that I have been able to obtain, the figures in the case of the apparatus, without counting the members of the Central Committee, are the following: 24,290 party organizations, with 117,504 full-time people, of which 96,909 were political officials and 20,595 were technicians. The total monthly salaries of the former amounted to 12,859,700 rubles, compared to 1,054,100 for the latter. The relatively low proportion of technical staff was due to pressure from the top not to exceed budget limits. For all this, the political staff lacked adequate support staff, and more specifically secretaries and typists for. In 1958, the staff of the Central Committee, the Corps of Moscow, totaled 1,118 officials and 1,085 technicians, that is, 2,203 people, to which had to be added the officials of the party committee assigned to the Central Committee. Well, as was the case with any in another workplace, party members in the Central Committee had their own cell. As we see, the Central Committee needed more technicians and could afford them. The total annual salaries in 1958 were 57,039,600 rubles 5. 5 years later, this figure had risen, according to one report, to 65 million rubles, an increase justified by the recruitment of new apparatchiks for newly created positions and structures. 6. The number of people employed in Moscow's Staraya Plashchad, the famous square where the headquarters of the Central Committee was located, the center of power of the Soviet Union, exceeded 2,000 workers, of which 1,100 were engaged in political activities. However, these numbers do not account for the real configuration of central power, because to all this we must add the central administration of the government and ministries of the USSR, and some 75,000 more people residing in Moscow. These figures do not include the apparatus of the Moscow Party and the region, even if it belongs to the same category. Without the need to add other indicators, it is also necessary to include the domes of the republics and administrative regions, especially the most prosperous ones, since their power grew as the capital was buried by an avalanche of problems at first glance unsolvable. This relatively small number of people in high places should not be confused with the almost 2 million rukovodители, officials who held management positions, a larger group that held positions throughout the country. In the economic and administrative sectors and in the party, it is undeniable that the salary of Moscow apparatchiks was good. However, in the Soviet Union salaries were not an adequate yardstick for evaluating living conditions or the assessment of personal merits. In addition to the inherent satisfaction that came from holding high office, the real rewards to which everyone aspired could be found in the system of privileges and perks, which we will address at least briefly. Privileges and perks. One of the most desired privileges was priority access to medical services. 7. The list of beneficiaries was held by a special directory of the Ministry of Health, the 4th, which was also in charge of the best hospital centers. Under his command were 3 diagnostic centers and 3 first-level hospitals, as well as a special diagnostic and treatment center reserved for members of the Central Committee, the government, and their families. The first and second diagnostic centers, as well as the university hospital and an emergency center, were reserved for the leaders of the party organs at the local and central levels, those of the Soviet organs and the heads of the economic agencies. The list of privileged people grew as a result of subsequent decisions of the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers, in which the prosperity of the national economy, social organizations, and the media was perceived. The payroll ended up including nearly 500,000 people. In this way, top-ranking officials, as well as their families, from those who lived in the capital to those assigned to the districts, had access to the best health facilities. The small circle of members of the Politburo and the Council of Ministers had their own health services in the Kremlin, supervised by the Ministry of Health. Simply stating that you had the right to the Kremlin medical facilities was enough to convey personal rank, and take advantage of it. There is no better source than the archives of the Ministry of Health, where we can also find some interesting data about who lost their benefits, and not only because they had been defenestrated, to know exactly who was among those chosen. However, hospitals and medical facilities are only part of this story. On April 19, 1966, the deputy head of the Department of Financial Affairs of the Central Committee transferred to the Central Statistical Office, in response to a request from the agency, the list of sanatoriums, rest homes, and hotels that they controlled. On January 1, 1966, there were 12 sanatoriums, 5 rest homes, not counting those that admitted single-day stays, and 2 hotels. The document specified who, adults and children, had the right to use them, how many people passed through each of those places per year during high season and where they were located. The Central Statistical Office had been ordered to closely monitor these benefits. Likewise, the document offered similar data about the buildings controlled by the Ministry of Defense and the KGB. Every ministry worth its salt had such leisure spaces, not to mention dachas for the big shots. The lower-ranking party officials assigned to the factories also had to be motivated, so extraordinary privileges were created for the apparatchiks of the party, the komsomol, and the unions, that is, for the paid officials who were not in the factories. Production chains. In March 1961, the Central Committee decided to grant bonuses given to engineers and administrators for the introduction of new technology into production lines, including the arms industry. The bonuses awarded by the relevant party organ could not exceed 3 years' salary, while administrators and engineers could obtain an incentive that could equal 6 years' salary. 8. Even so, this amount was already a considerable figure. The claim, or fiction, that the work of party secretaries was fundamental was thus enhanced thanks to the remuneration for the contribution to technological innovation actually owed to company engineers and research departments. In the absence of such mechanisms, the pay and position of party officials in factories would have only earned them poor relations. However, denying them the right to these bonuses would have been like saying that their work did not count. I lack evidence to prove that this measure was carried out. We cannot affirm that it was the best way to restore prestige to party officials in the eyes of technical staff. Be that as it may, it is a reminder perhaps necessary, that the majority of party secretaries were officials, and not people with a political role, who aspired to receive the same treatment as the rest of the population, even when their contribution real production was zero. Pensions, a delicate issue. We have not yet raised the thorny issue of the pensions of the most important party apparatchiks. One might think that they depended on the position that the person had reached at the end of his career, but, surprising as it may seem, in a bureaucracy obsessed with privileges, pensions were a minor issue. The state basically avoided the problem, since if it had faced it, it would have had to set a retirement age, which could have had unfortunate consequences. The retirement age was something that was decided arbitrarily, a whim of superiors. This lack of regulation caused many problems for senior officials who retired or were forced to do so. Despite their age, many regional secretaries had become comfortable, thus preventing the arrival of new blood, as they also feared a pronounced and dramatic decline in their living conditions. Under Brezhnev, pensions depended on what the members of the Politburo agreed upon, even in the case of Brezhnev himself or the people around him. This legal vacuum only increased the subordination of local leaders to the capital. Often, a devout local leader who had not taken sufficient care of his relations with his superiors was disadvantaged when it came to retirement, unlike what happened with the Balls 9. Let's look back at what Ligachev says, a member of the Politburo dedicated to the party and known for his personal integrity who, however, would have been better off finding out if such behavior was communist and the reasons he had for insisting so much in applying this label to the party. We will end this section, however, on a happy note. Finally, the Council of Ministers approved, in 1984, a decree regulating the pensions of the main state and party officials, a year before Gorbachev came to power. A state of welfare for the party and for the capitostes of the state. Although there were surprising gaps in the issue of pensions, the perks that the regime offered to the members of the leadership, who also worked for the state and for the party and received a salary for this, even though they were not the owners or the co-owners of the units that were under their control, allow us to legitimately speak of a welfare state. Obviously, such a welfare state also existed for the poorest layers of the population, but in the case of the privileged it took on luxurious proportions unthinkable for the conditions of the Soviet Union. In an economy constantly plagued by shortages, a good salary was not enough, and an authorization was needed to access highly sought-after products and services that were only available to the wealthy classes. This explains the development of a perverse mechanism in which the highest-ranking officials participated, who pressured to obtain perks for their good performance, and the most powerful employers, such as the Central Committee, the Council of Ministers or the ministries, who used of such privileges as if it were a carrot or a stick, and they granted or withdrew them at will. This situation endangered the system, since it revolved around the redistribution of existing resources, not the creation of new ones. Inevitably, this panorama revealed the existence of unknown motivations on both sides. The administrator's appetite was insatiable, and exceeded the limits of the system. That some apparatchiks in positions of responsibility continued to be ardent defenders of their socialism has a very simple explanation: under no other system would they have managed to go this far. A few examples serve to help us judge for ourselves the degree of material comfort enjoyed by the main apparatchiks as they rose in the organization chart of the central apparatus. Without hiding his disbelief, a secretary of the Central Committee gave a list of the benefits they offered him. The story dates back to 1986, but the information may also be valid for earlier periods, and comes from the former ambassador in Washington, Anatoly Dobrinin. 10. Dobrinin knew the leaders well, but he had only a vague idea of the universe of the party apparatus. In March 1986 he was appointed secretary of the Central Committee as head of the International Department. The next day, he met with the representative of the 9th Directorate of the KGB in charge of the personal security of the main political figures and the material perks of the members of the Politburo and the Secretariat. He was frequently referred to as the nanny of the KGB. Politburo. I found myself plunged into a different world, writes Dobrinin. According to current regulations, he was entitled to 3 bodyguards, a ZIL limousine and a dacha near Moscow, in Sosnovyi Bor, the Sosnovka that Marshal Zhukov occupied until his death, as well as the following staff: 2 cooks, 2 gardeners, 4 waitresses and guards. The building consisted of 2 floors and had a large dining room, a living room, several rooms, and a projection room, to which could be added an adjacent complex with a tennis court, sauna, a greenhouse, and an orchard. What a contrast to the life in Moscow he was used to! Even so, Dobrinin was nothing more than another of the secretaries of the Central Committee, not even a member of the Politburo, and even less the General Secretary. What was the responsibility of a member of the Politburo? He doesn't mention it. More, of course, than to a secretary of the Central Committee, but much less than to the General Secretary. Be that as it may, it is necessary to highlight the sincere surprise of that well-placed Muscovite, and therefore, worthy of some privileges. Whatever privileges were available to them, members of the Politburo could always ask for more, although some, perhaps the majority, were not too interested in luxury, much less in ostentatious luxury, with the well-known exception of Brezhnev. Ligachev's personal experience helps us get an idea of how the Politburo worked in its last years, at the beginning of the 80s. 11. After Andropov's death, the Central Committee elected Konstantin Chernenko as General Secretary, proposed by Prime Minister Tikhanov and seconded by Gromyko. It was a safe choice. A year later, Chernenko caused some consternation by proposing that Andropov's protege Gorbachev chair Secretariat meetings, thus making him the regime's number 2. Some sectors made their disagreement heard, but Chernenko, despite the fact that the relationship between him and Gorbachev was by no means close, insisted. The number 2 of the regime was not a formal position. As Ligachev recalls, in 1984 there were those who sought compromising evidence against Gorbachev from the years in which he had been regional secretary of the Stavropol region, but he does not name names. The use of compromising materials was one of the most common weapons in fights between members of the leadership. One of the two sides did everything possible to sink the other in the mud. In these circumstances, having access to police files or information from the underworld could be extremely valuable. Chizov, the Minister of Health, sent Chernenko detailed reports on the health status of other leaders. However, the General Secretary's health status was a confidential matter, and not even the members of the Politburo knew about it. This secrecy provided an ideal framework for all types of rumors and allowed several members of the leadership, who had personal access to the General Secretary, who was already ill, to manipulate him to obtain favors for themselves or his group. The Central Committee building in Staraya Plashchad was also a place surrounded by the highest secrecy, but those who were aware of its interior say that, traditionally, office number 6 on the 9th floor was that of the General Secretary and that number 2 was known as Sislov's office, from where, possibly, the strings of the Secretariat of the Central Committee were pulled. The Politburo met every Thursday at 11 o'clock in the morning, in the Kremlin or in the Staraya Plashchad. The Secretary-General also had an office on the 3rd floor of the old wing of the Kremlin building, as well as a visiting room. In that same place was the Walnut Room, with a large round table around which the leaders informally discussed issues before the Politburo session began. The candidate members and the general secretaries of the committee, who were also awaiting the start of the meeting, did not participate in these informal discussions. Under Brezhnev, Politburo meetings had been short, taking an hour, or even 40 minutes, to make decisions that had already been prepared in advance. Under Andropov, the Politburo's work was much more thorough, and deliberations could last for hours. The Politburo had to approve important appointments, something that was not given much attention in Brezhnev's time and that was taken a little more care with Andropov. A fragment of Ligachev's memoirs adds some more interest to this collective portrait. One day, possibly in 1983, one of the most influential members of the conservative wing, Ustinov, who for years had been responsible for defense and who died in 1984, said to the newly arrived Ligachev, "Igor, you are one of us. You are part of our circle." Ligachev confesses that he failed to understand what he meant. In fact, Ustinov helped the rookie understand that the Politburo was made up of several factions, and that his group consisted of conservative state patriots. After his death, Ligachev's lack of support from his group became noticeable, although at that time, Ligachev was already part of Gorbachev's circle. Later, however, during Perestroika, he returned to the conservative ranks. In his memoirs, Ligachev explains that a description of Gromyko, Ustinov, and Chernenko, the figures of the previous generation, can be drawn from a whole series of failures. They were responsible for the state being on the verge of ruin in the 80s. However, he adds that he must claim to have decided not to follow Brezhnev's line but to support Gorbachev. In this sense, they showed more stature than all the turncoats who, at the last minute, abandoned politics to focus on their businesses. Gromyko was the first member of the Politburo to propose Gorbachev's name for the position of General Secretary, which earned him the unanimous endorsement not only of the Politburo, but also of the secretariats of the Central Committee. According to Ligachev, however, things could have been very different. Regarding the modus operandi of the Politburo in Gorbachev's time, Dobrynin's memoirs provide an interesting fact, which is that its operation had hardly changed. The main difference lay in Gorbachev's personal style, much more modern than that of the figures mentioned by Ligachev in a period in which, with Chernenko ill, the atmosphere was much more similar to that of the circle of priests of a cult, mystical than that of the hierarchs of a modern state. Dobrynin participated in Politburo meetings as secretary of the Central Committee, and had the right to speak but could not vote. The secretaries of the Central Committee always attended. From time to time, Gorbachev called special meetings. Controversial issues were rarely voted on, as Gorbachev put a stop to such situations by stating that the issue needed to be studied more closely and would be discussed at the next meeting. Meanwhile, he was preparing the decision he wanted to be adopted. Gorbachev liked to talk at length, and sometimes the sessions lasted until 6 or 8 in the afternoon, but he also gave the floor to his colleagues. In this sense, the atmosphere of the meetings was very democratic. At mealtime, everyone sat at a long table in the small meeting room. They could choose between two simple menus, without alcohol. During the agape, the discussion was more relaxed, and notes were not taken of what was said, although Gorbachev's personal assistant did take private notes. Officially, only the decisions of the Politburo were recorded in writing, and they were transmitted to a group of officials, who were in charge of putting them into practice and supervising them. The most important decisions were kept in a special file. The General Secretary was in charge of dictating the agenda, but the members of the Politburo had the power to add more points or correct it, although they almost never did so. The General Department, the main executive body of the Secretariat, sent the meeting documentation 1 or 2 days before. This department occupied a special place in the party apparatus, and was always under the orders of the General Secretary's right hand, Chernenko, in Brezhnev's time, and Lukyanov, and later Boldin, in the Gorbachev era. Lukyanov was a polite and restrained guy, while Boldin was a narrow-minded bureaucrat who influenced Gorbachev, which is why many were surprised when Boldin took off his mask by presenting himself as one of the instigators of the coup d'état against Gorbachev in August of 1991. The International Department, which Dobrynin was in charge of, had no relationship with the Foreign Affairs Department. The 200 officials who worked there dealt with communist parties and other left-wing groups abroad, but they did not maintain contact with the parties of popular democracies, which were handled by another department. Dobrynin had asked Gorbachev to end this situation, which dated back to the days of the Comintern, and allow his department to deal with foreign relations, and this was achieved on May 13, 1986, when Gorbachev also authorized the transfer of several experts from the Comintern Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the International Department to assist Dobrynin in his new assignment 12. This movement responded to a series of internal goings-on. As we can read in his memoirs, Gorbachev had set out to end Gromyko's influence in foreign policy, and even eliminate him completely from political life. With Dobrynin's help in the professional field, the General Secretary monopolized foreign policy. In the context of this outline of the functioning of the Politburo, it is important that we see that, despite his modern style, Gorbachev was, at heart, an old-fashioned General Secretary. His career in the party apparatus had shaped his conception of power, and especially that of the role of the General Secretary as a character of more importance than the rest of the members of the Politburo and subject to his own rules. Although Dobrynin does not elaborate on it, his description confirms it. Gorbachev manipulated his colleagues using rather obvious strategies to achieve his objectives. Gorbachev was unable to shake off the General Secretary syndrome, and it took him a while to realize that the system of power that he had given birth to such a disembodied position was on its last legs. 18. Some leaders. Let us continue with the study of the problems and ills of the country from a different perspective, that of the men who were in charge of the institutions or of a certain key sector. The figures we have selected are not the typical members of the Politburo, Brezhnev, Kirilenko, Sislov, Chernenko, skilled managers in some cases, but political and intellectual mediocrities who, over time, survived. We could describe these as the swamp, and they exemplify, by the mere fact that they knew how to stay in power, the decadence of the system. Instead, we have chosen different figures who demonstrated their ability to reflect on the system, or on their scope of action, and who were willing to try to modify it. It is possible that many of them shared our opinion about the swamp as being mainly responsible for the period of stagnation. Space forces us here to present only a few figures, and especially Khrushchev, who inaugurates this period, and Andropov, who closes it. Andrei Gromyko. Andrei Gromyko was a figure of considerable political stature, but a very grey personality, a rare combination of incompatible characteristics. He headed the Soviet Union's foreign policy for 28 years. Although it is not known that he had participated in any reformist initiative, he was one of the pillars of the system in this first-rate area. Many considered him a boring and ill-tempered person, but if we ask the opinion of the Western diplomats with whom he dealt, such as Henry Kissinger, we will intuit that he was possibly the number one in international diplomacy, recognized among his counterparts for his extraordinary capacity for work. Only if you have survived Gromyko after meeting with him for an hour, can you begin to consider yourself a diplomat. One of those survivors was President Reagan. After an hour with Gromyko, he returned excitedly to the White House, where they celebrated the event as it deserved. In a sense, that meeting was his graduation ceremony. What the politician did not know, however, was that Dobrynin had informed Gromyko about Reagan and had advised him not to pressure the president for diplomatic reasons. The heads of the Israeli delegation to the United Nations, including David Horowitz, never said anything in their memoirs about Gromyko's bitter expression during his time as Soviet ambassador to that institution, at a time when the creation of the State of Israel was being debated. Israel. Every day he asked them, "What can I do for you today?" The times change. Whatever the analysis of Gromyko's personality, Soviet diplomacy, and the performance of his experts and ambassadors was extraordinary under his leadership, a fact that we can attribute, above all, to his perfectionism. Reading his notes, analyses and recommendations on the international situation highlights the deep knowledge he had of the matter. Another very different thing is that his Politburo colleagues paid attention to him. However, the information that reached the top, and not only in the field of diplomacy, was better every day, irrefutable proof of the modernization of the system. Today, it is enough to meet a Russian diplomat trained in this school, who will also master several languages, to see how proud they are of his alma mater. The Soviet ambassadors in the strategic countries were always highly respected people, and especially the dean of these, Dobrynin, or the special ambassador Kvitsinski, famous for the progress achieved during the walk in the woods with his American counterpart, Paul Nitze. Gromyko's main characteristic was his absolute identification with the interests of the state and faithful service to the country, traits that explain his ability to erase himself from the front line and dominate his ego, something extraordinarily unusual in someone who was the fundamental piece of diplomacy. Internationally for 28 years. Egon Bahr, the politician of the Federal Republic of Germany who headed diplomacy between 1968 and 1972, does not hide his admiration for Gromyko. In reference to the memories he had of him, which barely give clues about his life and his achievements, Bahr observed, "He has left a true hidden treasure for future generations and has taken with him to the grave a sensational knowledge of the relationship between historical episodes and the main figures of his era, a knowledge that only he could have revealed. What a shame that such an extraordinary man was not able to capture his experiences in the end." A faithful servant of the state, he believed that he should limit himself to presenting the essential facts in a sober and concise manner. 1. We can conclude this quick profile of Gromyko by referring to one of his most important political interventions. After having been one of the most notable statesmen of the Politburo in the times of Brezhnev, Andropov, and Chernenko, he played a crucial role in the appointment of Gorbachev as General Secretary, despite knowing that a reformist path was thus being initiated, possibly in the direction hinted at by Andropov. As Ligachev implied, the outcome of that Politburo meeting could have been very different. Nikita Khrushchev. In Nikita Khrushchev's personality, different traits were mixed, in an unusual way. I still don't know how he managed to survive Stalin and if he came to fear for his life while he was under the dictator's orders. Perhaps it was his folksy side and his ability to dance the gopak, a popular Ukrainian dance, during a banquet hosted by Stalin. When Stalin says dance, you have to dance, he recalled, that confused the leader about his ambitions and the intentions of this fool. And the truth is that there are no two people more different from each other. Khrushchev caused a sensation around the world, and not only for slamming his shoe on a desk during a session of the United Nations, how undiplomatic, or for exclaiming, "We're going to bury you." To Americans, words that respond, in fact, to a translation error, since my Vaspaharanam also means "we will survive you." He knew how to take considerable risks, as he did especially in 1962 during the missile crisis, from which he neither emerged victorious nor defeated. He was also a convinced supporter of peace on a global scale. Those who dealt with him directly at international summits never denied that he was the one pulling the strings. However, he tended to talk too much, so much so that he sometimes revealed state secrets even while sober, much to the despair of the KGB. Khrushchev was a reformer, not a statesman, an impetuous and impatient leader with a certain predilection for large-scale and sometimes risky nostrums. From time to time, he could be very bold. The initiative of the secret speech against Stalin during the 20th Congress came from him, and he surprised his recalcitrant colleagues and imposed himself on them without showing the slightest respect for the rules or compliances. And that was how, suddenly, Congress knew that the icon, the idol, the glorious symbol of the extraordinary power that the country had achieved was a bloody mass murderer. For anti-Stalinists, it was a revelation. Stalinists of all stripes, for their part, were ashamed, and claimed that this description was exaggerated, when the truth is that it was nothing but incomplete. For the inveterate Stalinists, the most shameful thing was seeing how so many leaders expressed their surprise. How could they pretend that they knew nothing about such atrocities? In fact, only a few were aware of the real dimension of the crimes: Stalin's personal secretary, a handful of Politburo members, and the MVD officials who had directed the operations. The denunciation of Stalin and his cult was preceded by the rehabilitation of a significant number of innocent victims, to whom their party cards were returned. This entire episode turned Stalinist terror into one of the most important issues of the first Congress held after the leader's death too. Even before the secret speech, the Presidium created, on December 31, 1953, and by virtue of a decision of the Central Committee, an investigative commission in which Pospelov, Komarov, Aristov, and Chvernik appeared, and which was baptized the name of its president, Pospelov. The task of this group was to determine the extent of repression among the members and candidate members of the Central Committee elected at the 17th Congress in 1934. The commission was assisted by the head of the KGB, Sarav, and a group of departmental managers of that same body, Secretariat, Personnel, Archives, and Special Inspection. The prosecutor's office was represented by the Assistant Chief Military Prosecutor. All of these people were, of course, members of the party. On the eve of the Congress, the Presidium of the Central Committee heard the testimony of the prisoner Boris Rodos, who had intervened as an inspector in some famous cases and who had been a key figure in the political trials of the late 1940s. In his statement, he claimed that Stalin had personally taken care of everything. Rodos had interrogated the victims and constantly requested that execution quotas be increased. Khrushchev insisted on highlighting Stalin's personal responsibility and requested that the issue be addressed during one of the sessions of the 20th Congress. In the debates held at the Presidium meetings, Molotov, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich were in favor of praising Stalin's greatness despite his crimes. Mikoyan and Saburov, however, objected. If all this is true, there is no forgiveness possible, Saburov stated. On February 8, 1956, the committee presented to the Presidium a chilling picture that captured the systematic extermination of countless party and state cadres ordered by Stalin. With Khrushchev's removal from power in 1964, a more conservative line reappeared. Reformist circles were nervous about the possibility of a rehabilitation of the figure of Stalin. However, and except for some initiatives in this regard by various members of the new team, neither the spirit of Stalin nor Stalinism returned. Thanks to Khrushchev's decision, the term Stalinism was no longer associated with the Soviet system. His decision to remove Stalin's body from the mausoleum and bury him elsewhere prevented the evil spirit from returning. Sometimes popular superstitions are taken into account. Since there were still Stalinists in high places who harbored secret desires, and even though some vices of the old system remained in force, Stalinism as such belonged to the past. Khrushchev had to pay a high political price for the shock therapy he practiced. Even so, he survived the consequences of de-Stalinization, not without difficulties, and it is possible that at some point he regretted what he had done in the past. Be that as it may, Stalin's denunciation did not remain mere words, but was supported by facts. Before and after the speech, a whole series of rehabilitations and the dismantling of the MVD industrial complex which, as we have already seen, was the core of the repressive machinery of Stalinism. Khrushchev's style and fervor can be explained by his genuine populism, but also by a sentimentalism that he did not always know how to control. However, leaving aside the jokes about his goulash socialism, he even stated that a goulash was better than uttering empty phrases about popular well-being. He was convinced that the improvement of living conditions was something more than an imperative of politics, it was a question of justice and socialism. The folksiness of him was real. He was proud of his working-class origins and even his peasant roots, and he had been an apprentice shepherd before beginning his career as a metal worker and miner. There was a direct relationship between this past and his way of expressing himself, his hatred towards the military establishment, his aversion towards bureaucracy and his predilection for production-oriented secondary schools. He claimed that he had attempted to promote such reform because the existing secondary schools were educational centers where nothing was taught about physical work in the field or in the factory. The pressure of public opinion, that is, of the wealthy, more educated classes, and of the bureaucracy, outraged by this industrialization of secondary school and who opposed it, made him desist from carrying out the reform. And over time it became clear that they were right, but everything makes us think that these rivals were the groups for whom Nikita had no time to waste, they had never had a chance in their lives. Khrushchev applied the same philosophy to his difficult relationships with creative artists. He liked Matryona's House and a Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, and he authorized their publication. Both novels described characters from the rural environment with a great moral burden. Matryona, a peasant, has a strong and admirable personality. Ivan, also a peasant, preserves his dignity despite the humiliating reality of the fields. We must refer here once again to Tvardovsky, the editor of the literary magazine Novy Mir, who had published Solzhenitsyn's first two novels and who attempted to publish some more. The good relations between Khrushchev and Tvardovsky were based, literally, on their rural origins. Tvardovsky was the son of a plundered and persecuted kulak. He knew the rural world inside out and had kept in touch with rural reality despite being part of Moscow's intellectual elite. Khrushchev may have accepted political criticism if it came from the mouths of people of popular extraction and was formulated in a simple way, but he could not stand it when urban intellectuals said the same thing in their convoluted style. Likewise, he was capable of harshly, even rudely, disdaining works he did not understand or artists he suspected were hostile to the regime. Tvardovsky was different in Khrushchev's eyes. During the war, he wrote a long poem about the adventures of a popular soldier, Vasily Turkin. After the war, he returned to his hero, now demobilized, in a poem titled Turkin in Heaven, in which Turkin goes to heaven, where he observes, and suffers, the heavenly bureaucracy before deciding to return to earth. There the bureaucracy is, at least, bearable. As soon as he found out about the existence of this fierce satire on the Soviet bureaucracy, and by extension the system, which eventually became a play, Nikita called his son-in-law, editor of Izvestia, to tell him to publish it. Immediately. If it had been written, however, by a fashionable intellectual, he would possibly have dialed another number. We will cite here a symptomatic detail. The famous film director Mikhail Rohm and the no less famous sculptor Ernst Neizvestny were both subjected to Khrushchev's outbursts of anger, and both reacted abruptly and inflexibly. However, as time passed, both referred to him with good words, and defended the historical role of the leader. Neizvestny was in charge of sculpting Khrushchev's tombstone, without charging for it, against the will of those in power. Years later, the words that Rohm dedicated to the politician were also kind. It is clear that Khrushchev was sending out contradictory signals, but the two artists highlighted only the positive features. Similarly, as we will see later, Anastas Mikoyan, after weighing the pros and cons, ended up considering that Khrushchev had been someone. At this point, it is necessary to return to two historical facts that we have referred to in the first part. First, Soviet Russia was, in 1945, a powerful, if also turbulent, state. A decaying system left the country starving, devastated, exhausted, and terrified. The USSR was little more than a needy and sick superpower. Under Khrushchev, the country underwent extraordinary improvement during the 1950s and early 1960s. No matter what experts say about the need not to exaggerate the results given how low the starting point was, Soviet citizens noticed these changes. Russia managed to regain its status as a power, and at the same time healed the wounds of the Second World War and overcame the ravages of Stalinism. He found the resources to guarantee future growth and the functioning of institutions at all levels. The regime had the resources and the strength, because to recover from such a ruinous situation, overflowing vitality was needed. Secondly, despite being a talented, astute, and learnable character, Khrushchev was not a contemporary statesman and political strategist, but a non-modern leader, a new version of the Dzogchen, master. The Dzogchen model was still in force among the members of the leadership, who continued to believe that they ran the reins of the state like someone running a farm, taking care of the smallest detail. Khrushchev and most of the other hierarchs were the result of a deep-rooted patriarchy, as demonstrated, for example, by their intransigence with the opinions of others. Observers such as F. M. Berlatsky, who worked for many years in the press and in the Soviet apparatus, confirm this opinion. Although the impetuous populist ruler was no despot compared to Stalin, he too had a certain tendency to take personal charge of all issues, whether they affected institutions or individuals. Not in vain, Stalin had been the only leader that Khrushchev and many others had met, and possibly had been inspired by, since he despised many of the practices he had engaged in. Unlike the Generalissimo, for example, he could not stand the military, nor their ridiculous uniforms. He angered them, especially the members of the KGB leadership, so attached to their uniforms and titles, by exclaiming, "We are going to tear off their epaulets and stripes," a threat he carried out in the case of the KGB generals. Some of Khrushchev's ideas posed a real danger to the apparatchiks, such as the proposal to introduce mandatory rotation of officials at any level from a certain age. Some claim that this was the reason the Brezhnevites overthrew him. Others believe that the conservatives never forgave him for the de-Stalinization and the loss of prestige, as well as the disorientation that he caused in the communist universe and elsewhere. The truth is that both factors had a hand in his downfall, along with many more, such as the new crazy ideas that he was considering and that the 1964 conspirators nipped in the bud. Anastas Mikoyan. Anastas Mikoyan was an extraordinary character, someone who summarized in his person the Soviet regime or, rather, the history of its hierarchy. A member of the Politburo for about 40 years, those who knew him considered him indestructible. A master in the art of survival, he demonstrated a great ability to retain a certain degree of humanity and not lose contact with reality, despite having participated in countless atrocious acts for which we cannot always hold him responsible. In his memoirs, he confesses to being a Stalinist from the beginning. His reflections on his early years as leader are most naive and indulgent toward Stalin, fierce against anti-Stalinist opponents, and extraordinarily uninformed about what was really at stake. As a member of the Politburo, Mikoyan would not have survived if he had not signed Stalin's death sentences or if he had not made the appropriate speeches about counter-revolutionary traitors. In his memoirs, he claims that he was once forced to sign arrest warrants and executions because irrefutable evidence had been presented against the culprits. In charge of trade issues in the Politburo, in a country constantly affected by shortages, Mikoyan achieved some feats or two in an area that, although vital, was not often among the regime's priorities. His organizational talent is beyond doubt, but it must also be admitted that he was a skillful politician. Although great flexibility could be expected from him, his determined support for Khrushchev's de-Stalinization is surprising. He was the only person who supported Khrushchev during the Central Committee session in which he was removed, an isolated voice among the tumult. And from reading his personal archive it is clear that he was in the conservatives' crosshairs well into the 1970s. But Mikoyan was too much for them. Mikoyan's book contains a great deal of detail about Stalin's final days. He had decided to eliminate, and possibly execute, Molotov and Mikoyan, and they both knew it. Perhaps this helps to explain the anti-Stalinist fervor of the post-Stalinist Mikoyan. While Stalin was dying in March 1953, the main figures of the Politburo remained almost constantly in contact, meeting in the Kremlin or meeting every day at the hierarch's home. In those days discussions took place and future alliances began to take shape. Mikoyan did not take the first step, but the trio of Malenkov, Beria, and Khrushchev did. Mikoyan's description of how the events unfolded in the office used for Politburo meetings is worthy of Ionesco. The entire Politburo was present, but the heavyweights, Khrushchev, Malenkov, and Beria, that is, General Secretary, Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister respectively, although Beria was also in charge of the secret police and the entire military-industrial production complex, were in a corner, chatting about the points that needed to be discussed during the impending meeting. The lesser figures had to content themselves with observing, not without some fear, the formation of the new clique that would have to direct their destinies. The suspense, however, would still remain, since this partnership would not last long. Malenkov and Khrushchev allied themselves with Molotov to get rid of Beria. Things had only just begun. Shifting alliances were endemic and a manifest legacy of Stalin's modus operandi. Mikoyan is satisfied with the direction that the relationship between Khrushchev and Beria took, as well as the direction taken by other alliances, positions, or coalitions. His memoirs also serve to shed more light on how the Politburo worked, its inability to define rules for everyone, in the midst of debates in which there was room for dissent and which culminated in a decision approved by the majority before moving on to the next point of the order of the day. Another legacy of Stalinism. In the times of the dictator, who deliberately fueled the insecurity in which those around him lived, getting into an argument and losing it could have fatal consequences. When the Politburo had finally freed itself from this sinister yoke, it had no idea how to build a work routine, the collective leadership they proclaimed. Everything continued to revolve around the General Secretary, who retained the title of President of the Presidium of the Politburo, and no political measure could be adopted without the approval of the General Secretary and his acolytes. Before Stalin, the governing bodies, and especially the Politburo, had a constitution, written or tacit. The majorities varied depending on the issue at hand. Lenin, the leader at that time, was used to being in the minority and nevertheless carrying out his plans, a totally different situation. We will return to the absence of a constitution in the Politburo. The main problem with Mikoyan's memoirs lies in the arguments he presents about Stalin and Stalinism. He was a staunch supporter of the leader, his ideology, and his policies. He maintained a good relationship with him, considered him a highly qualified politician and often argued with him, usually about economic matters. However, when Stalin began to eliminate the people around him, and especially after Kirov's inexplicable death, Mikoyan began to ask himself questions. He defended before Stalin those detainees whom he knew personally, with phrases such as, "You know perfectly well that it is impossible that he was a spy." Stalin responded to these allegations by showing him alleged confessions, although he also sometimes acceded to his requests for clemency. Coming to the Great Terror of the years 1937 and 1938, Mikoyan's text is surprising because of the falseness of its content. The rest of the members of the Politburo did not know the truth. They always showed them the documents that were provided as evidence, nor the scale of repression. Mikoyan affirms that he was not aware of the facts until the work of the Rehabilitation Commission that he headed. However, more disturbing is the fact that Mikoyan does not make the slightest critical reflection on that way of governing or that party model, even though it had ceased to be one, and he confesses that Stalin displayed great rationality and extraordinary greatness during the war, but that afterwards his behavior became unpredictable and he refused to carry out the democratization that a victorious people expected. Without taking the criticism any further, he limits himself to stating that, after Stalin's death, he waited for a democratization that never came. It can be assumed that these criticisms are out of place in the case of a politician who was not dedicated to theoretical work, hence it may be more pertinent to identify some personality traits that allow us to differentiate the Stalinists from each other. In other words, not all Stalinists shared structural Stalinism. Thanks to the position he had achieved, the young Mikoyan adapted perfectly to the system before the definitive triumph of Stalinism occurred. For this reason, he had no problem abandoning some Stalinist practices and attitudes and adopting a different point of view, even in terms of world order. The structural Stalinists like Molotov or Kaganovich were totally identified with the Stalinist model and with the person of the hierarch, and they never renounced their ideals. There was another third group of Stalinists who changed sides, or pretended to have changed, although they maintained a Stalinist pose and attitude. Dogmatism and the habit of exclusion, outright condemnation, inflexible argumentation, and the impression of being surrounded by conspirators were characteristics of this group of characters. But Mikoyan did not belong to them. What Mikoyan comments about Khrushchev is revealing. We will ignore his overly obvious analysis of Brezhnev. Mikoyan approves of some of the changes instituted by Khrushchev after he came to power, but also criticizes many others. Likewise, he also disagrees with what Khrushchev said about him in his memoirs. Even so, Mikoyan offers measured praise for Khrushchev's person and work, and offsets the account of his shortcomings with that of his qualities. Khrushchev's attitude often irritated Mikoyan, who reviewed the former's mistakes in detail. But the portrait ends on a positive note. In fact, Mikoyan supported Khrushchev in many of his important decisions and also in difficult moments. However, he paints him as an incoherent and disloyal character who lost his sense of reality at more than one moment. As other witnesses have also explained, his years at the head of the country were a succession of reckless initiatives and he exhibited an incomparable capacity to turn the country upside down. Mikoyan refers to Khrushchev's drift without sparing space. He knew how to see that Khrushchev had confronted practically everyone and that his days were numbered, and yet he defended the chaotic general secretary because he had many merits to his credit and because the alternative was not attractive. Mikoyan's conclusion is that the irascible Nikita was someone and that, after they got rid of him, they should have put his knowledge to good use in other tasks. This assessment alludes to a little-known episode. Shortly before being dismissed, Khrushchev, who had become disenchanted with the party, had considered the possibility of revitalizing the Supreme Soviet by transforming it into a kind of parliament with powers. The first step would have been the appointment of Mikoyan as president of the Supreme Soviet before giving this body power. Khrushchev had made some decisions along these lines, and Mikoyan was enthusiastic about the idea, but the project fell apart after Khrushchev's fall. This episode serves to partially clarify the reflections that close Mikoyan's work. Be that as it may, although this project did not go ahead, Khrushchev had already managed to introduce some changes. There is one aspect of Mikoyan's criticism that deserves careful comment. He blames Khrushchev for having given in to pressure from conservatives, or to his own mistakes, by suddenly ending the policy of rehabilitation of victims of Stalinism, which Mikoyan was in charge of by virtue of his position in the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. Mikoyan and liberal public opinion wanted to finish the process by rehabilitating the victims of the show trials, such as Bukharin, Kamina or Zinoviev, but Khrushchev refused to do so despite Mikoyan's insistence. For him, all the accusations were false and the executions were part of the crimes that Stalin had committed. Even so, and despite the fact that they were part of the sector of the party that had not submitted to Stalin, the accused, even though they had been eliminated on false charges, were the leaders of the opposition against the party. In one of the first chapters of his work, Mikoyan himself refers to them disparagingly and does not deny that he supported Stalin's proposals against this group. In his fervor to press ahead with de-Stalinization, Mikoyan seems not to appreciate that rehabilitating the victims was equivalent to returning to the opponents, that is, the Trotskyist rightists, their role as detractors of Stalinism and Stalin. And it is here where we can understand Khrushchev's decision. The de-Stalinization that he launched brought him quite a few headaches, and revising the show trials would have taken him too far. Not in vain, he had never considered the possibility of opening the party to the appearance of different factions and debate. 19. Kosygin and Andropov. Alexei Kosygin. Alexei Kosygin was never a political centerpiece or an extravagant character. Not only that, but he never wanted to be among the candidates for the position of General Secretary. Still, his extraordinary administrative skills made him an indispensable player, and everyone in high places knew that the weight of the economy rested on his shoulders. No one else had shoulders as broad as his. The career of this fabulous administrator resembles a history of the Soviet government, from his beginning in minor positions to reaching positions of responsibility, and there are even some heroic episodes in times of war. Among these is, as we have already mentioned, the evacuation of industry from the territory that was about to fall into the hands of the Germans and the end of the blockade of Leningrad by organizing the construction of a supply and water route from the depths from Lagoda Lake. He also held for some time the position of Minister of Finance, head of the Gosplan, Deputy Prime Minister, and member of the Politburo, and was a character admired and envied by the general secretaries because he knew better than anyone how to make the administrative machinery work. The people around him really worked. However, in government circles he was also famous for having clashed with Brezhnev over the general secretary's right to represent the country abroad, a role he believed should fall to the prime minister, as was the case in other nations. This measure was in force for a while until Brezhnev, who was not too satisfied with this figure, ended it. Kosygin was also the architect of an interesting economic reform that he launched and that the conservatives, who blamed him for the rest of his days, sabotaged. The book edited by his son-in-law, Vishyany, gives us a glimpse of Kosygin's thinking. 1. Dedicated body and soul to the system, he was also aware of the need to reform it. Back in 1964, everything still seemed possible. He believed in semi-public companies and cooperatives, he was aware of Western superiority and the need to learn from it, he believed in implementing gradual changes that would pave the way for a transition from a state-run economy to a system in which the state limits itself to guiding companies, and was in favor of various forms of ownership and management, an approach that he tried to explain to Khrushchev and Brezhnev, although without success. Khrushchev had nationalized producer cooperatives, and Vashiani once witnessed Kosygin trying to convince Brezhnev to draw up a real economic strategy and submit it for discussion at a Politburo meeting. As usual, Brezhnev resorted to all kinds of delaying stratagems that ended up burying the idea. Kosygin emerged from those conversations completely demoralized. He issued a warning against blind faith in our system and the danger of adopting inappropriate political measures. He was decidedly against wild projects to reverse the course of Siberia's rivers, and interventions in Czechoslovakia and Afghanistan. He made no secret of the fact that the USSR stretched its arm further than its sleeve with enormous military spending or aid to friendly countries, but the Politburo refused to address these real problems and wasted time, instead, with all kinds of nonsense. In Brezhnev's time, many important issues, including foreign policy, were discussed in the Staraya Plashchad, but it was difficult to find an interlocutor with a good intellectual background. The role of grey brains like Suslov or Kirilenko was considerable, says Vashiani, who was present at many meetings or commissions of the Central Committee in which no one opened their mouths. The attendees sat obediently and silently until a document appeared that read, "The Politburo, or the Secretariat, considers that." No one would think of granting a role of certain intellectual effervescence or driving force of the Renaissance to an austere and discreet character like Kosygin. The truth, however, is that this was in fact the case with the economic reforms of the mid-1960s, or even since the end of the 1950s. The cautious Kosygin, who had never raised his voice in public, supported and defended a real renaissance in economic thought and its literature. Economics books full of data began to be published, among which there were some of the most subversive writings camouflaged under innocuous titles. This situation led to a torrent of creativity in the social sciences, which coincided with the economic debates of some critical sacred cows and their political consequences. This entire process had the protection of the Prime Minister. The debate slowly covered all the main aspects of the economic system. In 1964, academician V. Nemchinov published a full-fledged indictment in Communist against the system of material and technical supplies, where he demonstrated that this was the main obstacle impeding economic development. Many renowned economists participated in the discussions, such as Novozhelov, Kontorovich, and Yefimov, as well as a group of mathematical economists. They all directly attacked the Goshnab, accusing it of being nothing more than a product of an administrative planning system that managed the economy in terms of physical units and arbitrarily set prices. The capital necessary for investments was granted without interest, hence the extraordinary pressure exerted by ministries, companies, and local governments to increase investments without the obligation to put the money to productive use. All this was, in itself, an obstacle for the incessant reproduction of capital to achieve a higher technological level. Excess investment lagged behind growth rates, and the further inevitable consequence of such a situation was permanent shortages. Under such conditions, planning was ultimately limited to perpetuating a routine. The heated debates of the 1960s reached a large number of publications. Although many authors did not want specific political conclusions to be derived from their analyses, these were implicit in the texts. Everyone knew that there was a political owner who was in charge of the economy and the system, and that there was no way to get the genie out of the bottle. A letter sent to the Central Committee by three dissidents, A. D. Sakharov, V. F. Turchin and Roy Medvedev, reached Le Monde, which published it in its edition of April 12 to 13, 1970. The letter issued a warning about the dangers that lay ahead if the reforms were delayed much longer. The production situation was critical, as was that of the citizens, and the country was condemned to become a second-rate state. A book, Ekonomika I Pravo, Economics and Law, by V. P. Shkridov, published in 1967, dared to frontally and emphatically criticize the state and its ideological foundations, something all the more commendable as it defended a Marxist position. For Shkridov, the state, a political legal institution that claimed control of the economy, forgot that the political legal aspect, no matter how important it was in economic life, should be subordinated to the real situation of the country's socio-economic development. Therefore, the owner's desire to impose his vision of the economy, to plan and direct it as he pleases, would cause irreparable damage if economic and technological development did not allow, as had happened to date, adequate administrative planning. Production relations should not be confused with legal forms such as property. That would be Prudhonism, not Marxism. A usurping state, protected by its right not to adapt to reality, was condemned to bureaucratization and was the main obstacle to economic development. Shkridov insisted that basic forms of property had not changed for long periods of history, while forms of production, as Marx had shown, had gradually evolved into advanced capitalism. The book was well reviewed in Novy Mir, No. 10, 1968, by V. Georgiev, a Kosygin supporter. The author praised Shkridov for having bluntly addressed the main task facing the country, overcoming good intentions in directing the production system of society, inserting it into the framework of a much larger theoretical problem, the correlation between objective production relations and the subjective and voluntary activity of human beings. No one was so naive as not to interpret those lines as a warning to the state, whose economic policy was causing enormous damage. Economics was not, however, the only science that flourished in these years. Other areas of knowledge were also in a state of effervescence, revealing new dimensions of social and cultural life, raising pertinent questions and tending dangerously towards the political arena. The magazine Novy Mir had become a showcase for critical thinking in many areas, not only in literature. The 150,000 copies that were published monthly and that reached the most remote corners of the country were eagerly awaited, and arrived full of information and analysis about the West and an embryonic social democratic vision of the Soviet Union. Khrushchev was the publication's first protector, and Kosygin continued to support it as best he could, at least until 1968. As we have already seen, Tvardovsky was removed from his editorship in 1970 and died a year later. He was buried in the Novodevichy Cemetery in Moscow, covered by a small, discreet tombstone and surrounded by a multitude of luxurious tombs where anonymous figures rested who had received all the decorations available and to be had. Sociologists also tried to make themselves heard through studies on labor, youth, and many other topics ignored in the past, related above all to urbanization, migration, family, women. They raised the problems that a society in the process of formation had to solve, which required new approaches and new solutions. The legal world, and especially criminologists and jurists, urged the state to reform the penal code and put an end to purely punitive institutions. For this purpose, a commission was appointed made up of 3 ministers competent in the matter and 6 liberal and academic judges, among whom was Strigovich, which assured them a majority. We can safely say that someone in high places had taken care of the composition of the commission. In 1966, Strigovich himself, a member of a small but combative group, published Fundamental Questions of Soviet Socialist Legality, a book in which he was decidedly in favor of the rule of law without exceptions or exemptions. The work provided solid arguments, supported by numerous examples, in order to protect the rights of citizens from arbitrary infringements. There was still much to do in this regard. The author had encountered a retrograde and essentially repressive legal system, much more inclined to punish than to seek solutions, and oblivious to the rest of the paths that justice could take when fighting crime. In effect, prison only served to turn inmates into tougher criminals. The boost received by econometrics and cybernetics, and the creation of the Ministry of Scientific and Technological Development, headed by Gvishiani, who employed reformists and who enjoyed considerable prestige, were signs of those times, of an era which was characterized by the renewal of ideas and hopes. Kosygin did not take a dim view of any of this, although he would never have dared to challenge the status quo with controversial statements. Others used official media to give free rein to their ideas without mincing words. Academician Nemchinov, for example, declared that a system so full of obstacles would be a problem for social and technological development, and would soon succumb to the pressure of the real processes of economic life. It is false to say that no one predicted the collapse of the system, as has been said time and again in recent years. Nemchinov's statement dates back to 1965 too. Readers already know that the following years were known as the period of stagnation, and that they were preceded by a significant amount of practical intellectual contributions from abroad, from which the elite, and possibly also the common people, benefited. Although this point has not been studied, and we can attribute it to the men of the 60s, who hoped to one day gain control of the party and transform Russia. All this, however, came to an end with Brezhnevism and its debilitating maturation. When Gorbachev initiated perestroika, the men of the 60s had already disappeared. Yuri Andropov. Yuri Vladimirovich Andropov, who closes the period that is the subject of our study, is a character still little known today. Below we will deal with different aspects of the history of the regime directly related to him. And we will outline, later, the brief period in which he was Secretary General, even though the relevant files remain classified. In May 1967, when he left the leadership of one of the international departments of the Central Committee to head the KGB, Andropov became the shield of the system. His biographers claim that the scenes he had witnessed in 1956, during the Budapest uprising, where he was ambassador, distressed him. It also appears that the influence of the Hungarian leader, János Kadar, was considerable. Under Andropov, the KGB reached its peak. A year after taking over the agency, on July 5, 1968, the KGB became a state committee directly linked to the Council of Ministers of the USSR, thus placing it above other committees and ministries, and its director, in member of the government. A candidate member of the Politburo since 1967, Andropov achieved full member status in 1973. The KGB, based in Moscow, was in charge of the entire Soviet Union, and had equivalent bodies in all the republics. According to its statutes, it was responsible for espionage, threats against state security, border surveillance, protection of official secrets and confidential documents, investigation of acts of high treason, terrorism, smuggling and monetary crimes. Large scale, and to defend all means of communication from electronic espionage. It is not clear even today which tasks required a greater dedication of time, although it would not be unreasonable to think that the answer could be espionage and counter-espionage. From the 1960s to the 1980s, the KGB achieved considerable influence in all spheres. He controlled the party apparatus, the secret police and the churches. He was in charge of military counter-espionage, taking legal action against opponents and fighting against the intelligentsia. These activities created an atrocious image, as did its leader, who managed to subjugate the dissident movement, a central issue in the propaganda war he waged against the West. Andropov was a loyal Brezhnevist, but the truth is that he had no other alternative. To all this we must add the abusive recourse to psychiatric institutions, possibly the most reprehensible act of the regime. However, rumors and Andropov's own characteristics complicate the image we have of him if possible. How is it possible that this bastion of an ultra-conservative system was again and again attributed the reputation of liberal? To fool people? Maybe not. To begin with, unlike other KGB chiefs, he was first and foremost a politician, not a product of the company. During his time as head of one of the international relations departments of the Central Committee, his deputies he had hired some extremely brilliant ones described him as someone very prone to debate, an inveterate reader and a shrewd person in the analysis of domestic and political issues. International. For his main lieutenants, such as Arbatov or Berlatsky, working with and for Andropov was an unforgettable experience. Located in the heart of that bastion of dogmatism, the Staraya Ploshchad, Andropov's office was the free world. There they discussed any topic with absolute freedom and could express their disagreements without fear. Although he sometimes did not agree with the opinion of one of his assistants, he did not punish him for it. He himself told them, "Remember that in this office we can say whatever we want. But don't forget, as soon as you walk out the door, remember where you are. These words from the mouth of a politician interested in intellectual issues, who was nevertheless a person with his feet on the ground, confirm the impression that he was a two-faced guy, intelligent enough to speak freely and to act, at the same time, with caution. The memoirs of Markus Wolf, the former head of the secret services of the German Democratic Republic and a great admirer of Andropov, give us many clues about this other I3. During the 1950s, the KGB played a sinister role in the Eastern Bloc countries. However, the situation improved radically when Andropov was appointed director, says Wolf. There was finally a figure who earned my admiration, someone outside the protocol and the small plots that had marked the periods of his predecessors. Andropov lacked the usual arrogance of Soviet leaders, who considered his empire invulnerable. In his opinion, the interventions in Hungary and Czechoslovakia were not signs of strength, but of weakness. His political and human qualities made him someone totally different from his predecessors and his successors. His many interests and his ability to get an idea of the main problems of domestic and international politics helped him to convince himself of the need to carry out a reform in the Soviet Union and its satellites, however risky, and he proposed get to work. During official visits to East Germany and at banquets given in his honor, Andropov was polite and calm, and his mood did not change after having a drink. He rejected the purely ideological approach to issues such as Czechoslovakia or relations with the Social Democrats of the Federal Republic of Germany. From his speech it was clear that the Czechoslovak communists had not realized in time how great the discontent of the population was or how the situation could have been remedied. He was also in favor of dialogue with the Social Democrats and was not affected by the fact that this opinion clashed with the hatred that the leadership of East Germany felt for the SPD. Wolf valued such candor in a forum where flattery and rhetoric were the order of the day. Andropov's ideas about the methods of foreign spy services and the management structure, as well as the demand for accountability that he implemented in the KGB, are not of much interest in the context of this work. However, it is worth mentioning his disagreement with the arrogance of KGB agents, towards his own diplomats or towards government agencies in the Eastern Bloc countries. The imperial attitude of some agents deserved words of disapproval. It is clear from Andropov's many interviews with Wolf that the leader knew that the distance between the Soviet Union and the West continued to grow. Excessive centralization, the obsession with secrecy and the total divorce between the military and civilian sectors deprived the country of the enormous benefits that Western countries obtained from advances in military technology. Both diplomats sought a way to overcome this pernicious atomization. Aware of the paralysis around him, Andropov hinted at a possible social democratic third way led by Hungary and certain groups in the GDR, and possible forms of political and economic pluralism. The conversations between Andropov and Wolf also confirm a key aspect. In light of all the information he had at his disposal about the West and Russia, Andropov had come to the conclusion that a thorough restructuring of the country was necessary. According to Bobkov, one of his assistants, war propaganda served to accentuate the conviction that there was no other way but change. We do not know when he began to consider that he was the one who should personally assume this task, but he had made the decision and was prepared if the time came, without neglecting his role as head of the KGB and as a member of the Politburo. The KGB was a complex organization, sometimes careless and undisciplined, but Andropov turned this conglomerate into a highly effective instrument. There is much evidence that proves this, although I am not in a position to make a definitive statement on the matter. Andropov had his own opinions, and he only shared them with his inner circle and with people like Markus Wolf. Those who knew and worked with him agree that he was an avowed anti-Stalinist, an important characteristic considering the forces surrounding Brezhnev. This stance was perceptible in his style and in his work methods. In transforming the KGB and its repressive methods, Andropov demanded discipline from his subordinates above all. He had an insatiable curiosity about the Western world, especially the United States, and his knowledge in this regard made him worthy of the admiration of the best Soviet diplomats and even some detractors of the system. For Andropov, repressive politics had to be conceived as a way to solve a problem. Faced with Solzhenitsyn, Sakharov, Medvedev and other dissidents, he chose to limit the political damage they could cause, and not to destroy people, unlike what a Stalinist or any other Državnik would have done. Andropov was an analyst, not an executor. While hardliners wanted to isolate Solzhenitsyn by sending him to Siberia, Andropov preferred to banish him abroad. I do not know the preferences of the former in the case of Sakharov, but Andropov's solution, exile in Gorky, was not a threat to the physicist's health, nor did it prevent him from continuing with his intellectual work. It has often been said that Andropov was nothing more than a policeman of the old regime, a conservative, a supporter of repression and, therefore, another leader of the KGB. But this statement does not correspond to reality. It is evident that he was an umbrella of the system and that his mission was to imprison political opponents. Could anything else be expected of him, given that he was in the crosshairs of the hawks of the Politburo and his own agency? Andropov carried out his task faithfully and carefully. He was concerned about the country's security and believed that there should be no room for enemies, generally allies of the Western world. That his position and his safety depended on Brezhnev's whims is yet another feature of this trap in which he had found himself caught. However, his analytical mind and the political animal within him made him a KGB chief to say the least. His predecessor, Semishastny, used to keep two lists, one of enemies, the other of threats, and the names on the first were considered guilty as soon as they were accused. They had to be jugged, full stop. Andropov wondered, what is the nature of the threat? What causes does it respond to? How can we protect ourselves taking into account that serious problems, if left unresolved, end up being open wounds? He wanted to find a political solution and come up with the necessary reforms to these issues. Given his reputation as a hardliner of the establishment, he could afford to neutralize some of her influential supporters, or even win them over to his cause and thus divide them. This happened, for example, with the good relations that he maintained with the ultra-conservative Ustinov. His analytical disposition, as opposed to a repressive approach, is clearly seen in two reports on the situation in student circles that he presented to the Politburo, on November 5, 1968 and December 12, 1976, respectively. The message of both differ considerably for the first report, which includes a comprehensive analysis of the group psychology of the students of the city of Odessa, that is, their mentality, aspirations and political behaviors, was the work of a student who worked for the KGB. Andropov recommended its careful reading to the members of the Politburo because, leaving aside a certain naivete on the part of the young author, its content was important. The main message of the document was the total and resounding failure of the entire structure of the party and its political ideological apparatus among the student universe. The report expressed it clearly. The students knew the city like the back of their hand and knew that local leaders were dedicated to hoarding material privileges, and they were surprised by the brazenness with which they used power for their personal benefit. The text referred to documents, data and quotes that demonstrated the uselessness of the Komsomol and the party in higher education institutions. The author pointed out the total intellectual detachment of party officials, who gave idiotic classes and were incapable of answering questions in a logical and convincing way. The level of social sciences in the world was very low, which is why students preferred natural sciences and technological careers, which enjoyed greater prestige. The social sciences were viewed with disdain, and were only of interest to those seeking a career in the party. The students' predilection for everything Western was not surprising, given the little respect they had for people whose mouths had criticized the West. This was what, shortly after his appointment, Andropov wanted to plant under the Politburo's nose. In time, he would learn his lesson. We do not know how long it took him to realize that his right-hand man, Semyon Zvigan, appointed general at the same time as him, was actually Brezhnev's mole, and in charge of monitoring him and reporting on his activities, according to the custom of the time. Nor that he wasn't the only mole. The second document, 8 years later, was the work of the Fifth Directory, in charge of ideological subversion, headed by Bob Koff, who signed a text that also dealt with the situation of the students. He began by arguing that Western intelligence services and propaganda agencies targeted Soviet youth in particular, which was true, before going on to carry out a statistical analysis of various events of a political nature in the student universe in recent years, distribution of pamphlets, small demonstrations, and so on. According to Bob Koff, most alarming of all was the number of young people punished for drunkenness and other immoral habits. Some KGB observers commented that these behaviors were the shortest route to political opposition. We do not know what Andropov thought of the document or why he allowed the Fifth Directorate to exceed its powers in the field of counter-espionage. Be that as it may, these actions were fully to the liking of the hardliners. The difference in approach between both texts is surprising. As Semishastny did, Bob Koff blames the West and the scapegoats themselves, and at no point does he allude to the responsibility of the system. Andropov presented the report without adding any recommendations, simply with a list with the names of the 5 recipients, among whom was, first of all, Sislov, the gray brain of the Politburo, and he limited himself to including a note that said that the KGB intended to use its usual methods, prophylaxis and arrests if clandestine organizations existed. All 5 recipients responded with a simple yes, which possibly meant nothing more than yes, I read it. Andropov did not include comments in the document because the content of the report did not match his wishes. However, in the book he wrote after the fall of the regime, Bob Koff maintains that the KGB and the Fifth Directorate generally opposed the persecutions attributed to them by uninformed detractors 5, and limited themselves to obey the orders that came to them from the Politburo or the party apparatus. His main argument, also common in Andropov's mouth, was that the best response to the intense Western campaign of anti-Soviet propaganda was not to return the accusations to the United States, but rather that the USSR could have won the battle by recognizing its weaknesses and the defects of the system and looking for a way to correct them. The analysts of the Fifth Board had also spoken out in this regard, but the hierarchs had marginalized them, as if the KGB were meddling in a matter that did not correspond to them. According to Bob Koff, Andropov was the only leader who set out to drastically change Soviet domestic policy. Fully aware of the other side's strategy to dynamite the system, he proposed a series of countermeasures designed by scientific researchers, including psychologists, military specialists, economists, and philosophers, with the aim of completely modifying the character of propaganda, adopting a totally different attitude towards religion and political heterodoxy, intensify the fight against corruption and nationalist tendencies and, above all, tackle the main economic problems. The Fifth Directorate had carefully prepared the arguments contained in Andropov's report to the Politburo, which could have opened the way for a democratization of the party and the state. Andropov presented the report during a Politburo meeting. Brezhnev, Kosygin, Mazurov, Shelepin, Shcherbitsky and even Sislov, the group's main ideologue, agreed with this double program of reforms and a propaganda counterattack. Bob Koff claims that he does not know if the Politburo took it seriously, but the truth is that nothing happened, despite the fact that the text was circulated among the members of the apparatus. Thus they wasted the last card they had left. It has never been clear why Bob Koff does not date this meeting. All in all, it seems unthinkable that an experienced KGB general would invent this episode. The report may reside in more than one file. If so, the Politburo resorted to an elegant maneuver, a package of reformist proposals that reached the conservatives and thanks to which they could demonstrate that they were also powerful propaganda countermeasures, at a time in the Cold War when the Soviet Union was in tightrope. Gorbachev's sensational popularity on the world stage during the early stages of perestroika demonstrated that a reformed Russia could win the praise of world opinion. However, either the idea was too intelligent given the intellectual level of the members of the Politburo, or they were too cunning to accept their own suicide. Be that as it may, the best strategists of the KGB saw their hopes fade, which is why Bobkov always regretted that those who had the best hand did not know how to play their cards. This episode, in fact a non-episode, reaffirms the unique character of Andropov's profile. But it would be better if we could read the famous report with our own eyes. Arrests and dissents. We have data on the repression of political dissent during much of the 1960s and 1970s, and we have already referred to them in Chapter 15. The number of arrests and the type of punishments that were applied are revealing. With Andropov, the preferred method was prevention, and he encouraged prophylaxis. This measure affected many people, but arbitrary mass arrests were now a thing of the past. And many Russians claim that, starting in the 1960s, fear of the secret police and its sudden emergence, common in Stalin's time, had virtually vanished, partially opening the door to dissent and other forms of political activity. Andropov, who personally knew some of the dissidents, including Roy Medvedev, devoted himself to studying them and reading their works, and had a good opinion of some. However, as the person responsible for political security, his role went much further. The agencies he controlled had to be trained to draw a detailed map of the sources of potential problems. According to his estimates, the number of people who could move to the political opposition was around 8.5 million, and many of them were more than willing to take that step when the right circumstances arose. The existence of this number of potential opponents gave some of the most important dissidents the possibility of adopting a unifying role. Andropov believed that police methods were essential to tackle this threat, especially since the number of dissidents who identified with the other side was considerable. However, more important than this was, in his eyes, the effectiveness of the system. The distance between his ever-increasing needs and the scarcer and scarcer means at his disposal, and not only in material terms, but also in terms of how limited the intellectual resources of the leadership were, continued to increase over time. Sphere of the economy, but it was also noticeable in the political foundations of the system. The new boss. Paradoxically, for the leader, or leaders, to have had any chance of succeeding in 1982 and 1983, he would have had to recognize not only that the system was broken, something Andropov and Kosygin had known for some time, but that some of his organs were dead. Already in 1965, the economist Nemchinov had predicted the dangers to come when he attacked a mechanical and ossified system in which all fundamental indicators are already fixed in advance, so the system suffers total paralysis. When an individual is certified dead, we know that it is impossible to resuscitate him or her. However, when we refer to a system of government, there is still the option of dismantling and rebuilding it. Surprising as it may seem, government systems have been rebuilt using a significant number of old pieces. As we have already mentioned, Kosygin and Andropov knew the situation better than any Western historian thanks to the reports they read, which have taken 25 years to reach us. Among these documents, there is an unpublished and thorough study, commissioned by Kosygin when he was Prime Minister and carried out by the Economic Section of the Academy of Sciences. 3 years after Nemchinov's warnings, academics made a systematic comparison between the American and Soviet economic structures, productivity, living conditions, technological progress, incentive system, direction, and character of investments. The raw verdict of the report was that the USSR was behind in all fields except coal and steel. The latter was the apple of the regime's eye, but it revealed the country's backwardness as the sector had been a reference parameter in the last century. The message that emerged from the document was clear: the same Aramaic inscription that adorned the walls of Belshazzar's palace in Babylon, although now the reading that was made of it was different. God was no longer the threat, but the United States. And there wasn't a minute to lose. An element underlying the stagnation, although it was also its main symptom, was the immobility of the Politburo around a clinically dead Brezhnev, a humiliating impasse in front of the entire planet. It was impossible to overthrow Brezhnev because, unlike what had happened with Khrushchev, a majority could not be achieved to support a new leader. But this picture was completed with another image, so flagrant that it did not go unnoticed by Russians: the extent of corruption. Several members of Brezhnev's family were evidently involved in it, a matter that poor Leonidas did not want to hear about. The country, and its leaders, was also witnessing the indiscriminate appearance of mafia groups, with which many eminent party officials were linked, something never seen to date. The KGB evidently had all the information on the matter.